Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. A tranquil silence lay over the tree of beginning. Young Pokémon played in the grass and the shallow pools of water, their parents resting nearby, watching them with fond eyes. It was peaceful. But that peacefulness, in Kanto and everywhere else, would not last much longer. Two small shadows shot over the groups of Pokémon. They looked up and their eyes widened fearfully at what they saw. Because high above them soared two small but powerful Pokémon towards the center of the tree. As fast as her wings and powers could carry you, a fairy-like green Pokémon flew past the many pillars, trees, rocks, cliffs and waterfalls that made up the tree of beginning. She was gasping hard and a multitude of cuts and bruises covered her small body, but she flew on determinedly. Every few seconds she shot a glance backwards, checking up on the small blue Pokémon that was following her. Manaphy is far too young for this, thought the green Pokémon sorrowfully and shook her head. If I hadn't come in time to get her out of the Temple of Sea, she would have. A shudder made its way through her body at that thought, and fast she banished those ideas from her minds. She didn't even want to think about what would have happened if he had gotten his paws on the young water-type legendary. Celebi? At the shaky question, Celebi's attention shot back to Manaphy. Yes, asked Celebi back and bit back her wince at the numerous injuries that littered Manaphy's body. Will she even be here, I mean, when he got free? Celebi gave a strong nod in answer to that, then added, she'll be here. She wouldn't leave this place for anything as long as she isn't needed to save the world anywhere else, I know her. Manaphy seemed satisfied with that answer, since she remained silent. Both flew in that tense silence for a while longer, and then finally they were there. They'd reached the center of the tree. Mew, called Celebi immediately. Mew, come out please. We need you. But everything remained silent, no sign of the usual playful legendary. That was when it happened. Dark, horrible laughter echoed through the chamber and a figure in black cloak suddenly appeared in front of the two. Both jerked back immediately. Your dear friend won't answer you, sneered the figure with a deep chuckle. You. It was all Celebi managed to do. How had he done it? How had he beat them here? The figure laughed again and shot a quick shadow ball at them. Both managed to dodge, and Celebi saw the figure preparing another attack, when a familiar and much welcome voice rang out. Euro Ball. A white glowing sphere hit the figure, and then its path to Celebi and Manaphy was blocked by a pinkish floating feline Pokémon. Mew, breathed Celebi in relief. Despite the injuries that littered her body, Mew looked alright and still strong. Celebi, why have you come here? Asked Mew back in panic, keeping her blue eyes locked on the figure. You should have known that he would attack me as one of the first. Not the first though, thought Celebi with another glance at Manaphy, before she argued, we need your help Mew. We dash, Celebi broke off when they had to dodge a barrage of Shadow Ball. We need him, and you know where he is at every moment. Gah! Both legendary Pokémon froze in their position when the scream echoed through the chamber. The two legendary Pokémon spun to the source and Celebi cried out in shock. While her and Mew had been distracted, the figure had managed to land a hit on Manaphy. Now the young water type was lying on the ground, whimpering in pain. Manaphy. After Mew's shout, both females shot forward, right at the child. Deciding to use that distraction, the figure powered up his attack and a hyper beam came at Manaphy as well. MEW. Cried Celebi while letting out her powers, allowing them to pulse around her. Mew reacted immediately, her psychic powers reaching out to Celebi and Manaphy. The two reached Manaphy just a second ahead of the hyper beam, before all went white. Pallet Town in Kanto was one of the smallest and most remote towns the region had, despite its wonderful wildlife, excellent cuisine and the Pokémon laboratory of one Professor Samuel Oak. Or at least it used to be that way. In the last few years Pallet had come to more attention thanks to two young men who had caused quite the ruckus in the Pokémon circuit. And it was one of those two young men, a boy of 15 years of age, who at this point returned to his hometown after another exciting journey. Much had changed since the boy had decided, 3 years ago, to give traveling alone a try. Gone were the red league hat, fingerless gloves and hoodies, replaced by blue jeans, black sneakers, a simple white shirt with a dark blue open jacket. The attire showed off that he'd started to fill out nicely too. At 13, when he'd started his journey alone, he'd been rather gangly, having just had a growth spurt. He'd always been rather fit, but now, if one concentrated, they could see the not unimpressive muscles moving under his shirt. A dark blue hat, looking rather similar to the one the legendary Aura Guardian Sir Aaron used to wear, now helped tame his wild raven black hair. The only things that had remained the same, were the boy's auburn eyes, that glowed with life and compassion, and the Pikachu on his shoulder. Smiling softly, the teen thought back to his recent achievements. After almost 6 years of being a trainer, he'd finally won the Indigo League and had been allowed to try and challenge Kanto's Elite Four. Having just so managed to win against Lorelei and her ice types, he'd only managed a draw against Bruno and his fighting types. And a draw was the same as a loss when it came to the Elite Four. Pika. Jerking himself from his memories at Pikachu's shout, a smile broke out over his features and he fell into a run. In less than half a minute he'd reached a familiar house and pulled a key out of his pocket. Finally home Pikachu, huh? The mouse nodded eagerly and cheered, Pika pick Pikachu. Unlocking the door and pushing it open, he walked in and called, Mom, I'm home. But the house was silent. As a matter of fact, not even his mother's Mr. Mime came to greet him. That's strange, muttered the trainer to himself, Mom knew I was coming home today. Immediately he was alarmed. Like on every other on his journeys, he'd managed to run into a conflict involving legendary Pokémon. He didn't really want to think back to it. Let's just say it involved Raikou and a lot of electricity and leave it at that. The other reason for his alarm was same as they had been for years, Team Rocket. Again, same as on any of his other journeys, the trio had often tried to steal Pikachu. And even though all their plans were still failures, they'd definitely gotten smarter over time. Their Pokémon were also quite a lot stronger than they used to be, making it sometimes quite a challenge to beat them. Jessie's Pokémon had turned out to be quite powerful after the woman had finally really trained them. Wobbuffet was a strong defense while Sviper and Yanmega always were able to keep Pikachu on his toes. And last but not least her newest, and strongest, Pokémon, Shedinja. James didn't improve that much in terms of battling, but got to know how to heal Pokémon fast and effectively, thus training his Pokémon towards it. Chimecho and Mr. Mime were true specialists at this point, only outrun by his Blissey, but he barely used it, since he considered it to be too sensitive to be used in battles. Meowth had also evolved, he really had. Not entirely by his own choice, but it had been evolving to save Jessie's and James' life together with him and Pikachu, or not evolving. Because he and Pikachu had helped them out that time, Team Rocket had left without making them problems for once, and had even left them at peace for the 2 weeks that followed. Persian, although he was still called Meowth, was quite strong, and still able to speak the human tongue, even though with a deeper and more serious voice. While the teen was lost in his memories and worries, Pikachu saw a piece of paper on the ground. Running up to it, he saw that it was Note. Pika Pikachu, called the Pokémon, and his trainer looked at him. Seeing the note next to his starter, the Raven walked up to it and picked it up. Dear Ash, he read out loud. I'm very sorry that I can't be at home when you come back, but Professor Oak needed my help up at the laboratory. Why don't you come over? Mimey is with me as well and I can cook there too. Love, Mom. Ash smiled at that, calming down immediately and turned to his starter. Well Pikachu, I guess we pay Professor Oak a visit then, don't we? The electric type nodded eagerly and jumped onto his shoulder in one great leap. Both ran out of the house and through Pallet Town. After a short while they finally reached Professor Oak's lab on the top of a hill. He knocked at the door and almost immediately an aged man opened it. Hey Professor, greeted Ash with a grin. Pika. The professor smiled brightly and gave the boy a hug. Ash, it is wonderful to see you again, greeted the old man. "Oh, but where are my manners? Come in, come in." He led Ash into the house and continued, "I take it you found your mother's note?" "Yeah, she wrote she's here to help you with something." He looked at the man questioningly. Professor Oak nodded and answered, "She indeed is. I know I wouldn't have been able to complete this in time without Dileia." That was when the professor opened another door and led Ash and Pikachu into his rather big backyard. Well, somewhere all the Pokémon he took care of had to stay. The moment they walked out, Ash froze dead in his tracks when a lot of voices shouted so loud his ears started ringing. "Happy birthday, Ash." The teen was stunned. He had completely forgotten that his 16th birthday was today. He stared for another few seconds, before a bright smile appeared on his face. It widened even more when he saw that all of his friends, family and Pokémon were here to celebrate with him. His mother was right in the middle of the group, a bright smile plastered over her face as well. Next to her stood Brock and Tracy, both with small grins and crossed arms. On his mother's other side were Misty, Gary, May, Dawn and Max. Gary had his arm around Misty's waist, which had the orange-haired girl blushing, but she grinned brightly at Ash at the same time. He also saw Zoe and Barry in the group, and even Paul and his brother were here. His eyes widened a fraction more when he also saw a familiar blonde in the group. Alright, wow, thought the teen, who can claim that they had the Sinnoh champion at their party? This is awesome. I wonder how Mom managed to contact Cynthia. Then his gaze wandered to the edges of the group and he faintly heard Pikachu call out a greeting. Of course all of his Pokémon were there as well. Ash didn't know what to say, and after finding his voice he finally stammered out, You guys. "Happy birthday, Ash," said his mother and hugged him tightly. Ash hugged her back, immediately breathed in deeply. It had been almost a year since the last time he'd actually had physical contact with his mother. It was so great to see her again. "Mom," whispered the new 16 years old. Thanks. Dileia Ketchum smiled at her son, then Dawn shouted, "So let's get the party started." They turned on the music and the party started. Not too long after the start, Barry pulled Ash to the side and asked the question that Ash was sure had been on everyone's mind. "Hey Ash, you haven't shown us your new Pokémon yet." Looking around at everyone's expectant expressions, Ash grinned and removed 5 Pokeballs from his belt. They sailed through the air and 5 Pokémon appeared. The first one was his Riolu, whom he'd met in Sinnoh and had joined Ash a little over a year ago, the only other Pokémon except for Pikachu he had taken with him on this journey. The second one was a fox with cream-colored fur, red eyes and 9 tails, beautiful tails. 9 Tails called the fire type softly and looked at everyone around her curiously. The next gave a loud cry of, Dodrio. It was a 3-headed bird with long and strong legs. The third one was a golden lion-like psychic-type Pokémon called Hypno. And last but not least, his 6th Pokémon was a Kabutops. He had gotten it after he'd helped some scientists when Team Rocket had tried to steal many ancient Pokémon from their facility. Everyone stared at his new Pokémon in awe for a few seconds, then his old Pokémon deemed the waiting enough and came forward a bit. Infernape walked up to 9 Tails and started a conversation. Both seemed to like each other already. Dodrio was immediately welcomed by Ash's other flying types, despite the fact that he couldn't fly, while Hypno got somehow roped into a game of tag with Totodile and Corphish. Not that the unusually playful psychic type seemed to mind. Kabutops was nicely greeted by Gabite, whom he seemed to find common ground with, since both of them were rather rare Pokémon. Happily Ash watched how all of his new Pokémon were welcomed into the family. It was nearly midnight when Dileia called them to slowly let the party come to an end. At that precise moment, Ash was lying on the ground for the 10th time since the party started. Why? Because Bayleaf had jumped onto him for the 10th time. Currently Pikachu, Infernape and Sceptile tried their best to get the big Pokémon off of her trainer. After a while they managed it and Ash got up, when he felt a tug on his jeans. Looking down he found Riolu staring up at him with a puzzled expression. "What is it, Riolu?" The small fighting type shrugged and gazed around nervously. Something's wrong, realized the teen immediately and scanned their surroundings as well. Suddenly there was a huge flash of light in the night sky and everybody screamed in fear. The light vanished already in the next second and everyone present saw three figures crash to the ground not too far away. An instinct honed by years of helping every Pokémon as best as he could, Ash ran forward and up to the three newcomers. He glanced back and found Pikachu and Riolu following him, May, Gary and Misty not too far behind. No wonder Riolu was so nervous, thought the teen just before he reached the three figures. But upon seeing just who had arrived, his muscles locked up and he staggered to a halt, his auburn eyes growing wide. A choked gasp managed to escape his closed-up throat at who he saw lying in front of him. It were three small Pokémon, three small legendary Pokémon. A pinkish feline, a green fairy-like Pokémon and a small blue-colored Pokémon. Ash Watso Arceus above, screeched May who reached him first. Her scream had everyone else freeze in their positions and also made the pinkish Pokémon stir. Glazed blue eyes flickered over each present human and Pokémon, before they rested on Ash. We made it," whispered a soft female voice in everyone's head. Kneeling down, Ash placed a gentle hand on the Pokémon's shoulder and asked, "Mew, what happened? Who did this to you?" Mew gasped hard, the light in her eyes flickering dangerously, but before she blacked out, she managed to gasp, "A great evil is approaching. We need help, we need you, Ash." With that the legendary closed her eyes and stilled. In panic Ash wrenched his head around and called, "Someone get Professor Oak. Mew, Shalebi and Manaphy are badly injured." He heard how someone turned and started to run but didn't even bother to turn his head enough to see who it was. All he did was hope and pray that those three legendaries would be alright. Info. Normal speaking. Pokémon speaking. Thoughts. Mental speaking. Ash paced back and forth in front of the room the three injured Pokémon were resting in. It was noon and he hadn't slept for more than 4 hours. Not that he hadn't tried, but he wasn't able to. He was far too worried about the Pokémon he called his friends. He remembered the last time he had seen them. Mew when he helped Sir Aaron's Lucario to heal it and the tree. His heart ached at the memory of the brave Aura Pokémon he had called his friends soon after they had gotten along. The last time he had seen Manaphy was in the Temple of Sea after he, May, Max, Brock and a Pokémon Ranger had brought it there. And Shalebi, that had been when he met Sammy which, he figured this out 1 year ago, had been Professor Oak. Suddenly a door opened and Mew floated out of the room, leaving the two still unconscious Pokémon behind. "Mew," said Ash. "You should rest, not float around." "There is no time to rest," snapped the cat-like Pokémon. "We are here in an urgent matter, but I need to talk to your friends as well." "They're outside," said Ash and Mew nodded. Both went out of the house and found everyone on a hill nearby. Professor Oak's eyes widened when he saw Mew. "Mew, you should rest." "Why does everybody keep saying that in times like this?" complained the pinkish Pokémon. "There is no time. Something terrible happened and we need your help of you all, but especially you, Ash." Mew turned to look at him and Ash shivered a bit. Then he nodded and sat down next to his mother. Mew looked at all of them, then she started, "A great danger is approaching. The danger that caused the big storm that wiped out nearly all Pokémon. The Dark Ones." "Dark Ones?" questioned Max while petting his Poochyena. Mew nodded and everyone frowned at the great sorrow and fear in her eyes. "Yes. We legendaries are powerful, but we have one great weakness, our pure hearts." "Pure hearts?" asked Gary while holding a shaking Misty close. "We rely on these hearts we have to gather our strength. That's why we all need so much self-control. Ash, you've often enough seen what can happen when a legendary Pokémon falls for its anger." Ash nodded, he knew very much about it. "We only fall for it, when the Dark Ones weaken us. We all have a dark side, but other than other Pokémon or human, it isn't inside of us, no, our dark sides are separated from us. What? Mew ignored the surprise and went on, before the great storm, we all were fused with our dark sides, but in that way, we fell, though to our power, for evil easier than any other Pokémon. So the great storm was created when it happened, when every legendary Pokémon turned evil. But, legendary Pokémon are always so noble and selfless, tried Zoe to argue, but Mew cut her off, we weren't like that back there. When our dark sides took over we still fought. Arceus, Azelf and Ho-Oh were the only ones that didn't turn evil and thought of a plan. They all fused their power and used it to separate us and themselves from their evil sides. Then, a great war developed. We nearly lost, but then the few remaining Pokémon in our near helped us. We fought the Dark Ones down and Arceus created new dimensions. Small ones, one for each Dark One, and we locked them away. It was Arceus' duty to make sure they would never break out, and he did well in the job, until one day about 6 years ago. Mew hung her head and her mind voice whispered, I can't believe how much he has to carry. Mew, what happened 6 years ago? Asked Gary. Mew looked at them and answered, the creation of Mewtwo. Everybody gasped and Mew went on. Since he was cloned from my DNA, his dark side was automatically separated from him, what left him so hurt and rough since Giovanni was so hard to him from the begin with, it poisoned his pure heart. However, his dark side just appeared in the same dimension mine was in, and we couldn't take the risk of getting him out, because that meant mine would break out as well. Everyone was silent and Mew continued, Arceus, Ho-Oh and Rayquaza just put much more shields around this dimensions to make sure they couldn't get out. Everything went well, until 3 days ago. Flashback. Mew was happily flying through the Tree of Beginning, checking on the Pokémon there and having fun with them. Suddenly she felt a disturbance and shocked she saw how all the aura crystals turned pitch black. As fast as she could, Mew flew to the center of the tree and watched in horror how the big crystal turned darker and darker. What is just happening? Wondered the Pokémon, shocked. She was too shocked to realize that someone had appeared behind her. Mew, called the one and the legendary Pokémon, spun around to be face to face with Arceus. Arceus, what are you doing here? Mew tried her best to sound friendly, but she was suspicious. When the crystals turned black and Arceus showed up inside of the tree, which meant he had willingly shrunk, meant very bad news. He looked at her with deep sorrow and worry, then he said, he escaped. In the next moment he was gone and Mew's eyes widened in shock. No, murmured the Pokémon. No, that's impossible. He can't have escaped. But then she looked at the crystals again, their pitch-black color faded slowly away, now that Mew knew what was happening. Dark Mewtwo broke free. End of flashback. Dark Mewtwo? Asked Paul in disbelief. Yes, it would be too confusing to use the same names, so we simply decided to put Dark in front of our own names. Okay, I understand you desperately need help, said Brock now. But why do you need Ash? Mew laughed a bit and answered, well, because of who he is. He helped so many of us so often, he has the power of becoming an Aura Guardian, and the most important, he has a bright heart. Ash blushed at Mew's words, then he asked, but, why are you three so injured? Mew was silent for a while, then she answered, I don't know why exactly Celebi and Manaphy were so injured, they came to me with the knowledge, when I fuse my powers with Celebi, we could get to you. I was that hurt because just minutes before Celebi and Manaphy showed up, I was attacked by Dark Mewtwo. I knew I would be one of his first victims, but I didn't expect him to come after me after 2 days of freedom. He attacked me, and after a long and exhausting fight I changed into a small skitty and hid from him. He was looking for me, but then we both felt Celebi and Manaphy reaching the center. Celebi called for me and Dark Mewtwo went to attack them. I struggled out of my hideout and changed back to my real form. I flew after him and saw Manaphy and Celebi, trying to dodge him. I gathered my strength and attacked him with Euro Ball. We fought for a while, then Manaphy screamed and fell to the ground. He had hit her. Shelebi and I both dived for her and we fused our powers in a try to escape. Dark Mewtwo shot his hyper beam at us and while escaping, it hit us 3 hard. Everybody was silent, letting the new situation sink in. Finally Ash looked at Mew and was about to speak up, when he saw something from the corner of his eye. He smiled and called, "Hey, Shelebi and Manaphy are all right." He was right, both legendaries flew towards them and May squealed and ran up to Manaphy. Manaphy cheered the girl and hugged the water type. Manaphy hugged back, then it mentally said, "I missed you May." Everybody looked at Manaphy surprised and Shelebi teased, "Have you really thought Mew is the only one with mental voice?" "Well no," began Max, "but Manaphy is still a child," agreed Shelebi sadly. "I never wanted her to be pulled so deep into all of this. But, after Dark Mewtwo destroyed my forest I was completely out of it and just thought of revenge. I tracked him down and got nearly an heart attack when I saw him destroying Manaphy's temple." Flashback. Shelebi flew right towards Dark Mewtwo, in her rage not caring where she went. Then she saw him and her heart skipped a beat. He was attacking the Temple of Sea and Manaphy desperately tried to stop him. Her revenge was forgotten and she dived down to save Manaphy. "Leaf Storm," yelled Shelebi and the attack hit Dark Mewtwo. He turned to glare at her and meant, "I thought I killed you together with your forest, well, then I'll kill you no." He shot a shadow ball at her, but Shelebi dodged and attacked by herself. Magical Leaf. Again he was hit and his eyes were burning with anger. He prepared a hyper beam, when Ice Beam hit his back. He turned towards Manaphy, who hit him with her bubble beam. Without caring for any of the two he made a dive and crashed into the temple while using Giga Impact. Manaphy whimpered when she saw her temple falling apart and Shelebi pulled the young Pokémon into a comforting hug. "We can't stop him," sniffed Manaphy. Heavy-hearted Shelebi agreed and murmured, "We will stop him, but to do so, I have to visit an old friend of mine, come with me, it's safer in that way." Manaphy nodded and with one last glance to her temple, she followed Shelebi and they started their journey to the Tree of Beginning. End of flashback. Ash gulped after Shelebi was done with her story. But what are we supposed to do now?" "Well," began Mew nervously and Shelebi stared at her in disbelief. "You are not going to do this," hissed the green Pokémon. "That's my decision," answered Mew and looked deep into Ash's eyes. "Ash, I do have the power to reincarnate one Pokémon you chose, but only if it also agrees, so choose wisely." Ash fell silent. Well, there were a few dead Pokémon he could ask Mew to bring back, but just one. After a while, he stopped thinking about this and his thoughts were drawn to Dark Mewtwo. Anger burst through his entire body and he crunched his teeth. How could this Pokémon dare to do this to so many innocent Pokémon? Ash was so in his thoughts, that May had to scream his name to get his attention. "Ash!" He jerked out of his thoughts and stared at his hands in surprise. They were glowing blue and instantly he knew which Pokémon he wanted to come back. "I decided," said the teen and looked back at Mew. "Well?" "Sir Aaron's Lucario," answered Ash strongly and Max suddenly cheered. "Ash, that's a great idea," cheered the boy. "I miss Lucario too," meant May. But you don't just want him back because you miss him," blurted Shelebi out. Ash grinned and shook his head. "No, but if I shall help you, I want to help you with everything I have and Lucario can teach me how to use my aura." Immediately Shelebi's features brightened and it cheered, "That's a wonderful idea, Ash." "But don't forget," said Mew. "It only works if Lucario wants to come. If don't then you can't choose again." Ash nodded and Mew said, "Very well, the two of us, together with 6 of your Pokémon shall visit the Tree of Beginning then. We fly off in 1 hour, choose your Pokémon." With that Mew floated away. Ash looked after her, then his friends approached him. "Ash, can't we come with you?" Ash shrugged and said, "I don't think Mew will be okay with that and you need to stay here to protect Manaphy and Shelebi, both are still injured." They all nodded sadly and Ash meant, "Hey, don't worry, we all had so many crazy adventures and I'm sure a flight to the tree of the beginning is the most normal thing I'll see in the next time. He's right, meant Dawn, and Gary asked, which Pokemon are you going to take with you? Pikachu and Riolu of course, answered Ash, and then he looked at his Pokemon. They were all crowded and waited for him to decide. He walked closer towards them and looked at all of them while Pikachu climbed onto his right and Riolu onto his left shoulder. Finally he said, Sceptile, Staraptor, you come with me too. The grass type and the flying type walked up to him and took position. Ash thought for a while, then he said, Kabutops, you too, and the last one is. Suddenly he heard a loud roar form above and grinned. It was like this Pokemon was able to read his thoughts. It flew down and landed in front of Ash. Glad to see you, buddy, you came just right, you're coming with me on a little adventure. Charizard, roared the Pokemon, and then Ash called all of them, except for Pikachu and Riolu, into their ball. This is the first chapter in Lucario's POV. I really need to know what you think about it. Rand R. Lucario gasped when he fell onto his back, but it jumped back up and used his staff to knock Aaron's out of his hands. The Aura Guardian encounter destroyed Lucario's and both went on fighting with material arts. After a long time Aaron finally called, enough. The moment he did, Lucario fell onto his knees from exhaustion. He and Aaron looked at each other and smiled. Let's go for a walk, suggested the Guardian, and Lucario nodded and pushed himself up. They walked through a small wood and over a field, chatting and laughing. Lucario was happy in a way he hadn't been for long, but he also felt some nagging feeling inside of him, that he should be somewhere else. He shook the feeling off when he got bumped and fell into a stream. Aaron laughed and Lucario growled, then he splashed water at the Guardian. Both had fun in the water, when suddenly a blinding white light lit up the sky. Both looked up and their jaws dropped when Mew floated down towards the Aaron, Lucario, greeted the legendary Pokemon. Mew greeted Aaron back and bowed. Lucario repeated the action, although his nagging feeling of being at the wrong place was stronger than ever before. What do you want here? Asked Aaron curiously. I'm here to give Lucario the chance to live again, answered Mew. It is your decision. We face a dangerous time and the one we trust our lives to had the honor of the decision of bringing one Pokemon back to live, and he chose you. Why me? If I say that, you'll know who it was and you have to decide without knowing it, answered Mew with a playful glint in her eyes. Lucario thought. Maybe going back to life would make this nagging feeling disappear, but he didn't want to leave Sir Aaron again. Suddenly the Guardian spoke up, Lucario, I think you should go. Surprised, the Pokemon looked at his master and he went on, whoever it is, he seems to have a big heart. You are needed out there, Lucario. The Pokemon glanced between Aaron and Mew, then it smiled and nodded. I'll go back, answered the dog-like Pokemon, and Mew smiled. Take my hand, asked Mew gently. Lucario took it and immediately they flew up. Lucario held back a scream of surprise and Mew instructed, brace yourself for some pain. Then there was a light flash and a burning pain cut through Lucario's soul, causing him to scream in pain. Soon he blacked out cold. The end of an era. Everything was black and cold. Gosh, Lucario couldn't remember when he had last felt that cold. But after a while he felt warmth coming back into his muscles. Hey Lucario. The Aura Pokemon was startled by the voice, but the voice didn't seem to mind and repeated, Lucario, Lucario, wake up. I'm asleep, wondered Lucario, then he remembered. Mew had tried to bring him back to life and he had blacked out in pain. Common Lucario, wake up, begged the voice now, and Lucario tried to somehow to show that he had heard. Did his tail just move? Asked the voice. Appears so, said another familiar Pokemon voice. He's fine, soothed a foreign Pokemon voice, the other two. I can feel it. Coming back to life just cost him much energy. I'm relieved, but when do you think Mew will wake up? It was silent, so Lucario guessed the third voice had shrugged. Finally Lucario was able to do anything but open his eyes, standing up and using his aura. With a mental gnarl it fought against the darkness surrounding it, and finally he opened his eyes to see the ceiling of the central chamber of the Tree of Beginning. With a gnarl he sat up. His whole body ached, and he mentally, while making sure no one heard it, cursed Mew for not warning him more. Suddenly there was the first voice again. Lucario. The next thing he knew was, that he was hugged by a 16-years-old trainer with a strong aura, Sir Aaron's aura. Lucario went wide-eyed at the sight of how much this boy had grown and asked, Ash. The teen grinned at him and said, the one and only. I'm so glad it worked, I missed you so much. Lucario smiled. He should have known it had been Ash who wanted him back. Suddenly he was tackled by a yellow blur. Lucario tensed, just to relax when he saw Pikachu. Pikachu, it's good to see you. Same here, squeaked Pikachu happily. Suddenly Ash turned away and asked out loud, why are you hiding? It's not like Lucario will bite your head off, and that's no reason to be rude. Finally he heard a sigh, and then a small blue Pokémon ran up to them. Lucario was stunned. He didn't know Ash had a Riolu, but then, he had been away for a few years. The teen scoped the Pokémon up and held it towards Lucario. Lucario, that's Riolu, Riolu, Lucario. Lucario held his paw out and Riolu did the same, relief flashing over its features. And I thought you wouldn't like me, meant the Pokémon, but sounded a bit angry. Why wouldn't I? Don't know, replied Riolu with a shrug. Just felt like it. Lucario smiled and shook his head. Then he glanced around and saw the unconscious legendary nearby. Mew, said the aura Pokémon, shocked. She's alright, said Riolu. She is just exhausted. But the moment you can run we have to leave. Why? We are in great danger, but we can't talk about it yet, we've got to get back to Pallet Town, answered Ash. Lucario heard the nervousness in their voices and nodded. He pushed himself up and tumbled a bit, but was able to stand. Let's go, meant the Pokémon. Ash nodded and picked Mew up. They ran on, and fast they had left the Tree of Beginning. Out there Lucario wondered how they would get to Ash's home, when the trainer took 2 Pokeballs and threw them. Staraptor, Charizard, you need to get us home. Impressed Lucario eyed the Pokémon. Their auras were strong, caused by their adventures they had with their trainer. Common Lucario, you ride on Charizard with Riolu. Pikachu and I will take Staraptor with Mew. Lucario nodded and slowly walked up to the fire type. Hello, I'm Charizard. Glad to meet the Lucario Ash talks so high from. Lucario raised an eyebrow and Charizard laughed, he was very down after you, well, I bet he's really happy that you're alive again. The aura Pokémon was thankful Charizard left out the word died. Then he climbed onto the Pokémon's back and Charizard glanced at Riolu. Riolu, what's wrong? The small Pokémon glared at both, then it sighed and climbed onto Charizard's back. Lucario moved to the side to give Riolu some space, but the blue Pokémon just sat in front of Charizard's wings. They flew off while Lucario still wondered why Riolu behaved so strange. After a few hours of flying, Mew woke up and looked around. A few hours and then we'll be back, she exclaimed. Mew, it's good to see you again, called Lucario over. Same here my friend. Hey Riolu, called Pikachu now. Wanna play something? I'm bored. No, was the only reply the electric type got. It looked at Riolu surprised, and now Lucario knew something was wrong with the young Pokémon. I'm gonna play with you if you want to, offered Mew. Lucario had to smile when Pikachu nodded happily, but before they could start, they heard a loud explosion. Everybody looked up and Mew screamed in fear. What is that? Shouted Ash, and Lucario shivered at the fear in the boy's voice. Over them was a dark blue portal, and suddenly an ice beam shot out of it and went for Riolu. Look out, shouted Lucario and covered the small blue Pokémon. The beam hit and Lucario felt how his body started to get covered in ice, then everything went black once again. The end of an era. Lucario groaned when he started to wake up, then he remembered why he blacked out and jumped up, to tumble into a tree. He held on tight there and gazed over the clearing he was on. With fear rushing through his entire body he spotted Riolu who was lying in a crashed rock. "Riolu, oh no!" exclaimed the Pokémon in fear and ran up to the young fighter. "Riolu," pleaded Lucario. "Riolu, wake up. Please wake up. I can't face Ash ever again if I let you die." After a while of shaking it, Lucario was about to give up, but then Riolu stirred and opened his eyes. They were misty, but he was alive. Lucario felt incredible relieved, and without realizing what he was doing, he pulled Riolu into a hug. "Whaa, Lucario, what are you doing?" exclaimed Riolu and tried to struggle free. "I'm just glad you're alright," explained Lucario, not intending on letting go of the small Pokémon soon. If you wouldn't have woken up, I would have never been able to face Ash again. Because then it would always haunt me that I allowed his Aura Keeper to die." "Oh, Aura Keeper?" asked Riolu confused. Lucario nodded and answered, "You can just get one in your life, one person your aura can connect with without you even noticing it. I had Sir Aaron, you have Ash. So, you're not going to take Ash away from me?" Lucario let go of the young Pokémon immediately and asked, "That was what you were so angry about, that I would steal Ash?" "I like him, he's a good friend and I would do everything for him, Riolu. But he isn't Sir Aaron, even if both have the same aura. You belong to his side." Riolu smiled and Lucario smiled back. Suddenly he was hugged by Riolu who sobbed, I'm so sorry for how I've been." "It's alright," answered Lucario friendly, then he said, "But now we have to find Charizard." Riolu let go of him, dried his tears and nodded. Both started to walk, always looking around for the orange dragon. Suddenly Riolu spoke up. "Lucario, can't you look around with your aura?" Lucario would have slapped himself for forgetting this. How could he forget this? It was so obvious. "Thanks for the idea, Riolu," exclaimed Lucario finally and closed his eyes. He sent out his aura and immediately picked up Charizard's aura. Lucario ran on and Riolu followed fast. With a scream of surprise both saw the Pokémon, buried under a pile of rocks, his tail barely in flames. "We have to free him," exclaimed Riolu and aimed an aura sphere at the pile. Lucario's eyes widened. How can he use this, wondered the Pokémon. No, Riolu can. Finally he snapped out of his surprise and stopped Riolu. "Don't, you could cause more stones to fall on top of him." Riolu nodded and Lucario asked, "What attacks can you use?" "Force Palm, Aura Sphere, Bone Rush and Quick Attack." "Why do you know how to use Aura Sphere and Bone Rush?" "Those attacks can only be learned by Lucario. In the kingdom I lived in before I met Ash I trained long and finally managed to learn Aura Sphere. I could have evolved already, but I don't want and I learned Bone Rush because of that." Lucario nodded and said, "Well, we still will have to pick up the stones since all our attacks will cause more stones to fall on top of Charizard." "Okay," exclaimed Riolu and both got to work. While they worked Riolu asked, "What attacks do you have, Lucario?" Lucario was silent for a while, then he answered, "I haven't used any except for Aura Sphere for long, but if my memories are not entirely wrong I had Aura Sphere, Dragon Pulse, Flash Cannon and Shadow Claw." "Wow, those are strong attacks," awed Riolu and looked up at him with big eyes. Lucario laughed and meant, "All in all, you are still stronger than me." "Why so?" "It took me many months, even after I evolved, to get to control Aura Sphere." Riolu smiled at this and Lucario laughed again. Suddenly they heard a growl and then Charizard burst out of the rock pile and roared loudly, just to see the two of them. From the corner of his eye and attacked them with Flamethrower. Lucario was frozen in place. Being half a steel type was a huge disadvantage now. Suddenly Riolu jumped in front of him. "Riolu, don't." "I know what I do," shouted Riolu and clasped his paws together. "Aura Shield." A surprised gasp made its way out of Lucario's mouth while the blue shield that Riolu created out of his Aura Sphere blocked the attack. When the attack died down, Charizard still growled, then it recognized them and said, "Sorry, I thought you were that damned Pokémon that caused me to crash." "What was it?" asked Lucario curious. Since he had been hit with an ice beam quite early, he didn't know what happened. "No idea," answered Charizard. "I didn't make it much longer than you." The three stood in silence for a while, then Charizard said, "Climb up, we have to catch up with Ash again." Both Aura Pokémon nodded and climbed onto Charizard's back. Yes, Riolu and Ash trained Riolu to be able to turn his Aura Sphere into a blue glowing shield. During the whole story, Ash and Lucario will be able to use it too sometime. I will call it Aura Shield. Ash trembled in uncontrollable sobs while Staraptor headed down towards the professor's laboratory. He knew they had to leave after she attacked, but still, how could he? How could he leave those three behind? He knew Staraptor glanced at him worriedly every once and then, and Pikachu tried to comfort him. Nothing worked and Mew flew next to him, her head hung down. Ash just continued to sob. He knew they weren't dead yet. He would have felt it when Riolu had died. But still. He should have found another possibility, not running away. Finally they landed in front of the lab and were immediately greeted by Celebi and Manaphy, but both soon saw him sobbing and the tears which were escaping his eyes, so they remained silent. Soon everybody else came and Dileia hugged her sobbing son immediately. "Ash, Ash, what happened?" The boy continued to sob, but said, We were on our way back and then, Dark Man Manaphy appeared and attacked. Mew fought her down, but I don't know where Lucario, Riolu, and Charizard are. Everybody was stunned. My dark side is here," asked Manaphy shocked and sunk into May's arms. "What happened?" asked the girl. Ash was too sad to answer, so Mew said, "Bringing Lucario back worked, but took much of my energy. I woke up during the flight back home when we were attacked." Flashback. "Look out," shouted Lucario and lunged forward on Charizard's back to cover Riolu. The ice beam hit and the Aura Pokémon winced in pain while ice started to cover it. The attack was strong enough and hit Charizard as well. Completely shocked, the other four watched them falling and Staraptor was about to dive after them, when it had to dodge a hydro pump. "You are going nowhere," threatened a new female voice and Mew's eyes widened. "No," shouted the Legendary. "Oh yes Mew," said the voice, and the next moment a Pokémon came out of the portal. "Manaphy," stammered Ash. "No," answered Mew with a growl. "Dark Manaphy." The night blue Pokémon laughed evilly and gazed coldly at them out of her red eyes. "Well Mew, it's a pleasure to finally meet you," sneered the evil Pokémon and showed fangs while it grinned. "What do you want?" "Well, you all dead of course." "Ice beam." "Protect," shouted Mew, and the four of them remained unharmed. "Ash, fly on, I'll hold her off." "But Riolu and..." "Will have to take care of themselves," snapped Mew in panic. "Ash, they are strong and can look after themselves." "Staraptor, fly in a speed you've never flown before." The flying type nodded and flew off while Mew used her thunder at Manaphy, glad that she had learned how to use it before this all started. Dark Manaphy shot at her with Dark Pulse, an attack every dark side knew, no matter what type they were. Mew dodged and countered with Psychic. Dark Manaphy screamed when the attack hit and shouted, "You haven't seen me for the last time." Then she disappeared and as fast as she could Mew flew after Ash. End of flashback. Everybody was silent after Mew's explanation and then Barry asked, "So Riolu and the others are?" "We don't know," answered Ash, who had finally stopped crying. "They're not dead, I know that, but where they are, I have no idea." Everyone was silent for a while, then Brock said, "Ash, I know you're hurt, but maybe a battle can distract you." Ash looked up in shock. He just lost 3 good friends and should battle. "He's right Ash," assured May. "You need to stop thinking about it, maybe a battle is the best for it." Ash still hesitated and Paul stated, "He hasn't the guts to do so." The trainer smirked and Ash growled. "Okay, if you want me to battle then I will." Paul crossed his arms and laughed a bit. Told you it would work, stated the trainer and glanced at his brother. Reggie shrugged and Paul dared, I chose 3 Pokémon for you, you 3 Pokémon for me, deal? Deal, meant Ash and Reggie showed him all the Pokémon Paul had. There were Electivire, Aggron, Gastrodon, Drapion, Ninjask, Frostless, Torterra, Ursaring, Honchkrow, Weevil, Glisker, Magmortar, Hariyama and Nidoking of course, the Pokémon he already knew off. But Paul also had new Pokémon. Those were, Venusaur, Nidoqueen, Feraligatr, Skarmory, Exploud, Manectric and Toxicroak. After a while Ash had chosen and Reggie handed him the Pokémon. Both trainers switched Pokémon and Ash got nervous. He had never fought a trainer like Paul without knowing what Pokémon he would get. Shaking his feeling off, he took place and Brock shouted, Are both of you ready? Ash took one of the ball and said, Ready. Ready, called Paul from across the field. Then let's get the party started, called Dawn and interrupted Brock, which got her a glare from the dark-skinned man. Ash ignored them and threw his Pokeball. Let's go. The Pokémon came out and Ash's eyes widened a bit. The Pokémon in front of him was Infernape. Why did he choose Infernape, wondered the black-haired trainer, then he concentrated on the battle. Paul had brought in Nidoking, what got him a type advantage. Both waited, then Paul yelled, Nidoking Thunderbolt. A strong Thunderbolt, even if not as strong as Pikachu's, made its way over to Infernape. Ash remained silent and waited for the last second. Then he shouted, Dodge and Flare Blitz. Infernape followed his orders and like a lightning it dashed towards Nidoking. Block it with Iron Tail. Nidoking's tail started to glow and it raised it for defense. Don't back off. Infernape. The fire type came closer and then the attack hit. Infernape got thrown backwards and screamed. It rolled over the ground and nearly flattened Pikachu under him, but got up and growled at Nidoking. The other just stood up as well. Flare Blitz had done some damage. Infernape Mach Punch. The Pokémon sped towards his violet enemy and got ready to punch Nidoking. Double kick, shouted Paul and Nidoking started his attack just in time. Infernape missed and nearly got crushed under the big Pokémon if it hadn't rolled away. Panting the fire type got back up and Ash ordered, Dig. Earth Power, ordered Paul after the Pokémon dug into the ground. Nidoking's attack catapulted Infernape out of the ground and hit him with Thunderbolt. The Pokémon crashed to the ground and Ash called, Infernape, are you alright? Grunting, the Pokémon struggled to get onto his legs, but just managed to get onto all fours. Nidoking ended with Earth Power. Infernape, please stand up. With a yowl, Infernape jumped high into the air and dodged Earth Power. The flame on his head grew and Infernape growled loudly. Blaze, whispered Ash. Infernape, Fire Blast, shouted the teen. Infernape, shouted the Pokémon and a gigantic fire blast went towards Nidoking. Nidoking, dodge it. Nidoking jumped side just in time, to get hit with Flare Blitz. Nidoking, shouted the Pokémon while it was blasted backwards. Infernape winced under the aftereffect of the attack and fell onto one knee. Nidoking, stand up, ordered Paul. The Pokémon pushed himself up and growled at Infernape. Blaze or not, thought Ash in slight panic. If I don't end that quick, Infernape will lose. Infernape, put everything you have inside of that fire blast. Infernape pushed himself back up and gathered energy. Then the fire blast shot towards Nidoking. Attack back with Earth Power. Fire blast hit Nidoking, Earth Power hit Infernape and the whole battlefield got covered in smoke. Ash coughed and called, Infernape, Infernape. The smoke wouldn't clear up, so Ash shouted, Staraptor, Noctowl, Swellow, you have to blow the smoke away. He coughed again and then the 3 flying types did their work. The smoke was blown away and the battlefield turned visible. Ash growled in frustration. Infernape lay on the ground, beaten. Nidoking was gasping hard, but stood his ground and Brock called, Infernape is unable to battle, the winner of the first round is Paul with Nidoking. Infernape return, called Ash. The Pokémon returned into his Pokeball and he said, "You did great Infernape, take a good rest." Paul called Nidoking back as well and both took their next ball. "Wonder what Pokémon that is now," thought the trainer and took a deep breath. "Your turn," called the black-haired trainer and his next Pokémon appeared. He grinned. Of course would Paul want to fight against this one. The white fur of the Pokémon shone and it growled eagerly, "A Absol. In case you're wondering, I really wanted to fight our disaster Pokémon," called Paul over and threw his own Pokeball. Ninjask appeared and buzzed around. "It's Absol against Ninjask," called Brock. "Start." Absol use Razor Wind. Absol powered the Razor Wind up, while Paul ordered, "X Scissors Ninjask." Ninjask raced forward and its claws started to glow. The attack hit Absol directly, but the dark type just shook it off and attacked as well. "Dodge," called Paul. Ninjask flew up and easily dodged the attack. Absol used Shadow Ball. "Fire it as often as you can." Following her trainer's orders, Absol shot one Shadow Ball after another at the bug type. Ninjask dodged them all with an easy and seemed to mock Absol with its glares. With a growl, Absol was about to lung at it just like that when Ash ordered, "Ice Beam to the ground." He smirked. That should give Absol the speed she needs. Slowly but steady the ground was covered with ice. Suddenly Paul shouted, "Ninjask use Giga Drain." The Pokémon attacked and sped towards Absol. Absol onto the ice and dodge, called Ash, and the white Pokémon jumped onto the frozen bottom and slid out of the way just in time. "Clever," meant Gary loud enough for Ash to hear. "Now Absol is faster as well." Absol used Night Slash. Absol sped forward on the ice and ran past Ninjask. "You shouldn't send your Pokémon up there when it doesn't know how to run on ice." Ash smirked at his opponent and meant, "But Absol knows where she's going." That moment Absol jumped against a tree and used it to catapult herself into the air, right behind Ninjask. Before the other had time to react, Night Slash hit and Ninjask fell down, but pushed itself up again. "Ninjask use Fury Cutter," ordered Paul. Absol counterattack with Razor Wind. Both attacks crashed against each other again and again. After a while, both stopped. They gasped for air hard. Ash clenched his fists. "I have to end this now," realized the teen. Suddenly Paul shouted, "Ninjask end it with Giga Drain." Ash saw his chance and called, "Don't move Absol." The Pokémon followed, but he saw how her muscles tensed, ready to jump in action. Second before the hit he ordered, "Jump and Ice Beam." Absol jumped into the air and attacked. The blue beam hit Ninjask and the Pokémon broke down. It crashed to the ground and Brock called, "Ninjask is unable to battle." The winner of the second round is Ash with Absol. "Great work Absol." The disaster Pokémon grinned at him and Ash carefully slid her horn. She smiled and he said, "You were incredible Absol. I'm really proud. Return." He called his dark type back and took his last Pokeball. Paul did the same and both threw the ball. Ash sweat dropped. Bayleaf of course, thought the trainer and grinned a bit. Paul's last Pokémon was Skarmory. Both waited for a while, then Paul ordered, "Skarmory Air Cutter." "Dodge," called Ash and in the last second his grass type dodged the flying type attack. That was going to be dangerous. Then he called, "Bayleaf Vine Whip." Bayleaf's Vine Whip shot towards Skarmory and wrapped around its wings. "Pull it down." And Bayleaf pulled. Centimeter after centimeter was the steel and flying type pulled to the ground and Ash shouted, "Prepare a solar beam. Skarmory get out of there, use Slash." The gray Pokémon tried its best, but didn't manage to wriggle out of Vine Whip. While it was trying, Bayleaf's leaf glowed in a bright yellow and Ash shouted, "Solar beam." The bright beam emerged from Bayleaf's mouth and hit Skarmory straight in the chest. It screamed and fell down. Confused Ash stared at the beaten Pokémon while Paul simply called it back. That was his newest Pokémon, explained Reggie silently. Ash nodded and went to pet Bayleaf's head in thanks, when Bayleaf jumped on him and pinned him down, rubbing her head against his. Oh okay Bayleaf, laughed the trainer. Get off, please. Sceptile and Typhlosion finally managed to pull Bayleaf off of her trainer and he got up, to be hugged by May. Great battle Ash, really. Ash blushed and meant, thanks May. When she let go Ash looked to the sky, not seeing the blush that covered her cheeks as well. Suddenly he saw something. It looked like. OSHT, shouted the trainer. Everybody looked at him, he stared to the horizon in fear. The others followed his gaze. Oh no, breathed Mew. A few hundred meters away were two Pokémon heading towards them. Mew and Latios flew towards them but, Mew was here. That is, began Professor Oak in shock. My dark side, ended Mew, and Ash heard a gulp from the normally so brave feline. Then those are, breathed May in shock. Mew's and Latios' dark sides, ended Ash. I'm freezing my tail of, complained Riolu and shivered. Don't be such a baby Riolu, stated Charizard. You've trained with Ash and Blizzak and you're cold now. You won't help him any like that Charizard, disagreed Lucario, and went on. Still, we don't want to get into that storm so we have to fly over the clouds. I know, answered Riolu. Boo-you-t I'm still freezing. Lucario felt pity for the young fighter. Being half a steel-type Lucario wasn't as affected by the cold as this young one. In a try to keep Riolu warm he wrapped one arm around the Pokémon and pulled him against his chest. Lucario? I won't let you freeze to death up here. My body might not be as warm as yours normally is, however it warms up better from Charizard's heat than yours. UUARY armor than Mimi, stammered Riolu out and scooted closer against him. Lucario had to smile. Had it been a bit like this when Sir Aaron had found him in the mountains when he was still a small Riolu? He didn't know. He barely remembered everything before he evolved, caused by the fact that he had been terribly ill. But he remembered the cold. His body slowly starting to turn into ice. Had Sir Aaron shown up a minute later, he probably would have died. Hey you two, called Charizard. Yes, asked Lucario. Check up the ground with your aura. I can't say if we crossed Pallet already. And what am I supposed to look for? Even Ash's aura isn't strong enough to reach me clearly up here. He wondered what got the fire type so grumpy suddenly. Then, maybe he had just tried to be polite before. Shalebi, Manaphy and Mew are there, perked Riolu up. What if we together try to find the four of them? Lucario gave Riolu a friendly smile. That could work. Alright, close your eyes. Riolu nodded and placed a paw over Lucario's heart before closing his eyes. Lucario closed his as well and sent his aura through the storm. He felt the panic of the Pokémon and murmured, such a storm is unusual for Pallet Town. It is, answered Charizard. There are hardly storms. I fear the worst, meant Lucario, then concentrated on picking up the aura of Ash and the Legendaries again. There was something. Very small, but it was Mew. Lucario froze. She was scared, but from what? He opened his eyes and said, we're almost over Pallet Town, but there's something wrong. Huh? Lucario didn't even hear Riolu. He pondered why Mew felt so strange. It wasn't just scare, what was also rare for the feline, it was sheer panic. Why, murmured Lucario. Why is Mew in panic? You felt it too. He looked at Riolu who stated, Shalebi was close to freaking out. Then something really bad is happening, meant Charizard. Can I go down now? Lucario closed his eyes once more. They were almost directly above Mew and the center of the storm. Yes, we're above them. Charizard roared loudly and flew higher. With a surprised scream Riolu clung to Lucario, who held on to Charizard. Then the dragon suddenly dove down and right into the pitch-black clouds. The wind in there was incredible and lightning was everywhere. Every few seconds a thunder reached Lucario's ears, making him somehow deaf. "Fly back up," shouted the Aura Pokémon to Charizard. "The storm's too strong." Charizard just roared again, he sounded like he was laughing, and forced his way down. "Has he gone crazy?" "He's a thrill-seeker," shouted Riolu back. "Can't we do anything to stop the wind from pushing us up again?" Lucario thought. No aura trick he knew would help with this storm. Suddenly Riolu let go of him and started to climb forward. "Riolu, what are you doing?" "Just let me try. My aura shield can block attacks, maybe it can block the wind, or at least the lightnings." Lucario's eyes widened when he remembered the bluish shield he had blocked Charizard's flamethrower with. He watched how Riolu took a hold of Charizard's neck and pushed one paw forward. A blue aura sphere appeared and started to grow. Slowly but steady it turned in a glowing blue shield, but started to fade away already when it was about Riolu's size. "SHT, cursed the Pokémon. The wind is too strong. I can't make it bigger." "Then let me help you. But don't fall off. You're the one who's clinging to Charizard's neck. Shut it and help me if you don't want to have another crash down." Lucario snorted, but then remembered Riolu's age and guessed his behavior too out of panic. Slightly lowering the strong grip on Charizard he pulled himself forward and somehow managed to reach Riolu's tail. Grabbing the other Pokémon's tail he concentrated and pushed his own aura energy to Riolu. The shield grew and formed a cupola in front of them. "Thanks," called Charizard. "Next time let us think of something before diving into a storm like that," shouted Lucario back. They got forward faster now, but there was still much wind from the sides, so Lucario pushed more of his energy into Riolu's shield. Suddenly he felt a tug on his mind and his eyes widened. Then his mind was forced out of his body and he saw one of Riolu's memories, the one Riolu learned how to use his shield. Riolu's memories. "You know Riolu," began Ash. Riolu looked at him. The 14-year-old boy lay in the sun and played with Pikachu's Pokeball. The yellow mouse sat next to him. On Iron Island in Sinnoh the Lucario of Riley, and he used a shield out of aura energy to save us and the island. I'm wondering, if I think back now it was quite weak, nonetheless effective. How about we try to teach you how to create a shield like that, huh? The trainer sat up and Riolu answered, "I'd love to learn this, master." "Stop calling me that," shouted the teen in faked annoyance. "Honestly Riolu, how often do I have to tell you that I don't want to be called master by you? You're my friend." "Until I stop," answered Riolu and smirked. Ash groaned, but pushed himself up and meant, "Well, let's get started." Riolu jumped up as well and Ash advised, "Alright, create an aura sphere." Riolu did like said and Ash meant, "Now try to make it bigger, not rounder, but let it cover more space." Riolu closed his eyes and concentrated. Blurry he saw and felt Ash's and Pikachu's auras but focused on the aura sphere, which was glowing right in front of him. Slowly it changed not only shape but it also felt different. Not like the normal cold, pulsing and destroying force, but more safe to handle and warmer. "Riolu, that's incredible." Riolu slowly dared to open his eyes, then they shot open and he gasped. A shield with the color of a deep sky blue was in front of him. He was able to see Ash and Pikachu through it, but the shield still seemed like it was out of bluish milk glass. "Try to build it around you like Protect." Riolu nodded and closed his eyes once more. Focusing strongly on the aura energy inside of him, he pushed more energy into the shield and felt how it slowly grew around him. Halfway done, Riolu felt his strength going to an end. He desperately tried to hold on. It wasn't that hard to create the shield, but to keep it up he needed more energy since he wasn't used on focusing his aura energies on defense. He was used on just creating an aura sphere and throwing it at his enemy right away. Riolu, stop when it's too exhausting. Immediately Riolu stopped and fell onto one knee. While panting for air, he felt Ash running towards him, then he was scooped up, hugged, and the trainer exclaimed, "Riolu, that was incredible." Riolu smiled and Pikachu meant, "That was so cool Riolu, really. We barely saw you in there. Did you realize that I released a small thunderbolt against the shield right after Ash ordered you to make it bigger?" The fighting type's eyes widened and he answered, "No, I didn't." "You really attacked me?" "Yeah, Pikachu released a thunderbolt at you." "Did you really didn't feel it at all?" "I didn't even feel the attack hitting the shield." "I think we can say that is great, huh?" Riolu nodded happily, then asked, "How big was it?" "Well, if you wouldn't have made it big enough to have a Lucario standing next to you, I'm sure you would have made it to close it." "It went high enough for a Lucario?" Pikachu nodded and meant, Ash was about to ask Sceptile to get behind you to see if you would manage to cover both of you. "What? Hey, what's wrong with having faith in your abilities?" Riolu blushed and meant, nothing." Ash and Pikachu started to laugh and Riolu soon joined in. Lucario blinked when he was back inside of his own mind. He didn't want to go this far, to allow his mind being pulled into Riolu's memories, but then Riolu called, "OMG, is that cool?" Lucario looked up and had to bite his tongue to not scream in panic. "Riolu, have you gone crazy?" The small Pokémon freely stood on Charizard's neck. "I can't be blown of," meant Riolu happily. "Look, the shield is complete. I never managed that before." Lucario looked around, just realizing now that they were surrounded by blue light. The shield looked even more impressive than in Riolu's memories. There was no wind inside of it. The only noises were the breathing of 3 Pokémon and Charizard's flaps. "That's incredible," breathed Lucario out. "You did great, Riolu." Riolu smiled happily, then meant, "Wouldn't have worked without your strength." Lucario smiled and Charizard growled, "When you're done with that, I lost direction." "Where are they?" Closing his eyes, Lucario sent out his aura, but was forced to pull back. His eyes widened. "Lucario, what's wrong?" There is something incredible evil fighting someone with an aura like a legendary, but I don't know who." "We've gotta help," exclaimed Riolu. "What about Ash?" argued Charizard. "Ash is strong and has Pikachu and the others." "Whoever this is, he might need help," argued Lucario back. "I agree with Riolu, we should at least check out the situation." "Fine," gave Charizard in and turned to the direction Lucario felt the energy. Towards the forest between Pallet Town and Viridian City. "I hope whoever is fighting there is alright." "You're not the only one, Riolu," agreed Lucario. The young Pokémon clung to him again when Charizard got out of the storm and sped up. Lucario was about to give a new direction, when an explosion made it useless. "There," shouted the Aura Pokémon. "Okay, there's definitely something big," agreed Charizard. "Land somewhere where we can check out." "You are not my trainer." With a growl Lucario asked, "I would truly appreciate it when you land somewhere where we can survey what's happening before we interfere." "Now was that so hard?" Lucario didn't respond. "Don't be angry," soothed Riolu silently. Ash and Pikachu lost count on how often Charizard grilled him. Lucario sighed deeply and nodded. Another explosion helped him to concentrate again and then Charizard landed between the trees. As silent as they could, the 3 snuck up to the clearing the fighting noises came from. Riolu hid in a bush while Lucario and Charizard took cover behind the trees. After a deep breath he looked out and narrowed his eyes in confusion. Both fighters were cloaked. One brown, the other black. But the brown coat wasn't hiding who was fighting. It was a light violet Pokémon about his size. For some reason he had to think of Mew by looking at this Pokémon. The Pokémon raised one hand and an aura sphere shot towards the black-cloaked figure. It answered with an aura sphere as well. They collided and exploded. Horrible laughter came from the black-cloaked figure and it meant, "And you are meant to be one of the strongest." "That I'm not laughing." "You aren't much stronger than me," shot the Pokémon back and launched a shadow ball at the other who responded with the same attack. Again both collided without doing damage to the battlers. "Who is that?" asked Lucario silently. Riolu shrugged, but Charizard growled slightly and answered, "Mewtwo." Lucario looked confused and meant, "You have to excuse my lack of knowledge, but I was locked away in Sir Aaron's staff for a few centuries and after coming back out I wasn't alive." "Many days." Charizard snorted but Riolu answered, "Mewtwo was cloned out of Mew's DNA and meant to be the strongest Pokémon ever. However, with just being used for experiments and exploited by Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket, he turned cold and heartless. He invited strong trainers onto the island he was created on, including Ash. There his Charizard fought with a Charizard clone, but lost. In the end Mewtwo had cloned every Pokémon and a big battle began, the biggest fight being between Mewtwo and Mew. To finally end it, Ash ran into the middle of the arena and got between the strongest attacks of Mew and Mewtwo. He got hit and died. Lucario had to use all his will to not gasp for air. He didn't want to make too much noise. I wasn't there, but got told. Pikachu tried to bring him back by using Thunder Shock, but it wouldn't work. But, how comes he's alive? Have you ever heard about the Great Storm? Asked Riolu. Of course I have. Sir Aaron taught me about it and that it was much worse than the war he stopped. Then you know how the world was healed? Sir Aaron said through Pokémon tears, but isn't that impossible? For that matter, no, answered Riolu. It were those tears that saved Ash. No matter what Pokémon, clone or not, owned by another trainer or not, everyone cried over Ash, for his braveness. Ash told me that even Mewtwo shared one tear. That was what changed Mewtwo. Ash is the only human he trusts, as far as I know. Lucario was silent, then he meant, then we have to help Mewtwo. Riolu nodded and they gazed back onto the battlefield. Mewtwo was thrown backwards against a tree and shot another aura sphere at his enemy. He dodged and prepared a Dark Pulse. We've got to help. On it, growled Charizard and leaped onto the clearing. Dragon Breath. The attack shot towards the cloaked figure and hit directly. With a surprised scream it crashed against a rock. Who do you think you are and what you are doing? Shouted the figure and Charizard answered growling, I'm a Charizard and I'm protecting the Pokémon that accidentally killed my trainer once. Mewtwo's eyes widened at that explanation and the figure attacked again. An aura sphere shot towards him, but Lucario leaped out next and yelled, Flash Cannon. A glowing white beam emerged from his paws like an aura sphere would. Lucario felt disgusted by attacking through his mouth, so he and Sir Aaron had worked on a technique to give Lucario the ability to attack in that way. Flash Cannon shoved aura sphere away like nothing. Being an aura Pokémon, all of Lucario's attacks were infused with aura. Again the figure was hit, but charged at them again nonetheless. A hyper beam came towards them and Lucario prepared for the impact when Riolu yelled, Aura Shield. The bluish shield appeared around them and blocked the attack, although Riolu collapsed onto his knees afterwards. The figure growled, then it suddenly fell onto one knee and was surrounded by blue energy. Realizing it was psychic attack, Lucario turned to Mewtwo. The legendary was standing and one of his arms was directed at the figure. His eyes were glowing blue. You think you can beat me with that? No, answered Mewtwo and dashed forward. Pinning the other down he growled, but with that. The hyper beam hit at close range and Mewtwo jumped back. The clearing was covered in smoke, but slowly it cleared up and the three arrivals jumped back in shock. Another Mewtwo stood in front of them, but his eyes were a glowing red instead of the other's violet. So I guess this is one of the so-called dark sides, stated Lucario. You know about them? Asked Mewtwo. Duh, Riolu and I have Ash as trainer and Lucario was just brought back to life from Mew because of this, why wouldn't we know? Asked Charizard in a growl. Mewtwo looked at him, then concentrated on his own dark side. You are outnumbered now. Maybe you should surrender. A cackling laughter came from Dark Mewtwo and it sneered, wish for it, I have backup as well. And you won't get help from those fools in Pallet since Dark Mew and Dark Latios keep them busy. Lucario froze. Mew was already powerful. Now he understood why the Legendary had been in so much panic. Then who is your backup? Asked Mewtwo calmly. The torn remaining of a brown coat still around his shoulders. That would be me, meant another voice, and Riolu and Charizard darted away. I'm surprised you all are still able to fight after the crashdown I caused you to make, stated Dark Manaphy and showed sharp fangs while smirking. You attacked us, shouted Charizard. Dark Manaphy nodded and stated teasingly, you are such fools. Really, Lucario, lunging forward on a Charizard's back just to cover a filthy Riolu? You could have fought me and allow Riolu to be hit. I would never do such a thing, argued Lucario back and bared his teeth. Riolu is Ash's Aura Keeper and I owe him much. I will protect Riolu, and if it costs my life. You mean new life, teased Dark Manaphy, and Lucario narrowed his eyes, but didn't attack. He knew better than to do so. Suddenly Charizard roared and aimed another dragon breath at Dark Mewtwo. Charizard don't, shouted Lucario, but too late. The attack was forced back towards them through Dark Mewtwo's psychic, and Mewtwo shouted, I can't interfere when he uses his psychic Abelites. Abelites? Isn't it using the attack? Mewtwo shook his head and answered, our powers are strong enough. We don't need psychic as attack to use it. Of course, he meant with a weak smile. It's also harder to interfere. Very well then, began Riolu and jumped in front of them all. Riolu don't, you'll use too much aura. The small Pokémon ignored him and shouted, Aura Shield. The bright blue shield appeared once more and Dragon Breath hit. Riolu screamed in pain when the shield started to crack and Lucario darted forward. Placing one paw on Riolu's shoulder, he used his aura to help him. Finally the attack died down and Riolu collapsed to the ground, knocked out cold. Riolu, whispered Lucario in shock. Then he picked the small Pokémon up and jumped backwards. Taking place behind Mewtwo and Charizard, he checked the Pokémon through. A brave young Pokémon, stated Mewtwo with a glance backwards. But that's why you've gone too far. He raced forward and got in a short-range battle with his dark side. Aura Spheres and Shadow Ball flew over the clearing while they attacked and dodged in a deadly dance. Lucario just stayed behind and defended Riolu's unconscious form against all sorts of attacks. Ice, water, normal. Fire, dragon, ghost, dark, fighting and psychic. Suddenly he missed an aura sphere and it exploded not 1 foot away from Riolu. Damn it, thought Lucario in panic. The attacks are coming too fast, I can't protect Riolu forever. Concentrating, he sent out a help call with his aura. Please, if anyone can hear me. We need help. When you know Ash and want to help his Pokémon, follow this call. Then he already had to block to new Shadow Ball with Shadow Claw. Seconds became minutes, minutes became an hour. Lucario collapsed onto one knee when Mewtwo and Charizard retreated from the fight for the third time. Both were gasping heavily, the dark sides as well. Lucario, can you go on? Asked Mewtwo. Lucario glared at the dark sides and answered, as I said, I'll protect Riolu, even if it costs my life. He pushed himself up and took a fighting stance. Mewtwo nodded and charged at his dark side again, Charizard followed with an Iron Tail. The next moment Lucario found himself blocking multiple aura spheres and didn't bother to professionally sending them away. He just bent down and crossed his arms in front of him, allowing the spheres to hit him. A scream escaped the aura Pokémon when one hit his face, and in instinctive self-defense he shot a Dragon Pulse which missed its target Dark Mewtwo, but hit Manaphy's dark side. Contented with that as well, Lucario gathered new strength out of the aura of the Pokémon which were brave enough to watch the fight. Lucario, look out, shouted Charizard. Lucario looked to him and saw a hydro cannon moving towards him. Knowing dodging was impossible, he braced himself for the impact, to be pulled high into the air. In shock he just could watch when the water-type attack completely destroyed the tree he had been standing in front of. Then he looked up. A Pidgeot had a tight grip on his right arm. "You asked for help," stated the Pidgeot. "I came." "Pidgeot, it's you," called Charizard upwards. She set Lucario down and attacked immediately with Brave Bird. The attack hit Darkmanafi and catapulted the Pokémon against a tree. "Nice to see you again too, Charizard," called Pidgeot back and charged a Hyper Beam at Dark Mewtwo. The Pokémon was stunned, staring at the hole in the tree Manafi disappeared through and was completely oblivious to the attack until it hit. Immediately Mewtwo took action and attacked with his own Hyper Beam and was joined by Lucario's Flash Cannon and Charizard's Blast Burn. He got shot high into the air and glared at them. "Very well, this time you won, but you won't the next time." With that he disappeared, followed by Darkmanafi. Then Lucario said, "We've got to get to Pallet Town now." I felt Mew's panic. It can only come because her own and Latios' dark side are there. "What's with Ash?" asked Pidgeot. "How do you know it's something with him?" asked Charizard. "I wouldn't have come if Lucario hadn't mentioned Ash's name in his help call. Ash promised to come back for me, but it seems I've to come back for him now." "You were one of Ash's Pokémon?" Pidgeot nodded and stated, "Lucario should come with me. I'm Ash's fastest flying type. I can break through the sound barrier. Charizard should take Riolu, he can recover in that way." Everyone nodded and Lucario threw one last worried glance at Riolu before Pidgeot flew off, Mewtwo next to her. "We're coming, Ash," thought Lucario. "Don't worry." Ash dodged a Hyper Beam and shouted, "Dawn, May, Sceptile, Kirlia, are you alright?" The four of them had been right next to him when Dark Latios' Hyper Beam hit and were now covered in smoke. "Ash?" He looked up. It was a soft male voice and definitely belonged to Kirlia. "Kirlia, when you can hear me, teleport yourself and everybody near you out of there. You can count on me." The next moment, in rainbow-colored light, Kirlia and Sceptile appeared next to him. "Where are May and Dawn?" "I don't know," answered Kirlia and gazed into the smoke. "Sceptile was the only one near me." Ash growled in frustration. "Oh, please let the two of them be alright." "Oh, they are," called another voice. "Or at least until now they are." Ash looked up and screamed in fear. Dark Latios flew right over him, May and Dawn in his clutches. "May, Dawn." "Ash," shouted May, and Ash winced when he heard fear in the voice of the normally brave girl. "May, don't worry, I'll get you out of there, and you too, Dawn." The boy blushed awkwardly. He had completely forgotten that Dawn was up there as well at first. He ran on and tried to find his flying types. Finally he saw Staraptor and was about to call it to save the girls, when he was lifted into the air. "I would truly prefer if you wouldn't do that." Ash froze, then looked behind him. Dark Mew grinned at him evilly, laughter in her red eyes. "So you are the best those fools of Legendaries can use against us? Pathetic." She laughed and narrowed her eyes. Ash screamed when his arm was dislocated by her, and then there was suddenly a crack. Ash screamed even louder and his vision became blurry in his pain. Weakly he gazed at his hurting right arm and realized that Dark Mew had broken it. The Pokémon was cackling evilly, then it suddenly screamed and Ash fell down when Psychic lost its strength. He screamed once more. He had landed on his right arm. He weakly gazed upwards and saw Mew and her dark side, rolling around in the air like they were on the ground. A terrifying growling came from the ball of pink felines and Ash was sure no one had ever heard such a horrifying sound from Mew. "You're gonna pay for this," hissed the light pink feline. Her darker furred counterpart growled amused and meant, "Show me what you can. If you have to rely on such a pathetic human to beat us, your best can be not better than the best of a Magikarp." Dark Mew charged up a Dark Pulse, but Mew dodged and threw a Thunder back at her. Dark Mew just laughed and shouted, "Let's see what you do now." Euroball. Dark Mew fired Euroball after Euroball at Mew, who dodged them fast. Ash tried to crawl away when one headed straight for him, but he was too weak. "Ash!" shouted Mew in fear and tried to reach him in time, but got hit with Dark Pule in the back. The teen closed his eyes and got ready, but the hit never came. He dared to open his eyes and gasped. Infernape stood protectively over him, grunting at the damage the psychic attack had done to the fire-fighting type. "Infernape, are you alright?" asked Ash worriedly. Infernape, grunted the Pokémon and gave Ash a look he knew. "You want to fight her?" Infernape nodded strongly and Ash nodded as well. Desperately he fought to get up, but couldn't manage to do so. The strong pain in his arm numbed him. Suddenly green vines wrapped around his shoulders and he was pulled up. He looked over his shoulder and smiled. Ivysaur nodded at him. Ash grinned at his friend, then ordered, "Alright Infernape, time to show her what we can." Infernape. "Show me what you got, fools," teased Dark Mew and attacked with Psychic. SHT, thought Ash. How is Infernape supposed to dodge that? The next moment Infernape used Dig by himself and Dark Mew stared at the hole in confusion. "How can that be?" exclaimed the dark side. Suddenly Ash remembered. The ground here was full of all small elements that were needed for a dusk stone. They blocked Dark Mew's psychic abilities. In the ground Infernape was safe. He grinned, then ordered, "Infernape Flare Blitz." Infernape burst out of the ground, directly behind Dark Mew and the attack hit. Arg! The dark side screamed, then shot a Gyro Ball at him. Infernape dodged and Ash ordered, "Mach Punch." "A fighting type move?" asked Dark Mew with a raised eyebrow. The attack hit, but the Pokémon didn't even back away. "Infernape, now." Infernape imitated his trainer's smirk and he launched a fire blast at close range. It hit and Dark Mew was thrown away and growled, "Okay, that was clever, but I'm faster than your monkey." Psychic. Infernape, Dig. Infernape was about to move, but was already hit with Psychic and pulled into the air. "Let's see, I know. That fire is annoying and it ruins my fur," decided Dark Mew, and shocked Ash had to watch how the flames on Infernape's head became smaller. "Stop," yelled the trainer with despair. "Stop, you're killing him." "That's what I'm intending to do, fool," hissed Dark Mew, and laughed when Infernape fell limp in the air. Infernape. The Pokémon weakly looked up and met Ash's gaze. It smiled sadly, as if to say, "I failed you. Sorry." "Infernape, please don't," begged Ash. "Fight. You can't die. I need you." Ash almost missed the small shake of the fire type's head, but it did. The teen's eyes started to tear up and he ran up to his friend. He wouldn't let Infernape die. Not today, not ever. They had gone through too much together. Ash jumped and punched Dark Mew in the face with his left fist. The Pokémon screamed in surprise and lost her concentration. Infernape fell down with a thud and Ash ran up to his friend. "Infernape," called the trainer. Infernape, please open your eyes." Infernape. Everywhere the fights froze when Ash yelled the name of one of his most powerful fighters. "Infernape, please wake up," whispered the teen and placed, despite his pain, both of his hands over the Pokémon's heart. He had no idea how exactly Infernape's anatomy was, but being a monkey he guessed the heart was somewhere nearby the place a human's heart was. He started a cardiac massage, something he learned from Nurse Joy last year. "Common," begged the teen while he went on with trying to get Infernape's heart to pound again. "Common Infernape, please don't die." He gave his friend a cardiac massage for about 10 minutes, then Sceptile finally pulled him away. "Sceptile, let go," shouted Ash in tears. Sceptile, disagreed the grass type and held him tighter. "No," disagreed Ash silently. "No." He wriggled out of Sceptile's grip and collapsed over Infernape's chest. His tears soaked the Pokémon's fur, but he didn't care. Suddenly Dark Mew spoke up again. "As I said, pathetic, to cry over such a weakling." Now Ash couldn't help but growl. He pushed himself up and shouted, "How can you dare? Infernape was one of my closest friends. We've gone through so much and now you've just killed him." don't you have a heart at all? Since I'm not affected a bit, I would say no, I don't have a heart, answered Dark Mew, and Ash felt his rage rising to new levels. Ash, called Celebi carefully, he didn't really hear it. He felt energy building up inside of him. Finally he lunged forward and punched Dark Mew again. The Pokémon got thrown against a tree and Ash stared at his blue glowing fist. Then he glared at Dark Mew, who shot towards him. He dodged and punched the Pokémon once more. While sailing into a tree, Dark Mew shot a Euro Ball at him. Ash tried to dodge, but got hit on the shoulder and the next moment the dark side was over him and sneered, Dark Pulse. Ash screamed and got thrown away 20 meters. He crashed onto his back. A new Euro Ball shot at him. Ash was still paralyzed from the force of the attack. Only a second before it hit he was pulled out of the way and lifted onto someone's back. Then a fire blast hit Dark Mew. Ash's eyes widened, as well as everyone else's, and Dark Mew gasped, "That's impossible, I killed you." The teen felt flames warming his face and an arm and tail with soft fur were holding him tightly, but soft. He stared at the Pokémon and finally he whispered, "Infernape, you're alive." Infernape smiled back at him and launched another fire blast at the dark side. She was too stunned to react and got hit. Dark Latios caught her on his back and got close to the ground. Immediately Pikachu and Luxio ran up to him and used their iron tails to free May and Dawn. Both girls fell the 1 meter to the ground while Infernape brought Ash out of the fight to Torterra and Larvitar and Ninetales. Infernape called the Pokémon and placed his trainer down carefully. Ash hugged him strongly before he was leaning onto Torterra and fought for consciousness. His injuries and the use of his aura cost him much energy. His vision began to blur and he barely realized it when Larvitar sat in his lab and snuggled against his chest. Torterra meant Torterra. Infernape nodded and answered. Torterra nodded as well. Infernape stooped up grunting and was on his way back into the fight when Ash managed to gather his voice and rasped, "W8." Immediately the Pokémon turned back around and kneeled down in front of him. He smiled at the Pokémon and brushed through the fur behind his ear. Infernape growled happily and Ash whispered, "Be careful out there. I don't want to lose you." Infernape smiled back and nodded. Then he ran off and Ash leaned against Torterra once more. The grass type threw him a worried glance, not that he realized it. He was in a daze. He didn't know what of what he saw was happening and what not. After a while May came towards him and tried to talk to him. He desperately tried to listen, but failed, and in the end she ended up hugging him and whispering words for comfort. He didn't hear her clearly, but Torterra and Larvitar relaxed a bit, so he guessed the words were calming. Finally May left again, making Ash wonder if she had really been here or if it just had been his imagination. His arms still hurt like hell and his eyelids dropped again and again, but he forced himself to stay awake. Then Celebi came towards him, followed by his mother. She took him into her arms and he felt like a little boy again. Tears streamed down his face and he whispered, "I'm scared, Mom." She brushed through his hair carefully and then Celebi said, "Ash.Cosin cosin me. Ash, entrate, NM, concentrate on me." Ash forced his eyes open when Celebi's words reached him and he whispered, Whatever you want to say it fast." "Ash, I can't heal you yet, but I can ease the pain. But you have to allow yourself to relax, that means to black out. Please, trust me." Hesitating he glanced at his mother, Larvitar, and Torterra. They all gave him reassuring glances and he breathed out. Closing his eyes he tried to let go and the next moment everything went black. Lucario groaned in pain. Pidgeot turned her head while she fought through the storm and asked, "Is everything all right?" Lucario gritted his teeth and answered, "With me, yes, though I can't say the same for Ash." Pidgeot's eyes widened and she flapped her wings faster. "Don't exhaust yourself, he just blacked out," advised Lucario, but his panic lay in his voice. "Not really convincing," argued Pidgeot and sped up once more. Lucario sighed, but remained silent. He wanted to get to Ash as fast as possible. "Say," began Mewtwo and appeared next to them. Lucario jumped in surprise and nearly fell off of Pidgeot, but managed to stay onto her back. "Oh with ho-oh, Mewtwo, don't scare me like that." Mewtwo's eyes shone with laughter and he meant, "I just wanted to know how you met Ash. I guess you were already told my story." Lucario nodded and answered, "I was born many, many years ago. When kingdoms were dominating. Sir Aaron, an Aura Guardian, found me one day and took me as his apprentice. Then, a great war took place and Sir Aaron sealed me away in his staff and lost his life by using his entire aura to help Mew and the Tree of Beginning. The war ended. After being in the staff for centuries, Ash came. His and Sir Aaron's aura are exactly the same and he accidentally freed me. Then Mew abducted Pikachu and the talking Meowth of that strange Team Rocket. We went after them and, well, at first I thought Sir Aaron betrayed me and the way of the Guardians and I didn't trust Ash and his friends at all, but I guess I slowly warmed up to them, mostly because I saw with how much passion he was in his search for Pikachu." Mewtwo actually smiled and meant, "That sounds like him." Lucario smiled back and went on. "In the tree I guess you can say, antibodies absorbed the humans in the tree and Mew used her powers to get them back. But she became incredibly ill and the tree and she got into the danger of dying. I tried to use my aura like Sir Aaron did to save her and the tree, but failed. Then Ash took Sir Aaron's gloves and helped me. Close before he could reach his border I pushed him away and did the rest by myself. I died and really reunited with Sir Aaron." Mewtwo gazed at him for a while, then Pidgeot asked, "How comes you are here if you died? Can you guess?" Pidgeot shook her head and Mewtwo answered, "The only guess I could make were Pokémon tears, but your smirk shows me that isn't the answer either." Lucario nodded and answered, "After Mew, Celebi and Manaphy informed Ash about what was going in the world, Mew said she could bring one Pokémon back to life for him. Ash chose me." "Why?" Lucario answered, "Probably to teach him and Riolu about Aura. Ash isn't the one to just decide something like that because he misses you." "True," agreed Mewtwo. Suddenly Pidgeot was shaken through and Lucario clung to her feathers for his dear life. "What's happening?" "The closer we get, the stronger the storm is," answered Pidgeot. She growled and went on, "If it wouldn't be for the storm we would have reached Pallet already." "I can teleport you a bit," offered Mewtwo. "I hardly trust any humans or Pokémon, however you have a strong connection to Ash, I think I can trust you." "Oh yes," realized Lucario. "Riolu said Ash is the only human you trust." Mewtwo nodded and Pidgeot called, "Natural storm or not, in a storm like this there is always a silent place, the eye of the storm. Can you teleport us in there?" "The moment I see it," answered Mewtwo. Pidgeot nodded and darted forward once more. Time seemed to slow down to tease the Aura Pokémon, because 1 minute felt like 10. Lucario took deep breaths and tried to not lose it. He was needed with full sanity there and wasn't going to disappoint anyone. "Focus Lucario," sounded Sir Aaron's voice in his head. "Hundreds of things can happen around you, but focus on what you have to do. When you are in a battle with 50 Pokémon, but you are just meant to beat the leader, focus on him. Be always open if you get attacked, but focus on your mission." Lucario's eyes sought open and he pushed his aura into Pidgeot. The bird flew faster and Lucario smiled. Sir Aaron was right. His mission was to protect and teach Ash, but before he could do so, he had to reach him. Lucario felt how Pidgeot fell limp when a particular strong gust of wind hit her and she whirled towards the ground. "Pidgeot," called Lucario fearful. "Pidgeot, wake up. Open your eyes." The next moment she spread out her wings and caught up the fall near the ground. The wind is too strong," panted the flying type. "We'll have to walk from here." Lucario nodded and she landed on the ground. After he had jumped up, the next strong gust hit him and he landed on his back. Lucario groaned and cursed while he stood up again. Rubbing his head he meant, "I just now realize how you fought with the wind. Pidgeot laughed at the statement, then both nodded and walked on. Lucario saw how Pidgeot pressed her wings to her body to not be blown backwards. The steel fighting type felt pity for the flying type and asked, "How about we rest a while?" "But Ash needs us," argued Pidgeot. "I know, but you're exhausted and I will go on until I know Ash is safe." Lucario fell silent. He knew Ash's Pokémon well enough to know that arguing was useless in that case. "Then at least allow me to give you strength," asked Lucario after a while. Pidgeot interrupted her panting and looked at him confused. He smiled and placed his right paw over her chest. Closing his eyes, it glowed in a slight blue and Pidgeot's eyes widened. "What are you doing?" "Transferring some of my aura and energy to you. It only works when the one who's going to receive has a strong aura as well, what seems to stand for every of Ash Pokémon." Pidgeot smiled and let out a relieved sigh. "It feels good," agreed the flying type. Lucario smiled at her after he had opened his eyes and asked, "Can we go on?" Pidgeot nodded and they went on. During their walk, Lucario threw curious glances at Pidgeot. She resembled Sir Aaron's a lot, even the same gender, but then, she was younger though. Lucario felt himself being pulled into his own memories. Lucario jumped out of the way when Sir Aaron's Golade attacked with Leaf Blade. Jumping high into the air, he aimed a Dark Pulse at the Psychic type. Golade jumped into the air as well, catching Lucario off guard and throwing him to the ground with Psycho Cut. The blue Pokémon groaned in pain and rolled over. "Lucario, are you alright?" "Why again do I have to fight against a Psychic type?" asked the Aura Pokémon while he rubbed his aching hip. "Well, when you can defeat a Pokémon that has type advantage, then you'll have an easier time against others," answered Sir Aaron. Lucario groaned. He knew his master just wanted the best for him, but he didn't want to have this endless losses against Golade. Gosh, even when Golade was still a Kirlia he'd lost. "Maybe we should stop for today," suggested Sir Aaron. "Works for me," answered Golade. Lucario nodded and Sir Aaron asked, "Are you going to stay here?" "I'm going to stay in the sun, yes," answered Lucario. Sir Aaron nodded and meant, "Be back before sunset." The Aura Pokémon just nodded and waited for Sir Aaron and Golade to leave, then he jumped up and ran into the woods. He ran a few miles, then picked an armful of oran berries. Lucario smiled to himself. If Sir Aaron would just know what he was doing when he was given free time. "Pidgey," called Lucario into a cave. "Lucario, is that you?" Lucario winced at the scare in Pidgey's voice but answered, "Yes, it is me, can I come in?" "Es, sure." Slowly the Aura Pokémon walked in and narrowed his eyes to spot the small bird he took care of since the last storm. After being not able to, he closed his eyes and sent out his aura. Immediately he picked up Pidgey's aura. He walked up to the small bird and placed the berries down. "Eat," advised Lucario friendly. "Those are oran berries, they'll give you your strength back." "Thanks," answered Pidgey and started to pick on one of the berries. Lucario smiled, then he gasped. The sun was already setting. He wouldn't get back to the palace until in the middle of the night. "What's wrong?" "The sun is setting," growled Lucario in defeat. "Sir Aaron asked me to be back by now." "Why don't you go now?" Lucario smiled half-heartedly and answered, "It doesn't matter if I leave in the morning or now, I'll have to explain myself anyways. So I can stay here for the night." A happy chirp came from the bird and she stated, "Thank you so much for everything, Lucario. You're like." She trailed off and Lucario meant softly, "If you don't want to talk about your brother's death you don't have to." Pidgey chirped again, then snuggled against his side and went to sleep. Lucario closed his eyes as well and soon he fell into a deep sleep. He had strange dreams. A Pidgeotto appeared in front of him and Lucario took a step back in surprise. With a chuckle the flying type stated, "Don't worry, I mean you no harm. Actually, I'm here to thank you." "What for?" asked Lucario confused. He couldn't recall to have ever helped a Pidgeotto. For taking care of my little sister. You're Pidgey's brother. Yes, and I have, though you have done much already, a request. Will you do it? Lucario was silent, then he answered, depends on what your request is. Take her with you. After giving a confused glance Lucario got explained, take Pidgey with you to your master. I want her to be safe and I know I can trust you and Sir Aaron. Lucario thought then he smiled and answered, of course I will. Pidgeotto gave him a thankful nod, then he disappeared and Lucario awoke in the cave. He felt movement behind him and saw Pidgey, pecking up another oran berry. Lucario stood up and stretched, to hear a few bones cracking from not being used on sleeping on stones. Pidgey. She looked up. Do you want to come with me to Sir Aaron? I know he'll treat you well. The small Pokémon stared at him, then she chirped happily and jumped on his shoulder. I'd love to Lucario. He laughed at her sudden cheerfulness and walked out of the cave. They needed until noon to reach the training area. Lucario always fought with Gallade. He didn't dare to run at full speed, because Pidgey's wing was still a bit hurt and he didn't want her to fall off. Sneaking a glance on it he saw Sir Aaron instructing Gallade and Gardevoir to look for him in the mountains. Lucario placed Pidgey on a branch and motioned, wait for me calling you. Pidgey nodded and Lucario took a deep breath. He stepped out of the trees and the three on the training ground froze. Then Sir Aaron broke out into a wide smile and called, Lucario, oh with Ho-Oh, do you know how worried we were? Yes, answered Lucario and gazed to the ground shortly. Then he looked up again and went on, I truly apologize for having you worrying so much, but there was something, or better someone I've taken care of the last few days. He turned to the bushes and called, you can come. Pidgey shot out of the bushes and landed on his shoulder. I met Pidgey after the storm a week ago. She was injured and nearly had a heart attack when I mentioned you were a human, so I've taken care of her alone. But I guess she trusts me enough now, not Pidgey? She nodded and Sir Aaron smiled and slowly came closer. He held his hand out and meant softly, well Pidgey, it's a pleasure to meet you. Pidgey chirped and allowed Sir Aaron to pet her. Lucario couldn't help but smile at the sight. Cario. Lucario. Lucario jerked out of his memories and looked at Pidgeot. Yes. Pidgeot huffed and meant, you kinda spaced out and stared at me the last few minutes. My apologize, answered the other one and explained, I remembered how I met Sir Aaron's Pidgeot. Pidgeot nodded, then she froze and gasped, Holy Arceus, what's that? Lucario looked forward and gasped. In front of them, a few hundred yards away lay Pallet town. The houses on the border to the forest were destroyed, the others. Like nothing had happened. A few people were outside, staring at the house on the hill. Explosions came from there and from time to time Lucario saw smoke. That's Professor Oak's lab, called Pidgeot worriedly. Mewtwo. Lucario called for the Legendary, the next moment he was next to them and Lucario asked, can you teleport us to the house on the hill? Mewtwo narrowed his eyes, then he answered, maybe. I don't know how strong those dark sides are, but I should at least manage the foot of the hill. He growled at this and Lucario was sure he wasn't happy with the fact that those Pokémon were able to put up with his powers. Get ready, it might be a bit painful. Great, groaned Lucario. The last one who said that to me was Mew and I passed out afterwards. Pidgeot chuckled and meant, then try to hold on this time. Lucario just rolled his eyes at the comment, then Mewtwo's eyes suddenly glowed and Lucario winced. It felt like he was hit with a slight psychic attack. Clenching his fists he avoided a scream when he felt like he was ripped apart in midair. Then the feeling was suddenly gone and he crashed onto the ground to hear fighting noises. Grunting he pushed himself up and found himself directly in front of the lab, Mewtwo on his knees on his right side, Pidgeot flat on her stomach on his left side. They picked themselves up from the ground and the next moment a gigantic thunder shot up high into the air. Was that, Pikachu? Gasped Lucario. No, answered Mewtwo. That were Mew and Pikachu together. The three exchanged glances. The next moment Lucario was on Pidgeot's back and flew over the house. Mewtwo gloated next to them. The moment they saw the battlefield, their eyes widened. Pokémon were scattered over a wide battlefield. The grass was gray or brown or burned down. Lucario found a few Pokémon lying there motionlessly and he just hoped they would be alright. Somewhere he saw a Glaceon, a Delcatty, and a Leafeon together. The three of them supported each other, but one always fell down. Nearby the Aura Pokémon spotted May, dragging a just half-conscious Blaziken towards them. With a bad feeling he scanned the ground for Ash. "Where?" mumbled Lucario. "Where is he?" Suddenly a light blue lighting jumped up by using Hydro Pump and high enough to shout to them, "Pidgeot, it's you." Pidgeot dived down immediately and caught the Pokémon on her back. Lucario recognized it as a Wartortle. "Skewartortle, where is Ash?" Wartortle gazed down, then pointed to a big turtle. "Down there. The last time I've seen him he blacked out and was supported by Torterra while Celebi tried to help him." "Alright," said Lucario from behind. "Pidgeot, how deep can you go without them seeing you?" 15 meters. "Fly down there, I'll jump the rest." Pidgeot nodded and dived down. Lucario got ready to jump. "Now." He jumped and landed directly next to a Ninetales. The Pokémon growled at him and started a flamethrower, when a Sceptile jumped between. "Wait, Ninetales. I know Lucario. He's the Pokémon Mew brought back," called Sceptile. Ninetales eyes the two of them and Lucario stated, "I assure you Ninetales, I mean no harm to your trainer. I just want to help him." Ninetales narrowed her eyes, but allowed him to pass and Lucario ran up to the Torterra. Now he saw Ash's unconscious form against him and Celebi, flying in front of the team. She was shivering and the moment Lucario reached her she passed out. Fast he caught the Legendary and she looked up weakly. "So, you are Lucario I guess?" asked Celebi. Lucario nodded and asked, "What's with Ash?" His arm is broken. Dark Mew did it. Then she almost killed Infernape and Ash lost it. He used much of his aura and energy while he was in that rage." Lucario bit his tongue to not curse loudly. What the teen had done there was incredible dangerous. I tried to help him, to heal him, but for some reason it won't work." "His aura," answered Lucario with a low growl. "Who?" "He used too much aura, it has to regain before you can help him. The only one who can fasten that is Riolu and he and Charizard aren't here yet." With that he placed the small legendary down and got up. He focused intensely on the dark pink feline who threw attacks at Mewtwo and Mew who fought side by side. Activating a Shadow Claw he slowly walked up to the dark side. She was too busy attacking her counterpart and Mewtwo, so she didn't realize it. Lucario felt a growl rising up in his throat, but swallowed it fast. If he was too loud now, he would fail. He hadn't much energy left. He had to hit her now, or it was over, at least for him. The Aura Pokémon stopped a few feet behind Dark Mew and raised his Shadow Claw. Pushing much of his aura inside of it, the claw got a bluish shine, and he attacked. The explosion the aura-filled attack had was incredible and Lucario got thrown backwards from the force. His back hit a tree and he screamed while he slumped to the ground. Everything became blurry and the last thing he saw before he blacked out in pain was a dark pink blur, disappearing in the sky. Then everything became black once more. Somewhere up in the sky over Kanto were many snow-white clouds. They looked like they were pushed together for nothing, but only if you look at them from the ground. When you fly over them, something no Pokémon except for a legendary managed, you saw it. A wonderful pearl-white palace was enthroned there. Its windows were out of glass that was thin enough to seem invisible, but strong enough to stop even the strongest hyper beam. The roofs and the door were from a sunset gold and the gate was big enough for even Arceus and Rayquaza to fit through. It was one of the 4 big palaces, the Sky Palace. The other 3 were Arceus in Sinnoh, deep inside of the mountain of the Machina ruins. The Life Palace, a reference to Arceus' Jewel of Life. The third hovered high above Hoenn. It was nearly in space. Rayquaza, the legendary dragon, switched between this palace, the Space Palace, and the Sky Pillar after liking. And the fourth palace was deep under the sea of the Orange Islands, but also connected to Johto. It was the Lugia's Palace, the Tsunami Palace. With its position right atop Kanto, Ho-Oh watched over it the region from the Sky Palace. Suddenly a blue figure landed in front of it. It was Suicun, the mistress of the northern winds. She walked up to the door and it opened by itself, completely soundless. Without waiting for the door to open fully, like normally, she slipped in when the hole was just big enough and the door closed again. The moment the door was closed, a deep sigh escaped the legendary beast. The world was in uproar because of the Dark Ones, and she couldn't help because Ho-Oh ordered her not to just survey the situation on the borders to the other Legendaries' territories. She growled, "That's stupid, just stupid. To hold on to such damned laws in times like this." Celebi is supposed to live in Johto. Manaphy, though she travels with her temple, is a Hoenn legendary. And now those two are fighting side by side with Mew and Mewtwo, and Ho-Oh isn't allowing us to help. In her rage she effectively ran herself against a wall. Groaning in pain and frustration, she shook her head and growled loudly at a few Dragonair and Alakazam, which walked by and stared at her. Fast they ran off and she stalked forward. A long speech with many shouts, arguments and insults formed in her mind, though she knew she could never use them against Ho-Oh. He, after all, saved her and her brother's lives. With a deep sigh she walked on until she reached the throne room. She wondered which legendaries were here. Articuno, Zapdos and Moltres for sure, she'd met them before she left. Mewtwo and Mewnot, they were in Pallet Town. Entei and Raikou, if they were back yet, and probably Lugia, though she wasn't sure if he would really leave his palace on the Orange Islands in times like this. With another deep sigh she straightened her position and pushed the door open. There were more legendaries in the room than she'd expected, though those she thought that would be here were, even Lugia. Ignoring the gazes on her, or more her anger-burning aura, she padded up to her brothers and lay down between them. "Suicun, what's wrong?" She looked at Raikou and hissed, "The world is about to collapse and Ho-Oh is doing nothing, that's what is wrong." "Calm down, Suicun, or you're going to blow the smaller legendaries out of the room with your winds," argued Entei silently back. Suicun growled, "It's not like Ho-Oh would care. Mewtwo, Mew, Celebi and Manaphy are fighting for their dear lives down there, and Ho-Oh calls a meeting to discuss over the laws." "Suicun, calm down, everybody is staring at you," hissed Raikou. She glanced around and found nearly everybody's eyes on her. "Something wrong?" hissed the female, and a strong icy wind blew through the room. Immediately everybody looked away, except for Ho-Oh and Lugia. Those two had always been like fathers for her, now she just wanted to lung at them. She growled when Ho-Oh jumped down from his throne and walked up to her. "Suicun, what's wrong, my dear?" "Don't 'my dear' to me," hissed the female and stared into Ho-Oh's eyes. "Suicun," warned Raikou. She growled at him and he kept his comments. "Explain why you are so angry, young one," asked Mesprit, who joined them. Suicun growled at her and gnarled, "That has nothing to do with you, Mesprit." She glared at Ho-Oh and shouted, "But with you." Everyone froze and even Ho-Oh backed away a bit. No one had ever seen her that angry. Her brothers stared at her wide-eyed when she jumped up. Strong winds tumbled everyone's fur or feathers up and she growled loudly, "Look around, Ho-Oh, or have you become blind over the years?" A few legendaries hissed at her comment. She just went on. "Down there is what's happening to our home, not up here. We can flee into the farthest corners of the universe, the humans can't, other Pokémon can't. And isn't it the legendaries' duty to protect those Pokémon and their homes? Look around and tell me what you see." A meeting to discuss over the law. Suicun didn't allow him to finish and roared in her rage. "A meeting," screeched the female and sent an ice beam to the ceiling. "A meeting for what, Ho-Oh? Damn it, we are in war." In war with ourselves, our dark sides. Now look around and tell me who isn't at a meeting here or in Arceus Palace. Tell me. Ho-Oh gazed through the room and closed his eyes to find out which Pokémon were with Arceus. I don't know what you mean, Suicun. Everyone is here. Everyone, roared the blue Pokémon. Oh no, by far not everyone. Tell me, where is Mew, or Mewtwo? What about Celebi and Manaphy? Do you know where they are? Ho-Oh jumped back at this roar and gazed around again. Pure shock appeared on his features and he breathed, I didn't even realize it. Of course you didn't, went Suicun on. Her tone dangerously calm. Because you never leave your palace. You have no idea what's going on out there. Those four are fighting against Dark Mew, Dark Latios, and have already scared of Dark Mewtwo and Dark Manaphy. They are fighting for their lives down there, Ho-Oh. For theirs, those of other Pokémon, Lugia's chosen one. The one Mew, Manaphy, and Celebi choose for this fight. Sir Aaron's descendant, the one who helped each of us at least once. Ash Ketchum. Every legendary in the room gasped and Ho-Oh stared at her. How did you find that out? Suicun snorted and answered, against you I know our laws. I checked on Ash because I know how much faith Mew and the others have in him. I know he's the one Mew would come to first. I know that the Tree of Beginning was attacked, so it was obvious she would flee to Pallet Town. I checked on them, but had no chance to help them because of you. You ordered me to just survey the situation on the borders, to not get into any battles. But this battle was bad. Mew was fighting her dark side with everything she had, Mewtwo barely joined her in time. Ash almost died from using too much aura. Dark Mew broke his arm and almost killed his Infernape. So many Pokémon. Suicun whispered in the end and glanced to the ground. So many fought, so many lost. She glared up at Ho-Oh and shouted, you all forgot one of our greatest laws. In a fight where the Dark Ones are involved, every other law is decrepit. If it wasn't for your order I would have helped them. I wouldn't have to watch how so many Pokémon fought for their trainers, how their trainers fought with them. How they almost died in the battle. Ash is too weak for Celebi to heal him, she and Manaphy are out of the fight, even Sir Aaron's Lucario is out cold after doing some serious damage to Dark Mew. She breathed heavily and collapsed onto her stomach. Never had she spoke like this, nor to call Ho-Oh not master and not without respect. But she had no respect left for the Pokémon that once saved her life. Suddenly a gentle wing brushed over her forehead and she looked up. Ho-Oh smiled down at her, though his eyes showed how troubled he was with the new knowledge. Suicun, if you want to fight, then go. Her eyes widened and she stared up at him in disbelief. Go and save them, Suicun, we await you back. With that she jumped up and sped out of the room. She couldn't believe he'd allowed her to go, but he did. Boom! Immediately Lucario's eyes snapped open. He looked around and his eyes widened. They were all still fighting. He spotted Pikachu, dragging an unconscious Wartortle and Totodile over to the bushes. The electric type was bruised and had a nasty cut on his ear, but struggled forward with the two unconscious water types. Not far away Max dragged his Gardevoir out of the battle and May followed by racing past him, the Delcatty and Glacian he'd seen earlier in her arms. A girl with red hair retreated to a stone, her only two still conscious Pokémon, a Galade and a Glamour, covered her and her remaining Pokémon, who were all unconscious. The Aura Pokémon didn't want to believe what he saw. This was terrible. Groaning in pain and at the soreness in his body, he pushed himself up, using the tree he crashed against for support. Lucario glanced around, searching for Pokémon which would desperately need help. Immediately some caught his eye. It was a Poochyena who was trying to flee from Dark Manaphy. Growling loudly, Lucario dashed, despite his exhaustion, forward and attacked with Shadow Claw. He hit the dark side, jumped once more, picked Poochyena up and jumped away. He was about to set it down when May ran up to him. Poochyena. Oh, thank you, Lucario, thank you so much. Lucario smiled and handed the small Pokémon to his trainer. Thanks, stammered Poochyena out. Lucario nodded, spun around and dashed back into the fight. He fought here and there, helped many Pokémon, though he stayed away from the legendaries. Mewtwo, and Manaphy had gotten into a close-range fight with their dark sides, and Dark Latios flew about 50 meters above the ground and shot hyper beams at the Pokémon onto the ground, while he dodged the flying types. Lucario aimed an aura sphere at him, when a strong aura wave reached him and he froze. The aura sphere disappeared and he spun around in shock. Ash had woken up. The teen used Torterra's unconscious form to get onto his legs. His eyes burned with hate, anger, and despair, and Lucario gasped in shock when Ash's aura glowed around his hands. Immediately the Pokémon rushed forward. He had to stop Ash or he would kill himself. The boy hadn't much aura left. When he used too much now, he would die. Ash ran forward and Lucario let out a cry of despair and shouted, "Stop him." Ash's Pokémon turned to their trainer and watched shocked how he ran at Dark Mewtwo. The dark side spotted him and grinned evilly. Mewtwo's eyes widened and Lucario shouted, "No." But the next moment Dark Mewtwo's psychic reached for Ash. Using as much aura as he could, Lucario sped up and tackled the teen down, to be hit with the full force of the attack. A scream escaped the aura Pokémon. Lucario, gasped Mew in shock and didn't even react when her dark side's Euroball hit her. The blue Pokémon glared at Dark Mewtwo, who sneered, "Just a few hours ago you said you'd give your life for the safety of this pathetic Riolu, why the sudden change of mind?" Lucario grunted in pain, but answered, "Ash and Riolu belong together. I know how it feels to lose your Aura Keeper. I won't allow anyone to separate Ash and Riolu like I was separated from Sir Aaron." Lucario trailed off weakly. The pain was too much to bear. He just wanted to fall unconscious once more. "Lucario," called Ash. He gazed at the teen, who stared up at him in fear. Ash, whatever happens. Don't allow him to separate you from Riolu." Lucario's eyes closed and a numb feeling overtook him. Suddenly Dark Mewtwo screamed in surprise and heat warmed Lucario's front before Psychic wore off and he crashed to the ground. Weakly he looked up and smiled. They were here. Ash's eyes widened when Charizard landed in front of Dark Mewtwo and roared loudly. Riolu jumped from his back and as fast as the small Pokémon managed he limped up to Lucario. Ash struggled to his feet and tumbled to Sir Aaron's apprentice friend as well. Both reached him at the same time and Ash watched how Riolu fell onto his knees and placed his paw on Lucario's ears. The older Aura Pokémon smiled weakly and meant, "Look after Ash, Riolu. If you ever lose him, it'll affect you forever." The Pokémon's eyes closed slowly and Ash felt how Lucario's aura dimmed. "Lucario," whispered the teen. Riolu nudged him gently and he looked at his small fighting type. Riolu gave him a small reasoning smile and Ash asked, He's gonna be alright?" Riolu hesitated, then his aura brought the message he wanted to give. Even with that answer Ash was more the less relieved. "He's not gonna die." Riolu nodded, then gazed at him nervously. Shaking his head Ash meant, "I'm fine." Riolu didn't believe him and placed a paw over his heart. "Riolu, what?" The next moment he screamed when his broken arm snapped back in place. The pain was terrible, but he finally felt his arm again. Riolu panted when it was over, but smiled and Ash asked, "You haven't overworked yourself with that, not?" Riolu smirked and shook his head, then asked him to get Lucario out of the fight. Ash nodded and grabbed the Pokémon's arms. He somehow managed half of the way, then Lucario became too heavy and he called after the first of his friends he saw. "Ivysaur." The grass type looked at him and he ordered, "Help me to get Lucario under the trees." Ivysaur nodded and used his vines to carry Lucario. Ash collapsed next to the brave Pokémon and gazed over the battlefield. Charizard fought side by side with Mewtwo against his dark side and Ash grinned. He knew how much Charizard disliked the cloned Pokémon. Suddenly he heard a growl and spun around. Glowing red eyes met his and he stopped breathing. Another dark side? Every dark side he knew till now had red eyes. Suddenly the eyes stopped focusing on him, but stayed on the battle. Another growl came from the owner of the eyes and a female voice ordered, "Duck chosen one." Ash ducked down and the next moment an incredible powerful aurora beam shot over his head and hit Latios, who just appeared to fly down and grab Riolu. The attack hit straight in the dark side's chest and he howled in pain before he crashed down. Everyone froze and gazed at the bushes. Ash sat up and looked into those eyes again. Once more they scanned the crowd, then another aurora beam came from the attacker. Ash ducked. Once more and this time the voice called, "Tree Guardian, duck." Mew ducked down and the beam shot over her head and hit her dark side. Before the creature had the opportunity to attack once more, Dark Mewtwo shot a Dark Pulse at it. The eyes disappeared and then a blue blur ran over the grass. Ash narrowed his eyes to find out what Pokémon that was, then it crashed against Dark Latios, who was just about to stand fly up, with a Giga Impact. Both rolled over the ground and then the figure jumped back like lightning and shot an ice beam at Dark Latios. Last but not least a hydro pump hit the dark side and he fainted. Everyone stared at the figure and gasped when it revealed to be Suicun, heard Ash Professor Oak gasp. He stared at the legendary beast of the northern winds in awe. She'd beat Dark Latios like nothing. Growling she stated, "Finally I can get my anger out. And better on you than on Ho-Oh." With that she launched forward and before Dark Mew had time to react, Giga Impact hit and the dark side crashed to the ground. Suicun attacked with Aurora Beam and the next dark side fainted. Dark Manaphy and Dark Mewtwo stared at Suicun like everyone else. Her red eyes glowed with rage and she roared loudly and lunged for Manaphy's dark side. The small water Pokémon yelped in scare and fled into May's arms. Dark Manaphy shot an ice beam at her, Suicun countered with the same attack. Both ice beams collided and exploded. Suddenly Suicun burst out of the smoke, herself surrounded with Hydro Pump and Giga Impact. The attack hit and Dark Manaphy screamed in pain, though she didn't faint. Dark Mewtwo growled, then he floated up, taking Dark Mew and Dark Latios with him with his psychics. "It's not the last time you've seen us." Then he and the other dark sides disappeared. Suicun restlessly paced over the battlefield. No one was in the mood to clean up the mess of the fight. Everyone was too worried about the two who hadn't regained consciousness yet. Lucario and Ash. Lucario was still out cold from being hit with Dark Mewtwo's psychic and Ash had collapsed soon after the dark sides had left. With a deep sigh the Legendary gazed up at the sky and wondered, "When will my dark side break free?" She sighed once more, then narrowed her eyes when she saw a familiar Pokémon, coming right at her. "Nti," wondered the blue Legendary while she watched how her brown-furred brother sped towards her. Suicun ran towards him as well. The humans and their Pokémon did already have enough trouble without her brother coming as well. She met Nti a few yards from the house and immediately saw that he looked worried. "Nti, brother, what brings you here?" greeted Suicun suspiciously. "Before I tell you," answered Nti. "Promise me to not attack me." Confusion filled Suicun. What kind of demand was that? Right, answered Suicun and laid down on the grass. Nti did the same. "After your conversation with Ho-Oh," began the fire type. The whole meeting went a complete different way. Almost everyone agreed that we had to put the laws down for this danger. The only ones who disagreed and said you were melodramatic were Latios, Kyogre, and Azelf. Latios and Kyogre? I never saw them. They arrived while you were talking. After them Groudon, Rayquaza and Latias arrived. However, Ho-Oh called Arceus with the Pool of Light and they discussed about the situation. Arceus didn't believe how bad it really was either, however allowed Ho-Oh and Lugia to explain everything you told us. Afterwards we had a vote. Sadly, almost every Pokémon with Arceus agreed to stay where we live until it is sure that the apocalypse is coming. NTI crouched down and the next moment Suicun jumped up and yowled, but that's stupid. We are already at the start of an apocalypse. Mewtwo and Mew are both too injured to fight and the lab is no Pokémon Center. The professor can take care of them, but not that well. What is Arceus thinking? NTI allowed her to shout and curse for a while, then called, "Sister, let me continue." Suicun growled, but laid down once more and NTI went on. As I said, they wanted to wait. Ho-Oh was quite shocked at the fact that Arceus didn't seem to care a bit. He had a bad suggestion, one that he only shared with Lugia, Rayquaza, Raikou and me. That this Pokémon isn't Arceus but his dark side, ended Suicun growling. NTI nodded and said, Ho-Oh knew he'd lost the voting, so the other legendaries had no other chance than to leave and get back to their homes. However, everyone who believed you, said he or she would travel around and join us the moment they would meet Ash. A beginning, growled Suicun. And something else, went NTI on. Suicun shot him a curious glance and he answered, the laws said 1 votes have to be followed, however Ho-Oh's orders allow us to go over laws. Suicun looked directly at her brother, now curious what Ho-Oh had thought of. Ho-Oh wants the 3 of us to not leave Ash's side until this whole war is over. The moment I brought you that message he wants you to send an ice beam into the sky, a sign for Raikou to come. But Suicun was already on her paws and fired a gigantic ice beam towards the sky. Well, yes, went NTI with an awkward cough on. He also wants us to get under Ash's order for the time being. You mean? Ho-Oh wants us to allow Ash to catch us, under the condition he sets us free when all of this is over. Suicun smiled and said, that will make it far easier to protect Ash. That's also the only reason Ho-Oh allowed it. I'm not around humans gladly. Oh, don't be like that NTI. Still grumpy that those unknown copied you once? I will always hate those Pokémon for it. Because they caused the humans to believe I kidnap people. Ash is different and you know that. Every other trainer would have tried to fight and catch a legendary Pokémon when he meets it. Ash met all of us and never made any attempt to catch us. NTI sighed and said, I guess you're right. Suicun smiled at her brother, then, with a loud thunder and a blinding lighting, Raikou appeared next to them. Was that any unnecessary? Coughed Suicun while she shook dust and smoke out of her fur. Since when are you such a show-off? I just tried to reach you too fast, answered Raikou with a shrug. Did NTI tell you everything? Suicun nodded and said, we'll have to wait though. When I left the lab, Ash was still out cold. Her brothers stared at her surprised and she explained, Ash woke up before I reached them and Lucario did also. However, Lucario was knocked out again by Dark Mewtwo's psychic. After I fought down the dark sides, Ash collapsed once more and hadn't regained consciousness when I left to talk to NTI. I see, answered Raikou. Well. Then let us return to Professor Oak's laboratory and wait for Lugia's chosen one to wake up, offered NTI. Suicun nodded and dashed off. NTI and Raikou followed close behind. Ash looked up when he heard something. He'd just woken up 5 minutes ago and nothing, not even Mewtwo was able to hold him in the house. For his own peace of soul, he had needed to see what damage the fight had done. And he needed to thank Suicun for her help. He looked around and smiled. Suicun raced towards the lab, followed by NTI and Raikou, wondered the teen. The next moment the blue legendary skidded to a halt in front of him, the other 2 a bit behind her. Ash smiled at her and said, Suicun, I can't thank you enough for saving us all. Suicun threw him a friendly glance, then she mentally answered, Ash, we need to talk to you. You can take 3 Pokémon with you. Better some who can fight. The teen narrowed his eyes, but called, Pikachu, Typhlosion, Mawile, come here. His 3 Pokémon appeared and while he called Typhlosion and Mawile back, Pikachu jumped onto his shoulder. And now? Asked the trainer. NTI smirked and Raikou answered, jump onto one of our backs. Confusion plain visible on his face, the trainer slowly climbed onto Suicun's back. The moment he was up there, he clung to her mane for his dear life, since the legendary had started to run at top speed. "Wah!" screamed Ash, Pikachu joining in. "Pika-pika." "Calm, I won't let you fall," said Suicun. Ash wished to believe her, but she made it hard for him with speeding up much more. He didn't think that was even possible. Suddenly Suicun stopped and Ash looked around. They were somewhere atop empty moon and he yelled, "What the hell was that and why are you here?" Glaring angrily at the three legendary beasts, he jumped down from Suicun's back. And then what he least expected happened, the three legendaries started to laugh. "What is so funny?" snapped the teen angrily. "Yo, your face," answered Reiku. "You should see your face." Ash snorted at this, then asked, "So, why are we here?" "Good question," answered Nti. "The answer, Ho-Oh declared us to your protectors." "Pro-protectors?" "Indeed," answered Suicun. "The point we are trying to make is, you shall catch us but only for the time being." "Time being?" asked Ash on. Suicun's mysterious answer just made him more impatient and she went on, "You have to set us free again after those fights are over, after peace rules our world once again." Now Ash's jaw practically hit the floor. They had to make a joke now. Even having the chance to try to catch a legendary is what most trainers dream of, now those three offered him to catch them, for the price to set them free again. One more condition. Reiku's voice snapped Ash out of his thoughts. "Yes. Suicun asked you to take 3 Pokémon with you. They have to fight us." Ash gasped, then Nti got into fighting position while Suicun and Reiku backed off. Ash shook off his surprise and grabbed one of his Pokeballs. "Typhlosion go!" His fire type appeared and Nti smirked at him. "Fire against fire chosen one. This ought to be interesting." Ash smirked back, then he ordered, "Typhlosion, Aerial Ace." The big Pokémon raced forward and hit Nti straight forward. "I hadn't expected this big guy to be this fast," grunted the fire legendary. "You aren't much slower when you run, brother," called Reiku over. While those two were distracted, Ash gave Typhlosion a few silent instructions. The big Pokémon nodded and then Ash shouted, "Now!" Nti spun around, but the attack hit already. Ash grinned when Suicun's and Reiku's eyes widened at the force eruption had. Nti grunted in pain when the attack died down, then attacked back with Flare Blitz. "Typhlosion," called Ash worriedly. He'd never seen such a strong Flare Blitz. Typhlosion grunted while he growled at Nti and Ash thought, "Damn it, I have to end this quick." Suddenly Nti took a steady position. He drew his head back and Ash knew he prepared a blast burn. He knew it. It was the same when Typhlosion prepared the attack. Fast, as long as he isn't moving. Earthquake. Typhlosion grinned and stomped his feet. The ground started to shake and with a grunt Nti lost his balance and fell. Blast Burn missed and Ash ordered, "Typhlosion, now you use Blast Burn." Fast Typhlosion charged up the attack and it fired. Nti leaped out of the way just in time. Both fire types were grunting in exhaustion and Nti stated, "I have underestimated you and your Pokémon." Ash smirked and answered, "You have." "Typhlosion, can you go on?" The blue Pokémon nodded and glared at Nti. "Impressive," stated the legendary. "Show me what else you can." Nti leaped forward and charged a hyper beam at close range. "Typhlosion, use Aerial Ace to dodge it," ordered Ash. Only a second before hyper beam hit, Typhlosion disappeared and Ash ordered, "Blast Burn." The attack came from behind and hit Nti in the back. The legendary raced away and fired his own Blast Burn. Typhlosion screamed when he got hit and fell down. "Typhlosion," called Ash worriedly. Grunting, the Pokémon fought to get up again when Suicun called, "It's enough, brother. Don't try to make them doing the impossible." Typhlosion got hit by Flare Blitz and Blast Burn, at their full power. It's a wonder he is still conscious. NTI nodded and said, "You are an impressive trainer, Ash. It will be an honor to fight side by side with you." Ash grinned and then threw a premier ball. This was the only Pokeball Ash had that seemed to be worth to contain a Pokemon like NTI. The legendary beast of fire disappeared in the ball, and after a while the beeping sound stopped. Ash picked the ball up and threw it. NTI reappeared and shook his fur. "That was a very strange feeling," stated the legendary. Suicun laughed and asked, "Reiku, do you want or shall I?" "I want to fight him," answered Reiku and jumped up and forward. Ash examined the electric type and called Typhlosion back. "You deserve a nice rest, buddy." Then he took another ball and threw it. A small orange Pokemon with a brownish-black mouth on her had appeared. "Mawile," growled the Pokemon when she spotted Reiku. "Very well," called Reiku over. "Show what you can do." "Mawile Flash Cannon," ordered Ash. Bright light erupted from Mawile's second mouth, but Reiku didn't even bother to dodge. While he was shortly blinded by the light, Ash ordered, "Stone Edge." The sharp rocks immediately shot after Flash Cannon, and Reiku backed off and grunted when they hit. Impressive, using a weak move before using one that does damage. However, take this, Shadow Ball. A Shadow Ball shot towards Mawile and Ash ordered, "Dodge and Iron Head." Volt Tackle. Both Pokemon ran at each other. Mawile surrounded by white light, Reiku by yellow light. Common, thought Ash and clenched his fists. Just a bit closer. Then he suddenly yelled, "Jump." Mawile jumped into the air and he ordered, "Combine Stone Edge and Flamethrower, fast." The next moment red glowing stones shot at Reiku and hit his back. Reiku grunted and winced when Volt Tackle took its price. Growling angrily, he shot a Hyper Beam at Mawile. The Pokemon tried to dodge, but got hit and screamed in pain. Ash growled and shouted, "Mawile, please, use everything you have." Stone Edge. At first nothing happened. Then, all of a sudden, sharp rocks shot out of the smoke Hyper Beam had caused and hit Reiku straight. The beast growled when his legs gave away from the pure force those rocks had. When the smoke cleared, it revealed a panting Mawile on her knees. She stared up at Reiku with a growl, but Reiku smiled and shook his fur after he had stood up. He nodded towards Ash and the teen looked through the many different Pokeball he had. He'd used his only Premier Ball for NTI. "Ah, there it is," thought Ash while he grabbed the ball. Then he threw it at Reiku and the Pokemon disappeared in the black ball. After a while it stopped shaking and beeping as well, and the teen picked the luxury ball up. He threw it and Reiku appeared next to NTI. He flopped onto his stomach and teased, "Sway, your turn." Suicun growled at him and hissed, "I thought we'd agreed that you never use this nickname again." Reiku snickered, as did NTI, and she spat, "Well, let's see if I do better than you." "I'm not going to underestimate Ash." "And we did." "I'm the one who's going to fight against his strongest Pokemon," answered Suicun and got into a fighting position. Other than her brothers, she didn't stand tall to frighten the enemy, but crouched down to have an easy way to dodge. "Okay Pikachu, let's go." Pikachu jumped from Ash's shoulder and he called, "Suicun, I kept Pikachu for you." "I'm truly honored, Ash," answered Suicun and said, "But now, let's battle." Aurora Beam. The colorful beam emerged from Suicun's mouth and headed straight for Pikachu. Pikachu jumped into the air and dodge, then use Iron Tail. Pikachu followed the order and aimed Iron Tail straight at Suicun's forehead. The female Pokemon smirked and caught the glowing tail in her jaws. Ash imitated the smirk and ordered, "Thunder." Pikachu's cheeks sparked and then the strong electric attack hit. Suicun roared and then Pikachu crashed against Ash, soaking wet. "Pikachu, you alright, partner?" asked Ash worriedly. Pikachu grinned at him and nodded, then shook the water out of his fur. "Hey, wait until you're not on me anymore," complained Ash and threw Pikachu off. The Pokemon grinned again and then Ash ordered, "Volt Tackle." Pikachu raced forward and an explosion took place. Impressive. Ash spun around with wide eyes. Suicun sat on a rock behind him. But Pikachu should watch where he's going. He rammed a rock. Though she was bruised through thunder, her eyes sparkled with laughter and Ash growled, "Pikachu thunder again." Pikachu jumped forward and shot another thunder at the legendary. She jumped high into the air and attacked back with Ice Beam. The attacks collided and then both exploded. Ash's sweat dropped. With electric surrounded ice crystals fell to the ground and he asked sarcastically, "Did we somehow get into contest?" Suicun laughed at this and said, "A bit beauty is never bad, Ash." I know," said Ash fast. "Please don't start that. I heard it often enough from May and Dawn." Suicun laughed once again, then she attacked. Giga Impact. The Pokémon shot towards Pikachu, who clearly started to panic. Ash smirked and ordered, "Dig." "What?" exclaimed the three legendary beasts together and Suicun stopped her attack when Pikachu disappeared in the ground. Surprised? Pikachu trained very long with Infernape to learn how to use Dig. Suicun smiled and said, "You made just one mistake." She jumped into the air and shot an ice beam directly into the hole. "Perfect," called Ash. "Pikachu now." The next moment Pikachu burst to the surface, directly under Suicun and got out of the way. Suicun's own attack hit her and Ash ordered, "Thunder, now." Pikachu nodded and charged up a gigantic thunder. "Enough." Pikachu froze at Suicun's voice and she smiled. "Enough the battling. You two have proven yourself. Using my own attack against me was quite clever." Ash blushed at this, then looked through his bag once again and got out the ball he'd saved for Suicun. Suicun's eyes widened at this and she laughed, "Ash, are you sure you want to use this ball? If you ever find another legendary you may need it more." The teen grinned and answered, "No, I want you to be in it. It's a treasure to me. I've been carrying it around for 3 years now." He smiled down at the violet ball in his hands. "Young friend, when you had used this ball from the begin with, you didn't need to battle our sister at all," argued Reiku. Ash smiled and answered, "Well yeah, but when do you get the chance to battle Suicun?" Reiku looked at him dumbfounded and Suicun laughed, "Still the same trainer I saved from Shalebi, not?" Ash grinned when he remembered and nodded, then he threw the ball. "Master Ball, go." He saw Suicun smile before she was engulfed in bright red light and disappeared in the ball. Ash picked it up the moment it stopped beeping and called Suicun out. She smiled, then stated, "We should go back before your mother has an heart attack." "Oh crap," shouted Ash and jumped onto Suicun's back. The three legendary beasts raced off, back to Professor Oak's lab. "Oh, with Arceus," thought Ash worriedly. "Mom is so going to kill me for disappearing like that." The ride was a short one, though a bit longer than the way to the mountain. It didn't surprise Ash though. Those three legendaries had taken quite a hit during their fights against his Pokémon. Suddenly Ash heard yelling, a second before Suicun stopped in the woods around the lab. The yelling was silent, but Ash winced at it and groaned, "Oh great. We better hurry. Before Mom starts taking my Pokémon apart." "She surely wouldn't do that," argued Entei. "Have you met my mom yet?" asked Ash. "I'm 16 and still, every time I leave for a journey and every time I call her she reminds me to change my underwear." Entei stared surprised, then Reiku said, "Shouldn't we be moving then?" "Wait," called Suicun. "Ash, retreat us into the ball." "Why?" Entei got it and went on, "They'll more so believe you catching us when you call us out of the ball." "The reason I stopped here," interjected Suicun. Ash nodded and jumped from Suicun's back. He called the Pokémon back, then ran towards the lab. The yelling got louder and louder and when Ash was almost out of the trees he heard his mother scolding Mew and Shalebi for not stopping him to run off. The two failed in telling her he left with Suicun and her brothers, so Ash took a deep breath, stepped out of the woods and got everyone's attention. Ash, called May relieved and pulled him into a hug. Can you think how worried we were? Ash answered, well, kinda. But I had good reason, Anne. And you better tell me this reason, snapped his mother. And it better be really good or I'll ground you for the next week. Apocalypse or not. Ash shrunk back from his mother's anger and simply took the 3-ball of the Legendaries and threw them. Everyone froze in shock when Suicun appeared between her brothers and the teen explained, Ho-Oh wanted the 3 to protect me, but they wanted to test me. So we went to Empty Moon and I battled Entei with Typhlosion, Reiku with Mawile and Suicun with Pikachu. Then I was allowed to catch them, under the condition to set them free again after all of this is over. Everyone was still speechless, then Mew interjected, that is actually no bad idea. Ash, would you? I would be in as well, agreed Shalebi. Mewtwo appeared from the roof and said, though I hardly trust human, I think I really trust you enough for this. Ash, being the only human who knew what the 3 tried to say, exclaimed, are you kidding? The 3 shook their heads in unison and then Dawn asked, what exactly is going on here? Mew floated a bit closer towards her and answered, Ho-Oh declared Suicun and her brothers to Ash's protectors and gave them an easier way to do so by allowing Ash to bind them to Pokeballs. Now they can move in public without having to fear to be caught. And, asked Dawn, still not getting the point. Ash was about to answer, when Brock exclaimed, you 3 want Ash to catch you as well? We indeed do, answered Mewtwo. It is the safest way for us to move around, and if our dark sides ever manage to trick anyone, Ash can easily test, if we are the real ones by retreating us into the ball. Everyone stared at Mewtwo now, who said, as I said, Ash is the only human I have ever trusted and would trust with this. Ash finally found his voice and asked, Are you sure? The 3 nodded, then Mew perked up and asked, Manaphy, what is with you? The small blue Pokémon looked uncertain, then Ash said, hey, if she trusts May more than me, why don't having her catching Manaphy? Mew looked up at this with interest. It could work, but only if both agree. Hold on a minute, gasped May. Are you really considering me to catch a legendary? Well, cut Suicun in, speaking for the first time since Ash got her out of the ball again. After all I've seen, the situation you have with Manaphy is not so much different from the one between Ash and Mewtwo. Manaphy might trust human, however after all I've seen, she trusts you the most. I most certainly do, answered Manaphy. Then she smiled and said, I'm in. She floated closer to May and said, May, Suicun is right. I'd rather partner up with you than anyone else. Ash smiled at the scene, then Mew floated towards him and said, well. What, without fight this time? Mew laughed and said, I do have the strong feeling you've proven yourself enough to those 3. Ash grinned, then dug through his bag, though he found no ball he would want to give to Mew, they were all too normal. The only ball he still had were Pokeballs, Great Ball and Net Ball. Give me a few minutes and I'll get the right ball. Mew raised an eyebrow at him, but nodded and Ash called, Pidgeot, I need a flight home. The next moment Pidgeot landed next to him and lowered her wings so he could climb up. Fast the bird flew up and only seconds later she landed in the garden of his house. Ash stormed into the house and dug through all of the drawers of his desk until he found a box. Fast he opened it and looked at the ball inside. 2 years ago he'd won them in a competition. Many different balls were in there, Ash had never used any of them. There were Luxury Ball, Premier Ball, Friend Ball, 2 Moon Ball, Heal Ball and Dusk Ball. Nodding he put the boy into his bag, while taking out half of the ball he had with him. Then he ran out of the house again and jumped onto Pidgeot's back. Fast she flew him back to the lab, where the Mewtwo and Shalebi cast him confused glances, while Entei, Reiku and Suicun smiled knowingly. The teen pulled 2 Pokeballs out, the 2 Moon Ball, but asked, okay, does anyone want to fight any of my Pokemon before I catch them? Shalebi and Mew shook their heads, while Mewtwo said, it would be interesting to compete against Charizard, however this should also wait until both of us are fully recovered. Ash nodded, then he threw one of the Moon Ball at Mewtwo and the other at Mew. Though the two legendaries wouldn't be affected by the special ability of those two ball, they were the only two Ash had of those. Both disappeared in the ball, and after they stopped peeping, Celebi was kind enough to bring them to Ash. The teen released the psychic types and Mew shook her fur when she was free again. Strange feeling, stated the female. Mewtwo nodded while Reiko laughed, the same Entei said. Everyone laughed a bit, then Ash thought, well, I truly have no idea on which ball to use for Celebi. Well, then I ask her. Celebi, called Ash. Yes. Come here shortly. While the green Pokémon flew towards him, Ash got the box out and opened it. Celebi glanced at the ball confused and asked, Ash, what is this supposed to mean? Well, with everyone I had a basic idea which ball would match, but I have no idea with you. That's why I thought that you might want to choose by yourself. Surprise flashed over Celebi's features, then she smiled brightly at him and said, this is very gracious, Ash. Blushing, the teen held the box closer towards the legendary when May suddenly asked, Ash? Yes. See, can I use one of the luxury ball for Manaphy? Smiling brightly, Ash took one of the small black spheres and handed it to May. She smiled brightly and said, and that's how you ask something like that, Manaphy? Blushing, Manaphy turned away when everyone turned to look at her. May smiled and asked, ready? Turning back nervously, Manaphy hesitated and Mew soothed, it's all right, Manaphy. Just don't struggle, relax. Gazing at Mew, Manaphy relaxed a bit and May threw the ball. Red light engulfed Manaphy, and after the peeping sound of the ball stopped, May called the small water type back out. Immediately Manaphy raced into her arms and cried, that was scary. Everyone smiled warmly at the small legendary and Mew whispered, you were right, Celebi. Turning his attention back to Celebi, Ash asked, you were right with what? Celebi looked at him pained and said, Manaphy is too young for all of this. She should not have to carry such a weight on her shoulders. Ash nodded in understanding, then he caught a friend ball, Celebi tossed towards him. Why this one? Asked Suicun. It looks nice, answered Celebi with a grin. And I like the color green. Reiko facepawed himself while Suicun shook her head and Entei laughed. Mew laughed as well, and even Mewtwo showed one of his rare smiles. Still grinning, Ash threw the ball at Celebi and the green Pokémon disappeared in it. The beeping stopped after 2 times, surprising everyone. Fast Ash released Celebi again, who floated in front of him and stated, that was a much better experience than the last time someone caught me. The last time? Asked everyone except for Ash, Brock, Misty, Professor Oak and Suicun. Oh yeah, said Ash silently. I remember. We all do, said Brock and shook his head. Celebi looked depressed now and Mew started to pet her friend's back gently. Celebi, it's over. You never have to be like that again. Mew, has something like that ever happened to you? Snapped Celebi and flew away from her. You can say that man got me to commit suicide and you know that. He made me destroy my own forest, almost killing Ash, Misty, Brock, Professor Oak, Suicun and hundreds of innocent Pokémon. It will never be over. It will always be in my memories. Tears started to escape Celebi's eyes while everyone was shocked. Celebi. It was Professor Oak to speak up first. Exactly, your memories are going to keep you from doing something like that again. And you never did it out of free will. These dark ball the man used forced you under his control. But now that won't happen ever again. Celebi looked at him, then smiled and said, you haven't changed after all those years, Samuel. Even now I see the young boy who saved me from the poacher. The professor smiled and Tracy asked in disbelief, Professor, you met Celebi before? The professor smiled and answered, yes, it was about 5 years ago and also just 5 years ago, cut Celebi in. Everyone stared and Mew offered, how about we all sit down so we all can hear the story? Everyone nodded and Professor Oak began. It was about 45 years ago. I was traveling to find and draw Pokémon and reached Celebi's forest. Of course I walked in and then Shelebi crossed my way, chased by a Scyther, a Houndoom and a Pokémon hunter. I tried to help and ran off with Shelebi. However they almost got us. The professor thought on how to go on. When Shelebi explained, I took my last strength for a time jump and teleported both of us 40 years into the future. What? Exclaimed Reiku. Suicun hissed at him to be silent and Shelebi went on. During the time we arrived, Ash and his friends were in the forest. I panicked again and flew off, however they took care of Samuel and then set out together to find me since I was still injured. They. One moment, cut Dileia in. Ash, did you know it was Samuel? Ash scratched the back of his head and answered, I actually go behind that 1 year ago, and then I told Misty and Brock. Dileia was still a bit angry, that was easy to see, however allowed them to go on. They explained about their way to the lake, their encounters with the guy from Team Rocket, how Shelebi was captured, how Suicun showed up, what got her growls from her brothers for not telling them, and how Shelebi almost died, but then survived and returned with Professor Oak's younger self back into the past. And how did you find out, Ash? Asked Paul. Ash grinned and answered, when I helped in the lab last year I found Professor Oak's old sketchbook. There were many drawings of Pokémon in it, also one of Pikachu and Shelebi I knew the boy we met back there had drawn. Also, when that adventure was over, Professor Oak said that we someday might meet Sam again after we called him. However we never used that name. Well, then it made click and I finally got it, though it was funny confrontation. You stormed in with the book, yelling disconnected sentences and got me to drop a box with poison powder and sleep powder. I wouldn't recall the situation as funny. Everyone burst out in laughing and Gary said, that sounds like our Ash. Ash smiled and said, but honestly Professor, thank you. Huh. For remembering what great partners Pikachu and I would become. Pikachu nodded eagerly and said, Cha-ah. What are you talking about, Ash? Asked Misty. Ash smiled and said, you remember I told you that I got Pikachu as my first Pokémon because I overslept and all the others were gone already? Misty nodded and the professor answered, to be honest, Bulbasaur was still there, however I knew to make sure everything would turn out like I'd experienced it, I told Ash that all three were gone already and gave him Pikachu. Everyone stared, then Gary asked, Grandpa, you remembered that? Ash isn't someone you forget fast, answered Professor Oak, getting everyone to laugh once more. Suddenly Ash's female Curlia stormed out of the lab and called, Lucario is finally awake and all right. Everyone smiled at that and Ash asked, can we see him? I think so, answered Curlia and said, but probably not more than 4 at once. Then Ash, Pikachu, Riolu and I should make the start, said Mew. Everyone nodded and Ash walked up to the house, Mew by his side, Pikachu and Riolu on his shoulders. The moment they walked into the room where Lucario had slept, Ash's male Curlia shouted, Lucario, get your butt back onto the bed. You're in no condition to walk around. That's useless waste of breath, Curlia, said Mew. Both, Lucario and Curlia looked up from their argument and Curlia grumbled, fine, but if he takes one step out of the room I'll get every psychic type around here and pin him to the bed. With that he left and Lucario smiled in victory. Ash smiled and walked up to the brave Aura Pokémon. Are you alright, Lucario? Exhaust, answered Sir Aaron's apprentice. But alright, yes. What did I miss while I was unconscious? Oh, just Ash battling Suicun, Entei and Reiku and also him catching those 3 as well as me, Mewtwo and Shelebi and May catching Manaphy, answered Mew and Riolu and Pikachu nodded in agreement. Lucario's eyes widened and he asked, why would you allow this? For our own and Ash's safety, answered Mew calmly. Lucario, we are Legendaries. What do you think, how many trainers would try to catch us? Now, with this protection through those ball, we can go farther into public and protect Ash better, without having to fear to be caught. Ho-Oh came up with it by declaring Suicun and her brothers to Ash's protectors like that, under the condition to set them free after this is over. Lucario nodded and said, after thinking about it, it really doesn't sound like a bad idea. Please don't tell me, thought Ash. Ash, would you do this for me as well? However, I don't think you need to set me free afterwards. I guess, but why wouldn't you want me to set you free again? I have no place to go, answered Lucario. And I doubt that I can teach you everything I could teach you in the small amount of time we'll have. True, answered Ash. Opening his bag, he wondered which ball would be good for a Pokémon like Lucario, then he decided for a premier ball. He lightly threw it at the Aura Pokémon and Lucario disappeared in a red light, just like everyone before him. Fast Ash called him out again and the Pokémon stated, "To be true, I already feel much safer now." Ash smiled, then he suddenly heard Mewtwo behind him. Ash. The trainer turned around and the legendary stated, "We need to start to plan. It's only a matter of time until the dark sides have recovered and we can't waste the time we have." Ash nodded and followed Mewtwo out. Surprised, he found a small circle out of logs in the grass. The Legendaries, May, Paul, Brock, the professor and Tracy sat there. "Where is everyone else?" asked the teen. NTI answered, "Your mother went home, together with her Pokémon. This girl with the blue hair went to take care of the still not fully recovered Pokémon together with the two orange-haired girls and the boy with the glasses. My brother and Cynthia decided to fly back to Sinnoh, to warn the people there," went Paul on, "and May caught up, Drew, Nando and my parents also went back to Hoenn to warn the people there. As for Barry." She looked around. "I have no idea where he is." Brock shook his head and answered, "He went to look after his Pokémon and said he wanted his Staraptor to train with yours to see who is better." Ash sweat dropped at this, then he sat down as well, followed by the Pokémon around him, and Mew began, "NTI informed me that we got a very bad hit in the high ranks of the Legendaries." "How come?" asked Manaphy. "There was a voting, of we put the laws aside and help, or wait until every Legendary thinks the end is coming. Ho-Oh stood to the second point, while Arceus brought the first point up. To my personal dismay, Ho-Oh lost the voting." "That means?" asked Paul. Mewtwo answered, "It means that the Pokémon are forced back into their natural living areas. All in all, no problem, because all Pokémon who voted for the fight decided to travel around until they meet us and join us, but it will be difficult to get Ho-Oh, Lugia, Rayquaza and Arceus within our lines." "How come?" asked May. "The voting forced those four back into their palaces," answered Suicun. "And though we can reach them, they can't leave until they met Ash." Ash didn't get the problem, so he asked, "And where is the problem?" "Well," answered Raikou. "Ho-Oh's and Rayquaza's palaces are too high for you to even breathe up there. Lugia's is far too deep under the sea and everywhere is water, and Arceus, he would be the easiest to reach since it is in the ruins of the mountain of the Machina ruins, but Ho-Oh and a few other Legendaries share a bitter sense of foreboding." "What do you mean?" asked Shalebi. "Yes, you didn't tell us that yet," agreed Mew. Raikou glanced around nervously, then said, "Arceus' behavior when Ho-Oh talked to him was unusual. Like he cared nothing for what could happen to the world. He fears that Arceus might be imprisoned somewhere and that his dark side took over." Everyone was frozen, then Brock asked nervously, "So, what are we supposed to do?" "Split up," answered Mew, Mewtwo, Suicun and Lucario unison. "What?" exclaimed everyone else. "It's the safest way to cover the most ground. We should start in Kanto since it would make no sense to travel to another region just to travel back." Ash slowly nodded. Mew's words made sense. "Then who do we have to find?" asked Lucario. "Zapdos, Moltres and Articuno for sure," answered Mewtwo. Mew nodded and continued, "The question is if Latios and Latias, who've been traveling around the regions the past years, are in Kanto or not." Everyone nodded, then Ash said, "Then we need 3 teams. One to find Zapdos, one to find Articuno and one to find Moltres." Mew nodded and Suicun, "Despite the fact that Ho-Oh declared us to your protectors, Ash, I would give the offer that each of me and my brothers should go with one group." "The same goes for Mewtwo, Shalebi and me," went Mew on. "Manaphy, you should stay with May and Suicun. Who of you is going to be with them?" "Well, since Manaphy is a water-type legendary, I think I should go and we look for Moltres because near him, his dark side could attack us. Alright, said Mew, then she asked, Ash, would it be alright with you if I join them as well? Ash nodded and May said, can I take Max and Dawn with me? I would offer you to take Zoe with you as well, argued Shalebi. May nodded and she, Suicun and Mew stood up, Manafi in May's arms. Well, I say we meet again here after that job is done, not? Asked May. Everyone nodded and she said, then I'll get them and we go to, where are we most likely going to find Moltres? Mew, asked Suicun. My best guess are the Sevii Islands. Alright. And they ran off to find the trainers that would join them. Who's going after Zapdos? Asked Brock. I will, said Paul. This could be interesting. I will join you, said Shalebi. Since I'm a grass type I will not be that affected by Zapdos attacks. I join as well, answered Reiku. Zapdos has no fixed habitat and I'll have the easiest way to find it. Everyone nodded and Paul said, Ash, I'm going to take Barry and Gary with me. Ash nodded and again they left the circle. I guess that leaves us to find Articuno, said Lucario. Mewtwo and Entei nodded and Brock asked, are we going to take anyone else with us? Misty is going to kill us when we forget her, answered Ash and shuddered. But where would Articuno most likely be? Seafoam Islands, answered Mewtwo immediately. Ash nodded and stood up. I think I'll leave the Pokeballs of the Legendaries in the lab. That means I have to decide for 3 Pokémon. 3? Asked Brock. Oh yeah, you don't know it yet, I caught Lucario before Mewtwo came to get us. I rather take his Pokeball with me. Everyone nodded and Mewtwo said, you have 15 minutes. Ash nodded and asked, Brock, will you tell Misty? He nodded and Ash walked up to his Pokémon. He scanned through their rows, then he called, Luxio, Charizard, up for another adventure. It goes against ice. Both immediately nodded and Ash scanned his Pokémon once more, then he called, Ninetales, how about you? The fox came towards him and nodded. He smiled and called all 3 back. Then he walked up to the rest and Mewtwo said, the moment we reach the coast I can teleport us to the island, but before that, we have to reach it. Ash nodded and said, Lucario, Riolu, is it alright for you to stay inside of your ball until we've reached the islands? Lucario nodded, but Riolu sent a wave of confusion and disappointment to his trainer. Ash smiled and explained, Riolu, it's just so Entei doesn't have to carry so much weight and you know that I can't recall Pikachu. With a sigh the small Pokémon nodded. Ash called both Aura Pokémon back and climbed onto Entei's back, where Misty and Brock were already waiting. Everyone ready? Asked Entei. Ash said yes and then Pokémon stormed forward, Mewtwo floating next to him. Are we there yet? Ash could hear an unison groan from Misty and Entei and laughed, just kidding. The girl slapped him from behind and Entei shook himself, almost throwing Ash, and the others, off. Whoa! Exclaimed the raven-haired trainer. Entei laughed in his run and stated, don't do that again and I won't do it again either. Ash just nodded. At the moment he was clinging to Entei's thick brown pelt for his dear life. They'd been traveling for a few hours by now. First they had to get to the seaside near Fuchsia City. A teleport from Pallet Town to the Seafoam Islands would be too far for Mewtwo to manage, especially with the dark sides threatening them. Ash knew the Psychic-type Legendary wasn't happy with that, considering he was one of the mightiest Legendaries. Everything had gone smoothly, until Mewtwo. Ash hadn't realized that Entei had screamed Mewtwo's name, even when the other was next to them again. Get them off of my back. The other complied with the order and levitated the 3 human and Pikachu away from Entei. Just in the right moment since a dark void attack hit Entei straight. Ash screamed in fear when the legendary beast broke down. A dark ray appeared and Mewtwo narrowed his eyes. He didn't come any farther since a Pokeball was thrown at the sleeping Fire-type Legendary. All Ash could do now was breath in relief when Entei's bond with his ball kept whoever it was from capturing the Legendary. Interesting, said a familiar voice, and Ash gasped. Out of the bushes stepped a young man with bluish hair and a red coat. To Tobias, exclaimed Ash. Just now the young man seemed to realize that the five of them were floating above him. His eyes widened in unhidden surprise when he saw Mewtwo. Speaking of which, he just levitated them all to the ground again. Then, completely ignoring Tobias and his Darkrai, he walked up to Entei and pressed his paw on Entei's forehead. The Legendaries' eyes shot open and he jumped up, growling angrily at Darkrai. You dare to attack me, snarled Entei. Your father won't be pleased to hear this. Especially in the times we're in. Darkrai snarled something as answer, then Tobias loudly stated, I do not understand half of what is going on, however seeing the closeness, I guess Ash, you caught those two legendaries. I am impressed. Ash just shrugged it off, then turned to Entei and asked, what do you mean with his father? The Darkrai you met in Alamos Town. He is the original Darkrai. Original, asked Brock on. Sighing, Entei said, I'd hoped we were through with the explanations, but this is surely something you should know about. How about we join together at a campfire, offered Brock. We need to rest anyway and the sun is setting. Everyone, including Tobias and his Darkrai, agreed, and the moment they were done, they settled down around the campfire and waited for Entei's explanation. The Pokémon took a deep breath, then began. In the world of the legendaries are many rules we have to follow. A few of us can procreate, others can't. Darkrai is just one of those who can procreate, however there always will be just one original Darkrai. He's the one you met in Alamos Town. He is the strongest Darkrai and the father of any other Darkrai you'll ever meet. From what I can sense this man. Tobias shot a slightly annoyed glare at Mewtwo, who ignored it. He has more than just this Darkrai as legendaries in his team. However, no one seems to be an original. Tobias' Darkrai snorted angrily at that and Mewtwo smirked. Yes, well, I'm a clone and I count as much as an original as Mew. She, after all, doesn't procreate either. Wait a second, cut Misty in. I thought you were cloned from a fossil of Mew's, eyebrow, agreed Mewtwo and narrowed his eyes at the fire. Nonetheless, Mew doesn't procreate. She simply leaves her old body behind and continues to live in a new one. That's how the fossils are created. She's repeating this process every 1,000 years. After this everyone was silent for a while, then Entei cleared his throat and said, well, I doubt we have to worry that any original was caught. We are more careful than others, considering our powers are bigger. But, why are there some legendaries that can procreate and some that can't, asked Tobias now. He seemed very interested. It is a mystery to all of us, even to Arceus, answered Entei. Might I ask, which other legendary Pokémon do you have? It would be interesting to know if anyone discovered this ability. Tobias hesitated. Then nodded and pulled out 4 more Pokeballs. He threw them and the next moment his other Pokémon appeared. Ash gasped. Except for the Latios he knew about, he also had a Latias. As well as a Cresselia and a Shaymin. Come to Shaymin, began Brock. How can there be so many of them? Entei let out a barking laugh at this and Mewtwo explained, Shaymin is very proud of her ability to get 3 eggs when others normally just get 1. No one truly knows where the original Shaymin is, what could cause a bit of trouble for our quest. She likes to stay hidden and play tricks with the ones who try to find her. Ash nodded, then Tobias asked, am I probably allowed to know what this quest is about? Ash groaned inwardly, then started to explain everything. About the Dark Ones, the fights, their plans. I see, murmured Tobias after he was done. Then the man glanced at his Latios and Latias, who were chasing each other in the sky. You said the original Latios and Latias are traveling across the world. Ash nodded. Then I will help you, decided Tobias. I can use those 2 to find the originals and then I'll send them to Professor Oak's laboratory. Ash stared. You would do that? Asked Mewtwo. Even Tobias Darkrai seemed surprised at the news. Tobias nodded and held his hand out to Ash. Ash, you can trust me. Smiling, Ash grabbed the offered hand and accepted the offer. The next second Tobias called his Pokémon back and left. The group stared after him and Misty asked, "And you managed to beat his Darkrai and Latios by using just 6 Pokémon?" The teen nodded and NTI asked, "You did?" Ash nodded again and explained his battle against Tobias at the Lily of the Valley conference in Sinnoh. "Impressive," stated Mewtwo. "I knew your Pokémon were strong, but this strong." He trailed off, then said, "Go to sleep. You too, NTI. I'll stand guard." Ash hesitated, but Mewtwo glared at all of them, making everyone give up their attempts of offering to take over the guard after a while. So they all went to sleep. After a long day, Ash fell asleep rather quick, however awoke in the middle of the night. After a while he realized that he wouldn't be able to fall asleep anytime soon. So he silently stood up and snuck away from the rest. He walked over wide grassland and enjoyed the evening wind in his hair. "I thought I told you to sleep." "I couldn't sleep anymore," answered Ash to Mewtwo without turning around. Mewtwo was silent for a while, then Ash took his courage and asked, "Why do you trust me?" "What?" Finally Ash turned to the other and repeated, "Why do you trust me, Mewtwo?" "And so much?" The legendary was silent for a long while, then he answered, "I'm not sure. I know you saved my life often, but that isn't the reason. I guess it's the compassion you show for every Pokémon. No matter if yours, wild, or the Pokémon of another trainer. And I watched you for a while. You had, like no other trainer, great chances to catch legendaries, but you didn't. Why?" Ash thought for a while, then answered, "I guess because it would be wrong. Sure, you guys are strong, but that's the reason why you should be free. I may be a good trainer, but I never thought of myself as good enough to control any of you guys. You just belong out into the world, not into a Pokeball." "Spoken wisely," stated a third voice. NTI approached them and Mewtwo complained, "Is anyone listening to me?" "Most likely not," stated Brock from NTI's back, where he sat together with Misty and Pikachu. "We should go on," offered NTI. "None of us is tired anymore." Ash looked at Mewtwo, who seemingly had given up on his attempts to get them to sleep. He smirked a bit, then walked over to NTI and climbed onto his back. NTI dashed off and Ash smirked when the scenery around him became blurry. They traveled long, just stopping 2 times to drink, eat, and do what every human needs to do in times. The sun had reached its highest point when the group reached the coast. Everyone awed at the beautiful sight, and then Mewtwo stated, "I'll teleport us to the island when the sun sets. Articuno will most likely be out in the night." Ash nodded and Brock offered, "How about we visit Fuchsia City? It's been a while." "I like that idea," agreed Misty. "Pika Pika," exclaimed Pikachu. NTI said, "Go on. Mewtwo and I will await you here at sunset." "Be careful," murmured Ash while he slipped from NTI's back. The humans and Pikachu made their way to the city, however Ash always glanced back. After a while he saw NTI running off and Mewtwo teleporting away. Sighing deeply he looked back to the city and Misty asked, "Ash, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just worried," answered Ash. Pikachu rubbed his cheek against Ash's in a try to comfort his trainer. Ash laughed at that and said, "Thanks buddy." They walked for a while, then Brock said, "Ash." "Yeah. Haven't you forgotten about Riolu?" Ash paled and gulped. Then he fast grabbed Riolu's Pokeball and called the fighting type out. Riolu crossed his arms and huffed. Clearly he projected anger to Ash. "Ash, what the?" asked Misty. "Riolu is angry at me. For forgetting him." At this Pikachu face-pawed and Ash growled, "Thank you Misty." The next second he had to dodge a well-aimed force palm from Riolu. Pikachu fell from his shoulder and landed on his butt. "Pika!" exclaimed the electric type angrily. "I'm sorry," shouted Ash to both of his Pokémon while he made a run for the city, followed by Riolu, who constantly fired aura spheres after him. The people on the streets near the city stared at the new boy who was chased by an angry Riolu. A few trainers ran after them, wanting to catch Riolu. Ash gasped hard while he ran and still tried to dodge Riolu's aura spheres. The small Pokémon didn't like to be forgotten. So every time Ash did, he had to pay for it. Finally he tripped and fell down. Riolu jumped and pinned his trainer and partner to the ground. The Pokémon still sent waves of anger to Ash, but also amusement. To end it, Riolu pushed a force palm into Ash's stomach, getting the boy to groan in pain, then both laughed. Suddenly a Pokeball sailed towards Riolu and hit his head. Confused Riolu watched how the red light surrounded him, just to die away when his bond with one of Ash's Pokeballs kept him from being caught. Ash sat up and saw the trainers which had followed them, staring at them. "What are you looking at?" asked the 16-years-old. Never saw a trainer being chased by his Pokémon for forgetting to call it out of the Pokeball. It was silent for a while, then a girl stormed forward and hugged Riolu. Riolu squeaked in shock and tried to struggle free. Ash had to laugh at that, and while the trainers ran off, a boy of 15 who looked exactly like the girl that hugged Riolu came forward and said, "Hey, I'm Tommy and that's my twin sis Tara. We're both from Sinnoh, so we thought that your Riolu was a wild one that got lost here. Sorry that I threw that ball." He had short brown hair and green eyes. Ash waved it off and answered, "I'm Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. It's all right. Nothing happened. However, could your sister let go of him? I believe Riolu can't breathe." "Tara, let go of that poor Pokémon." "But he's so cute," argued Tara. Her brother face-palmed and said, "Tara, he can't breathe and this trainer wants his Pokémon back." "Oh, so Riolu is yours?" asked the girl. "Did you catch him in Sinnoh?" Ash shook his head and answered, "No." "Well, Riolu is from the Sinnoh region, however he came by for a visit in Professor Oak's lab. There we decided that it would be fun to travel together." "Came by for a visit?" asked Tommy. "Yeah, Riolu is kind of the prince of the Lucario kingdom." Ri called Riolu, who was still in Tara's arms, in protest and transferred his embarrassment and the plea to be silent to Ash. But too late. Tara went wide-eyed and asked, "He was the one Hunter J once caught?" "Yeah," answered Ash, then asked, "Can I have him back now?" "Aw," complained Tara. "Tara," urged Tommy. "Fine," sighed Tara and handed Riolu to Ash. Immediately the Aura Pokémon leaped to his trainer and climbed to his shoulder. The three teens laughed at this, and then Ash got a great idea. He asked Riolu, who agreed happily. "Hey, you two." "Yeah," asked Tommy. "Want any of to battle Riolu? It would be a good training for him." "I hope I get a word to say in this," called another familiar voice, and one of Ash's Pokeballs snapped open. Lucario appeared and crossed his arms. "Lucario with Arceus," exclaimed Ash. "Don't scare me like that. Did you listen the whole time?" Lucario chuckled at this and answered, "Since Riolu started chasing you. You have good reflexes." Ash blushed at that. Lucario had heard and felt everything. Finally Ash remembered that they weren't alone. He looked at the twins, who stared at Lucario in awe. "You have a talking Lucario?" asked Tommy. Ash sighed deeply, while Lucario seemed to ignore them and turned to Ash. "Ash, though we don't have much time. You have to start your training too. I think I should get a word in when Riolu trains when I'm supposed to teach you two how to master your aura." Ash nodded and said to Tommy and Tara, "Well, sorry guys, seems like Lucario has other plans." The two still stared, then Tommy offered, "Well, can't we kinda help you?" Ash looked at Lucario, who answered, "It depends on what Pokémon you use." Tara smiled and offered, "Let's go to the Pokémon Center." Behind it they, grew, of forest trainers can use to train their Pokémon. "It seems like the perfect location," answered Lucario, then smirked mischievously at Ash and continued, "Many trees for you to run against when we train Orosite." Ash groaned at this, but complied and the five were about to walk off, when Misty, Brock and Pikachu finally caught up with them. "Hey guys," said Ash. "Don't you hey guys us," snapped Misty angrily. "You can't just leave us behind like that." "Oh come on Misty, you don't know how much Riolu's aura sphere can hurt," defended Ash himself. Riolu blushed a bit at that and rubbed the back of his head. Lucario's shoulders shook slightly under his suppressed laughter and Pikachu grinned while he jumped onto Ash's other shoulder. Then Ash turned to his friends and introduced, "Brock, Misty, those two are Tommy and Terra. They're from Sinnoh." "Tommy, Terra, those are my friends Brock and Misty." The four greeted, then Lucario said, "Ash common, we don't have forever." Ash nodded and the group made their way to the Pokémon Center. There they immediately went to the small forest and Lucario walked around for a while, trying to find a good spot. He stopped on a clearing and turned to Ash. "Take your shirt off." "What?" "Take your shirt off," repeated Lucario. "You don't need to drench it with sweat." Ash nodded and pulled his shirt over his head. Lucario looked at him for a few seconds, then stated, "You are not weak, however you'll need a bit more muscles, especially around here." He shot an aura sphere and it hit Ash's stomach. He gasped and coughed. "Pika!" shouted Pikachu outraged. Lucario calmly answered, "Sometimes you have to block aura spheres or other attacks with your body. The stomach is the safest place for this, however to reduce also the pain that this brings, you need to concentrate your training on it." Ash nodded in understanding and did so. Lucario turned to Riolu and ordered, "Now Riolu, I want you to attack Ash with Aura Sphere." Riolu looked shocked and the older Pokémon said, "You do it or I do it, but it will be less painful for Ash when you do it." Riolu still looked nervous, but Ash gave him a reassuring smile and slowly Riolu charged up an Aura Sphere. "Ash." He looked at Lucario. "Yeah. Close your eyes. I want you to try to make sure it hits your stomach without seeing it. Concentrate on your aura for that." Nodding once more, Ash followed the request and closed his eyes. He tried to use his aura to see, what proved to be quite difficult. Lucario seemed to have realized his tries and he heard him saying, "Don't try it. Aura sight needs time we don't have at the moment. However you and Riolu are connected. You will always know where his aura goes." Ash nodded and concentrated on Riolu. It was merely a weak pulsing from Riolu and a stronger from the aura sphere he felt, however enough to realize that it would hit his chest if it would be thrown in that way. Suddenly the sphere blasted towards him and Ash jumped a bit, managing that it hit his stomach directly. They repeated this for a bit, then Lucario called for a stop and gave Ash a pleased look. "That was better than I'd expected, Ash." At this the boys smiled and Lucario continued, "I guess we can follow your wish now. Riolu can battle if both of you want." Both nodded immediately and Terra called, "Oh, can I fight against them?" Tommy shrugged and Ash and Riolu both nodded. So they took position and Terra grabbed a Pokeball. "Mothim go." The orange-yellow moth appeared and Terra ordered, "Mothim use Aerial Ace." Ash tensed and ordered, "Riolu get ready." He saw how Lucario narrowed his eyes and wondered why. Like lightning, Mothim shot towards Riolu. Now, Riolu allowed himself to collapse onto the ground and Mothim missed. "Roll on your back and Aura Sphere." The Pokémon did so and the moment Mothim flew directly over him, he shot an Aura Sphere at it. Mothim managed to dodge and shot an energy ball back. Riolu rolled out of the way. "Use Silver Wind now." Ash smirked. "Use it." The attack hit Riolu, who got blown into the bushes by it. Terra smiled, when something fast moved on her left. Ash smiled when he saw how Lucario nodded in approval at the tactic. Riolu jumped from one branch of a tree to the next, all around the clearing. Riolu continue and use quick attack. The fighting type became even faster and then Ash ordered, "Force Palm." From behind, Riolu shot towards Mothim and Force Palm hit its back. Mothim spun around, knocking Riolu away with its wings in process. Riolu did a few somersaults, then landed on the grass and spun around. Use Aura Sphere again. Energy Ball. The two spheres collided and exploded. Suddenly Mothim shot out of the smoke, using Aerial Ace. Shield was the only thing Ash managed to scream out in the little time they'd left. In the last second, Riolu managed to pull up an Aura Shield and Mothim got thrown back. Terra and everyone else stared surprised, and then Tommy asked, "Wow, what was that?" Ash smirked slightly and answered, "Riolu's Aura Shield. It's not really an attack. He's more changing an Aura Sphere into a shield." Terra awed at this, then ordered, "Alright Mothim, Air Slash." Mothim attacked once more and Ash ordered, "Hit it away with Bone Rush, then use Quick Attack again." Riolu used Bone Rush like a baseball bat, then sped forward and rammed into Mothim. The moth fell down and gasped heavily. "I believe it's enough," called Lucario. Ash nodded and picked Riolu up. Riolu questioned him and Ash answered, "You did great Riolu, I never saw you pulling up your shield that fast." At this Riolu beamed and hugged Ash happily. Ash smiled as well and gave Lucario a thankful nod. Lucario nodded back. Both already knew how much Riolu sometimes needed praise. So he could give his very best. Ash smiled while he looked around. They were sitting in a park and enjoying Brock's cooking. The Pokémon were all out and having fun or training. Riolu and Lucario were sparring. Pikachu and Luxio tried to prove each other the own Irontail was better, and Charizard and Ninetales were just enjoying the sun. Brock had 5 Pokémon with him. His Krogunk and Swampert relaxed near a small pond, while Crobat made his fun with scaring the other Pokémon. The only ones he didn't manage to scare were Steelix and Graveler, who were both used to the Pokémon. One Pokémon which suffered the most under Crobat was Misty's Corsola. Her other water types were in the pond. Seadra, Goldeen, Vaporeon and Shellos were playing tag together while her Psyduck sat on the edge of the pond. Ash was truly impressed by the collections Terra and Tommy had. Terra had, except for her Mothim, a Lopunny, an Empoleon, a Chatot and a Pachirisu. Tommy had an Infernape, a Staraptor, a Floatzel and Roserade. The day had turned out quite good and Ash hoped it would stay that way. Until he heard it. Prepare for trouble. Make it double. To protect a world from devastation. To unite all people within our nation. At this Ash facepalmed and Brock and Misty groaned while Terra and Tommy looked confused. A smoke cloud appeared behind them and then 3 figures appeared out of it. A woman with pink hair and a man with violet hair, both wore white suits with a big red R on the chest. The third was a Persian. To denounce the evil of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse. James. Team Rocket blasts of at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Yeah, that's right. Can't you guys give me a break once? Snapped Ash. No, answered Jessie cockily. Then she threw a Pokeball. Dustox go. James also threw his Pokeball. Carnivine go. Ash narrowed his eyes. They were up to something. Charizard and Ninetales were out, having advantage against the bug and the grass type, so why did they send them out? Shaking his head he called, "Alright, if it's a battle you want, you can have one. Charizard, Ninetales use Flamethrower." Meowth. On it, called the Persian and jumped in front of the other 2. Protect. A greenish shield appeared around the 3 Pokémon. "Oh, you gotta be kidding me," exclaimed Ash frustrated. Bad enough Meowth managed to copy Thunderbolt after it started to observe the attack, now it also was able to use Protect. Dustox used Silver Wind. Carnivine used Bullet Seed. And I used Thunderbolt. The 3 attacks shot at the 2 fire types and Ash shouted, "Riolu Aura Shield." Riolu jumped in front of his friends and the bluish shield blocked the attacks. "Who the hell are you?" exclaimed Tommy. Prepare for. Stop, shouted Misty, interrupting Jessie. I can't hear that motto anymore. I second that, called Brock. Me too, agreed Ash. How can you be so mean, asked the woman. What did we ever do to you? You mean except for trying to steal Pikachu, having us falling down hundreds of holes and torturing us with your motto, asked Ash. Jessie smirked, then suddenly Lucario exclaimed, now I recognize them. Who are you? Asked James. Duh, that is that strange Lucario from that kingdom, explained Meowth. What? Then I guess you were that Meowth back there Mew, let's say borrowed, to play with. Borrowed? Shouted Meowth. I was Pokemon napped by that cat. Suddenly Ash realized what Lucario was doing and smirked. Charizard, Ninetales, use Flamethrower again. Both fired their attacks and Meowth was to concentrate it on his discussion with Lucario to realize it. The fire attacks hit him and the other two. Meowth stood up again, however the grass and bug type were out cold. Thanks Lucario, stated the teen. Lucario smiled and answered, you're welcome my friend. You were distracting me, accused Meowth. And? Asked Lucario. Meowth huffed, then Jessie called out a new Pokemon. Shedinja go. Ash frowned. That Pokemon of hers was hard to beat. Ash heard frustrated growls from Pikachu and Riolu. What's wrong? Asked Misty confused. Shedinja are incredible strong Pokemon Misty. They aren't hit, normally, by any attack and aren't resistant against any. However they are immune against almost every type of attacks, explained Brock. Lucario looked as surprised, then asked, what attacks do help? Your Shadow Claw for sure. Answered Ash. For the rest, let's leave it to Charizard and Ninetales. We'll see twerp. Shedinja use Aerial Ace, ordered Jessie. Ash shouted, Charizard fly up to dodge, Ninetales use Dig. Both Pokemon managed to dodge, but then Charizard got hit with Shadow Ball in the back. He growled and fired a Dragon Breath at Shedinja. Charizard stop, that has no effect. But too late. Shedinja had sped through the attack and hit Charizard with Night Slash. Charizard. The big orange Pokemon fell down, but pushed himself up. Shedinja seemed to mock him, since Charizard roared loudly and launched a flamethrower at the other. Shedinja simply dodged and Charizard growled loudly. Charizard fly up and use flamethrower from above, ordered Ash. Oh please let that work, begged the trainer in his head. Charizard shot into the air and attacked with flamethrower. Shedinja got close to the ground and Ash shouted, Flare Blitz. The ground under Shedinja burst and Ninetales shot out and hit the Ghost Bug type with Flare Blitz. Shedinja yowled and retreated. Both flamethrower again. The two fire attacks shot at Shedinja, who dodged. Now. A blue blur leaped at Shedinja and it got thrown against Jessie after the attack had hit. Lucario skidded to a halt and the Shadow Claw disappeared from his paw. Shedinja shot forward again and Brock shouted, how can that be? Those were a ghost and fire type hit. Well, they finally started to train, answered Ash and kept a carefully eye on Shedinja. The Pokemon was too fast for his liking. Shedinja Aerial Ace, ordered Jessie. Ninetales block it with Flare Blitz. Charizard get ready. The orange Pokemon nodded in understanding while Ninetales charged at the advancing enemy. Shedinja dodged and made a turn for Charizard, when Ninetales used her tails, still using Flare Blitz, and catapulted Shedinja into the air. Now Charizard. Blast Burn. Charizard drew his head back and a giant fireball formed in his mouth. Then it shot forward and Shedinja got hit. The Pokemon fell down, leaving a trail of smoke behind. Jessie yelped and recalled her Pokemon. Very well twerp, this time you won, but it was the last time. You say that every time, argued Ash, then he smirked. Pikachu Thunder. Luxio Thunderbolt. Both electric types charged up and shot. Screamed all of Team Rocket, then they were gone. Faintly you heard their usual words. Team Rocket's blasting off again. Ash pumped his fist into the air. And done. Yeah, I believe that was the faster than ever before since Jessie got Shedinja. What do you think, Ninetales? Ninetales nodded her head, then started to clean her fur from the dust of the battle. Riolu informed Ash about his thoughts and the teen smirked. Drama Queen, right, you are Riolu. The small Pokémon grinned, then Lucario asked, fastest? Yeah, our fights got longer and longer since Jessie got that Arceus damn GH. Ash, scolded Lucario. He scowled, then said, since Jessie got her Shedinja, and since she started actually training her Pokémon. Brock and Misty nodded in understanding and Lucario also seemed to understand. Tommy and Tara just stared in awe and then the boy asked, you know those guys? Too good for my liking, stated Misty. They are after Pikachu ever since I started my journey when I was 10-inch, explained Ash, then Lucario cut in, it's sunset, shouldn't we get going? Ash nodded immediately. He didn't want to keep Mewtwo and NTI waiting, Mewtwo the least. The legendary had quite some temper in urgent situations. Going where? Asked Tara curiously. Well, Ash fell silent. Should he tell them the truth? He looked at Lucario for help, but the aura Pokémon seemed as torn as him. Tara and Tommy looked at them, then Ash suddenly felt how a wave of psychic energy hit them. Come finally, sounded Mewtwo's voice in his head. And take your new friends with you, they can help us. Ash smirked when he saw how the Pokémon frowned at the feeling of Mewtwo in their heads. Then he called, all right. Luxio, Ninetales, Charizard, return for now. His 3 Pokémon disappeared in their ball and Misty and Brock called theirs back as well. Ash turned to Tommy and Tara and told the twins, you better call yours back too. Believe me, he can get pretty impatient. He? Asked Tommy while he and his sister called their Pokémon back. You'll soon know, soothed Lucario, then the group left. Pikachu and Riolu had taken their reserved spots on Ash's shoulders while Lucario walked next to him. Misty and Brock followed a bit more behind and Tommy and Tara walked slowly behind all of them. After a while Pikachu turned to the twins and waved them to speed up a bit. Both walked faster and then they finally reached the cliffs where the friends had separated from Mewtwo and NTI. Ash was about to call for them, when NTI's deep mental voice growled, you took your time. The legendary stepped out from behind a rock, followed by Mewtwo. 7. What? Screamed the twins unison. NTI winced and accused Mewtwo, you could have warned me about their loud voices. Mewtwo had a mocking gleam in his eyes when he answered, what, the so mighty legendary beast of fire can't take the voices of 2 human. Watch it Mewtwo, growled NTI. What the hell is going on here? Asked Tommy while his wide eyes. What is it with humans and this cussing these days? Asked Lucario. This got him a chuckle from NTI and Mewtwo. The fact that Lucario had missed many centuries was one of the reasons even Mewtwo had quickly warmed up to the fighter. Well, Lucario, no idea, as to what is going on here. The world is on the edge of apocalypse and the Legendaries, Mew, Celebi and Manaphy chose me to be their savior. Well, I've saved the words I don't know how many times before so, it's nothing new on that part. Only our enemies are. He trailed off and Mewtwo offered, disturbing. Yeah, that word works. Can we go now? Snapped NTI. The longer we talk here, the higher is the chance that Articuno loses a fight to her dark side. Dark side? Questioned Tommy. We'll explain later, promised Ash and nodded to Mewtwo. The other nodded back and closed his eyes. His paws started to glow in a strong blue, which slowly started to cover his body. I've never seen him concentrating so much for a teleport. The dark side must have really weakened his powers. Ash felt pity for Mewtwo. He knew how proud the other was of his powers. Suddenly Mewtwo's eyes shot open and everything got covered in blue light. Ash winced when he felt like he was cut in two. Then he felt how he hit the ground face first. Groans came from everywhere and Ash pushed himself up and looked around. Around him Entei, Riolu, Pikachu, Lucario, Brock, Misty, Tommy and Terra pushed themselves up around him. "Where is Mewtwo?" asked Lucario. Everyone looked around and then the legendary burst out from a rock. His eyes burned and he cursed just about everything. "Damn it, those dark sides. I can't even teleport without landing inside of a rock. Hell." He went on like that for a while, completely oblivious to the 5 human and 4 Pokémon who watched him stunned. "Mewtwo?" asked Ash finally. The legendary jerked around and his eyes widened, then he asked, how much have you heard?" "Everything since you came out of the rock," pointed Entei out smugly. "I don't even want to know what you said inside the rock," agreed Brock. Everyone laughed, but they stopped when Mewtwo sent them a death glare. "Geez, Mewtwo, calm down," stated Misty. "Can't you take a little teasing?" "Not in a situation like this," argued Mewtwo and glanced around. "At least we are on the island we tried to reach." "What do you mean by that?" asked Tommy. "That we also could have landed in the sea." "Yes," answered Mewtwo simply and gazed around again. "Something feels amiss here," stated Lucario. "Agreed," said Mewtwo. Ash frowned. "Don't tell me Articuno's." "No, not Articuno's dark side," answered Entei immediately. "Then it at least should feel like an ice type." "No, it's more." He trailed off and narrowed his eyes in confusion. "I can't pinpoint. It seems to switch type and..." Immediately Ash froze. "Switch TTT types," stammered the teen. "Yes, why?" asked Mewtwo. "Why?" cried the teen. "There is only one legendary that can do that." Now Mewtwo tensed up and scanned their surroundings while Entei's eyes widened in shock. Riolu clung to Ash's leg, while the rest still seemed confused. "Ash, which Pokémon do you mean?" asked Brock. The trainer failed in finding his voice and pulled out his Pokédex. He opened it and chose a Pokémon, then held it to his friends. "Arceus, the normal-type legendary. It is told in mythology that this Pokémon was born before the universe even existed and that it shaped it. It can change to any type, as long as it holds the plate of this type," explained the computer voice. Everyone became wide eyes and Misty asked, "Arceus' dark side is free already?" "It's probably even worse," stated Entei. "How can that be any worse?" exclaimed Tommy. Entei frowned, then explained what Ash already knew from their discussion at Oak's lab. "Ho-Oh and a few other legendaries share a bitter sense of foreboding, including me and the other 2, explained Entei with a dark tone in his voice. Arceus' behavior when Ho-Oh talked to him about what was happening to our world was unusual. Like he cared nothing for what could happen to the world. We all, fear that Arceus might be imprisoned somewhere and that his dark side took over." Ash had heard this already, but frowned nonetheless. Suddenly Mewtwo looked around wildly. "It's gone," exclaimed the legendary. "If this was really Arceus' dark side, then he's gone now." Ash breathed out at that. He rather handled Arceus after they'd gathered a bit more help. "Well, then let's look for Articuno now," offered Brock. "We should split up," offered Mewtwo. "Brock and Misty go with Entei, since he's a fire-type legendary. Ash, Tommy and Terra come with me. I'm a psychic type so Ash's fire types would come in handy." Everyone agreed and they separated. While they looked for Articuno, Ash glanced into the sky. "Is he watching us?" wondered the teen. "I hope not." Lucario growled when a stone rolled away under his paw and he fell. Grunting, he pushed himself up again. This place truly got onto his nerves. They'd searched for hours and though he had his aura sight, the energy Articuno used to guard this place, he tripped over enough things to be bruised already. "Lucario, are you alright?" asked Ash's voice. Lucario looked at the teen, who directed the light of his flashlight towards him. Lucario nodded and carefully walked up to Ash. They had split up in two groups, however Ash's group had separated once again. Mewtwo searched with Tommy and Terra while Ash had just the help of his Pokémon. Not that either Lucario or Mewtwo were too worried about this fact. Ash's Pokémon were strong. Lucario gazed around once more and smirked when he felt the pulse of Riolu's aura. The small fighting type, as well as Pikachu, sat on Ash's shoulders. Riolu had his eyes closed. He sent out his aura, just like Lucario did. However impressive was, that Riolu did this for 10 minutes straight now. The energy on this island kept Lucario from doing so for more than 5 minutes. Then again, Riolu's Aura Keeper was here as well. "What is that?" exclaimed Ash. The teen ran on and now Riolu was thrown out of his concentration and clung to the teen's shoulder. Lucario followed them and watched how Ash bent down and picked something up. He heard the boy gasp and then Ash turned to him and showed him what he'd picked up. Lucario's eyes widened when he saw the ice blue feather in the teen's hand. Though not the fact that the feather was from Articuno, but the fact that it was partly burned, shocked the Pokémon. Articuno seemingly already fought against a fire type, stated Lucario, trying to hide his shock. Ash nodded and looked around. Articuno has to be nearby. "Why so?" asked Pikachu his trainer. Though Lucario knew that Ash couldn't understand his partner, at least not yet, the teen still knew what his Pokémon had asked. "The feather is ice cold," stated Riolu, who had taken the feather and now held it to Pikachu. "When it would be long since Articuno lost that feather, then it would have the warmth of our surroundings." Lucario watched how Pikachu touched the feather and started to shiver. Then Articuno really has to be nearby. The Aura Pokémon looked around with narrowed eyes, then something caught his attention. "Ash over there." He pointed in the right direction. The teen guided the light there and everyone gasped. Between bluish stones lay an ice blue thing. In the dark it looked like another stone, but right now, they easily recognized Articuno. "Let's go," whispered Ash and ran on. Lucario followed immediately and Pikachu and Riolu jumped from Ash's shoulders so the teen could run freely. Lucario jumped over the most stones the other three had to dodge, why he was the first one who saw it. Articuno had raised her head and fired an ice beam at them. "Duck!" shouted the Pokémon and everyone ducked behind a stone. The ice beam hit the stone, however did no other damage. "I think calling Charizard and Ninetales out now is no good idea," stated Riolu. Everyone nodded in agreement and Lucario closed his eyes. He cursed silently. Articuno was pretty alerted now. "We can't get closer when Articuno will attack us the moment we move," growled Lucario. "If we can get Pikachu to body contact," offered Riolu when Ash said, "No. I will not send Pikachu in there alone." "Common Ash," begged Pikachu and petted his partner's cheek. "I'll be careful. Please." Ash stared at his first Pokémon, then sighed and pulled Pikachu into a hug. "But promise to be careful, okay buddy?" Pikachu nodded happily and then jumped out from behind a rock. They heard a few explosions, then Pikachu shrieked. Lucario saw how Ash winced at the sound and Riolu tried to comfort him by pointing out that it probably could have just been a really strong thunder Pikachu fired. The teen didn't look convinced, when Pikachu suddenly called, "Come, fast." "Go," hissed Lucario, leaped out from behind the rock and dashed forward. Pikachu sat atop Articuno, who struggled against the paralyses of static. Ash kneed down in front of Articuno. The legendary glared at him and a mighty and deeper female voice thundered, "Mortal, how dare you to immobilize me like this?" Everyone stared at Articuno, who glared right back. They hadn't expected the Pokémon to be this set off. Ash tried to answer when Articuno continued, "Why sending this little yellow pest? You could have also sent the 2 fire wielders on your waist. Why torturing me?" Lucario now felt something inside of Ash snap and the teen started to yell at Articuno, not that anyone could blame him. His Pokémon meant everything to Ash and Articuno had just called Pikachu a pest. "What? how can you say that? We are here because we want to help you and keep the world from being destroyed. I never wanted to send Pikachu against, but his static was the only thing that managed to give us the ability to get more or less close to you. I never met such a rude legendary. I was worried when I found the burned feather, but now I really wish whatever dark side attacked you would come back and finish its job. The teen breathed heavily, then took a deep breath and Lucario felt how Ash calmed down. Riolu relaxed as well, having tensed up the moment Ash's anger got the better of him. Sorry, muttered the teen and bent down to check Articuno's injuries. Pikachu is my best friend. I can't stand it when someone insults him. Articuno stared at him, then realization shone in her eyes and she gasped, "You're Lugia's chosen one. Ash Ketchum." Ash nodded and asked, "Common buddy, get off of Articuno so static has a chance to wear off." Pikachu nodded and jumped on Ash's shoulder. Lucario, Riolu, can you stand guard while I take care of Articuno's wounds? Both Aura Pokemon nodded and walked a bit farther away. Ash searched through his bag. Somewhere here it has to be. Ah, there. He pulled out a smaller bag and opened it. A few little jars fell out and he took one. So, the professor said this one for strength. He opened it and found mashed oran berries and a few herbs. Add it to water, muttered the teen, repeated the words Professor Oak had told him. He took out one of his water bottles and gave a bit of the mass into it. Then he closed it and shook the bottle. The water turned to a deep blue, then got a greenish shine when the herbs dissolved in the liquid. Pikachu watched silently while the teen reopened the bottle and held it to Articuno. Alright, open your beak. You need to drink that. Articuno hesitated shortly, understandable after the attack she'd seemingly suffered, but finally followed his request. Slowly he poured the liquid into the Legendaries' mouth. Articuno swallowed everything, then closed her eyes and relaxed. I feel a lot better, stated the ice-flying type now softly. Thank you, chosen one. Ash smiled at the bird and said, I'm not done yet. We've got to take care of those burns. He picked up another jar and opened it. It was a greenish paste and all three of them frowned at the smell. Is this necessary? Asked Articuno, her head turned away. Ash answered, yeah it is. I've no idea when we can get you to Professor Oak's lab or to the best Pokémon Center, if we even do that, so yes, it's necessary to take care of those burns now. Pikachu smirked and said, Pikapi Pai Pika. Thanks for pitying me, snorted Articuno, but had to grin a bit. Ash smiled, in his work of putting the paste on the worst burns, when Pikachu grinned as well. The little yellow mouse really knew how to cheer a Pokémon up. After a while he was done and called, there. All done. Articuno slowly stood up and looked herself over. She frowned then. Ash couldn't blame her for it. Her usually bright blue feathers were grayish from ashes and in the worst parts black. The paste out of, like Professor Oak said, roast berries, stuck the feathers together. Articuno sighed and stated, I will have to pause flying for a while. Ash smiled at her, then she suddenly screeched and jumped a bit backwards. Spinning around, he came face to face with a surprised Entei, who had Brock and Misty on his back. You, hissed Articuno and fired an ice beam at Entei. The legendary beast of fire dodged and asked, What the Articuno, what are you doing? Don't play innocent. You attacked me. At this Entei took a surprised step back, then asked, I beg your pardon. Why would I ever do such a thing? Those two continued to argue, leaving Ash and Pikachu to sweat drop. Can I say something? Asked Ash. No, snapped both Legendaries unison. Ash took a step back, when a new voice called, You are acting absolutely ridiculous. Everyone turned to look at Mewtwo. His left arm was burned and Tommy and Terra both had a few burn marks as well. Mewtwo, what happened? Asked Entei worriedly. Mewtwo snorted and stated, While you two were arguing, the two of them and me ran into your dark side. The psychic type frowned and looked at Ash. Remember me to never get on NTI's bad side. Ash nodded, then said, that was what I wanted to say. Articuno, isn't it more likely that it was NTI's dark side that attacked you? I mean, we came with him and Mewtwo after all. Articuno glanced back and forth between NTI, Ash and Mewtwo, then said, I guess you are right, chosen one. Turning to NTI, she scanned him, then said, I'm sorry NTI. I forgot that the Pokémon that attacked me had black eyes and the plates on its back were from a slight orange. Yeah, that's the NTI that attacked us, cut Terra in and looked at her hair with pity. To get my hair done is going to cost I don't know how much money. Even my last savings account is going to be empty. Ash stared shortly and heard Misty groaning something like, just like my sisters. Well, shouldn't we take a leave? Asked Mewtwo. Wait, called Ash and turned to Articuno. Articuno, you don't have to agree to it, but hear me out before you decide, and don't freeze me. And having Lugia's anger on me? No, I will not attack, laughed the bird. Ash nodded and explained, well, Ho-Oh kinda declared NTI, Suicun and Reiku to my protectors, and to do so, I was allowed to temporarily catch them. Mewtwo, Mew, Shalebi and Manaphy thought this was a good idea, since as long as they have bonds with one of my ball, they can go more into public without having to fear to be caught. Articuno nodded in understanding, a strange gleam in her eyes. Well, I want to ask you if you want to do the same. After this all is over I, of course, would set you free again. Articuno nodded again and answered, indeed it is an interesting, and very clever idea. I agree to it, chosen one, but truly under the condition that I regain my freedom after this adventure. Ash nodded and took out a luxury ball. Before he threw it, he warned, maybe you should know that I already have 6 Pokémon with me, so the moment you are caught, the ball will immediately get transported to Professor Oak's lab. So please don't freak. Articuno answered, I understand. Ash got ready to throw the ball, when a deep voice, just like NTI's, but darker, growled, I would let that be mortal. Everyone spun around and Tommy and Terra hid behind Mewtwo. Though the psychic type looked uncomfortable with those two so near, he allowed it. Ash was frozen in place, while Articuno ducked down behind him. In front of them stood another NTI, however it matched more the description Articuno had given. Its black eyes were cold and full of evil and the blades on the back glowed in a slight orange. Ash secretly pressed the button on the luxury ball behind his back. It opened to its normal size and he thought, Mewtwo, can you hear me? If yes, answer without anyone knowing it. He saw how Mewtwo shortly glanced back at him, curiosity in the Legendaries' eyes, but he answered, I can hear you, Ash. What is it? Tell Articuno from me to fly. Then I'll throw the ball at her. She's too injured to fight. Mewtwo nodded slightly and focused his eyes on Dark NTI again, who still stared at them. Suddenly Articuno shot into the air, right behind Ash. Aiming good, Ash threw the ball after her. Dark NTI roared in rage and shot a blast burn at Ash, the same moment when Articuno disappeared in her ball. Ash saw how it fell down, when something blue dashed past him. Riolu took position in front of him and pulled up his aura shield. The attack was strong and the shield started to crack slightly. Ash felt how desperate his partner was and with one last glance to the just disappearing luxury ball, he placed his hand on Riolu's shoulder and pulled the fighting type into a strong hug. The shield glowed brighter and increased its size, now covering their whole little group. Ash saw how Lucario nodded in approval and when Blast Burn died down, Riolu allowed the shield to disappear. Now the humans, Pokémon and the 2 Legendaries stood up against Dark NTI, who eyed them with burning eyes and Ash knew, this was going to be a hard battle. Reiku scanned the plains in front of their group. Behind him stood, or flew, Shalebi, Paul, Barry and Gary Oak. The grandson of the famous professor had been quite some help on their task, as well as Paul, however if Shalebi wouldn't stop him, Reiku would have thrown the blonde into a gorge. The legendary swallowed a sigh and closed his eyes. He felt strong electricity nearby and his tail and mane waved strongly. Opening his eyes he stated, Zapdos is somewhere around here. You sure? Asked Barry. The last time you said that it was just a pretty strong Raichu. Raikou growled at the blonde and hissed angrily, I am very sure mortal. Even this Raichu had just gained energy from Zapdos electricity. Now keep your annoying comments or I'll fry you on the spot. He saw Celebi giving him a warning glare. Pikachu did that already, snorted the teen and earned yet another growl from Raikou. The chosen one's partner was strong, yet no match for him. Gary firmly grabbed Barry's shoulder and warned, Barry, I'm very sure Raikou's powers are a bit stronger than Pikachu's. Raikou snorted and now Celebi giggled, a bit? Okay much, laughed the younger oak. The legendary beast of thunder snorted once more, then eyed the plains again. Something felt amiss. That's strange, stated he. What is it? Asked Celebi, immediately serious again. If my senses aren't fooling me, then Zapdos is far too close to the ground for being a bird. That doesn't sound good, stated Gary. It isn't, growled Raikou nervously. What was just going on? Especially in times like this Zapdos wouldn't dare to get too close to the ground. Celebi took off into the air, then called, there seems to be a fight behind a few hills. She flew down again. Jump up, ordered Raikou the three humans behind him. They climbed onto his back fast and immediately he took off. Barry yelped and clung to his mane, having Raikou roaring in pain and shaking his head. Barry, you're ripping his mane off, shouted Paul at the blonde, oh, sorry. He lightened his grip slightly and Raikou resumed racing over the plains, Celebi following in the air, when she suddenly exclaimed, no. What is it? Asked Raikou worriedly. Celebi rarely raised her voice like that. It's Zapdos. He fights against. She trailed off. Celebi against who? Shouted Gary. Against you, Raikou. Raikou froze in mid-run and skidded to a halt. What? Yowled the legendary beast of thunder and stared up at the time-traveling Pokémon. Your dark side is battling Zapdos. Raikou felt how Barry hit his back after Celebi's words and the teen called, move on. You're good, snorted Paul, talking only the third time since they'd left the lab a few days ago. He just got to know that Zapdos is attacked by his own dark side and you expect him to move on just like that? I agree with Paul on that one, said Gary. But Raikou, please move on. We got to help Zapdos. Raikou shook his head slowly, then harder, when he managed to snap out of his shook and picked up running once more. Soon his senses picked up strong electric attacks without him concentrating on them and he mentally noted the attacks he felt. Volt Tackle, Thunder, Thunderbolt, what the, since when can I sense Hyper Beam? That must be one of his attacks then. Oh, and everyone heard how lightning hit the ground and a loud thunder echoed over the plains. They finally reached their destination and Raikou, having formed the beginnings of a plan, growled, jump off. What? Exclaimed Barry. Jump OFF, roared the legendary and was just glad that the booming attacks in front of them kept the battling Pokémon from realizing they were here. The three human leaped from his back and immediately Raikou attacked. Volt Tackle. He crashed against his dark side, who got thrown away through the force, yet the attack did barely damage. Raikou winced slightly when Volt Tackle took its toll. I should have thought that through better, thought the Pokémon. I think I damaged myself more than him. Then his dark side turned to him and smirked evilly. Raikou frowned. It had been so long since he'd faced this Pokémon the last time, that he'd forgotten how frightening the cold evil in its endless black eyes could be. Unlike Raikou himself, his dark side had a dark gray mane and the black linings on its fur were red instead of black. And his eyes are not red like mine, but this strange black you almost drown in. Raikou frowned when he remembered how his dark side had overpowered him once, before they'd gotten separated. Well, sneered Dark Raikou with a grin. The good legendary fought down shivers at the voice that was somehow his own, yet it wasn't similar at all. Time for you to show up. I got bored with this weak birdie over there. Birdie, freaked Zapdos out and pushed himself up from the ground. Shelebi swiftly stopped the bird from moving forward and soothed, calmed Zapdos. You're hurt. Don't worry. Reiku and the teens can handle it. Zapdos hesitated, but then allowed himself to land on the ground again, where Shelebi checked his injuries. The teens? Asked Dark Reiku, who'd overheard the conversation, confused. That would be us, called Paul. Reiku glanced at the three teens, who held 2 Pokeballs each. He smiled slightly. It was always impressive for him how trainers, even when they knew they had no chance, fought against Legendaries. Yet, they are friends with Ash, reminded Reiku himself. It is just like you would expect it. Dark Reiku's voice forced him out of his thoughts. 3 weak humans, laughed the dark side. Weak? Exploded Barry now. I'll show you. Roserade, Heracross, go. Golem. Umbreon. I need your help here. Electivire and Torterra, let's go. The 6 Pokémon appeared and took battle positions. Reiku did the same while Shelebi turned her back on Zapdos and to Dark Reiku and raised her hands. Reiku knew that position. She prepared her Leaf Storm. So, you all think you can beat me, snarled the dark side. We know it, growled Reiku back and charged up his attack. Oh really? Very well, take this. Hyper Beam. Hyper Beam. Reiku answered with the same attack and met the dark sides halfway. They were equal. Leaf Storm. Shelebi's attack joined Reiku's, and that was when Paul ordered, Electivire use Thunder on the ground. Torterra used Giga Drain. Gary followed the violet-haired boy's lead. Umbreon used Shadow Ball. Golem used Stone Edge. Barry was the last to call out attacks. Roserade used Solar Beam. Heracross used Hyper Beam. The combined force of the attacks now easily overpowered Dark Reiku's Hyper Beam, however the dark side leaped out of the way in time, to get hit with Heracross Megahorn. The dark side got thrown back, to be hit with various attacks from the 6 trained Pokémon. Suddenly they all got thrown back by a big thunder attack. Reiku leaped forward now, to protect the 3 humans. He took the hit, but swiftly shook it off and shot a Shadow Ball at the dark side. The other dodged again, and for quite some time the 2 chased each other over the hills. Reiku had found out that their attacks matched exactly, except for the fact that this creature used Dark Pulse, an attack every dark side knew, when Reiku used Shadow Ball. The 2 of them mostly held their electric attacks back, since it wouldn't do much damage to the other. Reiku felt a déjà vu coming while they battled. This wasn't much different from his last battle with his dark side. There the 2 of them had also chased each other around. Reiku was forced out of his memories when a Hyper Beam hit his side and he got flung through the air, to crash onto the ground hard. His breath got caught in his throat for a second and he scolded himself, I should stop letting myself getting carried away by memories in battle. Suddenly he got pinned down and his dark side hissed silently, now if I recall right, our weakness to electric attacks lies here. He placed a paw over Reiku's throat and the legendary beast started to struggle in panic. If the electricity, that would soon get released on him, was strong enough, it could easily kill him. He saw how the dark side charged up thunder, when Leaf Storm shot him away. Reiku got onto his paws and called, thanks Shelebi. Welcome, called the green Pokémon back while she attacked with Magical Leaf. Dark Reiku dodged and grinning stated, you should train your aim. And you should know that Magical Leaf cannot miss, called Gary. Magical Leaf hit from behind and right afterwards the teen's Golem Stone Edge hit him. The dark side grunted in pain and then got hit by Reiku's Hyper Beam and Shelebi's Leaf Storm. Somehow the dark side managed to save himself onto a hill and growled angrily, you haven't seen me for the last time. He ran off. Reiku was about to run after him, when Shelebi blocked his way. Don't. Now we need to concentrate on taking Zapdos to Samuel's lab, insisted the green Pokémon. Reiku sighed, but knew Shelebi was right. Let's get going then, stated the legendary beast. The teens recalled their Pokémon and climbed onto his back, while Celebi and Zapdos took off, high into the air. May sighed deeply while she leaned against the bark of a dead tree and stared into their campfire. They had searched, she actually lost count on the number of islands her group had already checked, but not a sign of Moltres. Looking around, she checked her group through. Mew circled over their camp, checking their surroundings while Suicun lay in front of the fire. The Pokémon's eyes were closed, but May knew she didn't sleep yet. Manaphy sat in May's lap, asleep already. Max crouched over the fire and prepared dinner. He wasn't as good with cooking as Brock, but better than May herself. Dawn and Zoe took care of Dawn's Togekiss. The brave Pokémon had flown after Suicun with Max and Dawn on her back while Zoe and May herself had ridden on Suicun. Suddenly a few bushes rustled and everyone froze. They gazed at the bushes, but relaxed again when it was just two Rattata that wanted to enjoy the warmth of the fire. No one bothered to shoo them away. May absent-minded petted Manaphy while she stared up to the starlit night sky. So much had happened in the past few days. Of course, around Ash, things like this seemed to happen constantly, yet never to this extent. Or a moment May tried to imagine how her life would be if she'd never met Ash. What would have happened when her bike hadn't been fried by Pikachu? She smirked. That was unimaginable. She'd not hated, but disliked Pokémon when she started her journey, yet Ash's compassion for any Pokémon, no matter if his or not, had changed it. He and Pikachu had shown her what a close bond could develop between a trainer and his Pokémon. All of Ash's Pokémon would willingly die for the teen and May thought, mine would too, but would they if I'd never met Ash? He sure changed a lot, though he is kinda silly sometimes. She smiled slightly. Dinner's ready, called Max suddenly, snapping May out of her thoughts. Manaphy jerked awake in May's arms. The young legendary gazed around fearfully until May managed to calm it. She walked up to the fire and took a deep breath. Max had just prepared some soup and a few sandwiches, but it smelled delicious. That smells great, Max, stated Zoe. Dawn nodded and May teased, yet Brock's is better. Max frowned at her and stated, well, I'm not him, and if you're not happy, you can cook tomorrow. Then both suddenly laughed. May smiled. He brother had been the worst pest ever to her, until he also had met Ash. The boy had found an idol in the Kanto trainer. After their dinner, everyone lay down around the fire, while Suicun rose to her paws. I'll take the first guard, stated the legendary beast. Mew, I'll switch with you around midnight, alright? Mew nodded, then curled up on a tree nearby. May cradled Manaphy in her arms, who purred happily, and soon fell into a deep sleep. She didn't dream anything, and when she awoke the next morning, she felt well rested and full of energy. Suicun and Mew were already awake, scanning their surroundings. May didn't fully understand why the legendary Pokémon were that worried, but then she reminded herself that they all had battled their dark sides once already, and had almost lost. The humans started to clean up their campsite, when a loud thunder exploded nearby. Everyone screamed and covered his ears. What was that? Exclaimed Max. I don't know, growled Suicun and glanced around. But it wasn't natural. Another thundering sound reached them, together with something that sounded like a whole forest that was on fire, yet nothing was wrong around them. Max slung his arms around May's waist, and May in answer used her free hand, since she held Manaphy with the other, to hold her brother tight. Everyone was tense to no end, wondering what was happening. Then in one moment to the other, a blue flash blinded them, and when May could see again, she gasped. A group of people and Pokémon lay in front of her, at least that was what it looked like through the smoke. Suddenly one figure rose up and raised its hands. The smoke got blown away, and before May could catch a clear thought, Mew exclaimed, Mewtwo. Indeed, it was the cloned legendary standing in front of them. Bent over, gasping hard, with burn marks and bruises all over his body. Suddenly two more figures rose up and Max gasped, Ash. Lucario. The teen looked up from where he helped the aura fighter onto his legs and smirked weakly at them. One by one the Pokémon and human in the group stood up. All of them had burn marks and bruises. For the sake of Arceus, yowled Suicun and moved to steady Entei. What happened to you? Entei gazed at her weakly. His red eyes held a strange shimmer and he groaned out, "My dark side." "What?" exclaimed Zoe. Brock nodded and, while he used his Graveler to help him stand, explained, "We split up on the Seafoam Islands. My group," continued Ash, "found Articuno, badly injured, but alive. I took care of her and after a bit of trouble, we found out that she got attacked by Entei's dark side. By that time," continued Mewtwo. "Me and those two." He sent an amused glare to the two, to May, unknown human. "Had managed to escape Dark Entei after we ran into him. In the end," ended Misty. "Articuno got transported to Professor Oak in the luxury ball Ash caught her with and we all battled with Dark Entei. Yet he was too strong," groaned Lucario out, who'd let go of Ash, to tumble against a tree. Immediately Mewtwo was by his side to steady him. "Stop moving so much," asked Entei. "You've been hit the worst of all of us." Agreeing murmurs came from everyone, then Suicun questioned, "But brother, how can that be? He is you." Entei sunk to his stomach before he answered, "I don't know Suicun. He was incredible strong. Ariola's aura shield prevented the worst." "It prevented the worst," raged Mew now. "What would have been if it hadn't then?" asked Manaphy curiously. Everyone growled at that, then Ash muttered, "Then I would probably not be more than a burned crisp." May's eyes widened, however everyone in Ash's group remained fairly calm. Suddenly they heard a thud and Ash screamed surprised. Lucario had collapsed onto the ground, Mewtwo being too injured to steady him enough to prevent a fall. May watched stunned how Mew floated up to the two Pokémon and checked Lucario through, then she called, "He just needs to rest, at least I think so." "We all need that," stated Brock. May turned to the girls in her group and everyone nodded. Her group did their best to help Ashes, but they couldn't do much. Soon Mew had worn herself out with trying to spend strength. Finally Max asked, "It's no short way, but shouldn't we take the Pokémon to the Pokémon Center? Lucario and Charizard need professional help badly. As do Roserade, Lopunny and Floatzel, not to mention the others," agreed Brock, who just called all of his Pokémon back. May watched how the others followed his example. Even Riola disappeared in his ball without complaining. The little fighting type was too exhausted to argue about it. Nurse Joy stared at the bruised and burned picture of a trainer in front of her. The teen gasped hard and she was sure his raven hair was far messier than it should be. "Oh my ho-oh, are you alright?" asked the nurse. The teen looked up at her. His auburn eyes were glassy and he gasped, "Me, yeah, but my Pokémon, please, you got to come with me. I can't get them in here." Nurse Joy stared one more moment, then grabbed a bag, retreated her Chansey and called, "Joyce." With a yelp her younger sister appeared in front of her, her Happiny following suit. "Yeah. There is an emergency. I'll be gone for a while. You have to take over here." Joyce stared confused, then asked, "What could be so bad that you need to leave?" Silently Joy nodded to the teen, who paced in front of the entrance. She heard a gasp, then Joyce said, "Hurry, when he looks like that, I don't want to know how his Pokémon look like." "My thoughts exactly," agreed Joy mentally, then ran up to the teen. "Alright, we can go." He smiled relieved and swiftly led her out of the Pokémon Center and into the forest behind it. "I've got to warn you," said the teen after a while. "It's not just my Pokémon and a few of my friends are pretty unique. I handle rare Pokémon often." "They are more than just rare," sighed the teen and Joy wondered if she was even supposed to hear that. Suddenly a few bushes rustled and Joy almost screamed when she saw the pink feline that floated in front of her. "Mew," gasped the teen and caught the falling Pokémon. "Ash." Hurry, stated the legendary. Mewtwo passed out as well. Lucario is getting worse and worse. Some won't stand that much longer. Joy was frozen in place. Never had she been this close to a legendary Pokémon. Then she snapped out of it. She was a nurse and there were Pokémon that needed her help. Lead the way, Ash. The teen looked at her and Joy nodded in seriousness. Ash nodded back and ran off. The nurse ran after High and soon they reached a clearing. Joy gasped and had to swallow tears. Many beaten and bruised Pokémon crouched on the ground, taken care of by just as bruised human, or unharmed human and their Pokémon. Who's in the worst state? Asked Nurse Joy immediately. This was terrible. She wondered what could have caused so many injured. El Lucario is. She glanced left and gasped. An Entei lay there, Suicun sitting next to him. How? We'll explain, cut Ash in. But later. Now they all need your help. Despair made his voice high and Nurse Joy once more had to force herself to return to her professional state. Then she followed Ash through the group and had to blink tears away. A Riolu and a Pikachu, beaten and bruised, just like Ash, crouched next to a Lucario, as well as an uninjured Delcatty and Glacian. The two seemed to try to cool the fighting Steel-type down. Come to talk of the jackal-like creature. He had burns and bruises everywhere, even a few cuts. The Pokémon was out cold, but breathing heavily and sweating like hell. Nurse Joy placed her hand on the Pokémon's head and gasped. He's burning up. No really, asked a sarcastic voice. Oh quiet Max, scolded a female voice. Nurse Joy knows what she does. Indeed I do, thought the nurse. I see this quite often actually. Well, as often as trainers have Lucarios. He had a hard battle with a strong fire type, not? Asked the nurse while she took a bottle water out of her bag. You could say so, sounded a weak male voice. Mewtwo, stay down. She glanced back and gasped. She'd just heard rumors about the legendary Pokémon Mewtwo, yet here he was, giving a glare at Mew while the feline tried to hold him down with Psychic. Finally he gave up and leaned against a tree. Nurse Joy turned her full attention back to Lucario and said, Ash, open his mouth for me. He needs water before he gets dehydrated. The teen nodded and carefully opened the Pokémon's mouth. Slowly she poured the water into Lucario's mouth, in an angle in which he'd automatically swallow the water. After this was done, she placed a wet rag on his forehead and injected some medicine into his arm. It would slow down his heart rate, helping him to relax and to recover in his sleep. That's all I can do without my tools in the Pokémon Center, said Nurse Joy. At least he's sleeping more peacefully now, said Ash with a relieved sigh. Who's the next Pokémon? Mewtwo, chimed Mew in. I'm alright, snarled the bigger feline-like Pokémon. You are not, argued Entei. Neither am I or anyone who fought back there. I know you don't trust human too much, I don't do either, but you have to trust Nurse Joy on this. Nurse Joy smiled at the brown-furred legendary and said, I'm honored to hear such words. Turning to Mewtwo, she promised, I will not do anything that could harm you. He stared at her, then he nodded hesitantly. Nurse Joy moved closer and checked his temperature. It was pretty low and she asked, what is your normal temperature? 30.5 degrees. She shook her head and said, then you're definitely subcooled. I can't say it precisely without the right thermometer, but your temperature is around 20 degrees. Mewtwo's eyes widened and a shiver ran through him. Then, that's why I can barely move. And you don't listen to me, yelled Mew. I know both of our bodies the best. I told you you're subcooled. Nurse Joy chuckled when she saw how Mewtwo rolled his eyes at Mew. She bandaged up a few of his bruises, then gave him the exact opposite of the serum she'd given Lucario. Mewtwo gasped and almost jumped up when it took effect. Quickly she pressed the legendary back down and soothed, you'll feel restless the next few hours, but I need you to move as little as possible. The legendary nodded and sunk back against the tree. It went on like this for about 3 hours, then Nurse Joy finished the last Pokémon. Ash's Pikachu. For the rest, I need the machines in the Pokémon Center, stated the nurse. Ash nodded to her, then asked, Charizard, think you're recovered enough to carry Mewtwo? Charizard nodded, but Mewtwo argued, I can float and Mew can help me. Unfortunately, cut Joy in. NTI will need Mew's help far more than you. It's better for everyone when you ride on Charizard's back. Mewtwo stared shortly, then nodded with a sigh. He slowly moved to stand up, being steadied by Maze Blaziken and Max Gardevoir. While everyone prepared, Joy walked back to the Pokémon Center to prepare everything that was going to be necessary and open the back doors. Dawn, Zoe, and Brock went with her. She found it quite amusing that the tan man tried to flirt with her, just to be stabbed by his Krogunk with poison jab. Lucario slowly started regaining consciousness. Stretching his aura, he found Ash and Mewtwo in the same room with him. Slowly, one by one, his senses returned. First smell and taste, then hearing. Lucario gathered his aura and was about to use it to wake up fully, when his sense of touch returned. Burning pain overwhelmed him and he felt how his paws gripped something soft. A groan tore itself from his throat and he struggled against the heat. Ash. That was Mewtwo's voice. OSHT, sounded the teen's voice. Then he felt someone grabbing his shoulders. Lucario arched his back when pain engulfed him once more and blindly fought back. The hands bracing him against whatever he lay on tensed in the effort to hold him down. Pain started to blind Lucario, until nothing more than exactly this pain filled his mind. Lucario stopped moving. The more you move the more it hurts. The words reached the Aura Pokémon, yet he couldn't react to them. He fought against the immense pain and heat and managed to gather some of his aura. Sending it out as a shock wave, he managed to throw whoever hurt him back. In one quick motion he leaped up and opened his eyes. His eyes darted through the room he was in. The walls were a pale blue while the floor was white. It looked like a hospital. In front of him an raven-haired teen groaned and struggled to get up again. Something tugged at his mind. He knew him, somehow, he knew that boy, yet he couldn't tell why. Finally the teen was on his legs and looked at Lucario shocked. His auburn eyes were wide with fear and worry. Lucario felt nervous when he felt how this boy's aura started to reach out for him and jumped backwards. His back hit the closed window of the room and he bit back a yowl when pain and heat surged through him once more. Now he was able to see the whole room and beside him and the human, a strange, lilac-colored, feline-like Pokémon was in the room. Both of them stared at Lucario in shock, surprise, and worry. Suddenly the feline moved. Despite his pain, Lucario instinctively fell into a slight fighting stance. The feline hesitated, then raised his arms in calming manner and soothed, "Calm Lucario, we won't hurt you. We just try to help you." Lucario raised an eyebrow. He remembered pretty well how much pain the boy's hold on his shoulders had given him. "I know your mind is clouded with pain right now," continued the feline. "But that's why you need to relax and return to bed, Lucario. We can help you." Lucario felt how he slowly took a normal stand, but then pain surged through him once more and his knees gave in. He fell over, then two cool arms kept him from hitting the ground. "Ash, get Nurse Joy," urged the feline. The teen left the room quickly and Lucario groaned when his whole body felt like he was burning. "Calm Lucario. Nurse Joy will be here soon." Who managed Lucario to stammer out. Everything was blurry in his head. A soft sigh reached him, then he got lifted up by psychic energy. Immediately he was alerted again, when the feline soothed, "Calm my friend. I just carry you to the bed without doing more damage to you than has already been done." Lucario looked around and found himself being lowered onto the bed. The moment he lay there, the door burst open and the teen ran back in, followed by a pink-haired woman. She held an injection in her hands. A long needle, stammered Lucario nervously. Calm Lucario, repeated the feline once more. It's just a sedative to help you relax and clear up your mind a bit. Lucario glanced at the feline warily, then felt something at his paw. He glanced there and found the boy holding it tightly in his hands. What the, wondered Lucario, when the boy smiled at him slightly. He squeezed his paw slightly, then the nurse already gave him the injection. After a while the pain started to ease down and in a flash Lucario's mind cleared up. He shot up with a gasp and once again hands moved to push him back down. Pain surged through him once again, but this time his mind stayed clear. In shock he stared up at the boy, he now recognized as Ash Ketchum, his own apprentice, the one who gave him the chance to live once more. Ash, exclaimed Lucario. The teen grinned and said, man, you had us worried sick back there. Nurse Joy said that could happen, that you can't remember us for a while, but I didn't really believe her. Well, you blasting me against the wall surely proved her opinion. Lucario was silent. He didn't like the fact that he indeed did use his aura against Ash in that way and that it indeed hit and probably hurt him. What happened? Asked Lucario after a while. And where are we? In the Pokémon Center on one of the islands of the Sevii Islands, answered Mewtwo. Then he narrowed his eyes and asked, Lucario, what is the last thing you remember? Lucario closed his eyes and tried to remember, then answered, getting hit with Darkentiai's blast burn and, Ash screaming at you to get us out of there, then there was a flash of light and Lucario trailed off. That was it. His memory stopped there. Mewtwo nodded in understanding and Ash explained, Mewtwo managed to get us directly to Mew and their group. You collapsed shortly after we arrived. In the end, we got Nurse Joy. She patched everyone up and got us into the Pokémon Center without the Legendaries being noticed. You've been out for more than a day. I got the chance to call Professor Oak during that time. Articuno arrived with him and recovered already. Paul and his group came back with Zapdos, reporting that they had to fight Riku's dark side. Right now Articuno and Zapdos should be on their way to join us here, as well as Riku and Celebi. Professor Oak already got Zapdos to agree in bonding with a Pokeball temporary. Lucario nodded in understanding, then asked, was I the worst injured? Both of his companions, more friends, nodded and Ash continued, Mewtwo was barely better than you, but he's a legendary so he recovered faster. The Aura Pokemon nodded once more, then asked, how long do we have to stay here? Ash hesitated, then admitted, I don't know. We fear long. We don't want to leave you behind, yet can't risk that you lose it every time you move without a sedative. Lucario frowned, but had to agree. He didn't want to attack Ash once more because his pain got the better of him. For now, ended the teen while he walked up to the door and Mewtwo settled down in a corner. Concentrate on recovering. We'll see what we do when Celebi and the others arrive. With that the teen left. Lucario stared after him shortly, then took a deep breath and closed his eyes. If he couldn't leave the bed without losing his mind, he might as well sleep some more. Lucario slowly opened his eyes when sunlight hit his face. He tried to sit up, but decided it was a bad idea when pain surged through him. He fell back down into bed, to have a wet cloth placed on his forehead. The Pokémon glanced left and found Nurse Joy smiling at him. You're still slight feverish, explained the woman. Just stay in bed and around noon you take these pills. Lucario nodded and glanced around again. No one except for him and the nurse was in the room. Where is everyone? Asked Lucario after a while. Nurse Joy gave him a sly grin and asked, afraid they left you? She chuckled. Don't worry Lucario. They are all still recovering from their wounds. I just got Mewtwo to finally leave the room a few minutes before you awoke, and that also just because I needed him to haul him away from Pikachu and Riolu. Those two need rest as well. A weak laugh escaped the fighting steel type. That sounded like Ash. Suddenly someone knocked at the door and then a blue-furred lion padded in, followed by a cream-colored fox. "You two are here to spend Lucario some company?" asked Nurse Joy while she gave Lucario's paw a slight squeeze. "Indeed we are," agreed Ninetales with a nod while she and Luxio limped over. Both still had a few bruises, but other than that seemed to be fine. "Good, but don't overdo yourself here," warned Nurse Joy before she left the room. Lucario watched Luxio and Ninetales confused. Ever since he'd joined Ash, he'd gotten along pretty well with the teens' Pokémon. He knew most of them by now, but those two. Though they'd gone on this little quest in their adventure together, Lucario barely knew them. Ninetales seemed to have read his thoughts when she leaped onto the bed and stated, "I bet you're wondering why exactly Luxio and me are here to spend you company, right?" She lay down and used her tails as a pillow. Luxio remained on the floor, yet sat down next to the bed. Lucario nodded and Ninetales explained, "The fact is, every Pokémon that didn't fight against Darkentei is used to try to find Moltres, and Luxio and I are the most recovered Pokémon from Ash's current team." Lucario nodded in understanding, then slowly sat up. He leaned against the pillow and asked, "What about Ash himself? Is he alright?" "Stressed out," answered Luxio with a yawn. "But physically alright." "No wonder, Riolu took most of his hits." Lucario felt a growl rising up in his throat. He couldn't believe that any of Ash's Pokémon would talk about their trainer in that way. Like Ash wouldn't care for his Pokémon. Lucario himself had done so, and received an attack by the teen. He remembered pretty well how it happened. Flashback. Lucario forced himself to stay tensed when the campfire behind him warmed his back. He shortly glanced back to the group he was currently with. Ash Ketchum, a young Pokémon trainer, May, a young coordinator, her younger brother Max, a Pokémon breeder called Brock, and Kid. They talked about Ash's missing Pikachu. "Yeah. Pikachu and I are best friends now, but we didn't always get along so great," admitted Ash. Lucario held back a snort. This whole stupid best friend stuff this boy talked about made him sick. Humans were simply bound to betray their loyal partners one day. He experienced it firsthand. "Really?" asked Kid. "I don't think Pikachu liked me at all," continued the young teen. "I can't even count how many times he hit me with electric attacks." "So when did things change for you?" asked Kid on. "Yes," thought Lucario. "When did you start fooling this poor Pokémon?" "Yeah, Ash," encouraged May. "How did you get to be best friends when Pikachu didn't want to have anything to do with you?" questioned Max. Lucario glanced back and found Ash smiling into nowhere. Then he answered, "I guess it all started when that flock of Spearow attacked." He got a faraway look in his eyes. "There were so many of them. I thought I was finished, but then Pikachu rushed to my rescue. I'll never forget that moment. I knew then that I can count on Pikachu, and it felt the same way about me." Everyone smiled at his words, while Lucario almost threw up at them. "Wow," said Max. "That's a great story, Ash," agreed May. "We've had a lot of close calls since, but we always pulled through. 'Cause we believed in each other." With a huff, Lucario turned fully away from the group again. He couldn't believe this boy's words. A memory flashed through him. How Sir Aaron had trained his aura sight with him with the logs. He remembered how Sir Aaron had smiled at him, and how he'd smiled back. A scowl appeared on his features. Not being able to hold back anymore, Lucario blurted out, "You humans are all alike." He stood up and glared at Ash over his shoulder. "You can't be trusted." He walked off, but felt Ash's surprise. The boy ran after him immediately. "Hey, wait a second." He ran faster and blocked Lucario's way. "Are you saying you don't trust me?" The angered hurt in the trainer's eyes made Lucario hesitate, then he answered, "You would leave Pikachu without hesitating if you had to." Ash glared at him, then shouted, "There's no way I would ever run out on Pikachu." Lucario simply walked past the raven-haired boy and stated, "Your word means nothing." Ash scowled after him, then shouted, "How do we know Sir Aaron betrayed the Queen like you say?" Why don't you tell us the real story, Lucario? Lucario stopped to listen. You deserted Sir Aaron and the Queen, didn't you? Rage burst through the Pokémon and he glared at Ash with hatred. What did you say? Spat Lucario. May clenched her fists and called, this isn't helping Ash. The teen glanced back at his friend and argued, I didn't start it. Ignoring their words, Lucario raged, what makes you think that Pikachu didn't run off and desert you because it didn't want you for a master? Lucario walked off, yet a tinge of fear hit him. Behind him Ash's aura burned in uncontrollable rage. Take that back, yowled the teen and raced after him once more. What came next was something Lucario didn't expect. The teen tackled him from behind. Lucario lost his stand and both rolled down a slope, Ash losing his cap in process. The teen grabbed his shoulders and Lucario copied the action. If this foolish boy wanted a fight, he could have won. They reached even ground and together got catapulted into water. Stop, Ash, called May. Knock it off, cried Brock while the other four ran after them. Lucario barely heard them. He and Ash wrestled underwater. Shaking the teen off, he went up for air, but Ash grabbed him and yanked him back under the surface after both had taken a deep breath. This happened a few times until Lucario managed to get Ash on his back. Resurfacing, he grabbed the teen and swung him over his shoulder. Ash landed near the shore and made a dive once more. To Lucario's surprise, then teen got up again and made a move to dash forward once more, when May rushed in and grabbed his arms. Not Ash. Lucario used the time he got through this and leaped out of the water and on top of the slope they'd rolled down. He could feel Ash glaring after him, yet shoved it aside and walked off. Under a tree, Lucario sat down and thought, that boy was pretty brave in attacking me, yet it was stupid. Letting his curiosity getting the better of him, Lucario stretched his aura to the campsite, to hear May's voice. That was so uncalled for. So what, argued Ash. It shouldn't have said that Pikachu ran away from me. Hurt radiated from the teen. Well, you said some pretty terrible things to Lucario too. Lucario patiently waited for Ash's response, while he felt how the anger in his aura got replaced by shame. After a while the teen muttered, yeah. That simple statement caught Lucario off guard. The teen had admitted he'd done wrong, though Lucario knew he'd actually started their quarrel. Pulling his senses back, he rose to his feet and stared down to the ground. Had he decided wrong in his opinion of this boy? Could it really be that people deeply care for Pokémon? So much that they risk their own well-being. End of flashback. Lucario snapped out his memories when Ninetales called his name. Yes. I asked if you could teach me something, stated the fox. Teach, wondered Lucario. I have no attack this Pokémon can learn and I doubt she can learn Auracite either. Yet, to not hurt her, he asked, what do you have in mind? I want you to teach me how to talk telepathically. I always wished to be able to talk to Ash, from the first day when he found me when I was still a little Vulpix. That took Lucario by surprise. Learning how to voice your thoughts was a long and pretty tiring process. Not many made it, or even wanted to learn it. Say, why exactly do you want to learn it? I must warn you, it's a long process and your whole mental ability will be needed. Ninetales gazed out of the window, then answered, Ash, he did so much for me, yet I can hardly repay him. Sure, I can allow him to pet me, fight for him and purr, but I cannot express what I want him to know in that way. What do you want to tell him? Asked Lucario. Ninetales opened her mouth to answer, when a groan reached their ears. Not again. Ninetales, I had to listen to this SHT for 5 times already, give me a break. Lucario scowled at the blue Pokémon. Also, what do you want to thank him for? What you told me doesn't sound like much. It, actually isn't anything special. Now it's enough. Lucario didn't realize it was him who'd screamed at Luxio, until the lion growled at him. What did you just say? I said it's enough, repeated Lucario angrily. Then he continued, I cannot believe that you truly are one of Ash's Pokémon. I know them pretty well, and I know Ash, and you are nothing how a Pokémon under Ash's care should be. Luxio stared at him, then growled, how can you know? You've been with us for what? A week, even less. A low growl from deep within Lucario's chest cut through the room and he shut his thoughts away to use his voice. Even if, hollered Lucario. I know Ash. I was once worse to him than you are talking about him now, yet he saved me often and I still don't ever think I can repay him for his friendship, for asking Mew to bring me back. Such a cold-hearted, selfish Pokémon can never truly be one of his. And don't think I'm lying. I saw what happened on Seafoam Island. After 2 hits, you hid. You hid away from a fight. The rest of us would have died to protect Ash. You are not worth being called his Pokémon. Lucario breathed heavily now and fell back. The room spun around him and he groaned when he suddenly felt nauseous. Ninetales used her mouth to hand him some water and the pills Nurse Joy had left. With a thankful nod he accepted her help. Taking the pills, he swallowed them with the water and leaned back once more. His whole body shook and Luxio sneered, what? The just so great fighter feels cold. Lucario growled, shut up. Against you, I risked my life for my trainer's safety. His body shook, that was true, but not form cold, but pain. The pain was far worse than what he'd felt while using his aura to cure Mew. Suddenly he felt warm and found Ninetales lying next to him. She smiled at him and soothed, don't allow Luxio to get to you. Against most of Ash's Pokémon, he got given to Ash because his former trainer didn't want him anymore. The same went for Infernape, argued Lucario, remembering what the monkey had told him. Yes, but Infernape knew Ash all along, even when he was still with Paul, argued Ninetales. He saw Ash's care firsthand and after all I was told, against Luxio's former trainer, Paul was an angel from heaven. I can barely believe that, stated Lucario and glanced at Luxio, who glared at both of them angrily. Ninetales shrugged and closed to Lucario. He was thankful for it. Her warmth relieved some of his pain. Lucario felt strangely tired and Ninetales offered, sleep. I'll stay at least until you woke up. Lucario smirked at her weakly and argued, I'd rather hear how you met Ash. At this Ninetales chuckled, then said, well then, it was pretty much at the beginning of his second journey in League of Kanto, so I'm one of his newer Pokémon. It had rained badly the day before and I hadn't found any shelter. Flashback. The small Vulpix stumbled through the forest. In the rain that had poured down the day before, her inner flame had almost burned down. She was freezing cold and was sure she'd developed a slight fever. I need some water to drink, rasped Vulpix out. And, then some berries, maybe I can steal some medicine from the Pokémon Center. Vulpix frowned. She didn't like to steal, but at times it was necessary. Suddenly she felt dizzy. The female stumbled against a tree and then everything went black. When she regained consciousness, she heard voices. To find him. We can't abound that injured Pokémon Riolu, argued another. Voice back. I miss Ash too, but she needs help. But. No buts, cut the voice Riolu off. You're pretty new to the team Riolu and I understand that you want to protect Ash, but he's a big boy already. He can take care of himself. But. Riolu, don't make me shock you. At this Riolu stayed silent. Truly curious if an actual Riolu was nearby, Vulpix opened her eyes and gasped. In front of her stood a Pikachu and a real Riolu. The blue Pokémon seemed pretty uneasy, while Pikachu seemed just frustrated that the other wasn't getting his point. Groaning Vulpix tried to stand up, when gently paws pushed her back down. She looked up and found Pikachu smiling down at her. Hey, take it easy Vulpix. You got some pretty nasty injuries and you weren't in the best state when we found you. I got into the storm, coughed Vulpix out. You need some water, huh? Asked Pikachu without acknowledging what she'd said. Vulpix simply nodded and Pikachu raced to a bush. There he opened a blue backpack and got out a water bottle. "Won't Ash need that?" asked Riolu nervously. Pikachu groaned at that and answered, "He'll understand. He would help her too." Vulpix guessed this Ash was their trainer. Then Pikachu was back with her and opened the bottle. "Can you sit up?" asked the electric rodent. The fox stiffly moved, but managed to sit up and Pikachu handed her the bottle. Vulpix drank greedily, once she was sure it was safe. Her throat had been incredibly dry. "Thanks," said Vulpix after she'd handed the almost empty bottle back to Pikachu. Pikachu grinned at her and answered, "Don't thank me. Ash got me to be who I am now. I was quite a stubborn and idiotic show-off before I met him." "You were," perked Riolu up. "I didn't know that." "Of course you didn't," chuckled Pikachu. "I barely tell anyone. The only ones besides me and Ash who actually know are Pidgeot, Butterfree, Sceptile and Infernape. Pidgeot and Butterfree because they were the first Pokémon Ash caught, Sceptile and Infernape because I'm almost like best buddies with them." "I presume Ash is your trainer," piped Vulpix up. She finally wanted that question answered. Pikachu nodded at her and explained, "We got separated through a landslide during the strong rain yesterday." Vulpix nodded in understanding, then asked, "And you saw me passed out and just like that decided to help a foreign Pokémon?" "I was actually against it," cut Riolu in. He seemed pretty tensed. Then again, Pikachu had said he was pretty new to their trainer's team. Pikachu gave him a slight glare, then explained to Vulpix, "I just did what Ash would have done too. This Ash seems to be a really nice person. Maybe I." "Pikachu. Riolu. Can you hear me?" Vulpix leaped up with a surprised gasp while Pikachu's ears perked up and Riolu visibly relaxed. "Ash," yowled the yellow Pokémon. "Pikachu. Buddy, call again. Where are you?" "We're here." After a while a few bushes rustled and Vulpix nervously pressed herself against the tree. Ash was a 15-year-old human. When he saw Pikachu and Riolu, he yowled in joy and both Pokémon leaped at him. He fell down with a laugh and hugged both strongly. Then he finally spotted her and she found worry in the auburn eyes of the human. Guys, is that Vulpix alright?" Both shook their heads and jumped away from him. Ash got up and slowly closed to her. Nervously Vulpix backed away from him. Fearfully she watched his closing hand and though she didn't really want to, she bit. Ash yowled at that and stumbled a bit back. Vulpix's eyes widened when she realized the metallic taste of blood in her mouth. "Have you gone crazy?" raged Riolu and aimed a blue sphere at her. "Riolu, stop," called Ash suddenly. Everyone looked at him. He held his injured hand with the other, but said, "It's just afraid. It isn't that bad. I was hit by worse things." Pikachu frowned at that and muttered, "Except for the many times you almost died, you had Infernape almost biting your shoulder off, too true." Slowly Ash closed to Vulpix once more, who tensed, however this time she didn't bite. Carefully he caressed her between the ears and a purr escaped Vulpix. He picked her up and checked her through. Nurse Joy should take a look at you. I'm not sure if you should be that cold." Vulpix gasped surprised. He was going to take her to a real doctor. "Come on guys," said the 10 to his Pokémon. Both nodded and Pikachu leaped onto his shoulder while Riolu stayed on the ground. "You know Riolu, my other shoulder is still free," stated Ash. Riolu stared shortly, then grinned and leaped onto his free shoulder. The three made their way. After a while Ash suddenly froze. "What is it?" asked Vulpix. "Riolu, did you feel that too?" asked Ash. Riolu nodded, then a mechanical arm suddenly grabbed Pikachu and the fighting type. "No." Ash ran after them, holding Vulpix close. The small mammal had no idea what was going on. Suddenly they reached a clearing and found themselves in front of a black robot with a red R on it. Pikachu and Riolu were in it, trying to break the glass in front of them. Surprised Vulpix saw the electric type using Iron Tail. Sure, Riolu used the same move, but to Vulpix it was more surprising that Pikachu knew it. Suddenly another arm shot forward and ripped Vulpix out of Ash's hold. She screeched in pain when the arm squeezed her and Ash yelled, "Team Rocket, let them go." A platform came out of the robot. 2 people and Meowth stood on it. She believed to see Pikachu facepalm when the 3 started rhyming. Prepare for trouble. Make it double. To protect a world from devastation. To unite all people within our nation. To denounce the evil of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse. James. Team Rocket blasts of at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Meowth, that's right. Team Rocket, give the Pokémon free. You'd like that twerp, wouldn't you? Too bad for you, spat the woman. Vulpix believed she was called Jessie. Suddenly Ash raced forward and jumped onto a low branch of a tree. He got higher and higher, then jumped out of the tree and onto the arm that held Vulpix. She watched all of this stunned. The teen risked so much for saving his Pokémon and her. Don't worry, Vulpix. I'll get you out of here, soothed the raven when he reached her. Vulpix stared while he tried to loosen the grip on her. Suddenly the arm moved wildly and Ash got flung around, just barely managing to hold on to the robot. Finally he called, "Vulpix, bite into my arm." "What?" yowled Vulpix. "Trust me." She hesitated. It wasn't that she didn't trust the teen, but her teeth would hurt him. Suddenly one of Ash's hands lost their grip. "Now!" Gulping, Vulpix dug her fangs into his arm. Ash let go of the arm and both got flung away from the robot. They landed in a tree and the branches slowed their fall from the tree. On the ground, Vulpix immediately let go of Ash. The teen swiftly stood up, though he clutched his now injured arm. "Vulpix, I need your help here," whispered the teen. Vulpix looked at him, then nodded. She would fight with him. The teen had risked his arm freeing her. It was only fair. Ash pulled out a small machine and shortly held it in front of her, then a computer voice sounded. "Scan complete. Pokémon, Vulpix. Level, 12. Gender, female. Ability, Flash Fire. Momentary attacks, Ember, Quick Attack, Confuse Ray, Sunny Day." "That's pretty good," stated the teen. "Ready?" Vulpix nodded and Ash ordered, "All right, Quick Attack." Vulpix shot forward, ignoring her stiff and aching muscles. "Meowth, I think you can handle that," sneered the female. Meowth leaped down and called, "No problem." Fury Swipes. Dodge and use Meowth to leap into the air. Vulpix did as told and soon sailed atop the robot. "Now use Sunny Day, Vulpix." Warmth grew inside of Vulpix, then a glowing sphere exited her mouth and shot into the sky. Use Ember on the glass in front of Pikachu and Riolu. Pikachu, use Volt Tail and Riolu, power your Iron Tail up with your aura. While Vulpix wondered what a Volt Tail was, she used Ember and was surprised at the power it suddenly had. Then she remembered. Strong sunlight made her attack stronger. After she was done, she landed, and then Pikachu and Riolu burst through the glass. Now Vulpix knew what Volt Tail was. It was Iron Tail combined with Volt Tackle. Then all 3 retreated to Ash and he ordered, "All right. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Riolu, use Aura Sphere. Vulpix, use Ember." The 3 attacks shot forward and the robot exploded. The 3 strange guys got blasted away and Vulpix smirked when she heard them shouting, "Team Rocket's blasting off again." End of flashback. After that I joined Ash's team. He put my well-being over his personal health. That meant very much to me. Ninetales chuckled. Though Nurse Joy scolded him for having me biting him, he said it was no big deal. Lucario chuckled as well. That sounded very much like Ash. The 2 smiled at each other, then Lucario glanced at Luxio and asked, "How exactly did you join Ash's team?" "As if you're interested," snorted Luxio and stared out of the window. "I truly am," argued Lucario. "I want to know why you are how you are." "Why?" "Because you deserve better than being all alone, because you don't allow anyone, not even Ash, close." Luxio stared at him, then sighed and said, "I got caught shortly after I got born. My trainer was a pretty nice boy, but he barely trained me, however then he expected me to fight against a Luxray, and win. But my only attack was tackle. He screamed at me after that and treated me badly. I hate him. A few weeks after I evolved, I just refused to fight anymore. When he called me out, I did nothing. He treated me worse than ever before for that. He even used to whip N." Luxio's voice broke away and he restarted his sentence. "He used a W-whip one day, that was when Ash came. He punched my trainer pretty hard and screamed at him for treating me like that. In the end my trainer threw my Pokeball at Ash and spat, 'There, you can have that weakling. I don't need him anyways.'" Luxio trailed off and burst out in sobs. Lucario shared a glance with Ninetales and her face showed, she didn't know the whole story either till now. Though he knew Ash and Nurse Joy would kill him for this, he slipped out of the bed, hissing at the pain standing caused him. Slowly he walked up to Luxio and kneed down in front of him. "Luxio?" The lion looked up. Lucario gave him a warm smile and said, "Telling us this, was the first step to getting over it. Maybe you should allow Ash to see how you really feel, Luxio." "What can he do?" sobbed Luxio. "Much," soothed Ninetales and settled down on Luxio's other side. "Otherwise the Legendaries wouldn't have so much faith in him." Luxio looked both, then nodded and promised, "I'll show him as soon as I can." Both smiled at Luxio, then a dizzy spell hit Lucario and he had to use the bed to steady himself. "So, now get back into bed," urged Ninetales and moved to help him. "Thanks," said Lucario after he lay in bed again. Ninetales smiled and pulled the blanket over his form. "Now Lucario, please really sleep, you need it." He sighed and nodded. Closing his eyes, the last thing he saw was Luxio, flashing him a thankful smile. Lucario took a deep breath. 1 week. 1 week had passed since they'd reached the Pokémon Center and today was the first time Nurse Joy finally allowed him out of the center. Smiling he remembered the past few days. All of Ash's Pokémon had visited him at least once, even Mew and Mewtwo had come. The Legendaries impressed him again and again. Then again, they were Legendaries so they needed to be able to sneak around unnoticed, otherwise they would have been caught long ago. Lucario closed his eyes and smiled once when he remembered Mewtwo scolding Manaphy. The feline had been pretty angry that the young Pokémon had allowed a few human to see her. And Lucario had witnessed it from the window in his room. Then he remembered how, in the past, things like this didn't even have him showing a slight emotion. With memories of his past under Sir Aaron's training, the sadness for the Aura Guardian's death returned as well and fast Lucario blinked tears away. Shaking his memories off, he took a deep breath and walked out of the Pokémon Center. There he immediately got tackle-hugged by Riolu. Lucario fell back and a short laugh escaped him. "Riolu, get off of Lucario," demanded a laughing voice. The Aura Pokémon glared at Ash and promised himself to not go easy on the teen in their next training, neither Riolu. They should have respect for their teacher. Finally Riolu allowed him to stand up and Lucario swiftly did so. Everyone greeted him happily and Lucario did the same. In the back of the group of Pokémon and human that surrounded him, he saw Entei, Raikou, Suicun, Articuno and Zapdos. The 3 legendary beasts nodded to him, however resumed their talks afterwards. To not be impolite, Lucario nodded back. Suddenly Mewtwo's voice reached everyone. "I sense an aircraft coming at the center, and the person in it doesn't seem to be friendly." Everyone shared a glance and Riolu closed his eyes and concentrated. Just shortly. The next second his eyes shot open and he yowled, "Hunter J." Hunter who? Asked Suicun. Ash gulped, then answered, Pokemon Hunter J, from Sinnoh. She's here. What? Exclaimed Brock, Zoe and Dawn unison. Riolu just leaped into Ash's arms and looked around worriedly. Who exactly is Hunter J now? Asked Reiku. She's like Ash already said, Pokemon Hunter, explained Brock. Though against a Team Rocket, pretty successful. She has some kind of weird blaster on her arm, continued Dawn. When you or a Pokemon get blasted with it, you turn into a bronze statue. That's no great feeling, chimed Riolu in. Ash hugged the little fighting type close and Lucario asked, I guess it happened to Riolu once. Ash and Riolu nodded in unison. And me too, called Pikachu. Lucario nodded in understanding, then May said, that means the Legendaries should hide in the forest. This J will, most like, be after them first. Suicun looked like she wanted to protest, when Reiku and Entei nodded and guided her to the bushes. Zapdos and Articuno flew up and the blue bird called, my brother and I will stay in a cave atop this little mountain. I'm simply calling Manaphy back, said May and Manaphy nodded in agreement. Mewtwo, Mew, Shalebi. We'll hide, but stay nearby should you need help, answered Mew to Ash's words. The teen nodded and the three Pokemon disappeared between the trees. Lucario had no chance to think about what would happen next, when screams sounded from the main entrance to the Pokemon Center. Everyone rushed out of the backyard and to the front. Lucario gasped. In front of them were dozens of panicking trainers and Pokemon. And the source for the panic was a large blue dragon with red wings. What kind of Pokemon is that? Asked Lucario confused. You don't know? Asked Dawn confused. Dawn, he's mostly lived a few centuries in the past and that's a Hoenn Pokemon, how shall he know? Asked May. Oh, yeah. That's a Salamence, explained Brock. A dragon-type Pokemon, not to mention a pseudo-legendary. Pretty powerful. Weaknesses? Asked Zoe. Dragon types are weak against other dragon types and ice types. Charizard, your turn, called Ash with a smirk. Your dragon breath will come in handy. You can count me in, answered Charizard. Lucario wondered why he didn't roar like usually, but then realized that he probably didn't want to draw the attention towards them. I'm able to help as well, stated Lucario. Oh yeah? Asked Max in disbelief. Yes, answered Lucario. Dragon Pulse is one of my attacks. Glaceon and Delcatty can help too, called May. Glaceon is an ice type and Delcatty can use Blizzard. That should be enough for the beginnings. Ready? Asked Ash. Everyone nodded and Ash ordered, Charizard, Lucario, get behind Salamence and power up your attacks. Wait for my sign. Both nodded and ran off. While Charizard used the smoke around Salamence to get into position, Lucario leaped over the branches of the surrounding trees. Soon both had reached good attack positions and Lucario gathered a Dragon Pulse between his paws. It felt partly similar to an Aura Sphere, yet the energy he felt from the sphere he held was different, it held more power in the inner core of the sphere and didn't radiate with pure power like his Aura Spheres did. Suddenly he heard an explosion. Lucario's head snapped there and he gasped. Ash stood in front of Hunter J, Riolu in his arms, Pikachu on his shoulder, his other Pokemon, Luxio and Ninetales, in front of him. Suddenly the teen smirked and called, oh really? We'll see. Lucario, Charizard, now. In unison Lucario and Charizard leaped out of their hiding places. Dragon Breath. Dragon Pulse. The two attacks combined and a powerful beam of energy shot at Salamence from behind. A big explosion took place and Charizard and Lucario used the seconds they had to return to Ash's side. After the smoke died down, Hunter J recalled the beaten Salamence and called, impressive boy. You've gotten better, but that means I can sell your Pokemon to an even higher price. What do you think? How much would a combo of a Riolu and a Lucario bring in? Not to mention that your Riolu can use Aura Sphere. Lucario stared in disbelief. This woman seemed to see Pokémon as simple things she could sell to anyone. You won't get any of them, finished Ash's rant. We'll see, won't we? Drapion go. A big, violet, scorpion-like creature appeared. Lucario slid into a fighting stance. He had the nagging feeling that this fight wouldn't be easy. Alone. Suicun heard her brothers sighing when she'd finished her speech about how the three of them were supposed to protect Ash, and for her it meant that also his Pokémon were supposed to be protected. Suicun, what if we get hit with this beam they talked about, argued Reiku. How are we supposed to help then? Suicun stopped her pacing in thought. I don't know, admitted the female. See. I think it's better for us and them to stay out of this, agreed Entei with their brother. Suicun was about to argue once again, when they heard it. Charizard's eardrum-bursting roar. Then, suddenly, it stopped and everything went somehow silent, to be followed by a crash and Ash screaming out the fire-flying type's name. Charizard. That was enough. Sent Suicun racing through the trees. She stopped when the front yard of the Pokémon came in sight and gasped. A strange capsule-like thing closed around the, now, bronze-colored form of the Pokémon. Ho-oh, help, gasped Entei next to her. They watched how the statue, that was somehow Charizard, was brought onto the ship. It was a shocking sight. Charizard's wings were spread out, like he'd been flying when he got hit, his mouth open to, probably, shoot a flamethrower and his claws held down in a try to hurt anything that got too close for his liking. That's just terrible, whispered Suicun. Reiku grunted in agreement, then nudged her gently and directed her gaze to Ash. She winced. The teen fought against the grip Lucario had on him. Without the Aura Pokémon holding him back, he would probably have run after Charizard by now. Lucario, let go, yowled the teen. No. Ash, you need to calm down, growled Lucario back, his mental voice loud enough to oversound the teen's screaming. Running forward blindly will not help Charizard now. Ash just glared at him and resumed his struggles, when Hunter J called, thank you for distracting your Lucario for me. What? Exclaimed everyone. The next second the beam got fired and Lucario just managed to let go of the teen before it reached him. That was, when a blue blur jumped between. Everyone watched in shock how Riolu took the hit for Lucario and then the little fighting type fell down, turned into a bronze statue. Riolu, exclaimed Ash. The next second the small Pokémon was already in capsule and brought to the ship. We need to free them, murmured Entei. Reiku and Suicun nodded in agreement and made their way to the ship entrance. They got in quickly and then Reiku asked, so what now, split up? Might be the best, answered Suicun, and Entei offered, when one gets lost or caught up, just blow up a wall and get out that way. Suicun let out an amused laugh, then shot forward. She darted through the ship, trying to find Riolu and Charizard. 2 times she'd needed to knock out guards. Luckily they'd been too surprised to actually see her here, so they didn't sound any alarm. Suddenly she heard voices. Never going to find him. Don't give up. He's got to be somewhere. Suicun shot around the corner, to come face to face with 2 people she remembered from the incident with Shalebi and the crystal bells at Tin Tower. The 2 stared at her wide-eyed and Suicun was about to knock them out too, when the man asked, are you looking for the twerp's Pokémon? Surprised Suicun nodded and the woman offered, you know, normally we're kinda enemies but, a few of ours are here too. She raised an eyebrow, though she had an idea where this woman was trying to get. We, more or less, know where they are and know how to free them, you just need to do the rest. The legendary beast scanned the 2 thieves. It wasn't like her to trust such people, but she remembered that, whatever those guys did normally, Pikachu had assured her, during a truce or the, more or less, same goal, they can be trusted. Finally she nodded and lowered her head. Both human understood and climbed onto her back. When she stood again, the man said, down the hallway, left in the end, then it should be one of the first 3 doors. Suicun nodded and raced forward. Unsurprising for her, they met a few traps, yet weren't a match for a legendary. Soon they reached the hallway and slowly Suicun walked past all 3 doors. Finally she chose the last and rammed against it headfirst. The door didn't give in fully, yet got dense. She was slightly dizzy after this, yet was about to try it again, when a familiar voice called, "Suicun. What are you doing?" Glancing left, she found Reiku running at her. "Riolu, Charizard and a few others are in there." "Then leave ramming a door to the guys," argued Reiku. Gathering a bit electricity around himself, the electric type ran forward and rammed down the door. Suicun ran in suit, followed by the 2 human. She gasped. About a dozen of Pokémon were in here, Charizard and Riolu being in the front row. Suddenly there was a ringing sound and a new statue came in. The female's heart skipped a beat when she recognized it. "Mew," gasped Reiku. Swiftly Suicun nudged the male human forward, indicating he might show how to free those Pokémon. He understood and ran up to a Persane. The man simply pulled down a switch and the statue turned back into a Pokémon. "Jesse!" "James!" yowled the cat and leaped at the 2 happily. Suicun shook her head amused, while Reiku stared at the Pokémon. He had never met the talking Meowth those 2 had, yet Suicun had. Then she walked up to Mew's statue and used her snout to push down the switch. In less than a second Mew turned back to normal and hugged Suicun. "Thanks for freeing me." Suicun laughed a bit and answered, "You're welcome." Then they free the remaining Pokémon. Charizard was very angry for allowing Jay to capture him, however Riolu kept him from burning everything down by assuring him that he could take it out on Jay's Pokémon later on. Suicun looked around, then asked, "Straight through the wall?" "Straight through the wall," agreed Reiku with a grin. The 2 powered up Ice Beam and Thunder, while Mew joined them also with Thunder. Riolu used Aura Sphere, Charizard Flamethrower and Meowth used Thunderbolt. The wall gave in immediately and the Pokémon leaped out. Surprised Suicun and Reiku met Entei out there. He smirked at them and Suicun asked, "How did you get out here?" "Through the door," answered the brown-furred Pokémon with a shrug. "I ran past the room where you freed everyone and out again, to make sure no one else gets caught." "How?" asked Mew. Entei cleared his throat, then answered, "I simply bit down on her blaster as hard as I could without injuring her." "Retreat." Everyone's head snapped to Hunter J, who stood in her ship. "You may have won today, but you won't win again." With that they disappeared. As much as Suicun would have liked to check up on Ash, she retreated into the trees swiftly, followed by her brothers and Mew. When they reached a clearing, they settled down to wait for a chance to get close to the human they tried to protect. Suddenly a few bushes rustled and everyone took battle positions, to come face to face with a bruised Mewtwo and Celebi, who tried, and failed, in convincing the psychic type to heal his injuries. Mewtwo scanned them, then stated, "You can come to the backyard of the Pokémon Center again. Nurse Joy forbid everyone back there to make sure nothing more happens." Of course she, as we all do, knows that Jay is gone, but it gives us time to talk and find a place to truly stay. "We've stayed here too long already." Everyone nodded, though Celebi demanded to wait till she'd healed his wounds. Yet Mewtwo continued to be stubborn and after a while Celebi gave up on it. Suicun swallowed a laugh at this. Then they reached the Pokémon Center and swiftly ran to the backyard. Ash, his friends, and their Pokémon were already present. Suicun scanned them. No one seemed to have any bad injuries, though she didn't like the fact that Ash's right upper arm was bandaged. "What happened there?" asked Mew, more curiosity than worry in her voice. Ash waved it off and said, "Just a bit poisoning from Jay's Pyandraji. Nurse Joy got it all out already." Frowning, the legendary beast of the northern winds accepted the words, yet promised to herself to have a talk to Lucario about Ash's self-protection. That was what the teen needed most now. She snapped out of her thoughts when Entei nudged her and gave her a confused glance. Suicun smiled slightly at him, silently, assuring him that she was all right. NTI didn't seem convinced, but dropped the matter when everyone settled down to discuss what would happen now. You know, stated Dawn suddenly. We're doing an awful lot of planning lately. It's kinda strange. The humans and their Pokémon laughed while the Legendaries all stared confused. What exactly is so funny on this matter? Demanded Zapdos from his post on a low tree branch to know. We simply normally don't do that, answered Misty with a smirk. Right, just take things head on, not Ash, teased May. Ash broke out in new fits of laughter, joined by Pikachu. At this Suicun couldn't help but smile. To see the teen they relied so much on joking around with his friends was calming for her. He was chosen to save the world and had done it so often already, yet here he was, doing what every normal teen should do. Having fun with friends. Suicun lowered her head a bit, then she heard NTI murmur, "What's wrong, little sister?" She froze shortly. It had been decades since NTI last had used the fact that Suicun was the youngest of them in his questions. It's just, answered Suicun slowly. He is already 16, yet it feels like we steal his childhood from him. No one in this age should go through what he's going through. A snort reached them and Mewtwo cut in. No one should get blasted by the energies of two of the most powerful legendaries there are, no one should need to save his mother from a copy of NTI, no one should make all of Team Rocket their enemy by saving me, no one should almost die and witness a heart attack on a certain blue-furred legendary through Shalebi going haywire. Do I need to continue? Every one of the legendaries, they were the only ones that had heard his words, were silent while the trainers and their Pokémon still laughed about old adventures. Yet look at him, continued Mewtwo after getting no answer. Do you really think this can steal his childhood? Mew floated up to him and stated, Mewtwo, you cannot imagine how glad I am about your faith in him. Mewtwo shrugged her paw of his shoulder, then said, your words honor me Mew, yet I'm just pointing out how it is. Ash is the only person I would trust my life to. He knows that, yet it doesn't stop him from being a teenager. Suicun believed to see hurt flashing over Mew's features and she understood why. The past few years Mew, like a few other legendaries, had tried to get Mewtwo to warm up to her and become her friend. The two of them got along better than Mewtwo got along with any other legendary, yet he wouldn't dare to trust his life to her. This right belonged to the boy that showed Mewtwo care first. Ash's care and compassion had unleashed Mewtwo's good feelings. Suicun was about to move to comfort Mew, when Ash suddenly cried, okay, stop it guy, I haha can't be breath. The legendaries looked up and found the teen lying on the ground, Pikachu and Riolu tickling him mercilessly. Their friends watched laughing. Suicun glanced around and saw that every legendary had surprised or confused looks on their faces, yet what surprised her wasn't what this group managed to keep during life-threatening danger, their happiness, but more the fact that Mewtwo truly smiled at what he saw. Getting an idea, the female nudged her brown-furred brother gently. NTI tore his gaze away from the happy group and looked at her questioningly. Suicun gestured to Mewtwo. Her brother looked there, then snickered and murmured, seems like someone has a heart. Say that louder, asked Suicun. Ah, our little Sway is in a teasing mood, laughed NTI silently. Everyone turned to look at them, except for Mewtwo, who continued to watch how Ash's two faithful partners tickled him. Seems like we found out how to trigger Mewtwo's heart, exclaimed Reiku when he caught up with his siblings. Everyone looked at the legendary, not one moment too soon. In less than a heartbeat the smile disappeared and rage made Mewtwo's violet eyes glow blue. He glared at them and hissed, watch what you say Reiku. Whoa calm down, exclaimed Zapdos. He was just teasing you a bit. And Mewtwo did calm down, yet not in the way they expected. His eyes stopped glowing and became dark. The rage disappeared and left grief behind. He fell back from his strong stand and tail dropped almost to the ground. Mewtwo, are you alright? Ash had managed to stop his Pokémon to run up to the feline. Mewtwo just glanced at him and winced when he saw Pikachu on the teen's shoulder. Suicun watched in awe how the teen followed his gaze, and realization dawned on his features when he seemingly connected a puzzle anyone else hadn't all parts for. Stop blaming yourself. How were you supposed to know, soothed the teen. That was when the, for everyone but Ash, unexpected happened. Mewtwo collapsed and started to cry. Suicun was frozen in place and could do nothing more than watch while the teen hugged the psychic type strongly. Mewtwo raised a paw, but against Suicun's expectations, he didn't use it to push Ash away, but to cling to the teen tighter. While holding Mewtwo close, Ash turned to his friends and gave all of them a glare. They nodded and seemed to accept that it was better when they left Mewtwo and Ash alone. They retreated, and in the end only Mewtwo, Ash, Pikachu, Riolu and Lucario remained in the backyard. Maybe you should go too. Seeing you hurts him too. After all. Ash trailed off and Pikachu nodded with a sad, cha. He left and dragged Riolu after him. Then Ash turned to the Legendaries and said, "You guys should leave too." "Why would we?" asked Articuno. "Don't we have a right to know what's going on?" "Probably," answered Ash, and Suicun saw Mewtwo wincing at the word. "Yet, only when Mewtwo thinks it's time. That's his grief, not yours." Suicun wanted to argue back, but seeing Mewtwo, one of the strongest legendaries she knew, broken like this, made her simple nod and turn away. "Reiku, Nti, come," asked the female. "Let's give him some time." The two followed her immediately and they ran off. Ash felt it through his aura when one legendary after the other left, and soon only he, Lucario and Mewtwo were in the backyard. Mewtwo had stopped crying, but sobs still shook his whole body and he clung to Ash's arm. The teen didn't mind. After all Mewtwo had lost recently, he deserved to let it all out. Lucario just stood there and watched, yet Ash knew that, when the time would come, he would have the right words for the psychic type. I'm sorry." Mewtwo's mental voice was weak and gave away all the grief he'd hidden the past few days. Ash tightened his grip around the psychic type and soothed, "It's okay, Mewtwo. Sometimes you just need to let it all out." This got the legendary to burst out in tears once again. Flashback. Ash sat at Lucario's bed and told the Aura Pokémon about some of his adventures. They helped Lucario's recovery, since he didn't stress himself about their situation while listening to them. Ash finished his explanation about how he met Dawn, that had Lucario laughing. It obviously amused the Pokémon that Ash knew his three best female friends through destroying their bikes. Suddenly he stopped and glanced to the clock. "It's 3 already," stated Ash before Lucario could say it. "Mewtwo wanted to be here around 1, agreed Lucario nervously. Ash nodded, but tried to calm Lucario, though he was nervous by himself. "He probably needs to hide from Mew." At this both burst out in laughter. The door opened and both froze and looked there, but saw not the lavender feline, but Pikachu and Riolu. "Pikapi. Chucha?" asked Pikachu. "No idea where Mewtwo is," answered Ash, guessing what Pikachu meant. Said Riolu worriedly. "Ash suggested he's fleeing from Mew," answered Lucario. At this both laughed, then suddenly a window opened and Mewtwo came in, closed it and then slumped to the ground. Ash jumped up and rushed forward. "Mewtwo, what's wrong?" asked the teen. "Gone," muttered Mewtwo's mental voice. He clenched his fists and then screamed, "They're gone." Ash got thrown back by the massive wave of psychic energy, but Lucario, who'd been closely behind him, caught him. Pikachu. "Choo," said Pikachu and slowly got closer. "Stay away." Mewtwo lashed out at Pikachu with a shadow ball. With a shriek the yellow rodent fled to Ash. Ash watched in shock how Mewtwo's shoulders shook and strange noises reached him. It took him only a second to realize what it meant, yet it took him far longer to believe it. Mewtwo was crying. The noises were the legendary's chalked sobs, and soon Ash's suspicion got proved correct. Drops hit the floor. Ash stood up and walked up to the legendary once again. He kneed down in front of Mewtwo and repeated, "Mewtwo, what's wrong?" The Pokémon lashed out at him, yet Riolu simply caught the attack and Mewtwo got pushed against the wall when Riolu easily repelled the force he'd pushed into that attack. Acting on instinct, Ash pulled Mewtwo closer towards him and hugged the legendary strongly. He heard how Mewtwo gasped surprised, but then their hug was joined by Riolu and Pikachu. Lucario didn't join the group hug, yet placed his paw on Mewtwo's shoulder. Mewtwo was frozen for a while, then relaxed and started to cry against Ash's shoulder. After a while nothing but dry sobs shook the legendary's body and Ash pushed him back a bit. Mewtwo didn't react at all. His violet eyes were dull and his face was tear-stained. "What's wrong, Mewtwo?" This time Mewtwo reacted to his question without violence. Dull eyes focused on him, grief clouding them. "They're gone." "Who's gone?" asked Ash. "The Pokémon, the ones I cloned on the island, they're gone, dead. I shouldn't have left them. I. Mewtwo stumbled over his own words and Lucario softly advised, "Take a deep breath, my friend. It will help." The legendary glanced at him, then followed and took in air. He exhaled it, then continued, "I created them and I should have been there to protect them. But I wasn't. They were alone in this massacre and now they're GG gone." It took a while till Ash realized what this meant and his heart clenched with sympathy. "A massacre?" asked Ash, not sure if he wanted to hear the answer. "The dark sides," raged Mewtwo, new tears streaming down his face. "They killed them brutally, one after the other. Tortured them and then, when they practically begged for death, they drowned them and somehow burned the water types." Ash now felt tears streaming down his face now and then Pikachu asked, "Pika Pikachu?" "Yes, your clone too." How do you know all this?" asked Lucario silently. Even he had tears in his eyes, though the Aura Pokémon didn't even know the clones. "The Charizard clone, he got away and found me here. I saw all of it before he collapsed and died in front of me. I buried him near the waterfall," answered Mewtwo silently. Without words Ash hugged Mewtwo again and to his surprise, Mewtwo hugged back. End of flashback. Ash crunched his teeth while he held Mewtwo close. Today was the third time the past few days this happened. The second time had been when Mewtwo had shown Ash the place where he'd buried his Charizard. This battle was going to be a hard one, that much Ash knew. He could only fear who the next Pokémon or human to die were. And he hoped that it wouldn't be someone close to him. During the next few days, Ash kept a good eye on Mewtwo. The legendary hid his pain well, yet Ash saw the changes. He ate less and seemed to get no sleep. Unfortunately, every time Ash tried to talk to him, Mewtwo got away fast and Lucario caught the teen up with training. Just like today. They were on a new island and Lucario had Ash training his Aura Sight. The past days while Lucario had been unable to leave bed, he had taught Ash how to meditate and had expected the teen to do it every day. Normally Ash would have thought up excuses to not have to do that, but with all that was happening, he knew it was necessary to follow Lucario's orders. So right now, he once again mediated, yet tried not to focus on himself, but the world outside. Lucario had Riolu hiding in their surroundings and holding an aura sphere. Ash just had to say the direction Riolu was in. It was a poor beginning, but somewhere they had to start. He'd been sitting like this for ages, facing north, trying to feel Riolu. He felt the little fighting type nearby, however couldn't even pinpoint if he was more on his left or right. Finally Ash gave up and opened his eyes. "Sorry Lucario, I can't do that." Lucario narrowed his eyes at him and asked, "And why not?" Ash chose his next words carefully. I just can't, wouldn't be accepted. Well, first, there's too much other aura around us. Don't ask me how, but those trees have an unbelievable energy. Second, my Pokémon are training on the next clearing and their most powerful attacks confuse me every time I almost have Riolu. And third. Ash trailed off and Lucario pushed, third. I'm worried about Mewtwo. Lucario's stern gaze on him became softer and he called, "You can come out." Riolu. Training is over. Immediately Riolu appeared out of some trees and ran up to them. "Is it very bad?" asked Sir Aaron's apprentice finally. "I cannot truly see it. He seems to be avoiding me." "He's avoiding everyone," answered Ash and clenched his fists. "And that's what I'm afraid of. He's barely eating or sleeping. The other legendaries constantly pester him about what's wrong with him. They see it, yet they don't know." Lucario nodded in silent understanding, then Riolu perked up. "What if we tell them?" was the message his aura gave Ash. Both, Ash and Lucario, stared at Riolu in shock. That would be self-murder if Mewtwo found out. "I know it's dangerous," continued the little blue Pokémon and looked to the ground. "But, Mewtwo is killing himself with what he does and maybe the other legendaries can help us." "Riolu got a valuable point there, Ash," agreed Lucario sighing. He seemed very uncomfortable with the thought of doing something like this behind Mewtwo's back. Ash didn't feel much better either, yet also knew that Mewtwo would need a kind of help a simple human couldn't give. "You're both right. We got to tell the other legendaries." "You've got to tell us what?" asked a voice behind him. Ash spun around and all three gasped when Articuno came out, followed by every other legendary, even Mewtwo. The team gulped and sent a glance at Lucario and Riolu. The smaller Pokémon hid behind Ash's legs while Lucario kept his unreadable red gaze on Mewtwo. The clone looked back confused and Ash easily saw how weak he'd become. You always saw his rips, but now they stood out terribly. Mewtwo's eyes were dark and he squinted them in the sunlight. Ash took a deep breath and fully turned to the clone. "Mewtwo, you got to tell them." From one heartbeat to the other, Mewtwo's appearance changed. First he'd looked tired and worn out, now strong and in panic. "No." "Yes," argued Lucario and stepped forward. He took a few more steps, then said, "My friend, Ash is right. They need to know. You cannot allow this to kill you too." "I'm fine." "You most likely are not. When was the last time you slept?" And now Mewtwo hesitated. Before he could make up an answer, Lucario continued, "When was the last time you truly ate something?" Again he got no answer, then Mewtwo suddenly turned halfway away and whispered, "You don't understand." "I most certainly do," argued Lucario, his voice softer than Ash had ever heard it. The teen knew very well where Lucario was getting, yet didn't give any comments. He simply picked Riolu up and held his little aura keeper close. Riolu looked up at him nervously, but Ash shook his head. There was no need for his friend to be afraid. "Lost." "Mewtwo, listen to me," argued Lucario, his calm voice seeming to be nothing but a whisper against the raged shouting Mewtwo had started to use. "Why should I?" "Because though I just lost one person in Sir Aaron, I know the feeling to fail. I thought I failed him, then I started to hate him because I thought he betrayed me. And do you know who I truly hated in the end? Myself. I hated myself for ever doubting Sir Aaron. He was the hero everyone thought he was, I just never took time to think. And yet, I always blamed myself for allowing him to ban me into his staff, for not being there when he gave his aura to Mew. Yet he insisted I didn't fail him, and that's what they would say too." Lucario walked closer to Mewtwo once more. The other stood silent and stared onto the ground. The aura Pokémon stopped not 1 foot from the psychic type and asked, "Do you really think they believed you failed them? I'm sure they all knew and still know you did your best in protecting them. Without them, you got thrown into something new, like the new time I found myself in after Ash freed me from the staff. But you are not alone. I needed to learn this too. Ash offered me friendship from the begin with, yet only his compassion for Pikachu's safety got me to at least trust him a bit. Mewtwo, you're not alone. Stop avoiding us. Stop pushing others away. Take yourself a heart and tell them." Ash kept his gaze on Mewtwo and after a while the legendary looked at him. He gave the feline a slight smile and nodded. Riolu did the same and Mewtwo nodded back. Ash saw new tears in his eyes, yet he turned to the other legendaries and asked them, with a shaky voice, to get comfortable. They all followed without complaining. Ash settled down next to Entei and leaned against the fire-type's warm flank. He didn't seem to mind and soon Riolu had dozed off in his arms. Lucario had stayed with Mewtwo, trying to help the struggling Pokémon to begin the story. After a while Mewtwo finally started to talk. He spoke silently and his voice broke away a few times, but after an hour, he finally had the whole story done. Then he leaned against a tree, sunk down and cried once more. Lucario placed a paw on his shoulder and gave him a reassuring smile. Mewtwo smiled back sadly, then he suddenly got glomped by Mew. Despite the sadness of the situation, Ash couldn't help but snicker at the sight. The bigger feline stared at the original Mew in astonishment while she clung to him and sniffled against his shoulder. Slowly, like he was still trying to understand what was just happening, Mewtwo responded the hug. The moments his arms fully closed around the pink Pokémon, he closed his eyes and slowly the tears stopped flowing down his face. When both pulled apart, Suicun padded up to Mewtwo and touched his forehead with her snout. "I'm sorry we pushed you," explained the female with a glance to her brothers. The two nodded in seriousness. "We should have waited till you would have been able to tell by yourself." Thank you, Suicun," answered Mewtwo with a thankful nod and then Ash saw how Celebi and Manaphy hugged Mewtwo as well, while Zapdos apologized for his and his sister's behavior. Soon, after much crying on everyone's side, the legendaries retreated and in the end only Ash, a sleeping Riolu, Lucario, Mewtwo and Mew remained on the clearing. They were silent for a while, then Mew asked, "Mewtwo, why didn't you tell us sooner?" Mewtwo hesitated and Ash answered for him, "He wanted to keep his I'm strong and I don't need help act up." The next second he dodged a well-aimed shadow ball from Mewtwo. The next one got blocked by Lucario, who scolded, "Hey, the only one who shoots my apprentice is me or those who I tell to." "Then tell me," threatened Mewtwo. Lucario narrowed his eyes, then shook his head. "Ash isn't able to use Auracite yet. If he would have Sir Aaron's gloves we would be faster, but we need to use a slower pace. He cannot sense Riolu's exact position with closed eyes and you think I'm going to let you blast him? No chance." Mewtwo smirked at this and shot an aura sphere at Lucario. The fighting steel type simply pushed it away and growled, "I wouldn't advise you to use an aura-based attack on me." And then they fought. It was incredible to Ash that, though Lucario had a type disadvantage, he kept up with Mewtwo very well. The legendary was weakened, true, but still strong. Ash, Riolu and Mew watched with open mouths their battle and finally Mew stammered, They're even." The teen and his aura keeper nodded, both wide-eyed. It was true. What Mewtwo made up in strength and psychic powers, Lucario made up in speed and tactic. In one heartbeat Lucario switched from one fighting style to the next, never giving Mewtwo a chance to get into the rhythm of the attack. After about an hour of constant fighting, the two backed off to the opposite ends of the clearing, gasping hard. "Not bad," commented Mewtwo. "You're not to underestimate either," gave Lucario the comment back. "That was incredible," exclaimed Mew and floated forward. "Sure thing," agreed Riolu, who ran forward too, having Ash staring at him. The little fighting type turned to him. "Not." Ash still stared, then stated, "I'm going to answer that when I find out why I suddenly understand every word you say." Looking around he found Mewtwo and Mew looking at him confused, while Lucario's eyes lit up in surprise. "I though you always know what Riolu wants to say," stated Mew. "I do, but I never actually understood his words." "You truly hear him talk?" asked Lucario, and took a step forward. Ash nodded and found Lucario smiling brightly. "Then we're on the right way. Soon you'll be able to understand all of your Pokémon, followed by each and every Pokémon." "What?" exclaimed the other four. Lucario nodded and explained, "Sir Aaron had this ability too. I knew it was only a matter of time until Ash would gain it, yet didn't expect it to come this soon. At this Ash couldn't help but blush now. Suddenly he heard a yowl of cheer from Riolu and looked at the little Pokémon. Just in time to find him leaping at him. Ash caught him and held Riolu high enough to meet the fighter's gaze. He found Riolu beaming at him. "That means I can finally really talk to you," cheered Riolu and grinned happily. "I always wanted to do that." Now Ash had to swallow tears. Riolu's happiness brought tears into his eyes. He pulled the little Pokémon closer and hugged him strongly. Riolu hugged back, and for a while the two didn't move. When they pulled apart, Ash found that Mewtwo, Mew and Lucario had left. Riolu had climbed onto his shoulder and asked, "Can we take a longer route back?" "Why so?" "Well, now that I can talk to you, I want to enjoy that without having everyone staring at me." Ash chuckled and Riolu exclaimed, "That's not funny." "Actually, it is," answered the teen and tickled the Pokémon's neck. Riolu giggled and slapped his fingers away. "All right, a longer route it is." "Really?" "Sure." "Yeah. Thanks, Ash." "Ha. What? You said Ash and not Master." "What? No, I mean, darn it. Common, how long since you've actually stopped that?" Riolu seemed to blush a bit, then answered, "A few months already actually. I just sometimes did it to tease you a bit." Ash growled at the fighting type with a smile and lightly punched him. Riolu giggled while he held on to Ash's head to not fall down. They walked in silence for a while, then Ash stated, "You know, I really like talking to you." "Me too, though it's still a bit unusual. I'm not used to it either, but I'm sure it'll come with the time." "Guess you're right, and Ash." "Yeah. Thanks." "What for?" "Everything you've ever done for me." "You're welcome, Riolu. You've always been special to me." "Really?" "Sure. Even before you showed up the first time after you escaped these guys, I got a strange feeling. When you appeared out of the bushes, I had to think about what Lucario once told me about my aura and actually wanted to take you with me there and then." "I would have loved to come," sighed Riolu. On the way back to Lucario Kingdom, I cried. The old man that took care of me was worried, yet I managed to convince him that I'm alright. I guess he believed the shock of the adventure just caught up with me. Ash carefully lifted Riolu from his shoulder at that and held the aura Pokémon in his arms. Riolu sighed and snuggled against him. "You know, you're pretty much acting like a kid right now." "Ash, I'm not even 5 years old." "That's not what I mean." "I know what you mean. It's just, Pikachu is a great friend, but I never really got someone to talk about me, my feelings. It didn't feel right to talk to Pikachu, Lucario, or any of your Pokémon about this. It needed to be you, but till today I just couldn't." Ash smiled at his friend and stated, "Don't worry, Riolu. When you need to talk to me now, you can." Riolu smiled at him, then yawned. "Yeah, it was a long day. We probably should go to bed soon, huh?" answered Riolu and wriggled into a more comfortable position. Ash chuckled and carried Riolu back to their campsite. Everyone was waiting for Brock and Max to finish dinner while the Legendaries stood guard and the Pokémon had their fun. Ash sat down next to May, carefully, to not wake Riolu. May glanced at the little Pokémon and smiled. "Long day?" He nodded and stifled a yawn, then said, "For both of us." "You want to take a rest and I bring you your dinner," offered the girl. Ash stared at her, then asked, "Why would you do that?" In the light of the fire Ash couldn't be sure, but he believed May blushed. "Well, you're the one everyone relies on, again, so I thought I could help at least in that way." Now the teen smiled and said, "May you help enough, don't worry." The girl smiled at him, then Brock shouted, "Dinner's ready." Riolu shot awake at that and looked around wildly. Ash concentrated and sent a soothing pulse over his aura to Riolu. That was something Ash already learned from Lucario. Sending certain feelings to Riolu. Right now it was protection and calmness. In danger or when Ash needed help, he could send panic, fear or even pain to the other. Riolu looked up at him, then stated, "I dreamed of you and me sparing." Ash stared, then argued, "You know it's gonna take ages until I'm that far." "Nah, you're actually pretty much, natural with aura. You're gonna finish aura sight in no time." "How can you be so sure?" "Because I know you, Ash Ketchum. If you fail in that one, then I'm going to allow Jay to sell me." "Riolu," hissed the teen. "Don't jinx it." "I won't," laughed Riolu. "Because I know you won't fail." Ash stared at his brave friend, then sighed, "If you say so." Ash? Are you alright?" Misty's voice made him and Riolu look up. They found everyone staring at them, while Mew rolled through mid-air in a laughing fit. Even Mewtwo and Lucario chuckled amused. Just now Ash got to think how his discussion with Riolu could have looked like, and blushing he asked, "Yeah, why?" "Oh nothing," answered Zoe with a shrug, and Dawn continued, "You just argued with a Pokémon." "So?" asked the teen back. "I do that with Pikachu too. But you argue over simple things like, if Pikachu gets ketchup or if he battles." "It looked like you truly discussed with Riolu," explained Brock. Ash glared at Lucario and asked, "Why didn't you tell them yet?" Lucario managed to calm himself and answered, "It's your ability, not mine." Ash sighed and Riolu facepawed himself. Looking at everyone, Ash explained, "Today we found out that, because of my aura, I can understand what Riolu says." Lucario said, "It soon will begin with my other Pokémon too, followed by each and every Pokémon I meet." Everyone stared at him, then Suicun asked, "So, you understand Riolu's every word?" "He sure does," cheered Riolu. Riolu, you know that the humans here have no idea what you just said, right?" "Sure," answered Riolu with a shrug. "But you can translate." "Excuse me? Did I just become your translator?" "Stay with talking to Pokémon if that's all you need me for," complained Ash and punched Riolu, grinning. The other exclaimed, "Hey," and force-palmed Ash backwards against a tree. "What was that for?" Riolu blushed and rubbed the back of his head. "Sorry. Reflex." "You call that reflex?" shouted the teen, what got everyone laughing. Riolu blushed harder, then had Dawn hugging him, and the girl stated, "Riolu, if you do that every day, you'll take Infernape's place as my favorite of all of Ash's Pokémon." Riolu stared at her, then shook his head wildly and ran up to Ash. "Save me, she's crazy." "That's nothing new for me," grunted the teen and pushed himself up. He walked back to his friends, Riolu closely behind him. "Oh yeah? Remember what she did to Infernape because he's her favorite of your Pokémon?" "Yeah, she put him into a dress and he used Flare Blitz to get rid of it. It actually was pretty funny. I don't want that to happen to me. I have no attack to get rid of it." Ash snickered. "Then you'll have to stay in the dress." "You can't allow that," begged Riolu and looked up at him with big eyes. Ash grinned and petted his head. "We'll see. Give me some peace to eat and maybe I'll protect you from Dawn." Immediately Riolu ran off to join the rest of Ash's Pokémon, and the teen stated, "Wow Dawn, you sure got Riolu scared with putting Infernape into that dress." "It suited him," defended Dawn herself. "He didn't have to burn it away." "He did," argued Ash. "Believe me, as a guy, you feel awfully stupid in a dress." "I had to cross-dress often enough." Dawn rolled her eyes, then they all settled down to eat. After dinner they started to plan the next day. They would fly to the next island and check it for Moltres. If nothing went wrong, Tommy and Tara would be waiting for them there, or would have left a note in the Pokémon Center there. The two had volunteered to scout out ahead while Lucario recovered. They planned to leave around 8, and with the flight taking around 50 minutes, 30 said Articuno, yet they rather planned in more time. They had to stand up around 6 to get everything done and have breakfast in time. Everyone had an alarm clock with them, so they all turned them on, then went to sleep. Ash slept with his Pokémon. Ninetales and Charizard kept him warm. Luxio slept near them, yet not with their group, what worried Ash a bit. Luxio was a pretty lonely kind of Pokémon, but still. Riolu and Pikachu slept in Ash's arms, while Lucario leaned against Charizard and slept in sitting position. Soon the whole clearing was silent and everyone fell asleep, with the three legendary beasts sharing guard. The next morning the sound of 7 alarm clocks forced everyone awake. Ash turned it off and rolled over again, to have Lucario calling, "Stand up Ash." Ash just grumbled something and turned away from Lucario. "Charizard, would you be so kind?" asked the Aura Pokémon. Ash shot up. Alright, I'm up. Don't grill me." Charizard lowered his head in disappointment and Ash sighed, "Fine, but not too much." This the dragon grinned and unleashed his flamethrower at Ash, effectively burning away the remains of Ash's tiredness. The teen shook himself, then stretched and said, "Alright, I'll fly on Charizard, so Lucario, Ninetales and Luxio, I'll need to call you guys back." The 3 Pokémon nodded in understanding and the 7 of them started to pack up. After breakfast, Ash called his Pokémon back, had Riolu and Pikachu climbing onto his shoulders, and climbed onto Charizard's back. Suicun and Reiku had run off already, scouting out the way ahead. Brock and Misty sat on Entei, May and Max on Articuno and Zoe and Dawn on Zapdos. Mewtwo, Mew and Celebi flew alone while May held Manaphy in her arms. During the flight, Riolu told Ash about his childhood and Ash listened happily. It was actually pretty nice to have a real conversation with Riolu. Pikachu was unnaturally silent though and on time. When Riolu paused to take in air, Ash asked, "Hey Pikachu, buddy, you okay?" The rodent grinned up at him and nodded with a cheerful, "Cha," yet Ash didn't believe him. "Honestly buddy, what's wrong?" Pikachu looked away at that and shifted his tail. Riolu had turned to look at the yellow mouse too, then suddenly gasped, "You're jealous." Pikachu looked up with wide eyes and Ash asked, "Jealous, why that?" "Pika. Pick Pika Pikapi." "Choo!" exclaimed the Pokémon frustrated. Ash looked at Riolu for help, who said, "Pikachu thinks you've forgotten about him over the fact that we can have a conversation now." "What? P, who gave you that idea? I could never forget about you. You're my best buddy, my first Pokémon." "Pi Pikachu," argued Pikachu. Once again Riolu translated, "You never talked to him yesterday." "Oh Pikachu," said Ash and pulled the yellow rodent into a tight hug. "I was just excited that I could finally understand Riolu. And you gotta admit, I know more about you than him. But I could never forget about you." "Pi?" asked Pikachu and looked up at him. Ash didn't need Riolu to know that Pikachu had asked, "Really? Really Pikachu? And hey, soon we surely can talk in that way too." Pikachu nodded with a smile at that and wriggled out of Ash's arms. He said something to Riolu, who nodded happily. A second later the two held on to Charizard's claws and awed at the crystal blue water underneath them. "Guys, please be careful down there," called Ash. Agreeing noises came from the two and with a sigh, Ash leaned against Charizard's neck and closed his eyes. A low growl reached him and when he opened them, he found the big orange dragon looking at him. "I'm okay, just trying to process everything that happened recently." Charizard nodded and breathed a small flame at him. Laughing Ash ducked away under it and said, "Thanks for trying to cheer me up buddy." Charizard roared silently and Ash shook his head amused. Around 10 before 8, the island came in sight. Max was the first one to see it. Ash sighed in relief. He felt that Charizard got exhausted by now. The island got closer and closer and to everyone's obvious relief, Suicun and Reiku awaited them on a deserted beach. There he flying types landed and Entei stopped his run. The brown-furred legendary had set his paws on fire to be able to run over the water. The siblings greeted each other and then Reiku reported, "All silent." "Which is good and bad." "Good since no dark side is here," continued Suicun for her brother. "Bad since we found no sign of Moltres either." Can happen, soothed Articuno, and Zapdos agreed, he's most likely hiding somewhere. Everyone nodded, then moved to search the island. Ash walked through the forest, Lucario now out of the ball again, Charizard in it. Say Lucario, began the teen after a while. Lucario looked at him. When I manage Auracite, is it possible to sense a difference between a dark side and an original legendary when the two look completely alike? Lucario was silent shortly, then answered, basically it very well is possible. The legendaries proof it all the time, yet when a dark side hides the cold aspect of its aura and takes the form of its good part, I'm not completely certain, why? Ash shrugged and answered, just curious. Sooner or later there will be a time when that happens. I want to be prepared. With an understanding nod, Lucario started to give Ash tips how to make the Auracite easier. Little things like the right breathing and focusing on the own aura too. The Pokémon fell silent when they reached the Pokémon Center. Ash gave all of them to Nurse Joy for a checkup and asked if Tommy and Tara had left a note. They didn't, and Ash retreated from the counter after thanking the nurse. He walked up to the video phones and moved to call Professor Oak. "Ah, Ash, my boy," came the cheerful greeting. "How is it going?" "Pretty low, Professor," answered Ash with a shrug. "He's hiding well." "I see," answered the professor. "That is good and bad." Ash nodded in agreement, then asked, "Got any news for me?" "Actually I have," answered Oak. "Yet I probably shouldn't tell you this." "Huh. He means, I know more about the matter than him," cut a familiar voice in. "Tobias," exclaimed Ash when the trainer came in sight. "I'll leave you to explain. Heracross is, once again, annoying Ivysaur. I'll help him." The professor walked off and Ash muttered, "Lame excuse. Ivysaur can take care of himself." Tobias smirked at him, then stated, "I must say, Ash, I'm very impressed with your collection. However, back to the matter at hand. Latios and Latias found the originals of their kind. Ironically they flew right over Pallet town the moment we did. Since the two, what I can understand, wouldn't trust me, I had Latios, Latias, Cresselia, Darkrai and Shaymin speaking for me. It took a lot of time, but we managed to convince them to come to Oak's lab." Ash breathed out. "It's good to hear that they are safe. Latias seems to be pretty eager to see you," chuckled Tobias. Then Ash heard how a door got slammed open and a familiar white and red Pokémon appeared, almost knocking Tobias over. "Ash. Hi Latias. I missed you." "Missed you too," soothed the teen. "Latias," scolded a male voice suddenly, then Latios appeared in the picture. "What?" The white and blue Pokémon rolled his eyes, then said, "It's good to see you all right, chosen one." Ash grinned, then asked, "But Latios? I kinda saw you die. How can you be here?" "The big question, huh?" asked Latios. "I'd love to answer this to you, but we should probably wait until we're face to face." "Where exactly are you?" "Professor Oak can give you the coordinates of my call." "Good. Don't leave too soon, Latias, and I will join you soon." Ash nodded, then the call ended. He shook his head amused. He was a bit sorry for all the trouble Oak needed to go through. "Ash Ketchum?" He turned around. Nurse Joy waved him over. "Your Pokémon are all right again. Here you go." She handed him the 5-ball and Pikachu. The yellow rodent jumped onto his shoulder, and the moment Ash had fastened the ball on his belt, Riolu released himself and climbed atop Ash's other shoulder. He thanked Nurse Joy, then left the Pokémon Center. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated on their quest and moved into the forest. They had to find Moltres, and that before the dark sides did it. It had been a pretty uneventful day. Just with searching Moltres, training, finally rejoining with Tommy and Tara and waiting for Latios and Latias to arrive. At the moment Riolu watched how Lucario, step by step, sent Ash through different stances. Suicun had requested that Ash was taught self-defense soon. Riolu had been badly against this. Ash wasn't ready for combat yet, and though Lucario had immediately agreed, Suicun had threatened to freeze them for the next few weeks if they wouldn't give the team basics of self-defense. A sigh came over Riolu's lips while he watched Ash falling onto his butt for the 5th time. He could easily sense that the teen grew frustrated with this, and he wasn't the only one. Only looking into Lucario's eyes told him that the Aura Guardian was as frustrated as his apprentice. The small fighting type smiled slightly when he remembered how Lucario had looked like when Ash had first used that description for him. Before, he'd mostly been called Sir Aaron's apprentice, but then Ash had pointed out that Lucario had as much right of being a full Aura Guardian as anyone else. Of course, Lucario had tried to protest and explained that you had to pass a test a legendary gave, when Mew had cheekily pointed out, "You saved my life and the tree of beginning with your aura. I believe that's enough." After that, Lucario had had no argument left. The Pokémon still felt uncomfortable with being called Aura Guardian, yet got used to it. Suddenly Ash exclaimed, "Oh, I give up." He huffed and sat down. "Sorry Lucario, but that has no use." Riolu rolled his eyes and walked up to them. Lucario leaned against a tree and stated, "You tell me. I wouldn't be at combat yet if it wasn't for Suicun." "Suicun?" asked Ash. "Yeah," agreed Riolu and settled down next to his trainer. "She demanded Lucario makes sure you can properly defend yourself. We would be faster if she would allow me to follow the usual procedure," stated the Aura Guardian sighing. "Because then you could control your aura better. And with controlled aura, most of the fighting comes by instinct." "Really?" asked Ash surprised. "Of course. What do you think, that Riolu get trained for fighting the moment we hatch?" asked Riolu with a chuckle. "No way. We got it in our aura. But, to bring your fighting style on a certain level, you of course have to train. Yet you do have the basics you need from the begin with," ended Lucario. "Okay guys stop," exclaimed the teen and ruffled his raven hair. "Stop talking together. You make me all fuzzy with it." Both Aura Pokémon shared a glance. They hadn't really realized that they had constantly taken turns in speaking. Then Ash suddenly burst out in laughter and fell back. Lucario raised a confused eyebrow while Riolu stared at the teen bewildered. "What pray tell is so funny?" asked the older Pokémon finally. Ash grinned at them and stated, "Actually, nothing. I'm just glad you don't end each other's sentences really. That would be just freaky." Riolu blushed now, then cracked up at the thought by himself. Now Lucario stared at both of them confused, then stated, "I'm afraid I can't follow." "Oh common, you know what is said when two people, Pokémon, end each other's sentences," teased Ash. Riolu facepawed at that. That boy would go to sleep with many bruises tonight. Then he glanced at Lucario, whose eyes suddenly widened in shock. "Ash! How can you even consider that?" yowled the other. "Hey, I'm a teen. What do you expect? A little more maturity." Once again Ash cracked up. Riolu followed soon after. The look on Lucario's face was priceless. After a while the teen had calmed down and Lucario sighed, "Let's just return to meditation and aura sight." Ash agreed immediately, what got Riolu to laugh once again. The teen obviously had enough of combat for a long time. Grinning he winked at his trainer, then leaped away. He jumped onto a tree, when it happened. A thunderbolt hit him and threw him over the clearing. Riolu yowled in shock and pain, but soon got up again and sent out his aura to find out what was going on. The aura of his attacker belonged to an electric type, most likely from Sinnoh. Narrowing his eyes, Riolu growled, "Come out." The three aura fighters, he included Ash already, considering an urgent situation, he handled his aura pretty well already, stood tensed, waiting for an answer. Then a dark blue lion leaped out and growled at them. "A Luxray?" asked Ash. "What is a Luxray doing here?" "What is a Luxray?" muttered Lucario to Riolu. He threw a glance at the more experienced fighter, then answered, the final evolution form from Shinx. Luxio will evolve into one if he does. Lucario nodded in understanding, then they all focused on the Pokémon again, who seemed to charge up an attack. Riolu narrowed his eyes, when Lucario suddenly shouted, "Look out! It attacks with discharge." The next second Ash tackled Riolu down already. Then the attack shot forward. The teen tensed when the electricity rushed through him, yet took Riolu's hit as well. The small fighting type stared up at Ash. His trainer amazed him again and again. Then the attack died down and Lucario asked, "Ash? Riolu? Are you hurt?" Slowly Ash sat up and Riolu followed suit. The teen grimaced, but stated, "Nah, Pikachu's thunder is worse." At this Riolu immediately relaxed. When there was one thing Ash was truly resistant against, it were electric-type moves. Lucario showed concern a little longer, but the teen seemed pretty alright for the hit he'd taken. They all turned back to the Luxray, which stared behind itself as if it awaits orders, gasped Ash. Riolu had had the same thought. That means it belongs to a trainer, concluded the small Pokémon. You realize that just yet, snorted Luxray arrogantly. Alone for that Riolu would have lunged at it, but Lucario held him back. When there was one thing Riolu couldn't stand, it were arrogant Pokémon. Suddenly they heard a laugh and the two fighters saw how Ash's eyes widened in recognition. "You," gasped the teen. Then a boy stepped onto the clearing they were on. He seemed to be around 13, had short dark blonde hair and gray eyes. He wore blue pants and a yellow jacket. "Well, well," sneered the boy. "If it isn't Mr. I have to beat up everyone who doesn't treat his Pokémon like I do." Riolu raised an eyebrow at that. Ash would never attack anyone, as long as the Pokémon wasn't treated unworthy enough to almost die through it. Suddenly Lucario tensed and whispered, "Then he is." Luxio's old trainer, agreed Ash with a growl and stood up. "What do you want here, Thaddeus?" Thaddeus, asked Riolu before he burst out in laughter. "What a name." "Yeah, cracked up too when I first heard it," stated Ash with a grin. "Stop laughing at me," hissed Thaddeus angrily. Then he grinned and stated, "I heard from a teen with a Pikachu on these islands, so I thought I'd visit and show you what I managed after you took that filthy excuse of a Pokémon from me." "Don't call Luxio filthy." "And if I do?" "You don't want to know." While those two started a shouting match, Riolu muttered, "Now I understand why Luxio is how he is." Lucario nodded and muttered back, "He told me about his old trainer but, I never expected him to be like that." Suddenly the bushes on their left side rustled and Ninetales stepped out, followed by Charizard, Pikachu and Luxio. The small lion's eyes widened at the sight of Thaddeus and swifter than Lucario had ever seen him, he raced up to Ash and crouched down behind the teen, shaking in fear. "Ha, still as pathetic as I remember," snorted Thaddeus, then his Luxray had to use Thunderbolt to block the flamethrower of an enraged Ninetales. "He," gasped Pikachu shocked. Thaddeus grinned, then offered, "You know what? I want to see how good you actually are. I'm gonna take a fight with your Ninetales, Charizard or Lucario." The other three looked just weak. Then he had to dodge a small thunder from Pikachu and one of Riolu's aura spheres. "Did he just call me weak?" exclaimed Pikachu and Riolu knew he prepared a volt tackle, when Ash suddenly called, "Pikachu stop. That's Luxio's fight." Luxio shot up at that and stared at the teen wide-eyed, then shook his head. The teen smiled warmly and moved to pet Luxio. "Hey, don't you worry so much Luxio. You can beat him and if you don't, who cares? I know you'll give your best. You just have to want to." Luxio stared for a second longer, then locked his fearful yellow eyes with Lucario. Lucario nodded with a smile and stated, "You can do it Luxio. Just remember what we talked about." The Aura Guardian glanced at Ash shortly, then smiled. Luxio smiled back weakly, then Ash asked, "So, you're ready to fight?" Riolu grinned. In less than a second, Luxio's fear had turned into determination. Ash did that to you. He gave you hope and believe. The small lion nodded and jumped forward to face Luxray. Luxray rolled his eyes and snorted, "That's pathetic. Do I have to fight you?" "Just wait for it," snarled Luxio back. Riolu finally ran past Lucario and leaped on Ash's shoulder. "Lucario, can you make the referee?" The Pokémon nodded and walked into the middle. Riolu giggled a bit. He knew Lucario had taken great interest in referees. Always when the teens had battled with their Pokémon for training, he'd hung around Brock, observing and asking questions from time to time. "This is a one-against-one Pokémon battle," called the Aura Guardian loudly. "No one is allowed to switch Pokémon. The battle ends when one opponent is unable to battle or the trainer forfeits. Start." Luxray used Discharge. "Luxio, get ready." Luxray stood still for a few seconds, then Discharge burst forward. "Riolu, you've got to shield Ash's Pokémon," yelled Lucario. Riolu nodded and leaped in front of Pikachu, Charizard and Ninetales. Then he pulled up his shield. "Now jump," then Iron Tail. Luxio obeyed and managed to dodge Discharge by leaping high into the air. Then he came down and Iron Tail hit Luxray head-on. Luxray yowled and threw a thunderbolt at him. Luxio got thrown back from the force the attack had and Ash called, "Careful, in raw power it's stronger than you." Luxio shook his head to clear it and nodded curtly. He, at times, forgot such things, no matter how often Pikachu had told him of his fights against Raichu. Luxray growled angrily and Luxio couldn't help but smirk. Seemingly he was used on opponents that came close to fainting after his attacks. "Well, my electric attacks might not have so much of an effect either," thought Luxio smugly, "but at least I know that this guy is just as much of a snob as Thaddeus is." Luxio used Double Team. And Luxio did. In less than a heartbeat a dozen of him surrounded Luxray, who stared in shock. Then Thaddeus called, "Discharge again. Blast those copies away and Luxio with them." Now Luxio got nervous, but then saw Ash and Lucario smirking, which made him relax again. Seemingly the teen had a plan. Dodge. Luxio somehow managed to dodge the discharge, that blasted his copies away, again, and then Ash shouted, "Now use Thunderfang." And Luxio grinned when it hit him. Luxray was shortly blinded through discharge, what gave him enough time to get close enough for Thunderfang. Luxio raced forward, then dug his fangs into Luxray's shoulder. Luxray yowled and tried to shake him off, what caused Luxio to just bite harder. Luxio used Iron Tail too. Energy rushed through Luxio's tail while he powered the Steel-type attack up, then he hit his tail against Luxray's snout. Again and again Luxray was hit that way, when Thaddeus shouted, "Pin it down and Hyper Beam." Before Luxio had time to actually register what attack his former trainer had called for, he already lay under Luxray. The orange beam powered up between Luxray's jaws and then it hit. Luxio yowled in agony when pain surged through him. He clenched his eyes shut and just wished for the pain to stop. He wanted to faint, to finally be in the comforting darkness. Luxio. Yellow eyes snapped open at Ash's scream and rage burst through him. Yet he wasn't angry at Ash, this Luxray, not even really at Thaddeus. The only one he hated at the moment was himself. Ash trusted him and Luxio repaid him by giving up. Just now he understood what Lucario had meant over a week ago. Each and every of Ash's Pokémon would never give up, because he didn't either. And if Luxio wanted to be a true part of Ash's team, he needed to trust the teen and continue. He couldn't hide anymore. "Alright Luxray, end it with Thunderbolt." "Luxio, please stand up." And Luxio started to struggle under the heavier Pokémon. Yet he couldn't get up. "Luxio, get up," yelled Pikachu from the sidelines. "Common," growled Charizard and Ninetales added, "You can do it." "We believe in you," shouted Riolu. Then strength rushed through Luxio. It felt so different from his usual powers. In fact, he'd only felt it once before. When he evolved from Shinx into Luxio. With a Yow, Luxio threw Luxray off and got onto his legs. The power continued to rush through his whole body, and then it started changing. His mane grew, his tail became longer, and the power he'd always felt rushing through the two rings on his forelegs parted and increased. Then, in a flash, the strange feeling disappeared and he opened his eyes, to grin. Everything was much sharper now, he could see, smell and hear so much better. "You evolved to Luxray," cheered Ash from behind. "That's great." Luxray smiled at Ash, then turned back to his opponent, who stared wide-eyed. At first he couldn't understand why, then it hit him. He was actually bigger than the other now. Suddenly Ash shouted, "All right Luxray, let's end this. Use Thunderbolt." Grinning Luxray swiftly charged up the attack, then fired. He heard Ash's other Pokémon awe at the power and awed by himself. He'd never thought he could be this powerful. The attack is directly and Thaddeus Luxray fainted. Thaddeus Luxray is unable to battle. The winners are Ash and his Luxray. Oh, this is confusing with the same names. Everyone had been cheering at Luxray's win, but Lucario's words sent them all into fits of laughter. Suddenly Luxray felt arms encircle his neck and looked at Ash. The teen smiled down at him and whispered, "I knew you could do it." Luxray smiled brightly, then nuzzled the teen. Without him, he never would have come this far. Then he heard a strange rustling and glanced left. Thaddeus had recalled his beaten Pokémon and run off. Rolling his eyes, the newly evolved Pokémon thought, "Shall he just run? I don't need him anymore. I got stronger, thanks to Ash. Thanks to his training and friendship." Ash grinned happily and comforted Luxray behind the ear when the Pokémon nuzzled him. It seemed the lion had finally warmed up to him. He was glad that Luxray had won this battle. It hadn't just helped his confidence, but given him the chance to show what he truly could manage. For a long while all of Ash's Pokémon and he himself celebrated Luxray's win and evolution, but then the teen saw the sunset and stated, "Guys, I think we should head back. The sun's setting already." His Pokémon followed his gaze, then Charizard suddenly yawned and nodded. Riolu giggled, then yawned by himself. Ash grinned and picked Riolu up while Pikachu climbed onto his shoulder. Lucario stepped next to him, and when they started to walk back to camp, Luxray and Ninetales followed closely. "That day was pretty low, even with that battle," mumbled Riolu. "Don't jinx anything," cut Pikachu in. Ash stared shortly, then grinned and stated, "I think I'm really getting better with Aura." Lucario raised an eyebrow. The teen nodded to Pikachu and explained, "I just understood what Pikachu said." "You understand me?" cheered the small yellow rodent. Ash nodded, to have Pikachu hugging him tightly. Everyone laughed silently, then Luxray suddenly growled and stopped walking. What's wrong Luxray?" asked Ash. The lion gazed around and his eyes started to glow. "Something is amiss," agreed, stated Lucario, who scanned their surroundings with his aura. "Yet, I can't tell what Ash. Duck. What? What do you?" Too late. Something hit Ash at the back of his head hard and immediately everything went black. When Ash came to, he jumped up immediately, to find himself in a completely black place. "Pikachu," called the teen warily. "Riolu? Lucario? Anyone? Guys, where are you?" "Don't waste your breath, chosen one," sounded a weak voice from behind. Ash spun around and shouted, "Who's there?" "Suicun, descendant of Sir Aaron." "I mean, you know, harm." "Then show yourself." "Very well, I shall, yet you may, not like what you see." Then a small flame appeared out of nowhere, just enough to illuminate a wing on a stony ground. Ash felt hot and cold together while his eyes widened in shock. It was a wing, no doubt, but it was a wing with rainbow-colored feathers. Ash's heart skipped a beat when he saw the wing. It just couldn't be. Suddenly the small flame grew and illuminated more of his surroundings. He gazed around, to look at everything but the wing or the creature which it belonged to. They were in some strange cave. There was a tunnel, but the fire didn't lighten it up a bit. It was pitch black. Soon Ash had nothing left to look at, but the creature before him. Slowly he looked there, to look directly into gleaming red-orange eyes. They belonged to a big, multicolored bird, its main color being orange. The Pokémon gasped hard and was bruised over and over. "I did warn you, chosen one," gasped the Pokémon. "What, you, ho-oh how," exclaimed the teen finally, still not being able to believe that anyone could beat up a Pokémon like Ho-Oh. The bird sighed deeply and sunk his head, as if he was ashamed. "I have gotten fooled by the dark sides taking form of those I trust the most," explained the legendary bird, his eyes directed to the ground, though not seeing anything. Flashback. Ho-Oh flew through his palace, not knowing what to do else. He was banned within the walls of his home until the chosen one would find him. Arceus made sure of it. Or more, his dark side, raged Ho-Oh in his head. How could this just happen? How could Arceus allow his dark side to overpower him? Ho-Oh shook his head wildly. Raging over Arceus' fall would not help either. He needed to keep a clear head. "Alakazam," called the bird. Immediately one of the psychic types in the palace appeared. Ho-Oh smiled. No matter how many of them were here, they always knew who he needed. "Yes, master," asked the Pokémon. "Prepare the greenhouse of light," ordered the legendary. "I need to use the pool of light." "Master?" questioned Alakazam. Normally none of them would dare this, but the pool of light was only used in emergencies and urgent discussions. "Calm, Alakazam. If Arceus decides for punishment for using it, I shall take the full blame on me," soothed Ho-Oh, then turned away and flew off. He needed to get something from his personal chambers before he could use the pool of light. Pushing open the big golden door, and not bothering to close them behind himself, Ho-Oh swiftly scanned the room and soon found what he was looking for. It was a leather belt with a shining white crystal attached to it. Picking it up with his claws, Ho-Oh left his chambers and swiftly flew up to the greenhouse of light. He reached it just when a group of Dragonair, led by Alakazam, left it. They all bowed and Alakazam said, "Master, everything is prepared." Ho-Oh said his thanks, then shooed them away and flew into the room. The scent of grass and fresh rain hit the legendary and he smiled slightly. He truly loved nature. Then he flew up to a pool. The water was clear and gave sight at the silverish-gray stones on the ground. Taking a deep breath, Ho-Oh flapped his wings and sent hot and colorful winds at the pool. Immediately it started to wave and glow. Then he flung the crystal into it. "Nti," stated the bird. In less than a second the pool showed him the sea and a brown flash rushing over it. Ho-Oh narrowed his eyes and said, "Clearer." The picture cleared up and pride rushed through him at the sight. Nti raced over the sea, leaving a cloud of steam behind. On his back were Brock and Misty, friends of Lugia's chosen one. "Show him," stated Ho-Oh. He knew the pool would understand he referred to Ash. Nti was only in the background now, since the picture moved into the air. Then it showed the chosen one, riding on the back of his Charizard, his Riolu and Pikachu dangling from the fire-flying type's claws to awe at the crystal blue sea. Ho-Oh chuckled in amusement, then he suddenly shivered. He felt like he was freezing. Shocked he recognized that Suicun was calling for him. "Suicun, now." The pool went white, then showed the blue legendary. She was struggling to get off of the ground and whimpered. "Areku, what's gotten into you?" "Show the whole happening," ordered Ho-Oh immediately, dread hitting him. He had a bad guess. And he was right. Reiku advanced at Suicun, grinning evilly. "You don't seem to get it, Suicun." "I am not your just so dear brother," growled the Pokémon. "I'm just going to take his place." Suicun's eyes widened, then she leaped up and yowled, "I won't let you." That was when Ice Beam and Thunder crashed. The force of the attacks blasted Ho-Oh away from the pool of light. Wide-eyed the bird stared at the, now, clear pool, then rushed out of the room and called, "Alakazam, I'll be leaving now." "What?" asked Alakazam the moment he teleported next to him. 7. Suicun is attacked by Dark Raikou, explained the legendary while he rushed to the exit of the palace. "She's like my daughter. I can't let her down now." Alakazam nodded and explained, "I shall take care of the palace for you." Ho-Oh nodded, then was already outside. Without hesitation, he dived down and flew off to the Sevii Islands. In less than 10 minutes he had reached the group of islands and headed to the one he saw Suicun on. When he reached it, he called out, "Suicun." It was silent, then. "Master?" Ho-Oh frowned. Suicun shouldn't sound so weak. "I'm here, where are you?" "I in a cave." Immediately Ho-Oh set off to the small mountain on the island and scanned it. Now where, there. He'd spotted a small cave entrance. Landing in front of it, he asked, "Suicun?" A groan came from the inside, then Suicun limped towards him, her red eyes shining with relief. "Why you're here," gasped the female out. "I am," soothed Ho-Oh. Suicun smiled weakly, then her eyes widened and she yowled, "Behind you." Ho-Oh spun around and took off just in time to avoid thunder. Scanning his surroundings, Ho-Oh finally saw Raikou. Or, what looked like Raikou but was surely his dark side. Ho-Oh growled angrily and immediately dived down. Raikou charged at him with Volt Tackle. Ho-Oh slid past it, turned and hit Raikou with Flare Blitz from behind. Raikou yowled and Ho-Oh pinned him down. "Where is my son?" growled the bird angrily. He had caught the habit of referring to the 3 legendary beasts as his children a few centuries ago. "You wish to know that, sneered the yellow Pokémon, his eyes flashing from red to black. Ho-Oh frowned. They had brought their shift to their good parts to perfection. Until now, where he'd revealed his real eye color, Ho-Oh hadn't sensed a difference between this electric type and Raikou. The bird fired a hyper beam close-ranged, having Dark Raikou roaring in pain. Then he was blasted away by a powerful pulse of water. Ho-Oh grunted and pushed himself away from the tree he'd crashed against. Shaking his head, he cursed mentally about his weakness to water-type moves, then scanned his surroundings. Yet no one but him and Dark Raikou was around. The dark side cackled, then sneered, now, how the mighty have fallen. You seem to not see the obvious. I fooled you into being Raikou. If I can do that, who can you trust?" In less than a heartbeat the pieces clicked together in Ho-Oh's head and he shot into the air just in time. A hydro pump hit the tree and destroyed it. "Where are they?" roared the bird and prepared sacred fire. The dark side on the ground snorted and stated, "I have no intents on telling you." Then he grinned and growled, "Have a nice long sleep, Ho-Oh." That was when he sensed it. Spinning around, he tried to dodge the incoming attack, when another hydro pump hit him dead on and blasted him against the mountain. Ho-Oh groaned when the water-type move took its toll on him. Blinking he tried to push himself up, when Dark Raikou's thunder forced him down again. In a weak attempt to resume fighting, Ho-Oh flapped his wings and tried to rise into the air, when a combination of hydro pump and thunder hit him. Again he fell, and this time, he stayed down. The mighty bird glanced upwards, to find not just Dark Raikou coming at him, but Suicun, whose red eyes flashed to a deep black as well. He growled angrily and then the electric type fired a thunder at close range. Ho-Oh screeched in pain, then everything went black. End of flashback. When I awoke, I was here. The energies in this prison, keeps me from recovering. Ash stared, then whispered, "But, that means the Raikou and Suicun with my friends are the evil ones." Ho-Oh nodded with a frown and whispered, "Our battle can't have ended long before you and your friends arrived. I am just, as worried as your chosen one, but what can we do? I tried to escape once, it's futile. We'll, just get Ho-Oh coughed hard, then restarted his sentence. We'll just get electrocuted. Are you alright? Asked the teen worriedly. The bird glanced at him, then answered, do not fret, Chosen One. Dark Riku's thunder just still takes its toll on my health. The teen nodded in understanding, then sat down cross-legged in front of Ho-Oh and placed his palm on the Pokemon's forehead. Chosen One what? Call me Ash, offered the teen with a grin. And don't worry, I'm just trying to help. The teen took a deep breath and focused on his aura. When he could send emotions to Riolu, why shouldn't he be able to send strength to a legendary Pokemon? For a few minutes nothing happened, yet Ho-Oh remained silent, allowing Ash to try. Suddenly a strong force rushed through the team and Ho-Oh cried out in agony. Ash's closed eyes snapped open and he gasped. A big blue sphere surrounded Ho-Oh. It looked like the one Ash and Lucario had used to help Mew. Concentrating, he pushed more energy into the sphere and placed his second hand to the first one. He felt how his energy was drained and soon he gasped. Chosen One, Ash, stop. It's enough. I can recover on my own now, called Ho-Oh. Immediately Ash pulled his arms back, to fall over. He fell against Ho-Oh's wing and the legendary bird gently lowered him to the ground. Ash glanced at the legendary, who smiled down at him, his eyes clear and the bruises gone. You did well, Chosen One. When Lugia first chose you, I wasn't sure what to think of you, but you became a great hero over the years. Ash smiled weakly, then argued, even now I'm not sure if I'm good enough to be Lugia's Chosen One. I just do what has to be done, nothing more. True, but the passion and belief you do it with is what makes you special. What Celebi foresaw for you, what made Lugia choose you, what made all of us trust you, argued Ho-Oh back. Now sleep, young guardian. I shall awake you soon and then we shall try to find a way out of this horrid place. Ash nodded, then fell asleep already. Ho-Oh smiled down at the child in front of him. He remembered clearly how heated his argument with Lugia about Ash had gotten. Ho-Oh simply never wanted to risk a child's life, yet Lugia argued that it wasn't all alone his decision. Fate chose the child as well. Fate, thought the fire-flying type with a sigh. Fate seems to love irony. Ash would do anything for his friends and Pokemon. Just like I would do anything for Suicun and her brothers. That was how they even lured me into this trap. Shaking his head, Ho-Oh muttered, and I fell for it like newborn. Then he shook himself out of these thoughts and scanned their prison again. Before he didn't notice, but he could truly see the electricity Dark Riku had used for the shield that prevented them from fleeing. He slowly walked up to it, wings folded tightly to his body. Ho-Oh didn't want to risk any new injury. Just 1 foot from the tunnel, he stopped and closed his eyes. Now able to fully concentrate, it was easy for him to hear and see the field, to find its weak spots. A hyper beam should do nicely, then right through it with, no, I can't leave Ash behind and I won't take such a risk with him on my back. There has to be another way. One idea after the other came to mind, but each would either mean leaving Ash behind, or having him injured. Ho-Oh wanted neither. Maybe Aura can help. Ho-Oh spun around. Ash stood behind him. Child, you should rest some more, stated the legendary. It can't have. I slept for 5 hours, argued the teen and showed his wrist watch. I checked the time before I blacked out. You just got lost in your thoughts. A new frown appeared on Ho-Oh's features, then he gave in and asked, very well, Chosen One, what is your plan? Ash slowly explained his plan, hoping to not leave anything out. After he was done, Ho-Oh stared at him, then stated, that's the most stupid, dangerous, yet clever thing I've ever heard, Chosen One. He grinned, what caught Ash off guard. It might as well work. At that the teen grinned back. The next second Ho-Oh spread his wings and took off. The cave was high enough for him to gather enough speed. Brave bird. Covered in blue, Ho-Oh crashed against the barrier, lightning shooting away in every direction when it broke down for the while. Immediately Ash ran up to it. The moment he stood where it had been, he closed his eyes and sent out his aura. He could keep the barrier from reappearing for a while, if only because he knew electric-type attacks too well. 10 seconds. Immediately Ho-Oh shook the after-effect of Brave Bird off and dashed forward once more. At 3 he reached Ash and grabbed the teen with his claws, dragging him away from the barrier. The moment his aura was separated from it, it snapped closed again, sending new lightning through the tunnel. "We did it," cheered the teen. Ho-Oh chuckled while he landed, but agreed, "Indeed we did, Chosen One. A very clever plan you thought of." Ash cheered for a while, then remembered that they still had to get out of the cave. "Alright, where now?" He watched how Ho-Oh closed his eyes, then said, "Left, I can sense the sky." Ash nodded and together they walked off. They walked in silence, yet Ash found it quite relaxing. Ho-Oh's mighty aura radiated warmth everywhere, giving Ash comfort and the knowledge that he wasn't alone in here. Suddenly the bird froze, his eyes wide. "Ho-Oh?" asked Ash, then followed his gaze. It was too dark. The small light that had come from Ho-Oh's feathers the whole time wasn't strong enough to illuminate whatever shocked the bird. Finally he moved forward and Ash found him moving towards another cave. He followed him, then gasped. 2 piles of fur lay there. Blue and yellow. "Reiku! Suicun!" exclaimed the Pokémon. Both didn't even stir, they were out cold. "No," whispered the bird and sunk his head. Ash shivered, then asked, "See, can't we free them?" Terribly slowly, Ho-Oh shook his head and whispered, "No, I am not powerful enough to break these barriers on my own. At least from the outside. They are much stronger from this side." Clenching his fists, Ash growled, "But there's gotta be something we can do." "There is." Their both heads shot up and Ash spun around. "Lucario?" He squinted his eyes, yet couldn't spot his mentor. Ho-Oh moved forward and illuminated his feathers stronger. Lucario sat at the wall of another cave entrance, glancing up at the teen and Legendary. "Lucario, thank Arceus you're alright," exclaimed Ash and ran up to the Pokémon. "Ash, stop," exclaimed the jackal, but too late. The teen crashed against a new barrier and it flung him back. "Ash!" shouted Ho-Oh and Lucario together. Grunting, Ash pushed himself up and stated, "Sorry, should have thought of that. I never thought I would actually be glad about the numerous times Pikachu shocked you once," stated Lucario with a half-hearted smirk. Ho-Oh got back to topic immediately and asked, "What did you mean before? What way is there? You two are not strong enough to break these barriers. But when those were created by just 2 dark sides, I'm certain 3 legendaries should be able to take them down." Both stared, then Ho-Oh stated, "Then we need to find Entei and the others. And hopefully before Dark Reiku and Dark Suicun make a move on anyone. But we have to be extra careful then," argued Ash. "If they see us, they'll attack immediately. Then we have to sneak up on them," argued Ho-Oh back. Ash stared, then nodded. As much as he disliked the possibility of getting his friends in so much danger, they needed to free Suicun, Reiku and his Pokémon. "We'll be as fast as we can," promised Ash. Lucario smiled and answered, "Don't be careless for being fast. Take longer and be safe, I rather have it that way." Ash nodded, then he and Ho-Oh continued their way through the tunnel. They found a few more caves, but they were empty. "It's good to know they caught no one else while we were in there," stated the teen. Ho-Oh simply nodded, not that Ash could blame him for his silence. Seeing Suicun and Reiku that beaten up had shaken the fire-flying type badly. Suddenly Ash felt a rush of cool air and grinned. "We're close to the exit," exclaimed the teen and ran on. "Chosen One, wait," shouted Ho-Oh after him. Ash raced out of the cave, seeing stars twinkling and the moon shining brightly. He grinned, then suddenly wondered, "Hey, why are the stars under me?" Then he realized it. The cave ended at a cliff, and he'd fallen off. In his rush, a scream escaped him, then he landed on something. "Honestly, Chosen One, be more careful. Or else Lugia will have my head," complained Ho-Oh while he rose higher into the air after his dive. Sorry, said the teen while scratching the back of his head and chuckling nervously. Ho-Oh rolled his fire-colored eyes and stated, I can spot a few campfires from up here, yet can't tell at which one your friends rest at. Ash gazed down from the big bird's back and checked the island. Can you fly to the Pokémon Center? Asked the teen. Then I can find the way better, I'm not good with directions. I followed you around for a while, explained Ho-Oh. So do not be embarrassed. I know very well of your disability to find directions. Geez, thanks, snorted the teen, getting Ho-Oh to chuckle. Then both remained silent. After a while, the bird descended to the ground, finally landing in the forest around the Pokémon Center. Ash jumped down and looked around. He just needed to find one certain tree, then he would find their camp. After a while of walking, he saw it. The tree was covered in moss, unlikely the other trees on the island, and glowed in the moonlight. Alright, I got the directions. Then lead the way, chosen one, stated Ho-Oh, who'd followed him on the ground. Aren't you gonna fly? Heavens no. They could easily spot me. It's safer this way, until we know what we'll do. Understanding dawned to the teen. Ho-Oh had been tricked into trusting these dark sides. He would never make that mistake again if he could prevent it. They would act like they were full of joy to see him, to backstab him again. Ash walked up to the camp while his thoughts circled around the present topic. How did Ho-Oh have to feel to believe his children, as he called them, needed his help, only to find out he had been tricked and lured into a trap? Had he felt regret for not recognizing those were Suicun's and Reiku's dark sides? Many question, no answers, since he didn't dare to ask. That back. Only if you can catch me, Max. May. Ash couldn't help but snicker at the familiar bickering of the two siblings. Hiding behind a tree, he gazed to the campsite. It was still good a few hours till sunrise, yet everyone was awake, though most rubbed their eyes tiredly, and watched Max chasing May around, who waved with one of his pokeballs. Those two, murmured the teen, then gasped. NTI slid away from the campsite, to a small clearing near the trees Ho-Oh and the teen hid behind. Ho-Oh relaxed a bit at the sight of an uninjured NTI. Suddenly Shalebi followed the fire type, and the moment she reached him, she asked, So, what's the problem? NTI frowned and glanced back to the campsite. It's about Reiku and Suicun, began the fire type. Ash's heart beat faster. Had he figured it out? What about them? Well, they act strange. Didn't you realize it? No, I didn't. I cannot tell any difference, NTI. NTI sighed and whispered, maybe it is just my imagination, but they never left me out of anything before. Today and yesterday, they acted, not like the Pokémon I know they are. They would never keep secrets from me. Right now they do. The two hiding behind the trees shared a glance. The dark sides had made some fatal mistakes. Maybe the stress of all of this just catches up with them, NTI, soothed Shalebi. Ash bit his lip to not curse. Of course she saw just the bright side. At least she wasn't as bad as Mew on this. Maybe you're right. But... He broke off when Suicun stepped towards them, smiling. There you two are. We grew worried. You shouldn't wander off alone, you know. It's worse enough that Ash and his Pokémon disappeared. We apologize, Suicun, answered Shalebi, and followed the water type. NTI lingered back a little longer, then sighed deeply and followed as well. They are good in fooling everyone, muttered the teen. Ho-Oh simply growled, and Ash saw flames flickering between his feathers. Hey, don't set the forest on fire. The legendary gazed at him, then took a deep breath and snarled, let's just get this over with quick. Ash nodded. NTI shook his head while he watched how everyone got ready to resume sleeping. Shalebi hadn't helped him calming his thoughts a bit. Maybe he should have shared his worries with Mewtwo. Well, now it was too late. There you two are. We grew worried. You shouldn't wander off alone, you know. It's worse enough that Ash and his Pokémon disappeared. NTI frowned at the memory of Suicun's words. That wasn't like her. Sure, she was often worried in urgent situations but never to this extent. And she was always more worried about those who couldn't defend themselves. She knew about his power very well. Shaking his head, he padded up to his siblings to share guard with them. The two smiled at him, then silently discussed something. NTI's heart clenched with grief. What could have happened to his siblings to make them like this? Normally the three of them would share everything. NTI was about to turn around, when a loud screech sounded through the night. Everyone shot up, then a voice shouted, "Flare Blitz." The next second a fiery bird crashed against Reiku, before it ascended, to attack once more. Brave bird. Now the attack hit Suicun and NTI expected himself to be the next one, when the creature stopped and spread its wings. His eyes widened when they locked on Ho-Oh. The bird glared down at the two attacked beasts, not even wincing at the aftereffect of Flare Blitz and Brave Bird. Master, what?" groaned Suicun out. "Silence," bellowed Ho-Oh, rage strengthening his voice. NTI crouched down in fear. Never had he seen Ho-Oh that angry. Then Suicun and Reiku were on their legs, gazing up the bird. "Why?" whispered Reiku. Ho-Oh unleashed his hyper beam at the electric type and roared, "Do not dare to trick me again. I fell for it once, I will not make this mistake again." "Trick?" asked Suicun. Finally NTI couldn't hold it anymore and jumped up. "What with your honor is going on here, master?" questioned the brown-furred Pokémon. Ho-Oh looked at him and immediately his glare softened to sympathy. "I wish Shalebi wouldn't have talked you out of your suspicions, NTI. Then you would understand. I'm sorry, but this has to be." Ho-Oh's eyes glowed for a second, then called in Pokémon speech, "Hereby I declare for you to not interfere into this battle in any way that could stop me." NTI stepped back in shock. That couldn't be. Ho-Oh kept him from helping his brother and sister. "That's it," roared Mew. "You can't fool us either. You're a dark side, aren't you?" Suddenly laughter reached them and NTI's eyes snapped to the trees. To everyone's surprise, Ash stepped out and chuckled, "A dark side, him? Really? Boy, they got you fooled." Then NTI understood. Everything that had happened made sense. Those two weren't his siblings, but their dark sides, and even Ho himself had fallen for their trickery once. It was so clear. Then a huge explosion happened. NTI's shocked gaze found the source, to see Suicun pining Ho-Oh down, her eyes glowing angrily. Suddenly she got thrown off and Ho-Oh shot into the air again, aiming his hyper beam at her. That was, when a thunder shot at him. He dodged and hyper beam hit Reiku. Then a hydro pump hit him from behind. A screech, seemingly, tore itself from Ho-Oh's throat and NTI watched in shock. He couldn't even help. "Damn it, NTI, help him," shouted Ash's voice, while the teen dodged a badly aimed ice beam. "How shall I?" "He forbid." "Oh, for Arcea's sake, think about his words," yowled the teen while he, somehow, managed to build up an aura shield and protect his friends from a thunder attack. NTI looked down, thinking about Ho-Oh's order. "Hereby I order you to not interfere into this battle in any way that could stop me. Hereby I order you to not interfere into this battle in any way that could stop me." Stop me, of course. The next second blast burn hit Reiku. Ho-Oh grinned at NTI and nodded, pleased that the fire-type legendary had figured it out. He hadn't been allowed to stop Ho-Oh, but he could very well help him. Lucario gave a tired sigh while he leaned back against the wall. The cave was pitch black, so he didn't see anything. It had been so long since he'd been trapped the last time. He didn't include being sealed in Sir Aaron's staff into this. He might have been trapped in it, but he didn't count it. Not since he'd come behind the truth of his century-long imprisonment. "When was the last time I've been trapped anyways?" wondered the Aura Guardian. But whatever he tried, he couldn't remember it. In fact, he was shocked to find that much of his past had disappeared. He remembered many major events of his life, but not so spectacular memories seemed to be gone. Why? Wondered Lucario. Because you started to fit in. Lucario's head shot up at the familiar voice and struggled away from the hole to the tunnel in shock. In front of him, a cocky smirk plastered on his features, stood Sir Aaron. Sir Aaron, breathed Lucario in disbelief. What, how? He couldn't even form one sentence. The smirk on the other guardian's face turned into a friendly smile and he answered, I'm here because you need advice. Advice? I never asked for advice, Aaron, argued Lucario, and stood up to properly face Aaron. The long-lasting urge to address Sir Aaron with Master was gone. Aaron smiled a little more and said, I see you finally moved on. Very good. Moved on. To Lucario the whole situation became just more confusing with every word the human spoke. With a slight grin, Aaron stepped forward and through the barrier, to place a gloved hand on Lucario's shoulder. The Pokémon jerked away from the icy touch and asked, what was that? Against you, Lucario, I'm merely a spirit, brought here because you need advice. Nothing more. I never requested advice, argued Lucario again. I don't even know what I should ask. You do know, Lucario. Otherwise I wouldn't be here, argued Aaron back. Lucario stared at the human with narrowed eyes, then closed his eyes and thought back to what he'd been thinking before the spirit had shown up. Then his eyes shot open and he asked, what is happening to my memories? That's it, right? That was what I pondered about before you appeared. Sir Aaron nodded and gestured for Lucario to sit down. The Pokémon did so, to have the human do the same. Once more Sir Aaron placed a hand on his shoulder, but this time Lucario bit the natural reaction to the cold touch back. Old friend, as I said before, it's because you start to fit in. Into this timeline. Lucario raised an eyebrow, showing he did not understand what Sir Aaron meant. The other Aura Guardian sighed deeply, before saying, everything here is very different from what you knew, Lucario, yet with the help of this child, Ash it was, I believe. Lucario nodded. With his help, you fit into this timeline soon. You have gotten used to their technology, to the different thinking and acting between Pokémon. Aaron smiled at him. You understand that what in our time would have been slavery for Pokémon, is being a trainer's Pokémon here. Every trainer treats his Pokémon differently, if I recall right. Lucario, now beginning to understand, continued, yet a Pokémon is loyal to its trainer, no matter what. No matter what, agreed Aaron. Your bond with this child and his ball is what only made your understanding speed up, Lucario. And the more you understand this time, the more confusing the past will get, the more will disappear. Lucario frowned. But, I do not want to forget Aaron. The most important things will always be with you, Lucario, argued the human. In here. He placed a hand over Lucario's heart. Lucario placed his paw over Sir Aaron's hand. He smiled at the familiar feeling of his own and Sir Aaron's aura connecting. The coldness of the touch disappeared and a gentle warmth began to radiate from the spirit. Lucario looked at his friend, who smiled back at him. We might be separated through life and death, Lucario, explained Sir Aaron. But you can still tap into my power. Really? You always could, you just weren't ready for it. Not till you accepted your fate and found peace within yourself. Lucario looked at Sir Aaron, who continued, you learned how to believe, how to trust, how to loosen up a bit. Now you are ready to know this. During the time myself and Queen Rin were the only humans you could, I can't even call it open up, you weren't ready to handle such a power. So it comes with trust and friendship. Sir Aaron nodded and stood up. I have to leave now, Lucario. But remember, you can always call upon my power. Lucario stood up as well and in a rush of fondness, threw his arms around Sir Aaron, hugging him close. At first Sir Aaron stared, startled by the normally independent Pokémon's action, but then hugged back shortly. Good luck, old friend. With that Sir Aaron faded away. The Aura Guardian took a step back, a strange noise coming from his throat. Just now Lucario realized that he was crying. Another sob came from him, then he wiped the tears away and took a deep breath. If they wanted to get out of here, he needed to be patient. Ash would return with help. He just knew it. Sacred fire. Ash yelped and ducked away from Ho-Oh's blast of rainbow-colored fire. The fire-flying type was furious and his aim suffered from it. Ho-Oh, calm down or you're blasting those on your side, bellowed Celebi, before she had to dodge Dark Riku's Dark Pulse. Ho-Oh glanced at her, his orange eyes ablaze with fury, but then sunk his head and descended a bit. Very well. Chosen One, it's now or never. I can hold them off for a while. You will need everyone else to free Riku, Suicun, and your friends. Ash nodded at the Pokemon's words. What is he talking about? Asked Mewtwo with narrowed eyes. Dark Suicun grinned and asked, you never even wondered where our good sides disappeared to? Then she looked at Ho-Oh. I do not know how you two got free, but your companions stay where they are. Try it, cried Ho-Oh back, ascending once more. Chosen One now. We don't have forever. Ash nodded and ran to the other legendary Pokemon. Come on guys. I need your help. Without your energies we can't free the others. Everyone nodded, but Mewtwo demanded an explanation along the way. Sure thing, answered Ash with a grin. Suddenly, ASH. The teen spun around, to find a combination out of thunder and hydro pump coming straight at it. Ho-Oh had dodged the attack, to find out it had never actually been aimed on him. The teen prepared to die, when strong claws grabbed his shoulders and pulled him into the air. Ash started to struggle, to have a familiar voice complain, hold still or we'll both fall. He looked up, to look into the red eyes of a certain blue and white-colored legendary Pokemon. Latios, exclaimed Manaphy joyfully. The psychic dragon type flew down again and set Ash down next to the other legendary Pokemon. We're here to help Chosen One, stated Latios then, while he kept an eye on Ho-Oh and Entei, who'd joined his creator in battle. Tell us how. Taking a deep breath, Ash explained fast, Suicun, Riku, and my Pokemon are imprisoned in some kind of tunnel system in the mountain. They are in caves with energy shield around them. No one can get out, no one can get it. Ho-Oh and I barely managed it by ourselves. That's why we need the powers of many legendary Pokemon. He took a deep breath and Latios nodded. I see. Very well, I shall call for a little more help then. Huh? Asked Articuno. Latios smirked, then drew his head back and let out a cry. A similar one answered and then two more figures appeared on the night sky. It's Latias, said Mewtwo. And Moltres, added Zapdos, glad to see his brother all right. Let's move out then, offered Mew. And meet them in the air. The sooner we free everyone, the sooner we can return and help those two. She was interrupted by an explosion and Ash breathed, I'm just glad my friends managed it to the Pokemon Center. It was a close call though, said Mewtwo, reminding Ash of the fact that Dark Suicun had almost turned them into ice statues. At first they had wanted Ash to come with them, but he'd managed to explain that his Pokemon were still out there, so they had left. On my back Chosen One, said Latios and lowered his head. We have to hurry. Ash nodded and climbed onto the Pokemon's back. Immediately Latios shot into the air, followed by everyone else. Good luck, called Entei after them, then they were in the silent night sky. After telling Latios the right direction, the Pokemon headed there, while Latias and Moltres came from the side to join them. The young red and white legendary almost rammed into her brother in her try to greet Ash. Latias, for Arceus' sake, wait till we landed, complained Latios while he tried to stabilize his flight. Ash simply laughed and petted Latias' head. She cooed happily, then focused her gaze on the mountain ahead. They all were silent during the flight, although Ash could feel Zapdos and Articuno itched to find out where their brother had hidden. Soon they reached the mountain and Ash jumped off of Latios' back the moment solid ground was under them. Maybe Moltres should be in the lead with me, said the teen. This cave is pitch black. Ho-Oh and I just found our way out because he made his feathers glow. He looked at Moltres, whose burning wings gave more than enough light. Very well chosen one, said Latios. Lead the way, agreed Mewtwo. Let's go, cheered Shalebi, Mew and Manafi unison. Moltres nodded and together Teen and Fire Flying type led the other legendaries through the tunnel. Ash made a mental note to ask Latios to not call him Chosen One anymore after this was over. And he needed to remind Ho-Oh of that as well. Ash. The teen froze, then grinned and looked to his right. Lucario. He heard movement from behind and soon found Mewtwo next to him. What exactly caused the normally lonely legendary to take such a strong liking in Lucario, was a mystery to Ash, but he didn't mind. They both rather stayed away from public, so it was good that they had at least each other for company. Are you alright? Is anyone else awake? Asked the teen and walked closer to the cave. Moltres followed and soon everyone saw the Aura Guardian. He shook his head and crossed his arms. Not in here. I can't say for sure, but a few minutes ago I believe to have heard something from the other cave. He gestured to the cave Suicun and Reiku were in. I'm not certain, but either Suicun or Reiku is probably starting to wake up. Ash nodded in understanding, then asked Mewtwo, can you check this barrier with your powers? I don't exactly want to do that the same way I've gotten out. And that would have been? Asked Zapdos. Ash shrugged and answered, Ho-Oh used Brave Bird against the shield and it went down for a sec. He got thrown back by the impact and I ran there and kept it open with my aura. Then he flew out, taking me with him in process. Doing something like that, stated Shalebi with a shake of her head. Why am I not surprised? Hey, I gotta be me, answered Ash with a grin. A few chuckles were heard, then Mewtwo suddenly asked, Mew, come here please. The smaller feline flew up to her clone and he explained something to her. Mew nodded and together they touched the shield. It became visible, but didn't shock them. Then both stepped back and Mewtwo explained, with enough psychic energy, we should be able to keep it down for a while. But it will take a while to drag a Pokémon like Charizard out. Here. Oh yes, muttered Articuno suddenly. My grandson told me about this Charizard of yours. Said it was all but dishonor to get beaten by it. Everyone stared at Articuno. Half of them wondering about what the hell she was actually talking about, the other half thinking that this wasn't the right moment to discuss that. Wait a second. You mean that Articuno Noland, the frontier brain of the Battle Factory, used against Charizard was your grandson? Articuno was about to answer, when Manafi asked, is this the right moment to discuss about that? It isn't, snorted Zapdos while giving his sister a glare. Articuno ducked down in embarrassment and Ash sweat dropped. Heh, sorry. Like I said, cut Mewtwo in. Mew, Latios, Latias and myself should be able to keep the passage open for a while, but you all will have to go in to get them out. I can take Pikachu and Riolu out, argued Lucario. Then we need someone to carry Ninetales, Luxray and Charizard out, said Ash. Luxray? Asked everyone who'd known the electric types pre-evolution. Yeah, he evolved before we got knocked out and carried here, explained Ash. The Pokémon nodded, then Moltres said, my siblings and I shall take care of the dragon. I know that Charizard can use Dragon Breath, but he is a fire-flying type like you, stated the teen confused. Moltres rolled his eyes, his beak showing an amused smile. I'm well aware Chosen One, but the fact that he looks like a dragon remains. Ash grinned at that and nodded. I guess Manafi and I can handle Ninetales, but what about Luxray? Asked Shalebi. Lucario said, I am fast. It won't take long to take Pikachu and Riolu out, then Ash can help me with Luxray. That's a plan, stated Ash. Everyone nodded and the 4 psychic types got in position. It was silent for a few minutes, then Mewtwo suddenly called, now. Lucario scooped up the two small Pokémon and slid out of the cave under Articuno and her brothers, who rushed in flying. The Aura Guardian placed the two unconscious Pokémon down and Ash raced with him back into the cave. They ran past Celebi and Manaphy, who carefully moved Ninetales out from between two stones. Once she was free, the two rushed her out. And kneed down in front of Luxray and slung his arms around the lion's neck. Lucario did the same with his waist and the two dragged the big Pokémon out of the cave. They got out and to the side just in time. The moment they'd left the cave, Mew and Latias fell from their floating position and Mewtwo and Latios backed off a bit. Ash gazed around the cave and smiled in relief. All of his Pokémon were out and alright. Standing up, he grabbed his Pokeballs and recalled them, one by one. Riolu would make him pay for that, but he had bigger worries than that at the moment. The only ones left out were Pikachu and Lucario. Lucario also just because he actually was awake. "Everyone okay?" asked the teen. One by one the Pokémon nodded and Mew and Latias flew back up. "Fine," assured the pink cat. "Just shortly weakened. I'm full-powered again." "Same here," agreed Latias. Latios sighed in relief and Mewtwo said, "Then let's free the other two and hope we can wake them up." He walked up to the other cave and Moltres followed, making sure he had enough light. After he'd looked back at the other three psychic types, they all took position once again. After a while, sooner than the first time, Mewtwo called, "Go." Ash and Lucario raced in this time, together with the Kanto's legendary birds. Celebi gave some of her strength to the psychic types to help them keep the barrier opened. First the five in the cave reached Suicun and started dragging and pulling her out of the cave. It was a tiring work, considering her size, but they managed it. The moment she was just far enough away to not be injured by the reforming barrier, they rushed back in to get Riku out. About halfway out, the Pokémon suddenly groaned and blinked his eyes open. Ash cursed and put more strength into their attempt. If Riku panicked now, they were screwed. The others seemed to share his thoughts, because suddenly the birds flapped their wings faster and harder and Lucario's grip on Riku's scruff tightened. They managed to get Riku out of danger, before it happened. With a yowl he leaped up and sent electricity everywhere. The psychic types were hit and lost focus, causing the barrier to snap back shut. Latios had been too close and got repelled by it, slamming into the opposite wall. Articuno and Moltres crouched to the ground with cries of surprise, while Zapdos flew in front of his siblings, shielding them. Manaphy screeched in fear and hid behind Celebi, who barely managed to block the bolts with her magical leaf. Ash and Lucario both got hit as well. The teen cried out in pain and Lucario steadied him when his knees gave out. Then the attack stopped. Everywhere around Ash, Pokémon collapsed to the ground. Mew, Latios, Celebi and Zapdos. Mewtwo had smoke coming from hit, showing he'd been hit hard as well, but he leaned against the wall for support. Lucario gently helped Ash sit down, who grunted, "I know I said I'm used to electric shocks through Pikachu. But that was a powerful hit." Lucario snorted at his words and stated, "If you can sometime take such hits without even feeling them, then I'm going back to Sir Aaron. You won't need me then anymore." Ash chuckled and said, "That sounds mean now, but let's hope that never happens." Lucario simply gave him a small smile, confusing Ash. Normally talking about Sir Aaron hurt Lucario. "What the hell?" exclaimed Riku suddenly and shook himself. Everyone stared at the legendary beast of thunder, then Mewtwo snapped, "Are you done freaking out now?" Riku froze and, for seemingly the first time since he woke up, looked around. Ash saw how confused he looked by all the fried Pokémon around him, then grunted, "What with Ho-Oh happened?" "You don't know?" asked Celebi, who'd flown up again and once again shielded Manaphy. Riku shook his head and with a sigh Ash explained, long version short. "You and Suicun got attacked and captured by your dark sides, who took your place. Then they captured Ho-Oh, by tricking him into thinking they were you. Then they captured me and my Pokémon. Ho-Oh and I broke free, but weren't strong enough to get you two and my Pokémon out. So we went to find the others. We found them and now Ho-Oh and Entei are battling your and Suicun's dark sides while we all came here to get you all out. Then you fried us. Reiku had listened to him shocked, but frowned nervously at Ash's last sentence. Sorry about that. Ash waved it off, then they heard a new groan. Everyone looked up and found Suicun waking up. She didn't panic as much as Reiku when she woke up, but managed to have her north winds rushing through the cave, forcing Latios against a wall once again. Why me? Cried the blue and white dragon out. Ash burst out in laughter at that and soon some of the Pokémon followed. After they'd calmed down, the situation got explained to Suicun. The female was furious at what her dark side had dared and raced off the moment Ash mentioned they should be getting back. We have to catch up, cried Reiku. Suicun often gets herself injured badly when she's that furious. Quickly Ash and Lucario leaped on Latios' back and they shot through the tunnel and out of the mountain. The sun had started rising at the horizon, bathing everything in orange glowing. Ash saw Suicun darting down the mountain and called, "Down there." Latios dived down immediately, trying to catch up with Suicun. It was futile. She was too fast. That won't work, called Reiku. Then we'll have to meet her at the battle, called Articuno back. Let's go for it then, cried Mew and shot forward. The other Pokémon followed and swiftly they closed to the still raging battle. Walls of fire met electricity and water. It looked frightening. How can the people on the island don't see that? I'm pretty sure they do see it, shouted Lucario in answer to Latia's question. They're surely just too frightened to go investigate. Not that we should mind that, added Shalebi. Right. It's better when no one knows too much about this yet, ended Moltres the discussion. Ash looked forward. They were closing, but were they fast enough? He sure hoped so. Please, for your all safety, stay inside the Pokémon Center. May winced when Officer Jenny's voice shrilled out in anger. Can't blame her, stated Dawn, who rubbed her ears. She's been doing that for hours now. May nodded and glanced around their group. Brock and Misty sat on a table, staring down on it. She saw them chewing their lips worriedly. Dawn and Zoe sat on a couch, Piplup and Glamour with them. May sat on the couch across them, her Delcatty and Glacian curled up on the table. Mac's head was in her lap. The boy was fast asleep, something May was terribly thankful for. At least he doesn't have to worry so much now, thought the girl with a sigh. They all were worried for Ash. He was in the middle of the battle that raged out there. The battle officer Jenny desperately tried to keep the trainers in the Pokémon Center from. I said no, shouted the teal-haired woman loudly. But those could be legendary Pokémon. Yeah, my team would be so much more powerful. Can't you? No, now step back, shouted Officer Jenny. May shook her head and clenched her teeth. If she wasn't careful she would go nuts and scream at those trainers that it were legendary Pokémon that fought out there. And also that going out there was the last thing they would do. They'd waited for hours already. Sometime after they'd reached the Pokémon Center, they had seen an incredible display of the power legendary Pokémon possessed. A mighty wall of multicolored fire had clashed with a wall of water and electricity. GLA. Everyone near May, including May herself, yelped when Glacian leaped up with a cry and raced forward. Glacian wait, shouted May. Max leaped away from her, so May could run after her Pokémon. Glacian stop. Glacian ignored her and fired her ice beam right into the group that tried to get past Officer Jenny. The woman cried out and leaped to the side. Ice beam hit the door and froze it close. Everyone stared at Glacian, when suddenly there was a loud cry of pain. It came from a Pokémon. The next second the door burst open and the ice went flying. May shrieked when she saw the Pokémon that had crashed into the Pokémon Center. With an outraged cry, the blue-feathered bird got up from the ground and glared out the door. You shall pay for this, hissed Articuno's mental voice, before she rushed forward, out of the door, and flew back up into the sky. May saw how trainers tried to run after Articuno and ordered, Glacian stop them with Ice Beam. Glacian, shouted the Pokémon, and solid walls of ice blocked the trainers from leaving. Hey, what gives, shouted one and stalked up to May. She took a step back. He was a true giant. You just want that Pokémon for you, don't you, snarled he into her face. Now May got said. Believe it or not ugly, snapped the girl back. There are people who help legendary Pokémon just to help them. Articuno was obviously in the battle that's going on out there. And from what I saw from Articuno, you'd be dead if you walk out there. So be happy I saved your life. He growled at her, and May clenched her eyes shut, prepared to get hit, when he cried out. Snapping her eyes open, she found Glacian's iron tail in his face, the blue Pokémon growling furiously. "Gla Glacian Ian," hissed Glacian before twirling back and landing in May's arms. The guy rubbed his face and growled at May again, to take a step back. Glancing back, May smiled. Delcatty stood next to her, her stance showing she was ready to attack. Max stood behind Delcatty, next to Zoe, Dawn, and Misty. Brock stood on May's other side and asked, "Do you have a problem with our friend?" The guy stood there for one more second, then turned away and walked off. "Thanks guys," said May. "You're welcome May," answered Zoe. "Yeah, what are friends for?" asked Dawn. Misty and Brock nodded in agreement, and Max said, "You showed guts big sis." May grinned back at her brother and lightly whacked him upside the head. "Oh shut it Max." Everyone laughed, then they heard a few explosions. "The fight is coming closer to the Pokémon Center," whispered Misty. May turned to look out of the window. "I just hope they are all right." "They'll be May, don't worry," soothed Misty. "Yeah, you know Ash," joked Dawn. "Stupid but lucky." At this everyone burst out in laughter. But he's coming around," said Brock after he'd calmed down. "That's true," said May. "Especially when in a situation like this one," agreed Dawn. Again explosions sounded through the air. This time they seemed to come from just in front of the center. Everyone in the center fell silent, waiting for what would happen next. Suddenly the ice that covered the entrance burst away and, to the group's surprise, Lucario burst in. "A Lucario," gasped a trainer, and some pulled their Pokeballs. "This is not the time to try to catch my Pokémon," shouted a familiar voice. Ash ran through the entrance, taking place next to Lucario. His clothes were scorched and blood ran down his right arm, but other than that he seemed fine. "Ash," exclaimed the group. The teen glanced at them, before turning to Officer Jenny. "You need to evacuate this place now," urged the teen. "What? No, not with what's going on out there. In here it's safer and—" "Woman, listen to him," snapped Lucario and took a step forward. "What rages out there is a battle of legends. You might once have seen legendary Pokémon battle, but I assure you never in such a way. Those who aren't on our side would not hesitate in killing everyone in this building. Can you carry the burden if all these trainers and innocent Pokémon die? Can you?" Officer Jenny had taken a step back while Lucario had shouted at her. May watched everything wide-eyed. Both he and Ash seemed pretty beaten up, yet had an aura of calmness around them that was completely new to her. Suddenly Ash turned to her. "May, you've got to help Nurse Joy sending the Pokémon here away. Just to the next island is alright, but the Pokémon need to get away from here." Brock next to May nodded and Ash nodded back, to turn back around to the main entrance. "Wait a minute young man, where are you going?" asked Nurse Joy. Ash gave her a hard glare, one that had May shudder. She'd never seen him so angry, yet so concentrated. "These monsters have my best friend. I will get Pikachu back, and if it's the last thing I'll ever do." With that he ran back out, Lucario following suit. Ash ran out of the Pokémon Center, all his thoughts focused on the task ahead. Dark Mewtwo had shown up, together with every dark side they'd encountered till now. And now he had Pikachu. Ash, wait, called Lucario after him. What? Asked the teen. How are you planning to get Pikachu back? I don't know, answered the teen, turning away again, when Lucario caught his wrist. So you will just run to your certain death. That won't help Pikachu either. What am I supposed to do then? Asked Ash back and glared at Lucario. For a second he saw shock flashing in the Pokémon's red eyes, then he composed himself and answered, "For one, calm down, Ash. You are in no condition to do anything when you lose yourself like that." Like what? Enough so your aura flashes in your eyes. It's just small, but I can see a distinct azure glow in your eyes, Ash. If this happens, the complete loss of control will follow suit. And? Asked Ash impatiently. Why couldn't Lucario just come to his point? Lucario's eyes darkened and he explained, a complete loss of control results in your aura rejecting you. The explosion of raw energy could destroy this whole island. Now Ash was stunned. He knew aura could do much, but that much. Taking a deep breath, he tried to ignore Mew's shriek of pain when her dark side hit her with Dark Pulse. So, what do we do? Asked the teen. Lucario scanned the sky and Ash followed his gaze. Soon they found Dark Mewtwo and Mewtwo circling each other, the former mentioned periodically flashing bright yellow. Pikachu's attacks don't seem to do him any harm, murmured Lucario. So. When Mewtwo and I can distract him enough, explained the Pokémon. Maybe you can save Pikachu, but for that they have to come down to the ground. Or you up, argued Ash. Huh. Ash smirked and pulled out a Pokeball. You said they're all recovered. So, Charizard, let's go. With a roar, Charizard materialized in front of them. Charizard, you need to get Lucario up to Mewtwo, his dark side, and Pikachu. Then lure him to the ground, alright? Charizard nodded in agreement. Ash nodded to Lucario, who nodded back and said, it will take a while. You could help with evacuating. Ash nodded again, then turned away and ran off. Behind him he heard the beating of Charizard's wings. Glancing back, he found the two gaining high quickly. Pulling out his 3 remaining full Pokeballs, he threw them. Riolu, Luxray, and Ninetales appeared around him and Ash said, listen guys, we need to help evacuating the Pokémon Center. If any of the fights get too close to the fleeing people and Pokémon, you gotta interfere, but be careful. The 3 nodded and left his side. Ash came back to the Pokémon Center, to find many people and Pokémon flee into the forest, away from the battles. But some trainers were stupid enough to stand and stare. The fight that captivated them at the moment was between Ho-Oh and Dark Shalebi. She'd shown up sometime during the fight, scaring the living hell out of Shalebi. Like her good part, she was green, but a far darker shade of green than Shalebi herself. And, like with many other dark sides, her eyes were glowing red and her antennas and wings black. Ash shuddered at the sight. I hope Shalebi herself is doing alright in helping Manaphy with her dark side, muttered Ash while he ran up to the trainers. Have you all gone crazy? They yelped and jerked to him. A stinging pain rushed up his arm before he could continue. Ash clutched his hand over Dark Latios' wound and growled, move you idiots. If you stay here, you die. But don't you see how amazing this is? 2 of every legendary and they battle, argued one girl. Ash growled and raged, alright, you have gone crazy. This is not amazing, this is dangerous. Most of them will try protect you, but they can't battle and protect you at the same time. They stared at him and Ash gave a frustrated growl. How could some people be so dumb? Then he saw it. Move it. He stormed forward and pushed 2 guys out of the way. Whoa kid, not cool, you. Gah. Ash's own scream of pain cut the guy off. Electricity surged through his whole body and Ash screamed again. The moment it stopped, he fell onto his knees, but managed to remain upright. Glancing up, he found Dark Raikou stalking up to him, grinning evilly. He glanced back, to find fear and shock on the other trainers' faces. "Run," gasped Ash out, before he doubled over and coughed. He heard rushed footsteps and shortly sending out his aura, found no other human aura nearby anymore. Ash looked up again, to find Dark Reiku pouncing on him, pinning him down. "And you're supposed to be the chosen one? Lugia's just so powerful warrior. That I'm not laughing. You're nothing more than a pathetic human child." "Maybe," whispered Ash. "Maybe I am just that. I'm just a human kid. But a kid that will stand in your way till his very last breath and even longer." Dark Reiku snorted. And his black eyes glinted amused. "Did Lugia teach you to talk like that? It sounds an awful lot like him." Ash glared at the dark side and refused to answer. "Very well." With that the dark side tensed and Ash watched how electricity started to gather in the Pokémon's mane. "Say farewell, chosen one." Ash grinned at him and said, "All right. Farewell." The next second Dark Reiku was gone and crashed against the wall of the Pokémon Center. Ash sat up and found Entei pinning his brother's dark side down. "Ash, run. Find your Pokémon," shouted Entei at him. "I'll handle this scum." "Scum," raged Dark Reiku and threw Entei off. Ash struggled to his legs, still clutching his injured arm, and started to run. He was terribly exhausted and tripped often. He sent out his aura in short flashes, hoping to find just a trace of Riolu's aura. He got nothing. "Damn it," thought Ash while he collapsed against a wall of the Pokémon Center. "That was it. I can barely stay conscious." Shaking his head, Ash tried to get rid of the dizziness, but it only intensified. Closing his eyes, he leaned back and, against his will, his body relaxed. He let out a sigh and a second before he slipped into blissful nothingness, he heard Riolu's voice. "Ash." Riolu grasped his heart when he felt Ash's aura fading. The small Pokémon looked up from where he dug out a young girl's Rattata. Frowning he tried to reach out to Ash, only to find that there was no trail. The weakened pulse of aura he'd felt had come from everywhere. "Ninetales," called Riolu. The fox looked at him while gently pushing a few young Pokémon forward. "Yes. Can you take over here? Something is wrong with Ash." "Wrong?" asked Ninetales, panic in her red eyes. Riolu shrugged, showing he had no idea what was going on. "Go, find him and make sure he's alright," said the cream-colored Pokémon. Then she ran up to Rattata and continued digging. Riolu spun around and ran off immediately, casting his sixth sense out into every direction. He needed to find Ash, and fast. "Ash!" shouted Riolu while he raced through the trees and bushes, back to the clearing that housed the Pokémon Center. He ducked down, narrowly avoiding getting blasted by who knew whose dark pulse. "Ash!" Again and again Riolu called for his trainer, dread settling within him. What could have happened to the teen? That was when he spotted a blue hat. "Ash," whispered Riolu. It was him. The teen leaned against a wall, then slid to the ground, his weakly pulsing aura dimming once more. "No," thought Riolu and ran forward. "No, Ash. Ash." Riolu collapsed onto his knees in front of the teen and worriedly checked him through. His aura seemed alright and he didn't lose too much blood either. But Riolu couldn't remember that many burns and scorches on Ash's clothes and skin. "Oh Ash, what did just happen to you?" whispered Riolu. He may be strong, but the small fighting type knew he could not drag his trainer away from here by himself. Looking around, he frowned. No, the legendary Pokémon couldn't help him either. They all were occupied. Even those whose dark side wasn't free yet could not help. The dark sides fought without regret, so the legendary Pokémon took hits to protect innocent Pokémon. He looked back at Ash and gasped. He may not have lost too much blood, but it was steadily becoming more. Riolu stepped closer and took Ash's bag, shuffling through it, he found bandages. Without thinking of doing it cleanly, he wrapped them around Ash's arm as tight as possible. The bleeding needed to stop. Ash's aura had started to fade again and Riolu refused to lose his aura keeper. Please Ash, hold on, thought Riolu, swallowing tears. Breaking down now wouldn't help the teen either. He finished the bandaging and crawled into the teen's lap. He laid his head on Ash's chest and snuggled up against the unconscious teen, his head resting over Ash's heart. With a deep breath Riolu closed his eyes and called upon his aura. Remembering the burst of aura he'd felt when he'd healed Ash's arm, he honestly did not know how he did that. He tried to call upon it again. He hoped it could give Ash strength. All the while the panic he felt grew. Ash's aura grew weaker and any aura wielder besides Lucario or Riolu himself wouldn't feel it anymore. Riolu, look out! The Pokémon's head snapped up and he screeched. A dragon rage, most likely from Dark Latios, headed directly for him and Ash. Riolu tried to build up the concentration he needed for an aura shield, but it wouldn't work. He was still too panicked about Ash's already bad condition. The small Pokémon pressed himself close to his trainer, hugging him, praying for the pain to be short. He heard the impact, but didn't feel anything. A fresh wind rushed around him and Riolu dared to open his eyes. He gasped in awe. A storm of water surrounded them that reminded him faintly of whirlpool. He couldn't see out of the water cylinder, but he had the feeling it was safe. Young one. Riolu shrieked at the voice that sounded in his head and looked around. What had that been? Do not be afraid, young one, continued the voice. I only wish to help. How can I trust you? Asked Riolu back. You do right in distrusting me, but has your trainer time for it? Argued the voice. Riolu glanced at Ash. The teen needed help, now. Fine, but if you try anything you're so gonna pay for it, snarled Riolu. The voice didn't answer, but the cylinder started to shrink. With a surprised cry Riolu clung to Ash once again and soon felt the water pulling on him, prying him away from Ash. No, thought Riolu and clung to his trainer stronger. The water finally engulfed Riolu completely and the Pokémon held his breath while he and Ash got flung around through the water. Soon, through the lack of air, everything went black. What do you mean gone? Lucario winced at Ninetales' enraged cry and also found Pikachu rubbing his sensitive ears. The cream-colored fox could have quite shrieked if she wanted to. With gone I mean gone, sighed Ho-Oh and shook his head. I cannot sense his presence anywhere. And I have quite a range for this. I, in Lugia's request, kept an eye on him ever since he got born after all. Now everyone was speechless. Lucario scanned the other legendary Pokémon and found them staring at Ho-Oh in surprise as well. Obviously this had been a well-kept secret between the Guardian of the Skies and the Guardian of the Seas. On a small clearing that hadn't been destroyed in the overly large battle on the island, all of Ash's Pokémon, save Riolu, and the legendary Pokémon, had gathered. Why? Because sometime during the battle, Ash and Riolu had simply vanished. Suddenly a tired sigh cut through the silence and everyone turned to look at Moltres, who in turn asked Celebi, "Can you repeat what you saw, Celebi?" Celebi looked at everyone, then explained, "Well, Manaphy and myself were taking care of her dark side." "I still don't fully get why you didn't handle your own," cut Suicun in. "I took care of this for her, Suicun," answered Ho-Oh. "Myself being a fire-flying type, I had an advantage of Dark Celebi, much like Celebi had over Dark Manaphy." Suicun nodded in understanding and Celebi continued, "Well, we managed to shoot her a good mile away and Manaphy followed her immediately. I was about to do the same, when I saw Riolu kneeling in front of Ash, who leaned against a wall, out cold. Then Dark Latios suddenly shot past them, chasing Latias, but still fired an incredible powerful dragon pulse at Riolu and Ash. I screamed at them for a warning and Riolu looked up in time. Then the blast hid them from my sight. However, after the impact was over and the smoke gone, neither Ash nor Riolu were still there. I assumed they somehow got out and went after Manaphy." Lucario looked down and shook his head. "They couldn't be, no, of course they can't, berated the Aura Guardian himself. You think they are, began Luxray, trailing off. No, cut Lucario in sharply, having everyone look at him with sorrow. He glared at everyone. They all believed Ash and Riolu now gone brought his sadness for Sir Aaron's death back. Well, they were wrong. They are not dead. They're still alive. Where, I can't tell, but the flares their auras would have caused when they met death didn't happen. I sensed exactly nothing more than their auras vanishing all of a sudden. And that means they are not dead. He glared at them all, daring them to argue back at him. No one did. If you are certain, answered Mew finally. Then I trust your judgment, Lucario. He gave the Psycat a thankful smile, before turning to Zapdos, who asked, what beat up Ash enough to have him black out anyways? Lucario and the rest of Ash's Pokémon, as well as most legendary Pokémon shrugged, only to have Ho-Oh growling. Then the bird spat, the idiocy of humankind. Everyone stared at him in utter shock. Master, what do you mean with that? Gasped Riku out. Agreed, continued Entei. Cursing humans isn't like you at all. Then I shall curse the fact that we show ourselves too little to them, hissed Ho-Oh back. The chosen one got into the state he was in, because he protected a group of trainers that found my battle with Dark Shelebi more worthy of their attention than their own lives. Lucario's eyes widened in shock, then Pikachu argued, Ho-Oh, a lot of trainers watched the fights from the forest. He can't have. Not those trainers, cut Ho-Oh the electric type off. Those trainers stood on the open clearing in front of the Pokémon Center and gawked at me battling. The next second a low growl cut through the clearing and everyone turned to look at Charizard. If I find those idiots, raged the lizard. Charizard, what are you talking about? Asked Luxray. Isn't it obvious? Growled Charizard back. Those trainers were too busy gawking at Ho-Oh to notice danger, and I bet all the badges I helped Ash win that he took the attacks that were fired at them by whoever. Lucario narrowed his eyes and Luxray asked, what makes you think that? Charizard snorted at that and gestured with his tail to Mew and Mewtwo. What else to expect from a team that ran into the collision of the blasts Mew and Mewtwo fired 6 years ago to stop them from battling? As much as Lucario hated it, he had to agree now. When it came to the safety of others, Ash was far too selfless for his own good. A few legendary Pokémon still looked doubtful, but Pikachu, Mew and Mewtwo nodded their heads in agreement and the larger Psycat stated, I agree with Charizard. Ash is selfless enough for this act. But still, who could have hit him that hard? Asked Pikachu now. He was fine when we left him, agreed Ninetales. Dark Riku, snarled Entei. Everyone turned to look at the fire type, who glared to the ground. Why my dark side? Asked Riku his brother. He was the one I pushed off of Ash before he could kill him, answered Entei with a growl. Everyone's eyes widened, then Riku roared, if I see this worthless piece off. Riku, you will not dare to finish this sentence, cried Ho-Oh, effectively cutting the electric type off. We all are enraged and worried, but cursing him will not help. Riku still growled, when Suicun gave him a gentle nudge. Lucario. The fighting steel type looked up and at Latios, who'd called for him. Yes. Latios threw a glance through the trees to the remains of the Pokémon Center, then asked, can't you try to somehow track them with your aura? Or with the help of us psychic types find out what happened? Lucario pondered this. Of course he managed to track Ash under normal circumstances. Before he'd started training the team, he'd had an even easier time. But now that he'd just vanished like this, Lucario wasn't too certain about. Of course, he could try it, although he doubted a positive outcome. I suppose I can try to, answered the Aura Guardian finally. Immediately every Pokémon on the clearing relaxed a bit. Let us try right now then, offered Shelebi. That, I'm not certain is a good idea, stepped Mewtwo in. We all are exhausted, and though you hide it well Lucario, you just as close to collapsing as myself. Lucario nodded in agreement, both Pokémon ignoring everyone's surprise they'd admitted being that weakened. It will be for the best if we allow ourselves to recover for a while, agreed Ho-Oh suddenly. Lucario followed his glance to Latias and Manaphy, who were both dozing against a tree. Those two had taken some very bad hits during the fight, and being the youngest of the group of legendary Pokémon, Mewtwo didn't count. He may have been alive for only roughly 6 years, but was far more mature than those two. They needed rest. Lucario took himself a heart and walked up to the two. Gently he took Manaphy from Latias and stepped back so Mewtwo and Latios could get her onto the older Eon Dragon's back. Latios huffed and grumbled, I really need to start watching what she's eating. She's getting heavier and heavier. This gained him a few chuckles, until he snarled, that was not a joke. Unfortunately for him, that only got him even more laughter. Lucario himself had trouble fighting the chuckles down. Then they already reached a bigger clearing, where the rest of the group waited. Done discussing? Asked Zoe icily. Lucario swallowed a sigh. Most of the trainers of the clearing blamed the legendary Pokémon for Ash's disappearance. Much to most of their annoyance. For the last time, spat Zapdos venomously. It was not our fault. Then whose was it? Shouted Max back. If you want to know, argued Shalebi, only to have Mew slapping a paw over her mouth and yelling, enough. Lucario jerked into the air at this and Manaphy shot awake. Rarely you heard Mew yelling like that. The Aura Guardian looked at Mewtwo, who stared at the original Mew in shock as well. Apparently Mew losing her temper like this was far more uncommon than Lucario had previously thought. Insulting each other will not help us getting Ash and Riolu back, continued the pink Pokémon. Lucario is certain they're still alive. And that's why we'll find them. Do you understand? At this she narrowed her eyes at everyone who had been part of this argument to whose fault it was that Ash and Riolu were one. The Pokémon and human she meant gulped and backed off in fear, before nodding. Good, growled Mew before floating up to Ash's bags and using Psychic to pull out various medicines and berries. Lucario gathered Manaphy, who was at the point of collapsing once more, back into his arms and carried her over to Mew. The pink legendary gently applied the medicine to Manaphy's wounds. While she did so, Lucario pushed his aura to Mew and told her, thank you for stopping this battle Mew. Mew gave him a slight smile and a shrug and answered, no problem Lucario. Though, if I hadn't stopped it, you would've. I would've tried, but I'm not certain I would have managed it, argued Lucario back. Well could you hold Manaphy's arm out please, cut Mew herself off. Lucario followed her request and she gently bandaged Manaphy's arm. The small blue Pokémon gave sigh of relief after she was done and Mew gave her an oran berry to eat, before sending her to May. As I was about to say, began Mew while rearranging the medic supplies. You would have managed it Lucario. You're pretty skilled at that. I doubt anyone but you could have calmed down Mewtwo when you tried to convince him to tell us about, you know. Mew frowned and Lucario placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. She smiled up at him sadly, then suddenly sprayed some kind of medicine on his bruised hip. Lucario gave a hiss of pain and glared at Mew, who looked back innocently. Rolling his eyes, Lucario sat down and allowed Mew to treat his injuries. While doing so, they discussed about the past, Sir Aaron and more. I still wonder what would have happened if Aaron hadn't found me that day. Or how for that matter, stated Lucario. I mean, what was he doing up that mountain in that blizzard? Mew gave a warm smile at this and answered, actually Lucario, I led him up there so he could help you. What? I did, answered Mew. Had to turn into Ho-Oh for it though, so I could get his attention. It was almost too late when I finally managed to lead him to you. And you couldn't help me yourself? Asked Lucario. Mew shook her head and answered, nope. I may be skilled with aura in certain parts, but not skilled enough. Sir Aaron could take care of you far better and I knew that. She grinned up at him and continued, but Arceus, you were so cute back there. A deep red blush appeared on Lucario's cheeks when Mew referred to him as cute. He was all but cute. He was an aura guardian for Arceus' sake. Suddenly Mew gently slapped his back with her long tail and stated, "All done. Can you send Latias over so she can have her wounds treated?" Lucario gave a quick check with his aura, before stating, "Unnecessary, Brock took care of it already." "Oh, who does still need help then?" "Besides yourself," asked Lucario back, worriedly eyeing the scratches on Mew's back. "Those? They're nothing, Lucario, and you know that. I'm one of the least injured. If it makes you feel better, once everyone is taken care of, you can accompany me to Brock." Mew waved her paw dismissively at him, and with a grumble Lucario had to admit she was right. Sending out his aura once more, he rolled his eyes and walked forward. Once he neared Mew's next patient, he grabbed his arm and started dragging him away from his conversation with Ho-Oh. "Lucario, what are you doing?" exclaimed Mewtwo and tried to wrench his arm free. Not that it worked. Mew's treatment had helped Lucario recover already. That and his superior raw physical strength made it easy for him to drag Mewtwo back to Mew. "Your next patient," announced Lucario, pulling Mewtwo forward. Mew looked up from handing Pikachu some berries he should take to Ash's other Pokémon and smirked. "One SEC," answered Mew, placed 2 more sherry berries. "For the fire types," she said. Then she turned back to Lucario and her clone, who hadn't moved. "For the love of, I'm fine," exclaimed Mewtwo and once more tried to get his arm free. "I doubt it," argued Mew back. "Lucario wouldn't have gotten you if you didn't need help." "Can't you go back to your carefree and ignorant self?" asked Mewtwo with exasperation. "I got more peace back then, what actually is kind of strange." "No matter how strange it is," cut Lucario in sternly. "I sensed it, Mewtwo. You are one of those who need help the most, right after Latias, Manaphy, Articuno, Charizard and myself. Ho-Oh comes just about after you, and I'm fairly certain, once Brock is finished with Charizard, he'll move on to him. Now quit complaining and get it over with." Mewtwo locked eyes with Lucario and the two stared each other down for a while, before the psychic type gave a deep sigh and said, "Fine." With that he sat down and allowed Mew to treat his injuries. Like Lucario had done it before with his aura, Mew now sent her psychic powers to him, resuming the private conversation they'd held while helping Manaphy. "Told you," stated the pink feline. Lucario, who'd settled down against a tree, raised an eyebrow, having Mew answer, "Told you you're good in convincing people and Pokémon as well." "I know for a fact I wouldn't have been able to get Mewtwo to have his wounds treated." "I suppose you're right," admitted Lucario. "Of course I am," pointed Mew out cheekily, before breaking the connection. Lucario shook his head, then returned to scanning the Pokémon and people on the clearing. It was hard to believe that only 20 minutes ago some were close to ripping each other's throats out. Now they worked side by side to treat the injured and have everyone recover. Lucario's gaze landed on Pikachu, who was trying, and failing, to get Ninetales to eat the berries that would help her. The Aura Guardian gave a deep sigh. Her particular fondness of Ash had left her in more despair than anyone else. Pikachu knew Ash could fend for himself. Sure, the electric type was worried. Who wouldn't be? He was Ash's first Pokémon after all. But he also knew no matter what danger Ash got into, he got out of it as well. That, and he has Riolu with him as well, thought Lucario while standing up. He walked over to Ninetales and Pikachu and asked, "Can I help somehow, Pikachu?" Pikachu gave an exhausted sigh and answered, "See if you can get her to eat." "I'm running out of arguments here." Lucario nodded, and with a quick thanks, the mouse rushed over to where Luxray lay, recovering from the vast loss of electrical power he'd suffered during the battle. He watched how Pikachu sent small electrical shocks over to the blue lion. Being as the most experienced of Ash's Pokémon, with more than 6 years of training, he recharged quicker than Luxray and had more reserves. Then Lucario focused on Ninetales, who glanced at him sadly. "You think he's dead?" It wasn't a question, and to not frighten the humans he'd switched to Pokémon speech. Ninetales gave a sigh and answered, "I don't know. I wish I could believe you that he's still alive, but..." She shook her head and looked away. Lucario cleared his throat to get her attention once more and argued, "Ninetales, you cannot live up. Ash wouldn't want you to. Even if he was." Lucario stumbled at the word dead, so he skipped it and continued, "He would want us all to continue, help the legendary Pokémon bring peace to the world." "What for?" The fighting steel type blinked. "What for? What kind of question was that?" "I'm afraid I can't follow Ninetales." Ninetales sighed once again and explained, "What are we even doing this for? Wouldn't it be easier to just let the legendary Pokémon do their job and stay out of it?" "Of course it would be," answered Lucario, understanding her now. He caught a shocked glance from Celebi at admitting Ninetales was right, yet continued, "But the easy way isn't always the right way. Most often, doing the right thing is much harder than doing the wrong. Everyone views right and wrong different, so there are many ways." Ash decided his. He decided for what he thought was the right way. Ready to face the danger of this journey, possible his death, because in his heart he knew it was right. His personality is as unique as his aura. He has a very strong sense for what is right and wrong. That's easy to see once you watch his reaction when someone abuses Pokémon. He fights this fight, not for himself, but those he cares about. His friends, Pokémon and family. That's what he fights for. For us, all of us. Those who are here and those who are back in Pallet. Do you understand, Ninetales? Ninetales looked at him. Only you can decide what way you wish to go. The world isn't just black and white. It has many shades of gray, different decisions. You can't always be entirely good or entirely evil. It also isn't the very good ones that deserve respect. It's the selfless people, who would dare to walk a path that has a darker shade of gray to keep those he cares about safe. Lucario stood up. You know who I'm talking about, Ninetales. He would wish for you to recover and continue. Now you have to decide if you want to follow his wish, take the hard way, the lighter way, or the darker way. That's easier, yet could have all his efforts be in vain. With that Lucario walked off. What Ninetales did not know, he talked his own worries off his soul while telling her all of this. His mind was clearer now, back to its usual focus, and he was more certain than ever that Ash and Riolu were still alive. Checking himself through, he nodded and started a brisk walk to the clearing that once housed the Pokémon Center. He felt everyone's eyes on him, and when he reached the edge of the clearing, he heard movement. Every legendary Pokémon, as well as Charizard, followed him. He glanced back and found Pikachu looking after him, hope glinting in his eyes. Luxray and Ninetales also looked at him, mirroring Pikachu. Lucario gave them a nod, showing he would try his very best, and continued his way. The walk through the forest was silent, even with Pokémon as big as Entei and Charizard following him. Even while walking now, Lucario already channeled his aura, gathering them inside the spikes on his paws and chest. No one except for his own race, not even their pre-evolution, actually knew what their spikes were good for. It was a well-kept secret. A secret Lucario wasn't certain he would dare to tell Ash. Riolu, of course, after he evolved, but the trainer, he didn't know. Slightly pulsing, his spikes took on a faint blue glow. One you easily missed if you didn't know what to look for. Once he reached the remains of the Pokémon Center, he had Celebi showing him where exactly she'd seen Ash and Riolu. Celebi flew up to one of the two still standing walls and pointed to it. W. If a frown, Lucario scented Ash's blood on it. The red stains on the wall were so faint that you could mistake them for dirt, but it was blood. It looks like something washed it off though, realized Lucario after further scanning. Without another word, he sat down in front the wall, facing it where he'd figured Ash had been, and concentrated. The rush of power that hit him came so unexpected that Lucario's eyes almost snapped open. Yet he kept them closed and pushed his aura farther out of his body, the gathered energy in his spikes keeping him strong. Once again a rush of power hit him and faint words echoed in his mind. Confused, Lucario focused on the power's center. To his great shock, he found he sat directly in it. He clearly pictured Ash and Riolu's remaining aura now, basically saw their glowing outlines against the wall. Suddenly another rush-off power hit the Aura Guardian and his breathing got cut off instinctively. He felt like a wave of icy water had hit him. Another wave crashed against him, yet Lucario fought back. Whatever took Ash and Riolu wouldn't get away with it. That was when it happened. First the wave, then a blast of air hit him dead center and Lucario felt himself being catapulted back, crashing into a tree. He heard the surprised cries of the legendary Pokémon and Charizard, but ignored them. Once again a voice echoed in his head. Only this time. It was clear. You, who dare to harm the Chosen One. You shall not gain a win. I will protect him from you with my very own life. If you dare it, find me and battle me, but you will not get him, the one I do not wish to harm him, cut Lucario the voice off, ignoring the confusion he felt from the Pokémon that watched him. Of course it was strange. They couldn't hear the voice. Oh, you are not, snarled the voice. Then why did you try to track him? I'm trying to protect him too. I care about him and Riolu as well. I'm not certain to believe you. For now the Chosen One shall remain in my custody. He needs to recover anyhow. And with that the voice was gone. Lucario jerked up the moment the presence of power disappeared and took deep breaths. He hadn't breathed ever since the first of these strange waves had hit him. Lucario, are you alright? Asked Mew's voice. He looked up at her and gave a slow nod. I believe I am, answered Lucario and shook his head. He was still a bit disoriented. What happened? Asked Suicun. And so Lucario proceeded to tell them what he'd found out. The fact about Ash's blood on this wall he kept to himself. He didn't need to worry them even more. Once he was done, Mewtwo asked, so we at least know he is safe. How can you say that? Exclaimed Latias. We got no idea where he is. But the voice Lucario distinctly threatened the dark sides and said he would protect the Chosen One with his life, argued Latios back, placing a gently claw on her shoulder. I agree with Latios, said Ho-Oh. I cannot imagine a legendary Pokémon being powerful enough for anything that happened, but I also have the feeling we can trust this voice. And now? Asked Charizard impatiently. Lucario knew the fire-flying type wouldn't like the answer, but said, now my friend, we wait. We wait, recover and then start to search. How are we supposed to explain this to Ash's mother? May looked up from packing up her things to look at Mew. She stared at Mewtwo and Lucario, who both gave tired shrugs in answer. That was when Entei said, my siblings and I will tell her. We were supposed to protect him after all. The legendary Pokémon stared at him in shock and Ho shook his head. No Entei. I asked you to be his protectors, that is true, but we all were supposed to keep the Chosen One safe. And, as much as I would like to take the whole blame onto my very own shoulders, I cannot. Agreed, said Latios from where he shook Latias awake. We are the protectors of this world and decided to rely on the Chosen One. It was our all duty to protect him. Not one of us failed in this, it was everyone who had a chance of helping him. May turned away at that and gulped. She had been with those of the group who put the whole blame on the legendary Pokémon. But now, seeing how much they blamed themselves already, she felt guilty for how she'd thought of them. The legendary Pokémon all tried to do what was best for their home, for its inhabitants, and they all cared for Ash just as much as all of his friends and Pokémon. She looked up again, to get a heartbreaking sight. Manaphy crouched on the ground in tears while Ninetales comforted the young water-type legendary. Pikachu talked intently to Ho-Oh, who seemed to argue with him about something. Charizard was with Entei and Moltres, the three fire types seemed to try to lend each other power. Luxray was in a heated argument with Zapdos, who time and time again attacked the lion with electricity. Finally Lucario was still with Mewtwo, both standing close and whispering to each other, their movements showing nervousness and urgency. How can it be? May yelped and jerked up, startled at the fact that Mew suddenly was next to her. Mew gave her a sad grin, then repeated, "How can it be, that Ash's Pokémon, even Pikachu and Ninetales, who care such a great deal about him, have an easier time understanding that we tried our best and accept it, despite the pain? How can they not put the blame on us, but you humans and your Pokémon do?" Mew kept her unwavering blue eyes locked on May, who was at loss for words. Finally the young coordinator stammered out, "WWY or YYUU even asking me?" At this a small spark of amusement flashed through the Psycat's eyes and she answered, "You have a strong connection to Ash, May. The others too, but for some reason you are different. I cannot not tell what the future will hold for you, but your and Ash's future are enwound in a way I haven't seen it for centuries." At these words a deep blush appeared on May's cheeks. Get it out of your head, May," berated the teen herself. "Ash is a good friend, nothing more." Mew gave her another small smile, then floated away. May stared after the psychic type for a while, before Max's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. "Earth to May. Wake up." "What?" May blinked rapidly and shook her head confused, to lock eyes with her brother. "Yes, Max." "Sheesh, sis, you spaced out for about 5 minutes. What got you so worked up?" Another blush appeared on May's cheeks and she answered quickly, "Nothing, Max, really, it was nothing." The younger boy raised an eyebrow at her, but wisely decided to not bother her about it anymore. "Fine, so, you done? We're just waiting to move out." "Back to Pallet Town," sighed May. Max placed a hand on her shoulder and answered, "I'm scared too, sis, but Ash's mom deserves to know." May smiled sadly at her brother. It still hurt her very much, that her little brother had gotten pulled into something like this. "I know, Max, thanks." She pulled him into a short hug, before standing up and shouldering her backpack. "Let's go." Somewhere in an unknown location, in a royal-looking room, a groan sounded through the silent air. In the room that held different shades of blue, from a bright ice blue to a dark night blue, stood a queen-sized bed with silver sheets. On the bed lay a 16-years-old, raven-haired teen, the covers tucked neatly around him. His arm, forehead and chest bandaged up. A few bruises still showed on his tanned skin. Another groan sounded through the air, coming from the boy, and he stirred. I was the first time ever since he'd been brought here that he moved, besides the rhythmic fall and rise of his chest while breathing. Again he stirred and groaned louder, moving a bandaged hand out from under the covers, to rub his forehead. One last groan and the boy's eyes fluttered open, revealing a deep auburn color. The setting sun turned the sea, the boat crossed glow orange. May held on to the railing of the ship tightly. The farther they left Sevii Islands behind, the closer they got to Pallet Town. The ship would cruise directly to the closest harbor to Pallet. Yet, the farther they moved away, the more May's heart ached. It felt like they were abandoning Ash. Sure, the legendary Pokémon had assured they'd found out he was safe, but they wouldn't say more. May bit her lip to fight back her tears. Against to her brother, Misty, and Dawn, she hadn't cried once ever since Ash had disappeared. Zoe hadn't because, though she and Ash were friends, she was closer with Dawn. Brock hadn't because he tried to be strong for the rest of them, like May had tried it for her brother. "Hey, May." May looked up and back at Max. The boy yawned and said, "I'm gonna go to bed." Managing a warm smile, May answered, "Go ahead, Max. I'll come soon too." Max nodded and walked off, into the cabin he shared with his sister. May sighed deeply and leaned against the railing, watching how the nose of the ship but through the water. She stood there for a long time, letting her thoughts wander, remembering all the nice times she'd had with Ash, her brother and Brock on their journeys. The sun was long gone already and it became cold quickly, yet May never moved. It must have been close to midnight, when a blanket was draped over her shoulders. May looked up, to find Lucario looking back at her. "You should go inside, May," advised the Pokémon softly. "It's getting really cold by now." "How can you know?" muttered May. Ice types are weak against you. To her unhidden surprise, Lucario chuckled at this. She hadn't had much contact with him ever since he came back, mostly she'd either seen him talking to Mewtwo, meditating or training Riolu and Ash. Each and every time she'd seen him then, he'd appeared like she remembered him. Strict and stoic, yet with unhidden loyalty to those who earned his trust. To now hear him expressing his amusement like this was a strange experience. That may be so, answered Lucario finally. But that doesn't mean I don't know the cold. I can read it in your aura, May. It turned from the bright azure every living being has to ice blue. That's a clear sign that you're cold and I don't want you freezing. He looked to the horizon with a small smile, looking completely at peace. Something May couldn't understand, especially with Ash being gone. She looked at him, then asked, "What happened?" Lucario turned to face her fully and raised a questioning eyebrow. "I mean, why are you so different from how you were when we met the first time? Not to mention how ridiculous it is that you can be so relaxed with Ash being who knows where." Lucario allowed her to rant for a while, before placing a paw on her shoulder, effectively silencing her. "I shall tell you," stated Lucario. "But you are not to talk to anything I tell you to anyone but me and me only, do you understand?" He narrowed his ruby eyes at her and May gulped. Did she really want to know? Yes, thought the teenager and answered, "I promise, Lucario." Lucario nodded and turned back to the sea, staring at the moon. "I am, so relaxed, as you call it," he gave her an amused glance, having May blush in embarrassment, because his simply found peace. In this cave, where Ash other Pokémon, Ho-Oh, Suicun, Reiku, Ash himself and myself were kept captive, I had time to think and came to a realization. I will not go into detail, May. This is private. But it made me realize one thing. Sir Aaron may be gone from this world, but a part of him will always be with me. Be it within my aura, ashes or anything else that has a part of him. Since then, I've felt different. Stronger, more in control of my aura, if you wish to say so. The world was different. I'm not certain how exactly, it just was, and still is. Lucario locked eyes with May now. Do my words even make sense? May couldn't help but smile at him now and answered, I think they very well do make sense, Lucario. Can't say how exactly myself, but I got a feeling that you're right. Lucario smiled back at her, then turned to look at the moon once again. Why I'm at peace right now, although Ash should be troubling me like it troubles you, is that I know more about his disappearance than you. The legendary Pokémon wished that no human besides Ash's mother should know the details and May's angry growl cut him off. She was fuming. They were all so worried and still, the Pokémon had stayed quiet. Hadn't tried to ease their worries. After a short while, Lucario picked up speaking again. They decided so, since we don't need the dark sides probably figuring out his location before us, May. It's not that they don't trust you, but to inform all of you, we would need to repeat our findings again and again, risking the dark sides listening in on them. They might not see Ash as a real threat, but they know not to risk anything with someone the legendary Pokémon put so much trust into. Do you understand? May looked at Lucario, trying to understand. So, you keep this hidden from us, so you won't get Ash into any more danger. Him and his friends, agreed Lucario. He shuddered all of a sudden and continued darkly, I do not want to imagine what they would do to you or anyone else because you know his location. Understanding finally hit May and she smiled. That's very sweet and thoughtful of you all, assured the brunette and pulled the blanket Lucario had brought her tighter around herself. He was right. It was pretty cold by now. Lucario smiled back at her, then offered, let me guide you to your cabin. May nodded in thanks and together Coordinator and Pokémon made their way over the deck. In front of the cabin she shared with Max, May bid Lucario good night and walked in. When she turned around to close the door, the Pokémon was gone already. One last groan and the boy's eyes fluttered open, revealing a deep auburn color. He glanced around tiredly, then slowly sat up and brushed his bandaged hand through his raven hair. When he pulled it back, his gaze locked on the bandage and his eyes widened. Swiftly the teen checked himself through, staring at the bandages over his worst injuries in confusion. With a frown the teen closed his eyes and tried to remember what happened. Flashback. Damn it, thought Ash while he collapsed against a wall of the Pokémon Center. That was it. I can barely stay conscious. Shaking his head, Ash tried to get rid of the dizziness, but it only intensified. Closing his eyes, he leaned back and, against his will, his body relaxed. He let out a sigh and a second before he slipped into blissful nothingness. He heard Riolu's voice. Ash. End of flashback. Ash. The teen's eyes snapped open once more and he looked around. The shout had sounded so real. Or was it really just his imagination? Ash, you're finally awake. A door the teen hadn't seen before burst open and Riolu rushed in, his eyes sparkling with joy, his movements wild with excitement. A happy smile was plastered over the Pokémon's face and it leaped onto the bed and into the stunned teen's arms. I was so worried, cried the small creature. You were out for more than a day. We didn't know when you would wake up. Never scare me like that again, Ash. Ash simply stared down at the Pokémon, then answered, R-G-H-U. What? Asked Riolu. Ash coughed a few times, then repeated, Riolu, what happened, where are we? His voice hitched from not using it for a while. Riolu simply grinned up at him and turned back to the door. Ash followed his gaze and his jaw dropped at who he saw there. The one in the door smiled at Ash warmly and greeted, I see you are finally awake. I feared for you, chosen one. You were close to death when I brought you and Riolu here. Yet I am very thrilled to see you again, friend. May. Wake up, May. We're almost there. 5 more minutes, Dad, groaned the teenager out. May, I'm not Dad, and if you don't get up I get Gardevoir to shockwave you out of the bed. May blinked her eyes open, to find Max standing over her. May pushed the 13-years-old away and rolled over. Shut it, Max, and let me sleep. May, we're gonna be at the harbor in a few minutes. We gotta get off this ship, argued Max, and pulled his sister's blanket away. May groaned and reluctantly sat up. Alright, I'm up. Give me a few minutes to change, sighed the girl and stretched. Max nodded and left the cabin. As quickly as possible, tired as she was, May changed, gathered her things and left the cabin as well, to follow Max to the others. Their friends, as well as all of Ash's remaining Pokémon besides Charizard, waited on the deck. Charizard had flown back with the legendary Pokémon, since he was just too big. Ninetales had joined Zoe, Luxray, Dawn, and Pikachu posed as either May's or Max's Pokémon. Lucario had refused to pose as the Pokémon of anyone else, so they decided they would simply say the truth. He belonged to a friend who wasn't capable of taking care of him this moment. Right now Pikachu sat on Luxray's back, but once he saw May and Max coming, he leaped from the lion to the teenage girl, settling down on her shoulder. May smiled and scratched him between the ears. Cha, cooed Pikachu and rubbed his cheek against hers. The siblings shared a glance, both smiling. The fact that Ash's Pokémon had managed to maintain a more or less good mood lifted everyone's spirits. That was when the ship docked and the humans and Pokémon started leaving it. Once down from the ship, the group immediately made their way into the direction of Pallet Town. However, luck wasn't on their side, when just a minute before they managed to leave the harbor fully, someone blocked their path and held a red rose in front of May. May leaned back in bewilderment, before seeing that it was Drew, who greeted her like usual. Well, hello May, funny meeting you here, said the green-haired teen, pressing the rose into her hand. May heard a low growl and found Lucario scanning the other coordinator, hostility in his red eyes. Drew had heard the growl as well and his jaw dropped at the sight of the fighting steel type, before he stated, a Lucario, finally a nice catch of yours. Hey, just a moment, Drew, cut Max in. Lucario is not May's Pokémon, and can we move on now? We've got to get back to Pallet Town. With that, the younger boy ripped the rose from May's hands and threw it away. Drew glowered at May's little brother and asked, "What exactly do you think you're doing, boy?" "Protecting my older sister," snapped Max back. The rest of the group watched in bewilderment how the two boys shouted at each other, then May murmured to Brock, "What got Max so angry?" Lucario raised an eyebrow at her, as if to say, "You didn't figure it out yet?" Brock chuckled and murmured back, "May, I'm not sure if you realized it, but Drew attempted to flirt with you before Max cut him off." This made May's jaw drop now. Drew had tried to flirt with her. Wow, no wonder Max is angry. He's always been protective of me with that, thought the coordinator. Suddenly she saw Drew pulling out a Pokeball and growling, "All right kid, you and I have a battle, now." "I can't," answered Max, "my Pokemon aren't fully recovered from their last battles yet." That was true, no Pokemon, not even the legendary Pokemon, was. "You're just scared," argued Drew. May saw Zoe stepping forward, ready to give him a piece of her mind, but Lucario was faster. With a deep growl, the fighting steel type marched forward and pushed Max behind himself protectively. "I shall battle for you, Max," snarled Lucario. "I may not be fully recovered yet either, but this boy needs to learn a few lessons." Drew had grown pale when he'd heard Lucario's voice for the first time, but soon smirked and stated, "All right, Roserade." His first Pokémon appeared with a spin and landed gracefully in front of Lucario, who raised an unimpressed eyebrow and asked, "Entrance for one of these contests I heard about?" "Pretty much," answered Max, before asking, Lucario, you're sure you want me commanding you?" Lucario smirked back at him and answered, "Don't you worry, when you think you can't go on, I'll continue alone." Ash and Sir Aaron were the only ones so far to completely and correctly command me in battle. May remembered that. It had been a few days before Ash's disappearance. Lucario had battled against Ash's Pokémon, with Ash commanding him, to make sure he was used to having a trainer when it was necessary. The two had harmonized like they'd battled together for years already, although it was easy to see that the concept of a Pokémon battle in this time kept Lucario busy. After the two had been done, Brock had commanded Lucario, per his and Ash's request, and Ash had used Lucario. The battle was close to a disaster, since Brock hadn't managed to get in sync with Lucario like Ash had done. This is a one-on-one battle between Drew and Max. Brock's voice snapped May out of her musings. Both trainers have one Pokémon. The battle continues till one Pokémon is unable to battle or the trainer forfeits. Begin. Roserade used Toxic Spikes, called Drew. May saw Dawn frown and frowned by herself. That move had caused Ash much trouble in his battle against Paul. Yet, much to everyone's surprise, Max and Lucario smirked. "What's so funny?" snapped Drew. "Oh, you'll see," answered Max. Lucario used Shadow Claw. Lucario's smirk turned into an evil grin and he crossed his arms in front of his chest, before drawing them back and dashing off, the purple claws flickering into sight. "Max, don't," called Dawn. "When Lucario steps onto a Toxic Spike." That was when it happened. The ground under Lucario flashed purple, engulfing the Pokémon in the light. But Lucario just ran on, drawing one hand back for his attack. He collided with Roserade and slashed at her twice, before leaping into the air and doing a backflip, before landing on front of Max again. Once again Toxic Spikes got activated, but Lucario seemed to ignore it. "Use Flash Cannon," shouted Max. Lucario nodded and clasped his paws together. Moving them apart, a glowing white sphere appeared. The Pokémon shot the silverish-white beam at Roserade, who dodged in the last second and sent Petal Dance back at Lucario. Without waiting for Max's order, Lucario activated his Shadow Claw once more and struck against the petals, slashing them apart. "Now use Aura Sphere," shouted Max. In less than a second Aura Sphere blasted forward, hitting Roserade dead on. "Roserade use Giga Drain," shouted Drew. Roserade grunted, but shot green light at Lucario, who didn't have time to dodge. Slowly Giga Drain took away Lucario's strength and gave it to Roserade. Lucario, exclaimed Max. That was when, once again, Lucario took the initiative and sent out a pulse of aura that shook Giga Drain off. Then he dashed forward, his shadow claws once again fading into few, and delivered a few strong slashes against Roserade. Roserade backed off, then purple illuminated both Pokémon, yet only Roserade seemed to suffer from toxic spikes. Lucario continued like nothing happened. Why isn't he affected? Asked Dawn. Suddenly Zoe smirked and snapped her fingers. Of course, Lucario is half a steel type. And? Asked Mayon. Poison-type moves have no effect on steel types, answered Zoe with a grin. May grinned as well now, just realizing what a stupid idea toxic spikes actually had been. Drew frowned as well, obviously also just having remembered that as well. Lucario, let's end this, called Max. Lucario gave a nod and backed off a few feet. Dragon Pulse, shouted both, and the dragon-type attack shot forward. It hit Roserade, who finally broke down, out cold. Drew stared for a second, before growling and recalling his Pokémon. Then he ran off. May smiled, then heard Max gasp and looked at him, to gasp as well. Lucario tumbled a bit and finally fell onto one knee. Are you alright, Lucario? Asked Brock worriedly. Lucario waved him off and answered, fine, but the fact that I'm not fully recovered yet, had my own attacks damaging me as well. Then he got up, only to tumble once more. May grabbed his arm gently and helped Lucario, steadying himself. Thank you, May, answered the Pokémon. The girl smiled at him warmly and then they continued their way, hoping to find a Pokémon Center soon. She wasn't certain Lucario would make it till Pallet Town in his state, and no one had any medicine or berries left. Ash gaped at who he was looking at, then stuttered out, you, how, why, what? Then the teen shook his head and ruffled his raven hair. What with Arceus just happened, wondered the teen once more. He remembered being in a battle, but had no idea how he got, wherever he actually was now. Or why Riolu was with him. You passed out during a battle against the dark side's chosen one. I managed to get you and Riolu out of the fight and to this place just in time. Just in time? Asked Ash. Ash, we were about to get blasted to bits by Dark Latios Dragon Rage, that and you were starting to lose too much blood, explained Riolu frowning. At this Ash frowned as well, then asked, but, who took care of my wounds? A few of the Pokémon that live here. I instructed them to do so. You were asleep for a long while, chosen one. Your young friend here almost went insane with worry. Riolu blushed at that, before he hugged Ash strongly once more. Ash hugged him back now, then finally asked what had been on his mind for quite a while now, so, what now? I can see Pallet Town, exclaimed Max. Lucario, much like everyone else, looked up ahead and smiled. The young trainer was right. Pallet Town stretched out before them. They'd needed a week to reach it. They would have only needed 5 days, even when you included their stay at a Pokémon Center to have everyone recover fully, but May, Dawn and Zoe had secretly wanted to take part in a contest that had been held 2 days ago. Lucario shook his head when he remembered. Flashback. More important, sighed May. Lucario raised an eyebrow at her words. He'd been listening in on the conversation of the 3 coordinators for a few minutes by now. They dearly wished to take part in the contest, but were afraid to tell anyone. The Aura Guardian knew why. They feared they would seem selfish about it, which he found was ridiculous. All of them, especially the humans, longed for a distraction. Making a decision, Lucario left the room he'd been placed in this Pokémon Center. He was fully healed already, but had stayed in it the last few hours per Brock's request. May, Dawn and Zoe fell silent when he came out. Yet instead of walking away, he walked towards the 3 girls. If you so dearly wish to take part in this contest, began the Pokémon and crossed his arms. Why don't you just do it? What? Exclaimed all 3. Lucario rolled his eyes with a chuckle and argued, don't tell me you long for taking part out of any other reason than a distraction from, you know what. The longer Ash and Riolu were missing, the more uneasy everyone became. Till yesterday, Lucario had had only slight problems in mentioning their disappearance. Now he couldn't anymore. At least, not without forcing himself to. And I believe a distraction is something we all could need, added the Pokémon, before turning around and walking off. End of flashback. The three had taken his advice and joined the contest. It did what Lucario hoped it would do. It relaxed everyone, helped them taking their minds off of Ash and Riolu for a while. Well, everyone but Ash's Pokémon. Yet even they had relaxed a little, watching the battle on the big TV in the Pokémon Center. Luxray and Charizard were too large to get into the contest hall, so all of Ash's Pokémon had opted for staying at the Pokémon Center. He had to admit, contests were intriguing, but still not something Lucario would do by himself. Nonetheless, he had been as happy as the rest, that Dawn had managed to win the ribbon. She'd won against Zoe, who'd beaten May in the battle before. Both battles had been close calls, but Dawn had won this time. A cry snapped Lucario out of his memories. He looked up, to find Pidgeot, Staraptor and Charizard descending in front of them. The three landed and Pidgeot explained, "Mewtwo sensed you all coming, so we thought we'd pick you up. Then you can discuss what exactly to tell Dileia and what not." Lucario nodded and translated what the flying normal type said to the humans. Everyone nodded and they climbed onto the Pokémon. Brock, Max and Pikachu rode on Charizard, Dawn and Zoe and Staraptor and May and Misty on Pidgeot. Lucario himself, as well as Luxray and Ninetales opted for running rather than flying. Once again the group set off and now they reached the lab far sooner. The moment they did, Professor Oak, Gary, Tracy, Paul, Barry, Tommy and Tara came out. "Thank Arceus, you all made it back safely," breathed Professor Oak. "All?" asked Misty coolly. Professor Oak winced at her words and Lucario growled at the orange-haired gym leader. Then he stepped forward and said, "Samuel, where are the legendary Pokémon? We need to finally decide what to tell Ash's mother." The Pokémon professor looked at him and explained, "Mewtwo, Ho-Oh, Celebi, Mew and Latios are in the lab. They just waited for you. Myself and Gary will join the discussion as well. The rest of you should just relax. Who knows how much time you will have." With that he turned around and walked back to the lab. Lucario and his grandson followed him, exchanging worried glances. When they walked in, they were led to a big room with many sofas. Lucario recalled Ash had called this a living room. The legendary Pokémon Professor Oak had mentioned were all in the room, but none of them looked good. They looked worried and tired. Mewtwo luckily didn't look as bad as he did after the deaths of his clones, but bad enough. Ho-Oh's orange eyes seemed a little glazed and his golden crown hung down a bit. Celebi looked a little withered and Mew simply hung over the back of the sofa. Lastly Latios lay on one of the sofa Mew also occupied, his head hung low. "I know it looks bad right now," stated Gary. "But don't let yourself hanging like that." Everyone looked up, to straighten when they spotted Lucario. "Everyone is back safely?" inquired Ho-Oh. It had taken Lucario and Pikachu a lot of persuasion to not have Ho-Oh leave one of the legendary beasts behind with them. "Yes," answered the Aura Guardian. "I apologize for being so late, but we did stop at a Pokémon contest so everyone could distract themselves a bit." Celebi smiled weakly and answered, "We understand Lucario, do not worry." "But Celebi, what is happening to you?" asked Lucario finally. No one looked as bad as her. Celebi simply shook her head and answered, "Do not worry about me Lucario. The loss of my forest just starts affecting me." Lucario raised an eyebrow, so Professor Oak explained, "You see, Celebi relies on her forest to survive and the other way around. Much like Mew and the Tree of Beginning. It is a wonder she held out that long without showing a sign of weakness, caught Ho-Oh up and gently caught Celebi with his wing when she lost height. It's been a while since Dark Mewtwo destroyed her forest after all." Lucario nodded in understanding and walked up to the green legendary Pokémon. "May I?" inquired the fighting steel type. Shalebi tilted her head weakly, before nodding and sinking into Lucario's arms. The Aura Guardian settled down on a sofa and slowly started transferring his aura to Shalebi. "Now, what are we to do about Ash's mother?" The legendary Pokémon all shrugged and sighed. Gary sat down next to Lucario and stated, "We need to tell her, that's obvious. Sooner or later she'll realize you all are back." "Agreed, but how to tell her without her having a fit is the question," argued Mewtwo now. He pushed himself away from the wall he'd been leaning against and sat down on the sofa Professor Oak already occupied. "Samuel?" asked Shalebi suddenly. Everyone looked at the pixie-like Pokémon. "Yes. How about you tell her? You haven't been there, so she cannot blame you. If she wants to blame someone, I'm sure many of us would allow her to." Every Pokémon in the room nodded and Lucario rolled his eyes. Ho-Oh was about to speak up, when Lucario cut him off. "Do not even say it, Ho-Oh. The only one to blame are the dark sides. As much as I would also love to blame myself, I cannot. The dark sides attacked him and whoever took him saved his life." Lucario glared at each legendary Pokémon, daring them to speak up and load the blame on their shoulders. Mewtwo made a move, but then fell silent and sighed. Suddenly Mew floated up and smiled weakly. "I see more and more of Sir Aaron in you, Lucario," whispered the pink Pokémon. "That's exactly what he would say, and like him, you are completely right. It's just not always easy for us. Try to understand that. As legendary Pokémon, protecting our world and its inhabitants is our duty. We pulled Ash into this, knowing what danger he could get into, and we still have trouble accepting this. We all understand that, Mew," soothed Professor Oak. "But also remember that it was Ash's own choice to help you with this. He could have said no, but he didn't. And the rest of us is still willing to help," agreed Gary. The legendary Pokémon glanced at Lucario, Gary and his grandfather, then Ho-Oh smiled and straightened up. "You are right," began the bird. "We beat those dark sides once and we can do so again. But first we will find Ash." Life returned into the other legendary Pokémon and each of them smiled and nodded. Shalebi rose from Lucario's arms, looking refreshed, although her antennas still curved a bit too much for Lucario's liking. "Samuel," said Shalebi and turned to Professor Oak. "Tell Dileia the truth. The whole truth. Everything we told you about, even what Lucario found out. Mew will go with you and make sure nothing happens and no one overhears you." Professor Oak nodded and he and Mew left. Lucario walked up to the stairs as well and said, "I'm going to check up on Ash's Pokémon." "Wait, I'll join you," called Mewtwo after him. Lucario smiled at the psychic type, who smiled back, then both made their way out of the lab. The moment they came out, Pikachu ran up to them, gasping hard. "Pikachu, what's wrong?" asked Mewtwo. Pikachu took a deep breath, then gasped out, "Some of Ash's Pokémon don't share our opinion, that the legendary Pokémon are not to blame for Ash's disappearance. Absol, Kabutops, Garchomp, Kirlia, Snorlax and Bayleaf are attacking Suicun. I can't stop them." Pikachu took another deep breath, then Lucario had already picked him up and he and Mewtwo ran to where the Aura Guardian sensed the Water-type legendary. "I can pinpoint them now," said Mewtwo after a while. "Let me teleport us." Lucario glanced at him, then nodded and in a flash of blue, they landed near the fighting group. They were in a secluded part, so no one but, obviously, Lapras, Wartortle and Ivysaur had realized what happened. The three of them weren't strong enough to separate them and Suicun didn't attack back, she just dodged. Lucario rushed forward and sat Pikachu down with Ash's first Grass-type starter. Then he rushed farther forward and stopped Bayleaf's Razor Leaf with Shadow Claw. "Stop," bellowed the Jackal. "Attacking Suicun will not bring Ash back either. She was supposed to protect him," protested Bayleaf, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Lucario frowned, but answered, she was, but Ash makes his own decisions. You all know that. He was in this battle, because he decided to be. Suicun was busy keeping her dark side away from him. And where were you? Snarled Garchomp. Now Mewtwo stepped forward and hissed, he was helping me freeing Pikachu from my dark side. Sometimes I wonder if this fighting is worth it, stated Absol. I mean, how can you be so much weaker than those evil guys? Mewtwo snarled now and rushed to meet Absol nose to nose. Watch what you say. The reason we are not as powerful as our dark sides is simply that we try to keep those around us safe. While they don't care. They can unleash more power, since it doesn't matter to them who they hurt. Now, do you dare to call me weak again? Lucario had positioned himself between Mewtwo and Suicun by now, fearing that he would lose his temper. But the Psycat just spun around and stalked back to Lucario's side. Lucario gazed at the Pokémon that had attacked Suicun again and softly stated, you need to understand that none of this is the fault of the legendary Pokémon. They did their best, but they also can do only so much. He smirked weakly and continued, and they most certainly can't control someone like Ash. That drew smiles from Ash's Pokémon and one after another, apologized to Suicun for attacking her. Suicun relaxed and answered that she understood why they did it. No harm had been done. The whole group made their way back to the more populated parts of the laboratory grounds, when Lucario felt rage rushing around him. He froze in mid-step and gasped. Lucario, what's wrong? Asked Mewtwo. So, much anger and rage pressed Lucario out and then pressed his paw over his heart, when agonizing grief hit him as well. Lucario, shouted Mewtwo when the Aura Guardian's knees caved in and he fell forward. The Psycat caught him and held him up. Lucario, what's wrong? Lucario managed to concentrate for a few seconds and understanding washed over him. Of course, mumbled the Pokémon. It's Ash's mother. It's her emotions I'm feeling. But how? Asked Suicun. I would understand Ash, but Dileia? Lucario shrugged, then explained, I know, she has a strong aura. An aura that, in some aspects, is similar to Ash's. That and her feelings have to be quite strong to reach me like this. With that Lucario pushed himself up and mentally shielded himself for any more waves of emotions from mother of his student and trainer. They reached the lab, and found Dileia Ketchum screaming at Professor Oak, who did his best to calm him. No one dared to get closer to him and Reiku and Entei shielded Ho-Oh. Lucario could only guess that the Guardian of the Skies had received the end of her nails while trying to calm her down. Taking a deep breath, Lucario walked forward and up to the two humans. Professor Oak saw him coming and gave him a panicky glance. Irresponsible. How could you let that happen, Samuel? You know he dash. Mrs. Ketchum. The woman spun to Lucario, who took a calm stand in front of her. I understand that you miss your son very much, but no one here is to blame for this. You should know Ash the best after all. The legendary Pokémon asked for help, Samuel might have agreed with them, but it was Ash's decision alone to help them. Your son is a strong and powerful young man and capable of looking out for himself. He is safe. Where he is, I don't know yet, but he is safe and has Riolu with him. The woman had calmed down now, but Lucario continued, you are not the only one worried about him. Look around. Look into the eyes of everyone around you and you will see the worry, the self-hatred, the blame. He added the last part sourly. Despite his words to the legendary Pokémon, he, like them, could not entirely keep himself from putting the blame on his own shoulders. Oh, he wished to be able to carry it all, to have everyone else calm down, but that couldn't be. Dileia had followed his request and looked around, to see her worry, fear and pain reflecting in everyone's eyes. Especially the eyes of those that had been there. Finally she looked back at Lucario, before taking a deep breath, and bursting out in sobs. She spun around and started sobbing in Professor Oak's lab coat. The man gently rubbed her back and led her into the lab, not before giving Lucario a thankful glance. The moment the woman was inside, relief seemed to rush through everyone, since they all relaxed. The rest of the humans walked inside as well, while the Pokémon dispersed over the backyard. Lucario leaned against the wall of the building and slid down at it, to sit on the ground. He crossed his arms over his knees and lay his head onto them. "Aaron, help me," called the Pokémon in his mind. "What am I supposed to do? I don't know anymore. I can't tell what would be right." He didn't expect a response and didn't get one. Sir Aaron had appeared to him once, and he wouldn't again so soon, that Lucario was certain of. A groan worked its way up his throat and Lucario clenched his eyes shut. Everything caught up with him now. The worry, the guilt, the pain, the anger, just everything he'd managed to minimize on feeling the past few days came back now. Of course, pushing all of this back as long as he did would cause this, but the force it hit him with was shockingly strong. Lucario's breath hitched and he choked on it for a few seconds. Suddenly a cool hand touched his shoulder and he growled, "Not now, Mewtwo." Mewtwo didn't move for a while, then said, "Lucario, I see you as my friend. And that means much. There are only 3 others that I can truly call my friends. That's Mew, Ash and Pikachu. I may not always act like it, but I do care about my friends. Take your time, but if I can help you, please let me." With that he backed off and left Lucario alone with his thoughts. A small smile had stolen its way on Lucario's hidden face with Mewtwo's words, and for a few heartbeats happiness and gratitude pushed his other feelings away. But then they got stronger again and once again Lucario choked on his breath. He crunched his teeth and tensed. No, he wouldn't cry now. Of course he knew almost everyone had done that by now, but he wasn't a Pokémon to cry. He remembered 2 times in his life that he'd cried. The first time had been as a small Riolu, when he'd just started training with Sir Aaron. The second time when after he'd given his aura to the Tree of Beginning, while he'd heard Sir Aaron's last words before disappearing in thin air. With all his might Lucario pushed the tears back and finally he was able to breathe normally again. Then he proceeded going through the battle and every word he'd heard from Ash's mysterious savior again. Strangely enough, they did bring him comfort and soon he was in control of his feelings once more. With another deep breath, Lucario stood up and looked around. The sun had set while he'd been sitting there and the night was silent and calm. A cool wind rushed through the night and a shiver worked its way through him. Suddenly the door to the lab opened and Lucario glanced there. Dileia stood there. Her face was tear-stained, but she smiled warmly at the Pokémon and asked, "Lucario, dear, why don't you come in? It's warm and I have made dinner." She even laughed a bit now. "If you're hungry, hurry before the kids eat everything up." A small smile worked its way over Lucario's face and he walked up to the woman. He walked past her into the lab and found himself pushed up the stairs, into the living room he'd been in today already. Professor Oak, Tracy, and Mewtwo were in the room, all sitting on the couches and having a plate of food in front of them. Lucario got sat down next to the Psycat, who smirked at him. Lucario smirked back, then gave Dileia, who placed a plate with all kinds of food in front of him, a warm smile. "Thank you very much, Mrs. Ketchum." The woman simply smiled at him and sat down by herself. Then she whispered, "No, Lucario, thank you for being there for my little boy." With that she turned to her food and didn't seem to notice anyone anymore. Lucario looked at her for a while, then his stomach grumbled and with a slight blush, he turned back to his own dinner, ignoring the in silent laughter shaking Psycat next to him. "So, when I manage this, we'll have an advantage over the dark sides?" asked Ash and looked up at his savior. The Pokémon in front of him nodded and replied, "We will. They might be more powerful, since they fight without restriction, but with this we will be stronger than him at least." Ash nodded in understanding. The last few days, no matter how much he worried for his friends and family, had been spent with him recovering, meditating and training Aura Sight with Riolu and talking to their savior. Today he would train with Ash to give the Pokémon an incredible power boost, that should make it possible to overpower the dark sides without having to break their restrictions, so humans and innocent Pokémon were safe. Okay, breathed Ash. So, what do I do? The Pokémon in front of him smiled, then answered, close his eyes and relax. Try to meditate. Ash followed his instructions and closed his eyes. His body relaxed and he concentrated on even breathing. After a while another instruction came. Now try to look deep inside you. I know you already managed to locate the core of your aura, but I want you to look for something different. When you find it and feel a kind of power rushing through you, think it to me. If you found it, I will hear you. Ash gave no sign he understood. The serene surroundings of this whole place had gotten him far in meditation. Riolu said so too. The small fighting type was training with some of the Pokémon in this place right now. He tried to find what he was meant to find. It didn't take long to find the core of his aura, located directly where his heart was as well. But that wasn't what he looked for today. Ash pushed himself away from it and searched on. He didn't know how much time already passed, but he started giving up hope. With a sigh, Ash returned to the core of his aura. Getting back to reality from there was the easiest and fastest way. He was about to exit his meditation, when he caught a pulse of foreign energy. Turning his attention to it, he found it coming from within the core of his aura. Ash didn't think, he just did now. He dived into the core. Immediately his aura tried to throw him out. If he accidentally released the stored energy there, it could be devastating. But Ash fought on, the strange energy getting stronger. He couldn't exactly describe it, but it felt like a fresh and cool sea breeze on a hot summer day. Closer and closer he got to the power, and then it suddenly surrounded him. The pressure his aura had caused was gone and he seemed to flow in a slowly flowing river. Is this it? Wondered the teen. It is, answered the voice of his instructor. Ash allowed himself to relax and waited for further instructions. For now I believe it is enough, my friend. You've been in meditation for 4 hours now. Tomorrow we will try calling upon the power. Wake up now. Ash was a bit disappointed at this but saw the logic in it. He did feel drop-dead tired. So, focusing one last time, he pushed himself away from the energy, and as soon as the energy of his aura core reached him again, he was pushed forward, out of it. He left and then slowly allowed himself to wake up. He deepened his breath slowly, then opened his eyes and blinked a few times. The Pokémon in front of him smiled again, before rising up and turning to leave. I will come back tomorrow, my friend. You'll get something to eat soon, but Riolu has been dying to get to know about what happened. Ash groaned at this and fell back in his bed. The Pokémon chuckled, then left the room, only to have Riolu bursting in not 10 seconds later. The small Pokémon leaped onto the bed and demanded, "Tell me everything. Now, on with the story." Lucario did a backflip to dodge the aura sphere that was shot at him, before firing one back at Mewtwo. The psychic type dodged as well, before he sent a wave of psychic energy at the jackal. Lucario slid under it and spun to his legs again, to duck down, avoiding a punch. Lashing his own arm out, he tried to hit Mewtwo's hip, but he leaped to the side and attacked again, sending a wave of psychic energy with it. Lucario spun out of the way, before he kicked his leg out. It hit Mewtwo's right leg, causing the psychic type to fall. The last second he caught himself with his powers and shot away from Lucario. Acting quickly, he sent an aura sphere after the legendary Pokémon, hitting his shoulder. Quickly Lucario sped after him, readying his Shadow Claw. He slashed out at Mewtwo, who was quick to block him with Shadow Ball, before attacking back with Psycho Cut. Lucario blocked the attack with Shadow Claw and flipped back, to have Mewtwo firing a Hyper Beam after him. Drawing his paws back, he shot a Dragon Pulse, meeting the Hyper Beam halfway. The attacks exploded and immediately Lucario closed his eyes, before he leaped into the smoke cloud. He advanced at Mewtwo silently, then shot his aura sphere at the psychic type. The other cried out and Lucario heard him hitting the ground. He leaped again and pinned Mewtwo down, bringing his shadow claw down at the legendary Pokémon. Before he could hit him though, Mewtwo stopped his attack with Psycho Cut. Before either could do anything else, a voice reached them. Mewtwo! Lucario! Everyone! Come here now! This is bad, this is very bad. Mew? Asked the Psycat confused while Lucario leaped off of him. The two shared a glance, before they darted forward. In less than 10 seconds Professor Oak's lab came into sight. Surprised Lucario saw many Pokémon already gathered here while the humans set up something he believed was called a projector. Once they arrived, Mewtwo asked, "What's the problem?" Pikachu shrugged and leaped on Lucario's shoulder before he answered, "Don't ask any of the non-legendary Pokémon. We were all out training. Only Mew and Celebi know what's up, but they won't tell." Lucario looked back at the two female legendary Pokémon, who hurriedly helped the humans setting everything up. Shaking his head, Mewtwo stated, "We'll have to wait and see then." "Yup," agreed Corphish, who'd come over with Sceptile. The large grass type crossed his arms and stated, "I was here as one of the first and could watch firsthand how Ho tried to get Mew to tell him what was going on. It was quite a hilarious sight I might add, especially when Mew lost it and started shouting back at him. He chuckled and then Noctowl landed with them as well. I saw it too. Never thought I'd see a Pokémon like Ho cowering away from Mew. Mew has her own way to be frightening," explained Mewtwo. A shudder ran down his spine. Fighting back a smirk, Lucario asked, "You experienced it firsthand?" The lavender feline shuddered visibly now and answered, "More than once. I wouldn't even wish Giovanni this fate." He spat out the name hatefully, venom coating his voice. All of Ash's Pokémon frowned at the name and Lucario asked, "Someone care to explain? I wasn't filled into this yet." Pikachu nodded and started, "You see, Giovanni is the leader of Team Rocket. The leader of the organization those two goofballs with the talking Persian come from," asked Lucario, hoping he'd gotten it right. He'd only ever had one real encounter with them. "Yup. Giovanni is the boss and against to James, Jesse and Meowth, he knows what he does. He's the lowest scum of humankind," spat Mewtwo, his eyes narrowed dangerously. Lucario raised an eyebrow at Pikachu. The yellow mouse sighed and said, "Giovanni was the one who assigned the project of Mewtwo's creation." Lucario's eyes widened and he looked back at Mewtwo. Giovanni told Mewtwo quite some lies in the beginning and used him for battling. Pikachu frowned, obviously unsure how to continue. "I trusted him at first," stated Mewtwo suddenly. "I knew nothing of the world after all. But soon he lost my trust and I left, destroying the place he kept me in. I already told you what happened so I came to meet Ash." Lucario nodded and Mewtwo continued, "A while later, in Johto, I crossed his path once again and Ash, despite the fact that he had no idea we'd met before, helped me still. I was injured, close to death actually, because of Giovanni. He threatened my clones, so I gave myself up for them." His eyes narrowed even more. "It was painful. My memories of most of what happened before Ash managed to help me restore my health is hazy." He looked at Lucario and stated, "I'm still trying to convince myself that it's good that I haven't killed him back there. I merely took all his memories about me and my clones from him and every other member of his organization." "And that's what he did to Mewtwo in a nutshell," added Pikachu. "Believe, you don't want to know in detail." Lucario nodded, then turned to look at Mewtwo. "You had to go through a lot, Mewtwo snorted and crossed his arms. "What gave it away?" "My life story." Lucario chuckled and shook his head. Suddenly, attention everyone. Everyone winced and spun to face Mew. "Mew, for goodness sake," cried Suicun back. "Make me deaf, why don't you?" "Sorry," sighed the pink feline. "But this is really troubling." "What is it?" asked Latios. Mew shared a glance with Celebi, Professor Oak and Tracy, before she whispered, "Lugia is gone." There was a stunned silence, then Ho cried, What? You heard her, stated Shalebi. Lugia is gone. Or at least, we believe he is. Why that? Demanded Ash's male Curlia to know. Because of this, answered Mew and gestured to the projector. She floated away and Professor Oak stepped forward. We all thought it would be better for you to see it by yourself than get told, began the professor. Ever since we got to know of the threat the dark side's present, I started recording every newsflash. A good thing I did too. If you would be so kind. He trailed off and activated the projector. The video they were about to watch was projected against the lab's shadow-covered wall. Then it showed a blonde woman, who looked quite nervous. Hello and welcome to Kanto today. My name is Jane Volt. She gulped, then continued, our first report comes from the Orange Islands. The picture changed and Lucario watched interested how a few on a large chain of tropical islands. This was the Orange Archipelago a week ago, said a male voice from the background. And this. The picture shifted and everyone gasped. It now showed about 5 of the numerous islands. They all were destroyed, burned or storms and floods clashed at them. Is how they look now. No one can tell what is happening here. The members of the Orange crew help in the investigation, but no one seems to be able to find a reason for the happenings. The picture shifted again. It now showed a black-haired man with a microphone on a beach. Behind him, a little way over the ocean, was one of the destroyed islands. The inhabitants of the Orange Archipelago are in panic. Those who lived on the attacked islands evacuated and were shipped and flown over to safer places. Yet even on the islands surrounding the empty islands, people leave. Day by day ships and small planes packed with people leave the islands. Most of them head towards Kanto, since it's the closest region. We dash. He trailed off and stumbled when the ground started to shake. What is this? Cried another voice, most likely the cameraman. Suddenly a whirlpool shot out of the water. More people rushed to the beach. The reporter was one, wanting to know what was happening. People, I have no idea what is going on here, but a few eyewitnesses reported to have seen such a whirlpool before their homes were destroyed. Lucario was surprised when he saw Ho-Oh, Articuno, Moltres and Zapdos tense up. Wait a second, there is something in this thing. The camera zoomed closer to the whirling water, making a strange shadow visible to everyone. The next second the water burst apart, revealing the creature inside it. No, cried Ho-Oh in fear. On the video, they saw a big white creature with glowing red eyes and black accents. Is that, Lugia? Asked the reporter. No, it's black, whimpered Articuno. The spikes are black. That's not Lugia. It's not him. Lucario felt a shudder run down his spine. That creature was Lugia's dark side. Wait, what is it doing? Everyone who had looked away from the video, looked back, to gasp. Dark Lugia attacked the island the reporter was on. The people on the island panicked now and the reporter cried to his cameraman. Casey, run. And then the two of them ran off as well, the camera jiggling back to Dark Lugia often. Suddenly the screen went blank and then Jane Volt was in the picture again. Resident Pokémon professors on the Orange Archipelago have given their opinion to these happenings. They all had different theories, but in one thing they all agree. Her eyes narrowed and she said, they all said, whatever this thing is, it is not Lugia. It is not the water's guardian. And with that the news ended. It was silent for a second, then Mew turned to Ho-Oh and asked, do you understand? Yes, whispered Ho-Oh. Lugia, he would have stopped his dark side from wreaking so much havoc. He would never just stand by and watch this. Of course, he was always quite reserved, staying out of battles as long as he deems interference unnecessary, but he would never stand back when his dark side is involved. Mew nodded and once again everyone was silent. Lucario himself had trouble processing what they just saw. It was simply terrible. Suddenly May cleared her throat. Everyone looked at her. She opened her mouth to speak, then fell silent again. Child speak, please, asked Ho-Oh. Yeah May, what is it? Asked Manaphy from her lap. Lucario frowned when he felt May's nervousness through his aura. Before he could make a move though, she took a deep breath and stated, at least we now know what to do next. Everyone stared at her, then Latio stated, May, this is gracious but dash. Nothing but, snapped the girl now and rose up. I get that you're all shaken because of Ash. I am too. But I wouldn't deserve his friendship if I wasn't ready to continue without him. I don't know where he is, or when we'll see him again, but the one thing I do know is that I'm not going to give up just because he's gone. And if none of you guys will take me to the Orange Islands, well I'm certain Lapras wouldn't mind taking me. She looked at Ash's water-ice type, who smirked at her and nodded in answer. No way I'm backing out of this, stated Lapras for the Pokémon in the group. Ash would never back down either. I'll continue this for him. Most of Ash's Pokémon nodded now, agreeing with her. A few thought of the situation as hopeless, but Lucario saw their aura flaring in determination. If they would decide to continue, none of them would back down either. But this is our battle, tried Moltres to argue. Wrong, argued Infernape now. Lucario saw how Mewtwo's eyes flashed bright blue for a second, then the humans all turned to listen to Infernape as well. Ah, I understand. He's translating, thought Lucario. You're wrong, repeated Infernape. It was your battle. But you made it ours the day you asked Ash for help. You pulled him into this. Not against his will, but you did nonetheless. And the moment you did, it became the fight of all of his Pokémon too. Of his family, added Dileia. Of his friends, piped Misty up. Of everyone he cares about and who cares about him as well. This isn't a battle of legendary Pokémon any longer. This is a battle for everyone who wishes to stay on this world, ended Pikachu, sparks coming from his cheeks. Lucario turned his head to the side to not be hit by them. Most of the legendary Pokémon, besides Celebi, Mewtwo and Suicun, who had all come to know Ash and his Pokémon well, looked at everyone in surprise. Lucario took a step forward and said, My friends, it is like it is with the guilt you all carry for Ash's disappearance. It was Ash's own choice to help you with this problem, just like it is now the choice of all of us to continue. We can back out of it, stay here at the lab and be safe for the while, but we will not do it. Each of us is still willing to help, no matter how dangerous it might be. Lucario gave a dry smirk and ended, most Pokémon and humans here have experience with this through Ash's adventures. Exactly, agreed Brock. I traveled through the most regions with Ash. I was his longest companion on his travels and I know how dangerous it can get when he gets involved with legendary Pokémon, but I won't back out either. Lucario was about to add a little more, when a sob stopped him. Everyone looked at the source, to find that it was Latias who had started to cry. She looked up at everyone, her eyes sparkling with hope. Thank you, managed the female. Eon Dragon to choke out. Thank you all. New sobs started to rake her body and Latios pulled her into a strong hug, before smiling at the other legendary Pokémon. I doubt we can argue them out of this, old friends. Of course you can't, snapped Mewtwo, obviously getting impatient. They're friends with Ash. Get it into your heads already. Lucario chuckled silently while he watched the fuming feline. As much as Mewtwo hid it, he had a good heart and Lucario knew he just wanted to finally leave for the Orange Islands. He wanted to help. Pikachu, having seen the same, giggled into his tail. Finally Ho-Oh nodded his head and said, Very well, let us start to plan. We need to get there soon, but being unprepared can cost us much. Ash was meditating with Riolu again. He'd done that a lot lately. Although at first he'd gotten annoyed with it, once he'd gotten the hang of it, it was actually not a bad way to pass time. Tuning the outside world out completely, there was much he could do. Sometimes he tried channeling his aura within himself, trying to get a better control over it. On other times, he just enjoyed the peace he felt and then he sometimes just used the time to think. Lately he dived into the other power inside him a few times. Each time he reached it faster and battled a little less with his aura to get to it. Right now however, Ash just did nothing. Allowed his thoughts to wander on their own. He felt Riolu next to him clearly. He couldn't exactly see him with aura, but he felt the pulsing of Riolu's own core of aura. Suddenly a loud crash echoed through the room. With a yelp Ash jerked out of his meditation and fell out of the bed. Riolu was next to him the next second. "What was that?" exclaimed the teen. "I have no idea," muttered Riolu. Ash picked himself up from the ground, to hear another crash, followed by a frustrated cry. "You think he's trying to break the barrier again?" asked the teen. Riolu nodded and they listened silently. A third, fourth, fifth crash followed, each louder than the one before. "He never tried it that often in a row," muttered Ash worriedly. "Come on Riolu." He ran off, Riolu following suit. The two raced out of the room and through sapphire-colored walls. They passed two Vaporeon, who crouched on the ground, wincing with every new crash that sounded through the air. Finally they reached a big hall and Ash turned left, running to a very big portal. The door was pure white and shimmered brightly. He placed his hand on the door and sent a small pulse of aura into it. It was enough for the place to recognize him and the door to open. Trainer and Pokémon rushed out, to hear a new crash and another frustrated cry. Then, not 10 feet from them, something big crashed into the white steps, dust bursting around it. "Lugia!" cried Ash and ran over to the white and blue Pokémon that had saved his and Riolu's lives. Lugia just picked himself up and rose into the air once more. Ash watched in shock how he shot a combination of Aeroblast and Hyper Beam straight forward. 20 meters from Lugia, it suddenly shot back at the legendary Pokémon and blasted him. Lugia cried out and crashed down once more. Again Ash ran forward, dodging the many holes Lugia had created in his crashes already. Lugia pushed himself up again already, his furious gaze directed straight forward. "Lugia!" called Ash, skidded to a stop next to the legendary Pokémon. Lugia's head snapped towards him, his black eyes burning with rage. The teen heard a scared whimper and found Riolu hiding behind his legs. Ash simply raised his hand and placed it on one of Lugia's wings. The Pokémon shuddered in answer, before his heavy breathing slowed down a bit. "What happened?" asked the teen. "I never saw you trying to break the shield with so much determination." Lugia sighed deeply and glanced away from him. "It's getting worse." Chosen one dash, he stopped when he saw Ash's look and even chuckled a bit. "Ash, my apologize. It's getting worse Ash. He's still attacking the islands. One after the other. I am here to protect the Orange Archipelago Ash. And I'm foreign to feeling useless. What am I here for when I cannot protect the people and Pokémon I'm meant to protect?" "But, isn't that what the two of you trained for?" asked Riolu now, stepping out from behind Ash. "To destroy the shield that keeps us all down here, the shield your dark side created, together." Yes, that is what I trained with Ash for. But it is still very unsettling that I can do nothing but wait. I'm also still troubled to how my dark side was able to create such a strong shield. Yet it still is a wonder I managed to get past the shield to save the lives of you two. And you both know it rendered me incapable of moving for about a day. Taking a deep breath, Ash managed to smile up at Lugia and patted his shoulder gently. "Don't worry Lugia, we'll find a way. Nothing, not even such a shield is going to keep me from getting back to my friends and family." Somewhere far away from both groups, in the Sinnoh region, 3 small figures had met at a slightly frozen lake. The 3 were Mesprit, Azelf and Uxie, the legendary Pokémon of emotion, willpower and knowledge. Uxie floated closer to the water than the other 2, his forehead scrunched up in concentration while Mesprit and Azelf watched him worriedly. Suddenly his features evened up and he floated a little higher, joining the other 2. They looked at him expectantly and Uxie raised his 2 tails. Mesprit raised one of hers and held the gem against Uxie's. Azelf did the same with Uxie's second tail. They all glowed for a second, before Uxie asked, "Do you see now? There is nothing to worry about yet. Nothing that would need our interference. Lugia and his chosen one will soon return to the surface of the world and it will bring the Orange Archipelago peace." "Temporary," argued Azelf. Mesprit sighed and asked, "Azelf, brother, calm yourself. Your worry makes me edgy." Before Azelf could argue back, Uxie added, "We both understand what the chosen one means to you, Azelf, but I have to agree with Mesprit. Calm yourself. Your worry will not help our case at all. For now we have to remain here in Sinnoh and keep watch over Arceus." Azelf's expression darkened and he asked, "Does he suspect anything?" "No," answered his siblings unison. "I'm keeping track of his emotions. His emotions to us are not how they should be, proving our fear, but they're not hostile or distrusting," explained Mesprit. "I'm keeping track of his decisions," stated Uxie. "He is planning nothing. That involves us. His main attention is on Dialga, Giratina and Darkrai, since they actually argued back at his decision." "What about his intentions?" asked Mesprit Azelf now. The spirit of willpower sighed deeply and answered, "He's undecided and making his moves rather quick. He knows what he does and is certain of it, but he does not think things through. He might not suspect us, but I know he knows someone is keeping an eye on him. It is getting more dangerous," concluded Mesprit. Her brothers nodded, but Uxie said, "But we cannot stop now." "Agreed. He will fall, one way or another," stated Azelf with determination. "Dark Arceus will soon wish he never even tried to escape from his prison." Lucario looked around once Ho-Oh had landed on their destination. It was the island that was the closest to the, by now, 8 destroyed islands. They all had figured that Dark Lugia's next attack would take place here. "It looks even worse from this close," whispered a female voice. Everyone turned, to find Articuno staring straight out at the ocean. Following her gaze, Lucario frowned and couldn't help but agree with her. Across the ocean, 3 of the attacked islands were visible to them, one looking worse than the other. Turning back to everyone else, he once again scanned the members of their group. Not everyone had come, since most had agreed that it could be possible for other dark sides to suddenly show up. From the legendary Pokémon only Ho-Oh, Latios, Articuno and Mewtwo had joined them. The humans in the group were represented by Gary, Oak and May. Both had 6 of their Pokémon with them, as well as 3 of Ash's each. Ash's 6 Pokémon were Pikachu, obviously, Lucario himself, Lapras, Swellow, Noctowl and Kabutops. "It's only a matter of time till the attack comes, isn't it?" asked Gary, breaking the ominous silence that reigned over everything. Lucario wasn't certain of his voice, mental or physical, so he simply nodded in the young researcher's direction. "What the?" Lucario looked up at Lapras' exclamation, to find the blue Pokémon swimming near the shore. Her purple eyes shone worriedly while she eyes the sea. "What's wrong?" asked Pikachu and leaped from May's shoulder. By now everyone had caught up that something was the matter and looked at Lapras. The blue Pokémon just shook her head for a second, then asked, "Kabutops, come in here. Can you feel this too?" Kabutops tilted his head, but the fossil Pokémon waded into the water. The moment it reached his hip, he froze in mid-step and a shudder passed through him. "What with my ancient family?" exclaimed the Pokémon and flipped back, out of the water. "It's not that uncomfortable," stated Lapras, locking eyes with him. "Probably not for you, since your connection with this sea is stronger than mine," argued Kabutops back and frowned. "Can anyone please tell us what's going on?" exclaimed Swellow. "I'm not certain I can explain it," answered Kabutops. "I cannot either. It's just strange." "Strange?" questioned Ho-Oh. Both water dual types shrugged, to have Latios turn to Articuno and ask, "What about you, Articuno? Do you feel anything strange?" "Articuno?" asked May. Gary nodded and explained, "Grandpa says that the legendary birds are crucial for the climate on the Orange Islands and, resulting from that, partly the whole world's." Articuno's and Moltres' combined powers of ice and fire are said to be the source and cradle of the oceans, and that Zapdos' electric energy creates the currents and streams, which is why the three of them are apparently closely bound to the guardian of the ocean. Which is Lugia, finished Ho-Oh. May nodded in understanding, as did Lucario and every other of Ash's Pokémon besides Lapras and Pikachu. I do feel a difference, stated Articuno. But it's only very slight. It probably would be stronger if, and there I agree with Kabutops, I would be partly a water type. Of course, my brother's presence could make it more potent too. Yet, I do understand what Lapras and Kabutops mean. I cannot explain or describe the feeling either. Not at all, not even the slightest, asked Mewtwo. Articuno remained silent, but narrowed her eyes, before she slowly said, dread is a part of it. Also. Panic, whispered Lapras now, and Kabutops added, pressure. Yes, panic and pressure as well, and so much more, ended Articuno and shook her head. Do you think that's Dark Lugia? Asked Latios. Articuno shrugged in answer, and Ho-Oh declared, no matter if it is or not, we need to be ready. No one can leave the group. If you have to, at least one of us legendary Pokémon should be with you, and no legendary should leave alone either. We won't swim or fly out too far either, added Swellow, his eyes narrowed when they locked at the closest island. The dark blue bird's wings twitched a little, as if he was itching to fly over and check up on the island. Everyone turned to mind his or her own business now. Lapras swam back to them, resting directly at the shore. Kabutops was nearby, lashing his sickles out at imaginary opponents. Noctowl was in a conversation with Articuno while Ho-Oh, Latios and Mewtwo talked to May and Gary. Lucario settled himself down under a tree and started to meditate, when Pikachu's voice caught his attention. What's wrong, Swellow? The Aura Guardian opened his eyes, to find Pikachu looking up to the branch. Swellow crouched one. The bird simply shook his head, before he answered, I'm itching to do something, that's it. You know how I hate sitting at the sidelines. Pikachu smirked and started scaling the tree. Come on, Swellow, you know as much as I do that all of us hate that. I mean, look around, why do you think everyone is trying to keep themselves occupied? He gestured around and Swellow followed it, before sighing and whispering, it's just, having to hear about Ash disappearing like that, reminds me of what happened in the Tree of Beginning a few years ago. Lucario raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Pikachu tilted his head, then asked, specify that please. A lot of things happened. I mean when those antibodies swallowed him, snarled Swellow and flapped his wings angrily. I felt so useless there. All of a sudden he was gone. And now again. The bird shook his head wildly and Lucario saw how he desperately tried to hold back his tears. His personality reminded Lucario a whole lot of Sceptile. Both were usually calm and collected, but, like any other of Ash's Pokémon, cared for him deeply. Even those who rarely expressed their feelings, had trouble controlling them when Ash was in danger. Pikachu placed a calming paw on Swellow's wing and gently pressed it back against the bird's flank, before responding, how do you think I feel? I know him longer than you after all, from the very beginning, and I had to watch him disappearing, getting injured or lost a lot of time. Pikachu was barely whispering at this point and Lucario had to strain his ears to hear him. I can't count how often we ran into some kind of danger where the chances of ever coming out were bad. But somehow we pulled through, and I just know we'll do again now. Lucario smiled to himself now and returned to his meditation. For a few hours everything continued like that. Every now and then someone lost his nerves, but was quickly calmed, when suddenly sirens had everyone wincing. The legendary Pokémon dived for cover immediately while May and Gary got up from their positions. Lucario sprinted to their side and then a Houndoom leaped at them. Before anyone had time to react, Pikachu leaped forward, his thunder clashing with the dog-like Pokémon's flamethrower. By now the rest of Ash's Pokémon had appeared and May and Gary had called out Blaziken and Blastoise. Stop resisting justice, called a female voice now, and a woman stepped out of the bushes. Officer Jenny, asked May. Lucario raised an eyebrow at Pikachu, who explained quickly, Officer Jenny is not a single woman, if you wonder that. Rather, there are many Jennys working as police officers across all the regions, they're all somehow related. Lucario nodded in understanding, then Officer Jenny growled, give them back. Give who back? Asked Gary. The Pokémon you stole. The Pokémon that were sent over to the Pokémon Center on this island during an evacuation. You stole them. We did not steal anything, cried May. Isn't it possible that they were already sent farther away without you realizing it? Asked Gary. Officer Jenny shook her head and hissed, no. The electricity was cut the second the last Pokémon came over. And now they're gone. You are the only new arrivals, so it has to be you. We would never do something like that, argued May. We're good people, Anne. I bet you trained all of your Pokémon to aid you in this, didn't you? Now, Lucario was able to brush off her idea of them being thieves. He understood what this woman went through. But accusing him on being trained to do not just wrong, but such terrible things as stealing Pokémon set him off. He took a step forward, to get Houndoom leaping at him. With a quick aura sphere, the Pokémon got blasted away and Lucario marched up to Officer Jenny. Lucario, warned May. He ignored her and grabbed the woman's collar, pulling her down to his eye level. Growling he spat, now listen here, woman. I can sympathize with the strain you must feel from your duty. But I will not let you accuse me of being a thief. I value my honor and aura too much for this. My kind is, through our very own species, rendered incapable of doing wrong. Neither I nor my companions caused the crime you accuse us of. The woman stared at Lucario wide-eyed, when he finally let go of her and pushed away. She staggered backwards, while Lucario kept glaring at her. Suddenly he felt a weight on his shoulder and glanced there. Pikachu crouched there, looking back at him. Lucario, what was that? I never saw you that angry, asked the yellow Pokémon. Lucario shook his head and answered, nothing Pikachu, it was nothing, really. I do not take being called a thief or anything along those lines and beyond well. Pikachu continued looking at him and after a while, Lucario caved and looked at the two humans. They were in a conversation with Officer Jenny, so Lucario turned away and walked back to the beach. Ash's Pokémon followed him and he sensed the legendary Pokémon sneaking through the trees, following him as well. At the beach, Lucario allowed himself to slide down at a rock and sit in the sand. Lucario? Asked Noctowl and tilted his head. What was it with you before? Lucario sighed deeply, then whispered, my kind of Pokémon, is incapable of doing evil deeds. Wrong things, yes, because we can all make mistakes, but not evil. Yet, I barely remember it, but there was a time where Pokémon were so desperate, where survival was so hard, that my kind hit their lowest point. He shuddered at the memories and Mewtwo settled down next to him. Explain, Lucario. Maybe we can help. With a shake of his head, Lucario answered, I doubt you can Mewtwo. It is in the past, where I pray it will stay. But if you truly wish to know. He trailed off and looked at everyone. Though some of them looked slightly ashamed, each Pokémon nodded at Lucario to continue. Taking a deep breath, Lucario began, it were dark times. Sir Aaron and I, we felt it coming. Those terrible happenings that led to the war he died in. Humans used Pokémon to harm each other, to destroy their harvest, to poison their water. What the humans did not realize though, was that they harmed all Pokémon as well. Back there far more Lucario and Riolu were around, and those times are the reason our species is so rare now. In a short pause, Lucario pondered how to continue, when Kabutops asked, so in the past Lucario were common Pokémon? I wouldn't say common, but defiantly not as rare as they were for a while now, answered Ho-Oh. Everyone looked at him and he said, do not forget, I keep watch over Kanto and I have done so since long. But I cannot interfere with everything. Yet, I do remember those dark times. And I do remember the pure energy that seemed to wash away all evil. He smiled. Only decades later Mew told me that Sir Aaron was the reason for it. Lucario nodded, then explained, even back there my kind was praised for nobility and honor. Being a Lucario, it was something you could take pride in. And I did, instinctively I did, though Sir Aaron always warned me to be proud of who I am, not what I am. I only realized the importance of those words after. Lucario jerked when pain tore through his shoulder. His arm shot up to grab it. Lucario, exclaimed everyone. With a grunt the jackal forced the pain away and growled, "It's nothing, only an old injury that hurts with the memory." "What memory?" asked Articuno softly. Lucario's eyes darkened and he whispered, "The memory of, as the humans called it, the betrayal of the noble." Flashback. "I do not understand, master." "What are we doing here?" asked Lucario and looked around in the empty pub. Sir Aaron gazed around as well, his stance showing Lucario how alert the man was. This is one of the few places in the lower parts of town that still has great reserves of food and wine, Lucario. And, if I decoded the pattern those thieves use correct, it will be the next place they try to steal from. A growl rose in Lucario's throat, but he gulped it back down. The kingdom was suffering from not just the constant attacks, but also the destroyed crops and the poisoned fresh water. Most inhabitants of Rhoda had to resort to wine since it was, for now, still easy to get. It was somehow ironic that water became so much more precious than wine. The next few hours, till deep in the night, the two warriors spent in silence, ready to act upon the slightest noise. Shortly after midnight, a suddenly noise startled Lucario out of his meditation. He leaped onto his legs and looked around. Sir Aaron nearby did the same, before the human closed his eyes. His posture went rigid and Lucario was about to copy him, when his eyes snapped open and he hissed, "Lucario, leave." "What?" asked Lucario startled. "Run and get the palace guard and let us pray it's not too late then." "But master, I dash." "Lucario, this is for your best. Go." "But dash." Now the Aura Guardian glared at his apprentice and pleaded, "Lucario, don't make me order you." The jackal took a step back, still staring at Sir Aaron, before he spun around and dashed off. He leaped out a small window in one fluid motion and landed in an ally. Reacting fast, he ran off, to almost topple over and onto the street. Behind him he had heard a startled cry from Sir Aaron, then a few crashes, before the Aura Guardian cried out once more. Lucario felt torn. He wished to follow his master's orders and get help, but his whole being pulled him back to his Aura Keeper, urging him to help the man he cared so much for. With one last cry from Sir Aaron, Lucario spun around and raced back to the pub. He burst through the door now, not caring whether the attackers saw him or not, and rushed into the house. Speeding through a hallway, he soon reached the room he and Sir Aaron had waited in, to freeze in shock. The first thing he registered was the blood. The human blood. His eyes followed the trail and a startled cry escaped the Pokémon. Glazed blue eyes stared back at him, begging him to leave. Sir Aaron had cuts lathering his arms and blood still seeped from a wound on his head. His staff and hat lay in another corner of the room. What shocked Lucario even more though were the two creatures that crouched atop his master. It were Lucario as well. Wide-eyed, he took a step back, his eyes flitting from face to face. Dread filled his heart but he pushed it away as long as there was a small chance he was wrong. Closing his eyes, he sent out his aura, to have Sir Aaron rasp, "Don't." But too late. Lucario felt how his insides turned upside down at what his aura showed him. One more Lucario as well as two Riolu were in the cellar of the pub, gathering whatever food and non-alcoholic liquid they could find. Another shocking revelation was how dark their auras were. Even the most vile humans he'd sensed till now had not felt this dark to him. "Well, what do we have here?" asked a female voice. Lucario's eyes snapped open when another Lucario appeared in front of him. Her aura told him it was the one that had been in the cellar. To his shock, she wore a leather belt with 2 daggers and, what enraged Sir Aaron's apprentice, had put on his master's hat. Yet he remained silent. "Anne, where do you come from?" asked the female. "Or better for now, what is your name?" "I do not have a certain name. I am simply called Lucario," answered the Pokémon, switching back to his native tongue, his eyes narrowed at the female. She laughed and asked, "Well, did we trespass your territory? If so, we can share." "What?" asked Lucario startled. The female raised an eyebrow and by now the 2 Riolu had joined them as well. "You're new in this, aren't you? I can tell. Your aura is still so bright. Well, you'll get why we do what we do when you hit your low point as well. Till then, see you." And then she was gone, followed by the other 4. It took a few more seconds before Lucario could move again, then he rushed over to Sir Aaron, collapsing next to the Aura Guardian on his knees. "Master," asked the Pokémon and carefully placed a paw on Sir Aaron's shoulder. The man twitched before he shakily pushed himself up. Lucario helped him as much as he could, but Sir Aaron shied away soon. Pain tore through the Pokémon and he whispered, "I am sorry master, you told me to get the guards but, I heard you cry out and I thought." Lucario trailed off with a sigh, then felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked up, to find Sir Aaron looking back at him sadly. "That was not the reason I just moved away, Lucario. I thought you might be angry at me." "At you?" exclaimed the Pokémon. "Why would I be?" Sir Aaron shook his head and explained, "I knew the second I felt their auras what they were, Lucario. I asked you to leave to keep you from the pain of learning this." Lucario gulped, then whispered, I cannot believe it. Why are they even down here? My kind is supposed to live up in the mountains." Sir Aaron shrugged, then narrowed his eyes and asked, "There's something else bothering you, my friend?" "What is it?" Lucario hesitated, then admitted, "I'm scared." "Of what?" "That I could turn into them." The hand on his shoulder tightened and Sir Aaron growled, "You will not turn into them, Lucario. You are bright-hearted and will always be." "All of my kind is supposed to be," muttered Lucario, before he continued, "Master, this female, she asked me if I was new in this. That means, she and her group are behind most of the robberies. She even asked if this was my territory and told me that when I hit my low point, I'll turn into them. Their auras, it felt just so wrong." Shudders ran down the Pokémon's spine when he remembered. The next second he was pulled forward and into Sir Aaron's arms. Lucario tensed up. He was no fan of being hugged. But then he relaxed. The silent comfort this hug gave, he desperately needed it now. Finally all of his feelings burst out of him and with a choked sob, Lucario started to cry into Sir Aaron's chest. It was the first time he'd broken down like this in his life. He prayed it would be the last time as well. End of flashback. With a dry laugh Lucario muttered, "That last prayer of mine wasn't granted." "What do you mean?" asked Lapras softly. Lucario tensed up when pain tore through his shoulder once more. Suddenly a cool hand was placed onto it and the Aura Guardian looked up at Mewtwo. "Something else happened," stated the legendary Pokémon and gave Lucario's shoulder a meaningful glance. Lucario nodded and whispered, "Something else did happen." About 3 weeks after this encounter the thieving Pokémon had started attacking the palace as well. Only 2 groups of thieves ever managed to get in. One was a group of ghost types. Sir Aaron and I were pretty defenseless against them. Had it not been for the Gardevoir, Gallade and Pidgeot he trained as well, who knows what could have happened. The second group. "It was that female Lucario, wasn't it?" asked Swellow. Lucario nodded and explained, "The moment she broke in, Sir Aaron made a snap decision to put a plan into action he'd been hesitating to accept." "What plan?" asked Latios. Lucario jerked when his shoulder flared in pain once more, then whispered, "Sending me with them." "What?" exclaimed Articuno. "You mean like those people and Pokémon in movies?" asked Noctowl on the other hand. Everyone stared at him and he answered, "You know, those who actually work for the good guys, but sneak in with the bad guys and work with them to defeat them." Lucario nodded in agreement and explained, "When Dana's group Dana, asked Ho-Oh. Her name," explained Lucario. Once Dana's group attacked the palace a second time, Sir Aaron went to face them in the courtyard with the other three. We chose this place since Pidgeot could use his aerial attacks there. Anyhow, they fought, and when it seemed like Dana and her Pokémon would lose, I came in and helped them. I fought with only half of my actual power, to make sure we would still lose, and left with them." Lucario gave a dry grin and continued, "I gained Dana's trust easily. After 2 months, she even made me her second in command, but, day by day I felt myself changing. I had to go with them on their hunts, I had to do what they did. Dana had been right all along. I came closer and closer to my lowest point, and it changed me." Clenching his eyes shut, Lucario couldn't keep his mental voice up anymore, so he continued normally. "It got easy, so easy to harm those around me. To push care, worry and sympathy away. Then, little more than 5 months after I joined them, Dana decided it was time to try another attack on the palace. She knew about my actual strength by then, she knew I could keep Sir Aaron busy for a while. I agreed immediately, not because I wanted Sir Aaron's help to stop them but, simply because she said it. I felt so, I can't describe it, I just shut my own will down. How, I don't know. A day before the attack, I was training alone at a stream, when I caught sight of my reflection. Back there, it didn't bother me, after it and now it haunts my dreams." Lucario fell silent and Lapras softly asked, "Why?" Lucario simply got up slowly and walked a few feet away from the group, before closing his eyes. He'd learned how to return his aura to the state it had been in mere days before Aaron had sealed him away. The pain in his shoulder died down once he'd started and disappeared fully when he was done. Behind him he heard the legendary Pokémon gasp in shock, and Lucario took a look at his reflection in a nearby saltwater pool. He frowned. Just like he remembered. His normally bright ruby eyes had turned to a dark and hazy crimson, his usually bright fur was dull and his fangs and the orange fur on his torso had grown in length. A shudder ran through him when Dana's nearly black eyes flashed in his mind. "Lucario?" asked Swellow now. That snapped the Pokémon out of his thoughts. Ash's Pokémon had still no idea what he had just changed. Without any preparation, he spun to face the group of Pokémon and most jerked back in shock. Mewtwo, Pikachu and Ho-Oh were the first to catch themselves, followed by everyone else. Lucario walked back over to the group and in a flash his aura returned to normal, his appearance following suit. "What was that?" breathed Kabutops once Lucario sat again. Glancing away, Lucario admitted, "That was what I looked like before the attack." He felt everyone's fear through their auras, but continued, "In the night of the attack, we had a full moon. Of course Sir Aaron and Gallade sensed us coming from afar, so they awaited us in the courtyard, just like 5 months before. Once we arrived, Sir Aaron stepped forward and demanded we leave again. Dana just grinned back at him and threw some insults. She believed he wouldn't understand him. Well, the only thing she managed with that was making Gallade furious. Sir Aaron took another step forward then and... Flashback. Lucario watched the happenings with narrowed eyes. He did remember everything he and Sir Aaron had gone through, but couldn't find it in himself to care. He did remember his mission, but it seemed so insignificant. That was when the Aura Guardian took another step forward. Growls came from the 2 other Lucario behind him. One of them was called Spike, the other, like Lucario himself, by their species name. That was when the clouds shifted, allowing a little more light, illuminating Lucario and Spike, who'd been covered by shadows till now. The Pokémon didn't manage to bite back a grin when Sir Aaron froze when he saw him. The Aura Guardian's blue eyes were wide in shock, then flashed a bit brighter. Lucario did realize what that meant. The man used Aura Sight without closing his eyes. Once he was done, his eyes were even wider. Then he lowered his head, his gloved fists clenching. That was what Dana had been waiting for. With a flick of her ear, her whole group, by now consisting of 3 male and 1 female Riolu as well as 4 male and 2 female Lucario, rushed forward as one. Pidgeot swooped down and managed to take Spike and 2 other Lucario down swiftly, but was shot down through Dana. Gallade charged directly at Dana, getting into a dangerous close-range fight with her. Gardevoir had taken a stance in front of Sir Aaron, who was still in his former position. Lucario just ran past Dana and Gallade, when the female hissed, "Now!" Nodding, the jackal sped for Sir Aaron, to come face to face with Gardevoir, who hadn't recognized him yet. She fired a psychic attack at him, but Lucario easily dodged and threw a dark-tinted aura sphere back at her. Whatever position he'd moved into, it had given her the last clue and she gasped in shock. Then Lucario was already in front of her, pushing her aside easily, to come face to face with Sir Aaron. The Aura Guardian's eyes were dark with regret and he opened his mouth to speak, when Lucario blasted a close-ranged aura sphere into his stomach. Sir Aaron cried out in pain and staggered backwards. Lucario felt 3 flashes of raw shock and knew they came from Pidgeot, Gallade and Gardevoir. He charged at Sir Aaron again, but this time the knight was ready for him and dodged his Shadow Claw. Then he shot an aura sphere back at Lucario, who ducked away from it and lashed out at Sir Aaron with Metal Claw. The two engaged into the same close-ranged combat the Pokémon had seen between Dana and Gallade. Despite the advantage in numbers, Sir Aaron did have the better fighters, so the battles lasted till the first rays of sunshine sent light over the sky. That was when it happened. Sir Aaron had been about to dodge another of Lucario's attacks, having barely attacked by himself, when he tripped over a fallen pillar. Immediately Lucario took action and rammed his knee into the man's stomach. Aaron, who'd been just about to stand up, toppled over and fell onto his knees. Lucario readied his Metal Claw for a last strike, when Dana shouted, "Stop!" Lucario froze, then glanced back. Gallade was being restrained by Spike and the other 2 male Lucario, while the female held Gardevoir and the Riolu pinned Pidgeot down. Dana walked up to Lucario and Sir Aaron and gave the Aura Pokémon a glare that said, "Back off, he's mine." Lucario complied and stepped back till he stood near Gallade. The white and green Pokémon glared at him, but Lucario shook it off easily. Why should he care? Suddenly Sir Aaron cried out again. Everyone looked there, to find him holding a hand against his chest. Dana grinned evilly and lifted her right paw. Her Metal Claw glowed bluish, the shine coming from the sky uppercut she'd combined it with. With the other paw she grabbed Sir Aaron's hair and pulled his head up. Then she snarled, "Any last words, human?" "Yes," coughed the Aura Guardian out and directed his glassed blue eyes on Lucario, boring them into him. Lucario looked back, to have Sir Aaron give him a sad smile and whisper, "The Aura is with us." It was only 5 little words, but they nonetheless sent a rush of raw and pure aura through Lucario. His eyes widened and in a flash his mind cleared from everything that had clouded it the past few months. Only a second later a shocking realization hit him. Dana was about to kill Sir Aaron. Lucario's eyes focused back on Dana and his master, to gasp. Her claw went up, then came down. He had no idea where the power came from, but Lucario pushed himself forward with a speed he didn't know he possessed and slid past Dana, to stand between her and the reason he had not died up in the mountains years ago. Dana's claw impaled his shoulder and Lucario let loose an agonized cry. The moment Dana had stopped, he staggered forward and fell against Sir Aaron, who was too injured to catch him in time. That resulted in Lucario sliding of and hitting the ground hard, crying out again when his shoulder hit the ground. His senses went into overdrive, though everything was in a haze, and his aura caused him to feel like he was watching whatever was happening from outside his own body. Dana stared at him in shock, as did everyone else. The only one who wasn't frozen was Sir Aaron, who immediately reacted and rolled Lucario onto his uninjured side. Then he started shouting out orders. "Pidgeot, get a healer. Lucario needs help. Galade, make sure no one comes too close. Gardevoir, help me stop the bleeding or he'll die. The moment the knight's voice reached them, the three Pokémon broke away from their captors and rushed to do as he said. Galade leaped in front of both of them, facing Dana and her group, while Gardevoir went to Lucario's side, worry etched on her face. Pidgeot rushed off, trying to get a healer fast. Lucario. Lucario, look at me. The worry in Sir Aaron's voice surprised Dana and her group enough to keep them frozen where they were. Lucario felt faintly how hand took a gentle hold on his face and turned his head. Lucario, please. Don't die on me, whispered Sir Aaron, his soft pleas muffled by Lucario's own heartbeat. Lucario. Please, cried Sir Aaron. Now then Lucario heard a ripping sound. The Aura Guardian had started ripping strings of fabric from his coat so Gardevoir could stop the bleeding. Please. Lucario, you can't die yet. Not before you know that I'm sorry. The last word caught the weak Pokémon's attention and he managed to finally look directly into his master's face. Tears streamed down, washing away Aaron's blood. I'm sorry Lucario, I'm so sorry, continued the Aura Guardian, unaware that his student was listening now. I should have never agreed to this plan. There was a reason that I was against it in the first place. You told me of your fear. That you fear you could change. I told you I wouldn't let that happen. No, I promised you. And yet, look where we are. I broke my promise. I sent you to those thieves alone and look what it did to you. I can barely recognize you right now, and it's all my fault. I'm sorry Lucario, I'm so very sorry. I wish it was different. You should still be with your family. Not here with me. Maybe I shouldn't have gone up that mountain. Maybe. The Aura Guardian trailed off and his eyes widened when Lucario managed to roll onto his back, before giving a faint smile. I do not regret anything, managed the Pokémon to get out. If you hadn't found me on that mountain, I would have died. Nothing of this was your fault, Master. And then Lucario did something he'd never done before. Something he wouldn't remember doing for a long time. With all of his remaining strength, the Pokémon pushed himself up and slung his uninjured arm around his master, hugging him close. Sir Aaron reacted immediately and hugged the Pokémon back. A faint smile came over Lucario's features when he felt how his and Sir Aaron's aura reconnected and he felt how purity slowly returned to his own. After a long while the two pulled apart, only for Lucario to see something horrible. Dana's face was a mask of rage and she charged at Sir Aaron's unprotected back. Lucario tried to warn his master, when the claws came down at them already. Then everything disappeared in blue light and Lucario knew nothing more. End of flashback. Lucario fell silent for a second, then whispered, when I woke up, Sir Aaron sat next to the bed I was in. His arms and head were still covered in bandages, but other than that, he was fine. He told me that, in our wish to keep each other safe, we accidentally released a shockwave of aura as pure as it can get. Once it died down, I blacked out. Sir Aaron did too, but he was still awake long enough to see Dana and her group look around confused, before they turned to leave. What exactly happened, we never knew, but after this night, there was no thieving anymore, nowhere in the kingdom. So, that's why you get so angry when someone accuses you of thieving and worse, whispered Pikachu in realization. Lucario nodded and answered, I so dearly wish to forget everything that happened there, but I can't. It's forever committed to my memory. Shaking his head, Lucario got up and walked into the ocean a bit, till he was a few inches in the water. With a soft smile he ended, when there was one good thing that came from this, it was me learning what can and will happen if I ever go against my nature again. All of a sudden the earth started to shake and Lucario staggered deeper into the water before he had his stand again. What was that? Cried Noctowl. The next second a tornado of water shot out of the ocean and high into the air. The evil aura hit Lucario like a toro's stampede and Ho-Oh growled, it's beginning. Then he took off, directly for the water tornado, Articuno close behind. Mewtwo led everyone else back to May and Gary, who had called all their Pokémon out by now. They all gathered at a cliff that was close to the tornado. Ho-Oh and Articuno circled around it. The next second the water burst apart and revealed the Pokémon inside. Dark Lugia stared at all of them, grinning evilly. Well, snarled the evil Pokémon and laughed. It appears I finally get a little challenge. How interesting. The next second an aeroblast came at the group. Look out. Pikachu's head shot up at Swellow's cry and the bird dived down, quickly scooping up Delcatty and rushing away from where a Dark Pulse almost hit the normal type. With a growl Pikachu spun around and smashed his iron tail into the approaching Drapion. Somehow Dark Lugia had managed to get quite a number of dark types under his order. That fits, thought the yellow mouse while he flipped away from Drapion's poison fang. A dark side controls dark types. Wonder where in the world Arceus or whoever got his sense of humor from. Pikachu came down from his jump and immediately dug into the ground. Sure, learning Dig had cost his quick attack, but when he was honest, he was fast already and reached quick attack speed with Volt Tackle. Dig was far more useful. It was good Ash had Infernape teaching him. Pikachu rushed forward under the surface and came up directly under Drapion. One of the secrets of Dig was, that once you could use it, it didn't matter where you moved or if you were upside down, you always knew where the opponent was. Drapion cried out when the ground-type attack hit it and immediately Pikachu delivered another iron tail against the Pokémon's face. It roared in pain and backed off. Firing a thunder after it, the small electric type rushed off. Behind him he heard Drapion collapsing. It certainly wasn't knocked out yet, but that didn't really matter. It wouldn't come back into the fight anytime soon. While running he looked around for anyone who could need his help. He spotted Lapras and Kabutops in the water and fought off some of the dark types that had dared to come in there. Pikachu saw they handled the situation well. And he wouldn't be of much help anyway. Sure, now that the opponents were wet, his electric-type moves would get quite the power boost on them. But if it sprung over to the water, it could harm Lapras and Kabutops as well. Glacian, get up. Pikachu skidded to a stop and swiveled his ears, trying to pinpoint where Beautifly's voice had come from. Glacian. There. With a great leap, the small mouse disappeared in a few bushes, to come out on a small clearing. He froze in shock. Beautifly hovered above Glacian's almost unmoving form. The ice-type struggled to get up, but didn't manage it. In front of them crouched two Houndoom and a Weevil. A bad matchup for an ice and a bug-flying type. The three dark dual types leaped forward suddenly, the same second Pikachu leaped in front of May's Pokémon. Charging everything he could find in the few heartbeats he had, he released an incredible powerful thunder. The Houndoom got thrown back against the trees, knocked out cold, but the second Pikachu's attack had stopped, the Weevil attacked back. Its body flashed red for a second and too late Pikachu recognized the attack as revenge. He gave a cry when Weevil collided with him, flinging him back many meters, off the clearing and into the forest. There the electric type hit the ground hard and slid a few more meters before coming to a stop. Okay, wheezed Pikachu out while he groggily pushed himself up. Didn't see that one coming. And he shot forward again. Weevil was facing Beautifly again, who looked scared to no end. Hey Weevil, called Pikachu. The Pokémon spun around, its face showing surprise. Impossible, gasped the Weevil, a female. No one ever gets up after my revenge. It's my ace. You wanna see my ace? Asked Pikachu back. He crouched down, then hissed, Volt Tail. Pushing himself off the ground, Volt Tackle engulfed Pikachu while he rushed at Weevil. She already slid to the left to dodge him, when Pikachu jumped. He swung his tail, turning it to glowing solid metal, and had it collide with the gem on Weevil's forehead. She gave a short wail, before collapsing. Pikachu landed and slithered to a stop. His combination faded away and he winced under Volt Tackle's recoil. He barely felt it most of the time, but that revenge had taken its toll on him. Thank you, Pikachu. Twitching his ears, Pikachu found Beautifly helping Glacian up. Quickly he jumped forward, ignoring his protesting muscles, to help the two. "You're welcome, Glacian. Let's get you back to May so she can call you back. Beautifly, fly ahead and look out for other dark types." Beautifly nodded and took off. Pikachu and Glacian followed the butterfly slower. The electric type's ears twitched while he strained to sense any danger near them. Or rather any immediate danger. His natural instincts had screamed at him to run for his dear life the second Dark Lugia had shown up. It was the same with every dark side in every Pokémon. Their natural instincts told them that the dark sides were beings they shouldn't cross. With a dry grin the mouse thought, well, that just counts for wild Pokémon though. None of Ash's Pokémon would ever leave him hanging. Humans, though not as strong as Pokémon, feel the same and yet they stay. I'm not sure if I'd still be here if I was a wild Pokémon or the Pokémon of a trainer that doesn't share the bond with me I share with Ash. Alright. Pikachu blinked and shook his head, snapping out of his musings, before he looked at Glacian. Sorry. What? I spaced out there for a sec. I saw that, purred the Ice-type weakly. She stumbled over a root and Pikachu caught her before she fell. Once she could walk again, she continued, and you spaced out for more than a second. That's why I asked if you were alright. Pikachu hid a frown at the fact that he very much wanted to pass out there and then and said, I'm a little bruised up, but that's it. Though I doubt I can pull another Voltail. Glacian started an answer, when May ran at them. Glacian, called the girl and crouched down in front of her Pokémon. Blaziken and Beautifly were behind here. Oh dear. I better call you back so you can rest a little. I'm sure you did great. She petted Glacian for a short while, then recalled the Ice-type. Are you alright, Pikachu? Asked May now. Pikachu gave a nod and a thumbs up, before he ran off again already. After running for a while, and defeating a Honchkrow, a Shiftry and a Crawdont in process, a voice suddenly asked, holding up there. Looking up, Pikachu saw Articuno hovering over him. Her wings and body were covered in bruises, but her red eyes gleaming lively. It was obvious she enjoyed a good battle, even if this one was for their all lives. Yeah, what about you and Ho-Oh? Now Articuno growled softly, before she answered, we managed, for now. Dark Lugia is ruthless. Ho-Oh took 5 hits with Whirlpool to protect the boats with the fleeing people and Pokémon. Ouch, answered Pikachu and skillfully scaled a tree. Then he leaped off and onto Articuno's back. What are you doing? Dark Lugia is part flying type. I'm gonna show him that he shouldn't mess with us. Articuno took off, towards Dark Lugia and Ho-Oh, but asked, how will you do that? If you fire from my back I'll get hit too. That's simple, I jump. The legendary Pokémon jerked her head around to stare at him. Pikachu grinned back at her and answered, trust me. Articuno stared a second longer, then her gaze hardened and she nodded. She sped up and soon circled above Ho-Oh, who circled around Dark Lugia, narrowly dodging the attacks fired at him. Ready? Asked Articuno. Pikachu took a deep breath and focused on the electric currents in his body. He felt how his cheeks started to spark and nodded. Articuno nodded as well, then tilted her body to the side. Pikachu pushed himself off and then he was falling. Gathering the energy he felt, he released its first in a volt tackle. A Whirlpool Ho-Oh evaded rushed past him lightly hitting his arm. Immediately the whole water-type attack got fused with his electric-type move. Dark Lugia looked up when he saw the happening, but too late. Pikachu already rammed his back, having the dark side cry out. The mouse dug his small claws and fangs into Dark Lugia's back and before the recoil of Volt Tackle even hit him, fired a thunder. The storm clouds that had gathered on the sky reacted to the massive release of electric energy and sent a lightning directly at Pikachu. He screamed into Dark Lugia's feathers when the foreign electricity coursed through him, but managed to direct it all into his attack into Dark Lugia. Speaking of the dark side. He was twisting and turning and spinning in midair, all the while roaring in pain. "Get off my back, rodent," demanded his evil voice. "Never," thought Pikachu and pushed more energy into his thunder. He'd kept it going for over 20 seconds now, which already broke his personal record of 12. The lightning had given him more energy, but Pikachu felt how his power drained rapidly now. If he wanted to survive falling into the ocean, he'd have to stop soon. Suddenly Dark Lugia twisted again and Pikachu lost his grip. The small Pokémon gave a startled yelp when he was suddenly falling again. He was aware enough to finally cut off thunder, but too late. Another lightning had already started its way towards him. Pikachu clenched his eyes shut when the blue bolt hit him and bit back a pained cry. The electricity did help him recharge and left him quite refreshed, but it still hurt like hell. Being hit by a lightning is nothing fun. Then the lightning stopped and again Pikachu had barely time to prepare himself. He hit the water. Instinctively he stopped breathing, to get pulled deep under by some current. With an internal gasp the electric type started to struggle. There had to be some way to get back to the surface. After a while Pikachu's lungs started to ache, crying for air. Desperately he tried to find some sort of direction, but nothing. His world started to fade when something brushed his arm. "Oh great," thought Pikachu. "Now I'll end as a Gyarados lunch." However, no one ever tried to eat him. Confused Pikachu desperately fought against unconsciousness and cracked his eyes open, to gaps. He shut his mouth immediately though. It was seaweed. Seaweed had wrapped around his arm. Getting an idea, he used his remaining strength to pull himself down to the ground of the sea. There he almost lost consciousness, but he kept himself awake and dug into the ground. The second he'd removed the first part of the mud, instinct kicked in and he disappeared underground. He dug deeper and deeper, until no wet earth remained and then pushed his arms out. A small hole appeared and Pikachu breathed in. He gagged a bit. The air down here was terrible and barely real air, but it was better than nothing. He breathed in loudly once more, then focused again. Immediately his sense of direction returned. He was even able to pinpoint Lapras and Kabutops. Holding his breath, the electric type dug upwards again, moving for the beach. His strained lungs protested against him still holding his breath, but the earth was already muddier again. It was bad enough that he'd probably breathed in some water, he really didn't need mud. Pikachu pushed it aside and continued to make his way through the earth. His paws and small claws were almost numb with pain already, but he moved on. He couldn't die here. Suddenly he reached it, the shore. Shooting upwards, Pikachu found water hitting him, only to shoot out of the water as well and into clean fresh air. He took a deep, gasping breath, then fell back into the water. It only went till his hip though, so he was free to bend over and pant for as much air as he wanted. He's all right. With a glance upwards, Pikachu found Swellow shooting over him, crying that Pikachu was all right all the time. "Arceus, how much time did I spend underwater and in the ground?" wondered the electric type before he staggered forward to dry ground and allowed himself to collapse into the sand. "Pikachu." Lucario's voice made the mouse's ears twitch and he glanced to the left. The Aura Guardian rushed up to him quickly. Bruises covered Lucario's whole body, but he still stood strong, his red eyes alight with worry. "Are you alright? What happened?" Before Pikachu could answer, Lucario suddenly spun to the left. A Mytiana leaped at them. With a quick aura sphere, the dark type was knocked out and Lucario turned his attention back to Pikachu, looking at the electric type expectantly. "And that's it," breathed Pikachu while he lay in the sand weakly. Lucario shook his head. "Like trainer like Pokémon." Pulling the stunt Pikachu did was so very much like Ash. Suddenly an explosion echoed over the island. The heads of both Pokémon shot up into the fight in the air. Articuno and Ho-Oh still dodged Dark Lugia's attacks while they tried to attack back. Mewtwo and Latios had joined them by now. Most of Dark Lugia's followers were beaten or scared off already, so the non-legendary Pokémon didn't have much to do while the fight took place up in midair. Swellow and Beautifly stayed down with the other Pokémon as well. They were injured enough to only be in the way. Yet it felt just so wrong to Lucario to just stand there and do nothing. Given they had fought a lot today as well, but still. I wish we could do something. Lucario glanced down at Pikachu and answered sternly, "You won't do anything for a while, Pikachu. It's a wonder you didn't faint already." In answer he got a smirk and Pikachu whispered, "I'm tougher than I look." "Says the mouse that can't move at all right now," snorted a new voice amused. Lucario looked up, to have Noctowl land on his shoulder. "Oh, shut up, Noctowl. I can still fry you," growled Pikachu back, glaring at the other Pokémon. That was answered with 3 new laughs. The rest of Ash's Pokémon joined them, to have Pikachu growling at them. Lucario bit back his chuckles and said, "Leave him be. He did perform extraordinary things today." "That's true," agreed Lapras. Then she narrowed her eyes. "It was also the dumbest thing I ever knew of you doing. Leaping from Articuno's back to Dark Lugia's and then diving into the ocean. What were you thinking?" Pikachu gave a grin and a shrug, having Swellow mutter, "If Ash isn't there to perform ridiculously brave and dangerous acts, it's Pikachu." That sent everyone, even Pikachu, laughing again. "How can you laugh?" Everyone looked up, to find Blaziken and Umbreon stalking up to them, followed by May, Gary and the rest of their Pokémon. "We can't help them up there," answered Kabutops and lashed one of his sickles at the battling legendary Pokémon. "We just try not to get ourselves into a panic," agreed Lapras. "Everyone handles stress differently, but most can relax when they have a little fun." Lucario raised an eyebrow. This concept was new to him, but he still found that Lapras was right. He was more relaxed than he was before. Suddenly they heard an agonized cry. Everyone jerked up, to get splashed with water. Lucario shielded his eyes and sent out his aura. "No!" cried the aura Pokémon once he realized what had happened. "Lucario?" asked May. Lucario ignored her and raced forward. He quickly found the limp form in the water and wrapped his arms around whatever he could find. Then he started dragging. "Lucario, what are you doing?" Swellow trailed off with a gasp when he recognized the form Lucario dragged out of the water and onto the beach. "Ho-oh!" cried May and rushed forward with Gary the moment they also recognized the legendary Pokémon. "What happened?" asked Professor Oak's grandson. "I don't know," answered Lucario while he scanned Ho-oh with his aura. Luckily the Pokémon had no water in his lungs. But he was very weak. I guess he was hit with one whirlpool too many. "The poor guy," whispered May while she rubbed a towel over Ho-oh's back to dry him. "That won't be enough, maybe." May asked Blaziken to use a fire-type attack on him. "What?" exclaimed the girl. "Are you crazy?" "No, I'm not," answered Lucario and took a step back. May hesitated, then ordered, "Blaziken use Fire Spin on Ho-oh." The firefighting type glanced at Lucario nervously, before firing the attack. The moment it should have hit, Ho-oh started to glow a strong orange and the fire disappeared within him. Lucario released the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Fire did help Ho-oh to recover. "Stronger," stated the Aura Guardian. "Blaziken use Overheat." "Arcanine, you use Flamethrower," ordered Gary. The 2 fire-type attacks shot at Ho-oh once again and again he absorbed the fire. The orange glowing intensified, then faded away, once the attack subsided, and Ho-oh started to twitch. Suddenly he shot up and spat out a few mouthful of water. "Ho-oh?" asked Pikachu and limped in front of the mighty bird. Immediately Lucario bent down and picked him up. If he was this eager to move around, he would need to accept being carried. Ho-oh blinked a few times and shook his head, before he glanced down at Lucario and said, "Thank you for pulling me out of the water in time." "You knew?" asked Lucario surprised. Ho-oh gave a short laugh, that turned into a cough quickly, then answered, "My mind was still very active, Lucario. I was very well able to sense you." Lucario nodded in understanding, then they heard 3 splashes. Lucario spun back to the sea, as did everyone else, to watch Mewtwo, Articuno and Latios pushing themselves up. Each of the three gasped hard. "He's using too less restraint," groaned Articuno out and landed in the low water. The other two only nodded in agreement. Lucario clenched his teeth and Pikachu asked, "What can we do now?" "I'm afraid, the only thing we can do now is pray," answered Ho-Oh. Then an aeroblast hit his chest, blasting him backwards into the sand. More water came out his beak and he gave a broken cry. "Ho-Oh!" exclaimed everyone, before Mewtwo, Gary and all of May's and Gary's Pokémon were hit by several attacks, flinging each of them into another direction. "No!" cried Lucario and leaped forward. Pikachu had climbed onto his free shoulder. "You think you can beat me?" asked Dark Lugia while he locked his glowing red eyes on Lucario. Then he gave a laugh and continued, "Even the rodent didn't do too much damage." Lucario narrowed his eyes, to find a small part of Dark Lugia's back burned from Pikachu's attacks. "You've got to be kidding me," groaned the mouse out. "All this trouble and then nothing." "No, he's playing it down," grunted Mewtwo out while he pushed himself up. "What?" asked May. "He's playing it down," answered Articuno and glared up at the dark side. The injury Pikachu gave him limits his ability to move around a bit. "He's slower and less acrobatic, I guess." "Fools, do you think just because of that I'll be stopped?" roared Dark Lugia and charged his hyper beam. It shot forward in less than a second and was wide enough to hit many of them at once. Lucario didn't even have time to close his eyes, when the attack was blocked. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the new whirlpool that had shot out of the sea. It was laced with white and azure, not just sea blue. Then there was a mighty roar and Ho-Oh gasped, "Finally." "Finally what?" grunted Umbreon out. And the whirlpool burst apart, to reveal a glowing white creature that somehow resembled Dark Lugia. "What is that?" exclaimed May. Articuno, Mewtwo and Latios shrugged, but Ho-Oh flapped his wings, his eyes shining. "It's Lugia." "What?" exclaimed everyone, including Dark Lugia, who just dodged two whirlpools that shot from the sea. "That's not Lugia," argued Articuno. "And I tell you it is him. Yet I never imagined, the only way he could have received such power would be," Ho-Oh trailed off, then cried, "Arceus, thank you." Now everyone stared at him as if he'd lost his mind. The mighty bird didn't seem to mind that though. He just continued staring up at the white creature, hope bright in his eyes. Suddenly an incredible amount of raw power rushed past Lucario and he looked back up at the white creature. It just fired a hyper beam at Dark Lugia. It was, like the whirlpool, tinged with white and azure. Dark Lugia fired the same attack back, only to have his own reflected and get hit by a total of 2 hyper beams. Smoke covered him and when it faded, he stared at the white creature in disbelief. "Impossible. You can't be this powerful." The white creature didn't answer, it merely sent another whirlpool at Dark Lugia, hitting him dead on. "You better leave now," thundered a voice that seemed laced with raw power. "You did enough damage here." Dark Lugia glared for one more second, but then a last whirlpool shot out of the water, surrounding him. This one looked normal and when it disappeared, Dark Lugia was gone. The glowing creature dived down, hovering just barely above the sea and sent out another wave of power. "What is it doing?" asked Gary confused. Lucario saw Ho-Oh readying an answer, when another voice stated, "Checking if his dark side is really gone." Immediately Lucario spun around, his heart beating wildly. Pikachu got flung from his shoulder in the action, not that the electric type complained. He, like everyone else, stared in shock at the small blue fighting type that stood in the surf. Behind him a Milotic disappeared in the sea. It was all silent for a few seconds. Now sounds beside the wind and the waves. Then Pikachu rushed forward. How he managed that was beyond Lucario. The little yellow Pokémon had barely been able to move before. Yet now he flung himself at his friend and sent them both into the water. Lucario heard Riolu barking a laugh, before Pikachu leaped off of him and asked, "You who when what how why dash?" Again Riolu laughed, then crossed his arms and stated with a smirk, "You'll find someone else can answer those questions better than me." He looked up and everyone followed his gaze, to find the white glowing creature descending directly at them. The Pokémon that could got ready to fight, only to have the creature stop a few meters in front of Ho-Oh, who was the farthest in the front. It glowed one more time, then the glowing faded, revealing a silvery white and blue-colored Pokémon. "Lugia!" exclaimed Articuno. Lugia gave a soft chuckle, then something on his back moved. Lucario's heart stopped for a second when the familiar aura reached him and Pikachu's nose twitched before his eyes widened. Then he gave a cry and rushed forward. He leaped onto Lugia and effectively knocked the figure on his back off and into the sand. Lucario stared wide-eyed at the raven-haired teen in front of him, who desperately tried to get Pikachu to stop chalking him. Again everyone just stared for a second, before May broke it. "Ash. Pokémon doesn't belong to me." "So, let me get this straight," asked Gary. Ash, from where he sat and rubbed a healing salve on Pikachu's quite abused tail, looked over at his oldest rival and friend. "When that dragon rage headed for you and Riolu, Lugia contacted Riolu mentally and then, somehow, managed to teleport you both out of there and into his palace, which was already shielded through Dark Lugia." Ash nodded and Lugia, who was resting curled around him added, "Do not ask. I have not the slightest idea by myself how I managed this feat." "It was quite an impressive one," admitted Ho-Oh, then he glared and continued, "But still. Do you have any idea what a scare you gave everyone? Me especially. I thought you'd have my head for sure." The Guardian of the Sea gave a small laugh at this, then Gary caught Ash's attention again. Continuing. "Lugia taught you quite a few things that would take too long to explain right now, also this." Gary trailed off and raised an eyebrow at Lugia. Lugia shrugged his shoulders, as did Ash. They hadn't even known fusing like that was possible. Of course Lugia had known they could fuse their powers, in turn making each other stronger, but that their bodies would fuse to one being created out of only the purest energies had shocked them both. "We can find out more about this another time," offered Articuno. Gary frowned and Ash smirked. He saw a Pokémon professor's grandson now. The other wasn't too happy with having his research cut short. May shook her head, but continued, "You two broke that shield and came to our aid, sending Riolu back up with a Milotic." Ash nodded and answered, "That just about covers it." "What happened while we were gone?" "Only Mew almost plucking Ho-Oh," laughed Articuno. "What?" asked Riolu and tilted his head at the orange bird. Ho-Oh glowered at Articuno, then said, "I have a very good advice for you Ash. When Mew is agitated keep your distance." This caused Lugia to burst out laughing and he cried, "You do have a thing for getting on her bad side, don't you brother dearest?" "Oh close that mouth of yours," snapped Latios and hissed while Lucario treated a bad gash on his side. "You're no better." "No one is any better when it comes to Mew from what I saw," argued May. "Safe Mewtwo. He always looks ready to dive for cover when Mew just narrows her eyes." This caused everyone to laugh and Mewtwo grumbled, "I learned my lesson a long while ago. That saved me a lot of pain." Ash smirked. He learned that lesson too, from the many stories he heard from all the legendary Pokémon. Suddenly a strange power flooded around Ash. The teen looked up, confused to what could cause that, to find Mewtwo glowing blue. "Mewtwo?" asked Articuno. Everyone looked at the Psycat curiously. Mewtwo didn't react at first, but finally he opened his eyes, sending everyone who hadn't felt his power clearly, which meant only May and Gary after all, wincing back. His normally violet eyes glowed an eerie crystal blue. "I think I can manage a teleport back to Pallet Town now," he frowned, then added, "or at least somewhere a mile around it." "Really?" asked Pikachu excitedly and jumped up, to grimace and stagger. Immediately Ash scooped his starter up again and chided, "Honestly Pikachu, quit moving. Lucario showed me what you did and though I'm proud, even I would rest after that." Pikachu gave him a sheepish grin and rubbed his neck. Maybe we should recall our Pokémon though, offered Gary. Then you won't have to focus on so many life forms at once. Mewtwo gave a nod and Ash pulled out the Pokeballs May had handed him a while ago. Alright guys, take a good rest. Lapras, Kabutops, Noctowl and Swellow nodded tiredly and disappeared with the red light. Ash felt a strong aura move at him and looked left, to ask, Lucario? Recall me too. It will make things easier for Mewtwo. Me as well, offered Riolu. I hate it in there, but it won't be for long after all. Ash nodded and pulled out Riolu's Pokeball and Lucario's Premier Ball. Both Aura Pokemon gave him sly smile before they disappeared as well. Everyone done? Asked Latios then. Ash straightened up and placed a hand on Lugia's wing, who crouched next to him. May and Gary stood close to Ho-Oh and Articuno as well. Latios flew forward and closed his eyes. He glowed blue for a second, before the glowing around Mewtwo intensified. I'm capable of handling myself, thank you. Latios smirked and answered, just helping out. You spent too much time with your sister. I did, didn't I? Can we focus on what we're planning to do? Interrupted Articuno. Patience Articuno, we will arrive back soon enough, soothed Lugia. Soon enough? Have you forgotten what's going on in our world? Snapped the ice bird. Lugia rose up to his full height now, glaring daringly at the blue Pokémon. I did not, but if there is one thing being caught in my palace while having to watch the very place I should protect be destroyed, it is patience. By now he towered over the ice type, who leaned back wide-eyed. Ash placed his other hand on Lugia's chest and sent a soothing wave of aura into the Pokémon. Lugia closed his eyes, absorbing the energy Ash offered. He allowed himself to relax and soon crouched in his former position, before he'd lashed out at Articuno. My apologize. The imprisonment did nothing good to my nerves, sighed Lugia. May we start now? Cut Mewtwo in before anyone could comment. Everyone nodded. The feline closed his eyes. The blue glowing intensified and Ash sheared back from it before Lugia reached out with his own aura to shield Ash's. Now that it was completely awake and he used it almost frequently, he had to learn how to shield it, otherwise eruptions of great power, like the one Mewtwo did now, could be unpleasant till painful. Luckily Lugia was there right now. We will get started on this as soon as we have time, sounded Lucario's voice in his head. I didn't dare it before because willingly closing off your aura could set us back to step 1 in your training. But now it definitely needs to be done. Ash nodded to himself, then had to clench his eyes shut. The light got too bright. He felt Lugia moving, placing his wings around him in a cocoon-like shape. Yet, in less than 5 seconds, it was over. Ash opened his eyes and felt how both Lugia's aura and Lugia himself retreated. They stood in a forest, but one that was quite familiar to him. I know where we are, exclaimed Gary. Everyone looked at the young researcher and he pointed in one direction. Grandpa's lab is that way. Well, let's go then, said Articuno. Then she dived down and scooped May on her back. Lugia lowered himself to the ground as well, allowing Ash and Pikachu to climb up at him. The mouse hung quite limply in Ash's arms by now. His exhaustion had finally caught up with him. The legendary Pokémon took to the air and headed into the direction Gary had pointed in. Latios, who carried the other Pallet native, took the lead. When looking straight ahead, Ash saw the lab in front of them and thought, Mewtwo wasn't off with his guess where we would land. We're not even a mile away from the lab. Lugia, Ash. Ash focused on Latios at his call, as did everyone else. Yes, Latios, asked Lugia. The Eon Dragon gave a grin and asked, how about a little show? Let us land first, then you can make a great entrance. Now I see what Mewtwo meant, sighed Ho-Oh. You definitely spent too much time around your sister. Well, she wouldn't leave me alone after I came back, not that I blame her. At that Ash remembered that he still had no idea how Latios had come back. He definitely needed to ask that. I wouldn't mind though, stated Lugia. He smirked and added, my chance to get back on Moltres and Zapdos for all the pranks they played on me over the last year. I warned them, sighed Articuno and shook her head, yet in the end everyone agreed to the plan. Once they reached the lab, Lugia allowed Latios to hide him and Ash with his powers, before the 4 legendary Pokémon went to land in the garden. Ash cradled Pikachu to his chest while he watched how a great number of human and Pokémon rushed up to the arrivals. Question after question seemed to be flunked, until Ho-Oh had finally had enough and illuminated his feathers. He rose his voice and stated, I can imagine you all have a lot of questions, but wouldn't you like to meet our new guests, or old guests, as one wishes to see it? Lugia obviously took that as his cue, since he dived down. Latios' powers faded, revealing the white Pokémon. Suddenly he opened his wings and came to a stop a meter from the ground. The air gathered in. His dive hit the ground and blew over Professor Oak's backyard. Everyone stared at Lugia wide-eyed, and their eyes got even wider when Ash leaped from the Legendaries' back. The moment his feet touched the ground, he was already pulled into a strangling hug. Ash. My Ash. You're back. Ash felt a smile coming when he recognized his mother. Hey Mom, whispered the teen and, his arms still cradling Pikachu, laid his head on her shoulder, just allowing her to hold him. For the next hour it continued like that. Someone would randomly glomp Ash, Riolu, or Lugia while the 3 of them explained what happened to them, and then Ho-Oh described what happened after they arrived at the Orange Archipelago. Suddenly, startling everyone, because no one expected it, a whale cut through the air and a white and red lightning shot out of the trees. Everyone jumped up, then Latios shot forward. He collided with the lightning, to have everyone see it was a panicking Latias. Latias. Latias, what's wrong? Latios. You're back. Oh my. It's so terrible and I'm so sorry and I dash. Latias' deep breaths, cut Latios his sister off. Latias stared at him, but followed and took deep breaths. Now, what's wrong? Mew and I, we patrolled along Pallet's outskirts and the woods around when, Arceus they caught her. Caught? Asked Brock, a frown on his face. Ash had a pretty good idea what that meant as well. The dark sides, managed Latias to choke out. It were too many. They attack Ed. Then caught Mew and disappeared with her. I'm so sorry. She burst out in tears, making the only noise in the dead silent group. What would they need Mew for? Whispered Reiku finally, voicing everyone's thoughts. I'm bored, the booming voice. Then go out and freaking destroy something, roared another. Deep red eyes opened and a dark lilac feline looked up with a scowl. How in the world was he supposed to finally defeat his counterpart when those fools wouldn't give it a rest? Make me. Gladly. Shut up, roared Dark Mewtwo enraged and leaped up. He stood in front of a massive gray Pokémon, dark purple linings on his body and a red gem on each shoulder, and the other was Dark Lugia. Really? Do you not realize you're driving everyone crazy? Agreed a female voice. Dark Shalebi smirked at them from the branch she lay on. The moment Dark Palkia stops acting like a spoiled kid, snapped Dark Lugia. Don't tell me you're still sore from your loss, teased another voice. A small black-furred reindeer stalked up to them. Her red eyes glowed amused. You two have no say in this, Dark Shaman, spat Dark Lugia back. Neither you nor him bothered to show up yet. True, couldn't be bothered, stated Dark Shaman and stretched her back. Alright, cut it out, roared Dark Mewtwo. It's bad enough there are still so many dark sides locked away. We can kill each other after we got rid of our counterparts. Who made the kid the boss anyhow? Asked Dark Palkia. Ouch, now I almost feel sorry for you now muttered Dark Shalebi. Dark Mewtwo scowled at Dark Palkia and shot into the air. One burst of psychic energy and a loud crash later, and there was no sight of Dark Palkia anymore, only a him-shaped hole in the cliff he'd rested against. Ouch, stated Dark Shaman. That was when Dark Palkia appeared again, toppling out of the hole. He was forced into the air and eye to eye with Dark Mewtwo. "Now listen here," hissed the feline. "I may be the youngest here, but if I recall right I was the first to break free too. Besides, my counterpart was created to be, in special powers, stronger than Mew." "Hate to admit it, but he's right," purred Dark Mew's voice. Everyone turned their heads. There was the dark pink feline. She lazily lounged on a stone and smirked up at them. Obviously she enjoyed the show. "He can't be that powerful," interjected Dark Shaman, although she looked at Dark Palkia, who was still in Dark Mewtwo's psychic grip. The taller feline snapped his red eyes to hers, glaring at her. "You have no idea about his real power," scoffed Dark Mew, now levitating off the boulder. "His counterpart and mine managed to kill that brat of a boy we all failed to kill yet." "That brat was killed by them?" asked Dark Shalebi surprised. Dark Mew grinned and answered, "Yep, boy, that was sappy." "But why is he alive then?" asked Dark Lugia. "Well dash. We're back." Everyone looked up and found Dark Manaphy floating into view, followed by the legendary beast's dark sides. Reiku had his fangs tight in the scruff of the limp form of a pink feline. Dark Suicun snorted once she took in the scene and asked, "What did we miss?" Dark Palkia, being stupid enough to anger Mr. Grumpy over there, answered Dark Mew and gestured to Dark Mewtwo, who just now realized he still held Dark Palkia. Quickly he cut his powers off and Dark Palkia crashed to the ground loudly. "Great," groaned Dark Lugia and rubbed his head. "I think I'm deaf now." "You're welcome," answered Dark Mewtwo with a smirk. Dark Lugia glowered at him, but kept it at that. "So, what did we miss while we went hunting?" asked Dark Nti. "Dark Mew here telling us why the brat that we all failed to kill, yet was killed by her and Dark Mewtwo's counterpart is still alive," answered Dark Shalebi, sitting up on her branch. The four newcomers shared impressed glances and settled down. "Do tell," offered Dark Suicun. "But why tell?" asked Dark Mew evilly, her gaze locked on the limp form of her counterpart. "When I can show you through her." At this grins went around. Dark Mew lowered herself to Dark Reiku and Mew, but before she could touch her counterpart, the pink feline gave a JRK and Protect surrounded her, pushing Dark Reiku back. The second the Protect faded, she shot off already, intending to flee. Dark Mew raced after her, to have a dark blue and gray flash catch Mew in midair. The dark side grinned when she recognized Dark Latios. "I think this one is yours," asked the Ian Dragon and held Mew out, who fired thunder after thunder at him, not that the dragon minded it much. "Yep," answered Dark Mew and asked, "Care to restrain her?" "She can break my psychic." Dark Mewtwo nodded and his eyes glowed for a second, before psychic surrounded her. The four of them returned to the ground, Mew in the middle of a circle of dark sides. "Now, let's see how the brat died, why don't we?" asked Dark Mew and placed her paw on her counterpart's forehead. "PP please," pleaded the lighter feline. Don't make me go through that again." "Too late," hissed Dark Mew, gaining smirks from the other dark sides. Her paw glowed dark pink and Mew cried out in agony while her evil side tore through her mind and memories. Finally she found what she was looking for and sent another pulse of power into her lighter side. Mew cried out again, his shrill scream echoing through the evening. Colors surrounded the group, and then the surroundings of the happening they wished to see were there. Dark Mewtwo glanced at the female with a raised eyebrow. "What? She can create time flowers, I can do this." The next second they heard an explosion. They all looked around, to gasp. Everywhere around them Pokémon of the same kind faced each other. 2 Bulbasaur, 2 Rapidash, 2 Pidgeotto, and so on. Suddenly something rushed past them, and through Dark Palkia, who freaked out for a second. Once they saw it clearly, most of them grinned. Mewtwo and Mew were facing off in battle. Some humans stood at the side, watching with wide eyes. To most it would be terrible to watch, but the dark sides grinned, enjoying the hatred they could see so easily. Blue glowing came from the sky, followed by pink. Up there Mewtwo and Mew had created spheres of psychic energy around them and continued their assault at each other. Soon though fighting Pokémon started to collapse, most being too worn out, yet they picked themselves up, ready to continue. The humans started to talk in low voice, thick with sorrow, making the dark side scoff. Pokémon aren't meant to fight, said a pink-haired female. Not like this. It's useless, what can come out of it? Nothing but pain, answered a brown-haired female. The dark-skinned human a few of them had seen already spoke next. Why can't Mewtwo see it isn't right to force Pokémon to battle this way? They are all living creatures, agreed the orange-haired female. This just proves that fighting is wrong. Pathetic and an idiotic way to think, stated Dark Shaman with a scowl. I think they're really starting it off now, laughed Dark Lugia and gestured to the sky. Up there Mewtwo and Mew clashed faster and faster and harder. The dark sides continued to watch, until suddenly, make it stop. They all looked down, to find Mew, curled up on the ground, her eyes locked on one specific battle. Dark Mew wasn't certain she saw the battle though. Her eyes were glazed. Yet she followed her counterpart's gaze, to hiss. There was the brat's Pikachu, battling his own clone. And though his clone hammered away at him, he didn't attack back, just allowed himself to get beaten up. Fight me. Fight. Fight me already, cried the clone. The original pushed himself up and shook his head. No, I won't. Pikachu too slapped him again, crying, fight. Again Pikachu just shook his head. Fight me. No. Fight me. Slap. Fight me. Slap. Fight. Slap. Fight. Slap. Fight. Slap. Fight. Slap. On and on it went, but Pikachu never attacked back. Pathetic, stated Dark Suicun and returned her attention to Mewtwo and Mew. The others soon followed, everyone but the two battling felines' dark sides. They shared a glance while they continued watching the two electric types. They knew what would happen after all. Quit it. Please stop. The dark side spun around, to finally see the brat arriving. He leaped down a wall almost twice as high and fell. His two friends ran up to him immediately. Ash. Are you okay? We gotta stop this, called the boy, ignoring the question directed at him. But how? Asked the dark-skinned one back. All Mewtwo cares about is proving how strong those super clones are. Everyone looked back to the sky, where the two psychics were still battling hard. I'd rather risk my life out in Mewtwo's storm than watch these Pokémon destroy each other. Oh me too, agreed the orange-haired, to have the pink-haired continue. I wish there was some way to stop them. I don't know what to do. I don't think they'll ever stop. Those Pokémon look like they'll fight to the death. That's a fight that nobody is going to win. Someone's got to take a stand, said Ash while pushing himself up. Someone's got to say no. And refuse to fight, just like Pikachu. The dark sides looked back to the mouse, who was still getting slaps from his clone. Yet the clone got weaker and finally it was the original who caught him. The next second it happened. Mewtwo and Mew clashed once more and got to the ground. They tried to push each other back, only to both get thrown back in a big explosion. The energy of the explosion was so great, it short-circuited the lights in the arena, bathing it in darkness. Again psychic energy started to surround both felines and they blasted the pure energy at each other. Again they got thrown back, only to get surrounded by the flame-like energy again. Ash, wait. The dark side spun to the boy, who just rushed past them. You've got to stop right now. The energy intensified. The beams shot. Stop. And the boy got caught in the colliding blasts, drawing gasps of shock from even the cold-hearted dark sides. They heard a wail and glanced back at Mew, who had curled deeper into herself, her eyes clenched shut. Once the light faded, it showed the boy, held in mid-air, surrounded by energy. Then he slowly lowered to the ground, fell onto his knees and finally over, where he stopped moving. "Fool," breathed Mewtwo. "Trying to stop our battle?" Mew tilted her head, a small noise escaping her throat. "Pikapi," cried Pikachu and ran up to his trainer. "Ash! Wake up! Pikapi!" Everywhere the Pokémon started to rise up. "Pikapi! Thunderbolt! Thunderbolt! Come on! Ash! Wake up! Please see!" But the mouse had no strength left. The electricity didn't even spring over to the still form of his trainer. "Ash," choked Pikachu out, tears gathering in his eyes. They flowed down his face. "Pikapi," to everyone dark sides, but Dark Mewtwo's and Dark Mews who scoffed, surprise all Pokémon in the arena started to cry as well, no matter if original or clone. They all cried, praising the brave young soul that had given his life to save theirs. Then it happened. Their tears didn't hit the ground. They turned into small, crystal-like energy. "No," breathed Dark Lugia surprised. "Yes," answered both felines in unison when soft glowing came from the boy's body. It disappeared slowly and, he looked up. "Pikachu," gasped the boy. "Pikapi," cried Pikachu and ran into his arms. That was when the memories started to fade and the dark sides found themselves back where they had started. They all stared at Mew, who was still curled up, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry," choked the feline to herself. "So sorry, Ash. I should have seen it. I came there to keep disasters from happening and then I killed you. I'm so sorry." She continued to mutter to herself, obviously not realizing that the memory was over. Not that the dark sides minded it. For all they cared, she could stay curled up for a long time to come. They were about to disperse, when it happened. A shadow ball hit Dark Mew's back. She cried out and got flung against the ground, followed by everyone but Dark Palkia, Dark Raikou and Dark Mewtwo. Smoke surrounded them from the multiple attacks, but a blast of power from the attacker sent it away, to have them all gasp. Mewtwo floated above them. His violet eyes burned with rage and he glowered at them. "First my clones and now Mew. Have you no shame left?" spat Mewtwo. He sent another blast of power at them, having everyone back off. "If you keep this up you're going to exhaust yourself soon," pointed Dark Suicun out cheekily. That got her a smile from the lighter psychic. "What's so funny?" snapped Dark Shalebi. "Although I like to play the leading part, right now I have another job." "Which would be?" snarled his dark side, fighting against the hold he kept on them. A full grin broke out on the other's face and he answered, "I'm just the distraction."